Oh my God. Close that. So I wonder how Tommy Bidet.
Okay, I think we're back. Let's see.
I'm trying to. How do you refresh YouTube?
You
I
have
was
to.
closing. For,
All right, folks. Apologies. The last commentator standing is on its last legs. I think the internet just died on my end, and we went offline for 5 minutes. But we'll wait for everybody to jump back on.
yep.
The race is still going. The paddlers haven't stopped standing, but
And in fact, Paolo is in already and has dropped his board, and you can see the red and green lights. Two more people coming in right there. Um, tell you who in a minute.
all right,
Mine isn't showing it working yet, but
it's back. The comments are starting to come back.
oh, good.
Welcome back. We're gonna have to share this link everywhere again, but
Oh, is it
yeah.
a different link?
It will
So
be
do
a
I
new
need a
link.
different link to use my phone to add? Are you gonna?
No, that's all the same. Just the
Okay.
YouTube link will be a little different. All right.
Woo!
God, that's a little stressful. I'm amazed. It held together for 36 hours without dropping.
I know that's pretty darn good.
The paddlers have lasted longer than the live stream. It's official. I think I jinxed it. I was telling Greg I can't believe it's lasted this long.
I know you were just
5 minutes
saying
later, it drops.
that. So how are they finding it already?
I think people are just on it. It'll be if you
Okay.
go back to YouTube, Sup Races YouTube, it'll show up that it's live. I'm just gonna have to share the link everywhere on Facebook and Instagram. But people are starting to come back online.
Great.
So we're back, folks.
We're back.
Last commentator standing,
We have three people
part 2.
in.
So if you
And then
just,
Bobby.
we did miss a couple of paddlers come in at the end of the 36th lap. 1.5 days. Paolo is in. Who else is in there? KT.
John Nippers and Bobby Johnson.
All right. So Paolo still setting his cracking pace. Bobby and Johnny, and then Goran and Alex coming in now by the looks of those lights in the background.
Yep. That's Alex right there. Live stream part 2. That's what it's called somewhere.
Yep.
That's what Clayton is saying. Do you want to put the link maybe right into the chat for people to share with others?
You can just
That
click the
makes
little
sense.
share button on the app. I'm just going to go around and update all of our links.
There we go.
But yeah, folks, you can copy and paste that little YouTube URL if you want to share it with your friends on Facebook or in any of your paddling groups. It is still going, and we're pretty sure we're not even close to the finish of this insane challenge. It's hour 36 of Last Paddler Standing. Last night I was starting to wonder if we'd make the magic 48. Now I'm wondering just how many people will be there at 48. I'm certain we'll be there at 48 hours in some form. I think
So what? So you
we'll
asked
definitely
us. So
see.
Greg and I made our guess. How about
Yeah,
you?
what
What do
was
you
your
think?
guess? Sorry.
3?
Oh, 3 paddlers still standing at the 48 hour. Yes, I suggested 4. There'll be 4. One of them will tap out for some kind of semi-medical reason that their
Yeah,
mind will convince them is worth quitting over. There'll be like a niggling injury, and then they'll say, "Yeah, you know what? I better be on the safe side here."
that they're quit monkey.
The quit
I
monkey will
love that
say, "Your
term.
shoulder's a little
Yeah.
sore. Are you sure you want to go through like a shoulder reconstruction next week? Maybe you should just quit now before it gets any worse."
If you do this right, it's never gonna.
The quit monkey does that. He finds little things that he
Yeah,
can just blow out of proportion.
yeah. Aaron Atkins, I agree. I'm going to use that. Quit monkey is awesome. So different feed are saying that that was a great way of describing it. That will put a voice in the head. I'm not sure what's happening down there with Goran.
What can you see, KT?
Well, he has his cousin still here, so he does have control at the moment. But he's just kind of looking around at boards. I
Grab the
thought maybe
mic
he
there.
lost.
Grab the mic when you turn around.
Sorry. Yeah, luckily he has crew right now. He has his cousin. His Swedish cousin is here, so he looked like he was looking for something. He was looking under boards. I think maybe his shoes got left on the sand and wasn't finding them.
Right.
Tracy and Patrick are here. They've been awesome.
Yes, the dynamic duo, 12 laps, and they've come back the next day just to hang around and support. Very cool to see.
Tracy doesn't just hang around. She keeps running, like, around the whole thing. So one of the loops that I went around, she's running next to everybody. After doing that many miles, I just think that's nuts. Did something happen to the old one? That's Mason. We've got it figured out again.
All right.
Okay. We are back on. So that was super fun to see Kelly. I'm glad he came by.
Yes, the legend, Kelly Margetts. I think he's pretty
you
fired
didn't
up
talk
to do
him
one of these
into-
races.
Yeah.
Talk him into it. He talked himself into it. I didn't need to say anything.
But I thought he was going to take over the whole shift for you. No, didn't talk him into that.
He had to go to work. He works just across the road here on the beach. He's a lifeguard, and yeah, his shift started. So I've told him when he finishes, he's got to come back in for the graveyard shift.
I can't believe how time goes by and that he has teenage girls.
Oh, it's amazing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were little babies
Crazy.
when I started paddling with Callie. His youngest daughter was 2 or 3 years old. I started paddling with Callie 12 years ago, I'd say. And yeah, he was one of the pioneers around here. And he mentioned Paul and Angie Jackson, who he did that 24-hour charity paddle with. They kind of all.
Angie was on the feed at one point.
Oh, nice. Yeah. They must have been asleep at that point. They wake up much earlier than me. But yeah, they still going. They still train 3 days a week. They've got the One Ocean Sports factory just down the road from me.
They both just won a race. I think it was their race. But
yeah, the local, the Brisbane Sup Club, BrisSup. It's the sport in Australia is really, it's still going strong on a very grassroots level. We don't have any events that you would consider international, but there's a great.
Hey, I'm all about that,
clubs.
and I'm same thing with the U.S. We have so many grassroots events.
I mean, it's good. We would like to see those stepping stones all the way up, but if there's one thing that's struggling, you'd want it to be the top end, not the bottom end. So the fact that there's a lot of clubs and local races and grassroots support is the priority. So before I start sharing this everywhere, I'm just going to make sure that it's still working good. But it seems to be back on. It's going to take a while for everybody to find it again and get back in the chat. I think some people probably just had it running in the background and then dozed off.
I'm gonna try this just to make sure. Okay. That look okay?
Yep. Yeah, this side of things held together. I think it was my home internet just dropped for 5 minutes.
Got it working. How are you doing, Goran? Yeah. Enjoy your walkabout. Yep.
If you want to follow me, what are you going to do?
Yeah, we're going on a walkabout. Chris
Chris.
Parker's back.
Oh, sorry.
Are you going to talk about too on our walkabout?
I don't know.
Yeah, on mate. How you feeling?
Bit dizzy.
Mm-hmm. Getting some nutrition in you.
Yeah.
Sipping.
I haven't seen anything yet, though.
You haven't? No?
No.
No hallucinations in the
No,
water?
yeah. Not my favorite yin yang sign.
Returning?
Funny.
Are you looking forward to the second graveyard shift coming up?
No.
He's honest. We like that quality.
Goran was it was interesting. Half the paddlers were like, "Oh yes, it's the night time, it's peaceful." The other half were like, "Oh, I can't wait for sunrise." It's a very it's a polarizing thing, the graveyard shift. Some of you guys seem to love the night, some of you guys don't. So how does it change for you, the day and the night?
No, we got really strong headwind just when the sun went down, and I did really well. I felt really strong, and then the wind just dies out, so it's pretty boring right now.
So you prefer it when there is wind?
Yeah, I
Okay.
prefer it.
You're right. Everybody has really different ideas on that.
Have you slept yet, mate?
Pardon?
Have you slept?
No,
Not once.
no. I tried to move around.
Wow, you're looking pretty fresh for 36 hours in.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with the lens.
It's one of those beauty filters.
Good.
So, Goran, it looks like we're going to at least 48 hours here. You five guys just... No one seems to be stopping. It's like this 48 hour is a goal. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I think it looks like the 48 hours is the goal.
Yep.
It's 36 now.
I mean, you've gone 36. You can't stop now. You're getting a lot of support back home as well. Goran.
I'm not going to stop till I don't make the time. I'm going to continue till... I forgot his name. Greg.
Oh, Greg.
Greg. No,
Great.
Greg.
Greg tells you you're done.
So Greg tells me I'm done.
So
that's the goal.
That's the plan. Just keep paddling until you literally can't paddle anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's no wind. I mean, it's just to continue paddling. Oh,
You can do it.
I can do it.
Yes.
Chris.
We'll talk to you soon, mate.
Goran.
3 more minutes. He's back on the water for the 37th lap. Wow, KT, we're at the 120 mile mark.
Isn't that crazy? Woo!
120 miles. That is, what's that in kilometers? Almost 200 kilometers. 192 kilometers. That's extraordinary. There was a big celebration when we made the 100 kilometer mark, and then I joked that we're probably still going to be here at the 200 kilometer mark. We could still be here at the 300 kilometer mark.
What?
I mean, what's 300
guess,
kilometers in
That's
miles?
a little crazy. Okay.
180 miles. Let's do this. 186 divided by each lap. If we get to the 50, if we do 56 laps, we're at 300 kilometers.
Wow.
And I wouldn't put that out of the question. That's just 8 loops of death tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're I
So
can't
you really
see
think
anything
everyone
stopping
can
us
do
from
the
getting to
loops with
48
death?
hours now. I was
They're fast.
doubtful last night, though it's starting to drop regularly, but this 5 has been going for 10 hours straight without a drop.
That is the 2-minute mark. So I'm going to stare at these boards and see how soon people come to pick them up, to bring them back. There's Goran going, running down, walking behind the camera.
So he hasn't slept once. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little crazy. He said he's a little dizzy. That worries me. That makes me feel like I should be out on a boat.
I'm wondering if at some point they're just going to fall asleep standing up and
Yeah.
fall into the water and suddenly get a fright, wake themselves back up. I know
That
when I
would
did the
wake
Yukon, I was starting to fall asleep standing up. And
Yeah.
I started paddling on my knees because I didn't trust myself to stand any longer. I thought it was unsafe for me to be standing in that condition.
Yeah.
So I just started paddling around on my knees.
And did that disqualify you?
No, you can prone paddle if you need to. They're like, just get to the finish, survive.
Because he's, that's the rule here. No.
Yeah, what's the rule on paddling on your knees? Is it standard, not allowed?
That's Greg's stand on it. Yeah. But
Yeah.
there's been a tiny bit, but I was telling him that typically the 5 strokes on your knees is what a lot of us.
That's the classic
Use?
old rule,
We tried.
the 5-stroke rule.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's another leftover from the BOP.
Leftover from WPA.
Ah, yes.
That was the first rule book
First ever rule book in SUP.
I think it was, wasn't it? I don't know if there were others in other places, but
I know the BOP certainly didn't have a rule book. Most events didn't in the early days. All right, here we go. They're off and racing again. For the 37th time, folks. The fabulous
Wonderful.
5. I think but just before the stream dropped, Veronica, or one of the regulars in here, has already renamed it when it gets down to 4 to the Fantastic 4. I like
yeah.
that. What was it at 6? Because
fun.
we had the Magnificent 7. What was 6? We've got the Fab 5, the Fantastic
Sexy?
4, the Sexy 6. Well, it didn't last long. It was only 2 laps, and then Josh followed Alexi off the water, so the 6 didn't last for long. The 7 were there for 5 laps. The Fabulous 5 have been there for 10 laps now. This is their,
Yeah.
I think, 11th lap together as a group. So this is a record now for the longest stretch without anyone retiring.
Every single lap is a record. But what is this record?
Grab the mic there, KC.
What's
There you go.
what's the record?
I mean, this event is setting records every 5 minutes.
Yes.
But,
Yeah, I was just
we're
going to say
on-
every lap is a record.
We're on a race record for the longest stretch of laps without anyone dropping. And I mean,
Even at the beginning, because we had somebody lap, was it like 3, 4, and 5 right
we
at the
had
beginning?
3, 4, 5, 8. The trio dropped on 12, 13, 16, 18, 19, 24, 26, and now we've jumped ahead to lap 37. So this will be the 11th straight lap of the Fab 5 doing the same loop around the Black Sea.
Crazy. Want to come say bye to Chris Parker? He's back. We gonna see you in the morning? Wonderful. What's your Venmo? You have to give me your Venmo.
Hey, still
Tracy
here.
and Pat. Yeah,
Nice.
they're still here, but they're gonna come back in the morning.
Ah,
I'm
legends.
just gonna come back. I think I'm just gonna
Okay.
go and he's gonna come back.
How many?
in an
What's
hour
your
or so.
prediction? How many people, when he comes back in the morning, do you think will still be here in the light?
3 or 4. I mean, we hope to come back around 7. You know,
Yeah.
I'll probably run a loop and watch. But I hope you know, 3
Yeah.
or 4.
Yeah.
Or 5.
Or 5. That'd be fantastic.
That'd be great. And they all look pretty good.
Nice work,
We've
Tracy.
come this far, but it is 36 hours and
Yeah.
still 12. 12 more.
I will.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks. Okay.
Tracy Cullinane. who joined us on the first day, did 40 miles, 12 laps. The trio, Josie, Patrick, and Tracy. Josie is or was on the live stream as well, watching from back home. I think actually almost every paddler that's retired has jumped on the live stream at some point. It's very cool.
Yeah. So I think you missed it and were asleep, but on the live stream, when we haven't told him yet, Josette and her husband Eddie are inspired by John Nippers, and they are buying him a board.
Oh wow!
This all happened on the live stream. We have not told him yet because he's super emotional when he came off those windy laps at 3, about to cry. So anyway, and they were still working it out with Adam Pollock, who is the rep for. Anyway, it's going to be a speed board for it's some board that he's been eyeing, but they offered it it's just such a sweet, wonderful thing. Wow. But we're not sure if it's a good or a bad thing, but I think we've decided we're going to tell him now that he seems to be in a better place, and hopefully it will be the inspiration he needs to keep going.
Wow.
Or will it make him say, "Yay, I got a board, I'm done." But there was a side conversation because the rep actually lives in Florida and said, I could get it there. Can he switch boards?
Oh, wow.
He was going to bring it to him here as a surprise. But one of the rules
What's the
is
rules?
You have to stay on the same board. Yeah. You can change your paddle and your fins, but you must stay on the same board the whole time.
Wow. I mean, he's on a pretty good board now. He's on the 17-footer, right?
Yeah.
So he's got the
extra
3 foot.
He did say it was hard in the wind. Is the upwind on
it's an inflatable?
Yeah. So that's what he was struggling with, which anything that feels like a struggle or is a struggle physically is going to, at this point in the game,
has
the potential to mess with your head.
That is a flaw of the inflatables. They don't like wind. Hey, the majority on inflatables now? Has Paolo been on an inflatable the whole time?
Yes.
Everyone keeps presuming he's on a hardboard. I got confused because it looks like a hardboard.
It's a really cool. I keep forgetting to ask him a price. He wants to sell it, and I think it's really cool because it's a very unique. It's an RRD.
Roberto Ricci Designs, the Italian.
Oh, that's what it is. It's Roberto Ricci
from windsurfing and kite surfing. Roberto Ricci is a bit of a legend, and RRD is one of the more boutique sup racing brands in Europe, and they've got very famous. Their designs were based on World War I or World War II Navy ship camouflage. They got these really funky black and white triangles that go together, and it messed up the submarines to sight how far away the Navy ships were. You couldn't see which part of the ship you were looking at. It's kind of like one of those magic eye tricks. So they designed the boards like that. It's the coolest board design I've still yet seen in the sport.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'd never heard that story about it.
And
bye, Alexi, and oldest son. I didn't get your name. Oh, wonderful. Bye.
Yeah, Paolo and
the other
Sizak
son, the whole family. Yeah,
have been on that team for years. They're kind of the stalwarts.
Yeah, that's really cool. But the board is pretty amazing looking.
Yeah, I haven't seen the inflatable
They're doing
yet.
Really cool stuff in making inflatable race boards, but it has a very unique nose. It does not look. It's super rigid. It looks as he's paddling it. I haven't asked him if he's having to repump it up or anything, but impressed.
John and Jess in California.
Wow, I know.
Please update us what happened. Our entire house went silent for 10 minutes. What did we miss? Welcome back to the stream. The champions of last viewer standing over there in California. You didn't miss a lot. You just missed me running around really anxious trying to get the stream going again. But we are back. You didn't miss much on the water. The paddlers are still the same 5. We had a chat with Goran, if you might have caught that. And he's not looking forward to the graveyard shift coming up in a few hours. I suspect some of the paddlers are. I know Bobby was much more comfortable in the night. Paolo seemed to like the night paddles. Alex, I asked, and he just basically said he loves it all. He's in tune with the universe, so he finds the right attitude. he just zens out. And John, I haven't spoken to John since the early part of the race, so I'd like to hear his thoughts on the graveyard shift. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Goran, Paolo, and Bobby, who were 3 of my picks at the beginning, there's going to be some different attitudes going through the night there. Goran, sadistically, he didn't like the night because he said there wasn't enough wind.
That's what he just said.
And he's
Did
on
he
an
like that?
inflatable.
Yeah.
This guy's wired differently. He hasn't
So, John,
slept a
your
wink.
perspective
He's
is
paddling an
opposite.
inflatable, and he loves it when it's hot and sunny and windy. Yet he's
Yeah.
a Swedish dude. Goran doesn't make sense. He hasn't followed logic, but that's why he's so good at these races. You need to be wired a bit differently to be able to win an ultra. So yeah, I love Goran. A couple of laps yesterday, he got off and he seemed a little annoyed or frustrated. But that was 14 hours ago. He's still going strong. So I don't see him stopping. And he kind of suggested everyone's just eyeing off the 48-hour mark now at this point. I suspect a couple of them will... I don't know. I feel like the 49th and 50th lap, we're going to start seeing people drop. Because that increase in speed is going to be a shock. They've had 2 days straight of this perfect rhythm, like metronome style. They've timed it almost to the second every time. And suddenly, all that's out the window, and you've got to really pick it up. All while your body is absolutely, utterly exhausted. So I think even just simpler things like what you're eating and what you're drinking, your nutrition leading up to that 48-hour mark, like from the 43 to the 48-hour mark is going to be critical of what you're eating, so that once you hit 48, your body is fueled and ready. Because if you hit 48 and you suddenly realize, I need more sugar or whatever, it's too late. You're already there. So you've got to start preparing in the hours before with your support crew. What am I going to eat each lap leading into the loops of death?
Yeah, Kelly was kind of talking about that too. And what would your strategy be? Would you actually go extra slow just to try to just really kind of keep moving, but not put out any effort to save it up? Or, again, or do you need more time off water to prep? Different strategies.
Yeah, it's
all a big experiment.
It's interesting.
And we did, the chat did decide you should have interviews with all of them afterwards to try to follow up and see what they thought. Yeah,
quite gladly. I think that's an excellent idea. I'm just gonna, KT, do you want to give us a monologue for 5 minutes? I just got to post links everywhere again, so that people on Instagram and Facebook know where to find us now.
Okay.
Give us your thoughts on the first. Oh, you're halfway through dinner? Sorry.
Well, I wanted something healthy. I really wanted a salad, but it's really not a good thing to eat while you're trying to talk on the microphone. People don't need to hear me chew, or anybody chew for that matter. Salads are noisy. Yeah, go ahead. You're going to do some posting. Good idea. I need to find it again so I can see if there's any comments or questions I need to stay on top of. So let me do a quick.
The comments are rolling through again.
They are. Okay, good. Post. Share. Okay, I think I found it. How do you get to comments? I haven't used, have you used YouTube Live very often as your base, like we're doing right now?
We all just rely on Facebook Live for so long, but YouTube's actually much better. So I think we're officially moving to YouTube. It's hard because Sup Racer's got 50,000 followers on Facebook and maybe 500 or 1,000 on YouTube. So we kind of get stuck in, the audience is there, let's keep using Facebook, but YouTube's way better for this kind of thing. For one, Facebook's got that 8-hour limit, and YouTube is indefinite, presuming your Wi-Fi and internet stays on. But
yeah. Videos about, I can't figure out where to do comments. Come on.
Just close your YouTube app and reopen it, and it should by default go to comments.
No.
I'm trying to find the comments because he needs to go do some posting. So it's just something I have to tap here and I can't find it. 2 likes, 47 viewers, videos about. Shrinking it down instead of giving me what I need. It's showing me Seychelles interview. I'm sure it was good. That's not what I'm looking for right now. It's not live.
If you just click on that link I sent in WhatsApp, KT,
Yeah.
it should default to comments on.
There you go. Thank you. The link. When in doubt, do the link. It's me just staring down, looking at my phone. Tony Peters. Tony Peters did a great job. He was the last commenter. How you doing? Hope you're feeling okay. Go Iceps. Yeah. 3 out of 5.
Hey KT, while I'm taking a little technical break here.
Yeah.
Are you up for going to check out the camp and see what the support crew are up to?
Sure.
I'm curious if any of the support crew have slept.
I will ask that question if they're willing to talk. Any other questions you have while I'm there?
What's their strategy on food? Have they had to go to the shop and buy more? It's a day and a half. Did they bring enough food?
I will go ask.
Thank you, KT. Holding down the fort. 14 hours straight, Kristen has been on the stream.
Not as long as yesterday, so I gotta beat my record.
That's
I'm
true.
not an athlete,
You got a
but I
couple
gotta
more
try to
hours.
beat my record.
What did you do yesterday? 16 and a half?
I think because we started at 7 and 9 o'clock we started streaming yesterday. Got to bed
went
at
to
I got to
midnight.
bed before 9. Yeah,
Okay.
got to 9.
Well, I'm ready for the second graveyard shift, so anytime you want to hit the hotel. Okay, Bobby Johnson's crew.
Here's camp number 1. How are you doing?
Welcome.
This is Bobby's camp.
We're doing good.
So we were wondering if you guys have slept because it seems like you just have a lot of people here all the time.
Yeah, we haven't really been wise about trading off. No one has come up. No one wants to miss anything.
So you guys haven't slept at all? Or have you
No, I've
slept?
had
2 hours.
2, almost 3 hours.
Wow. Got that? Hour, 2 or 3 hours?
2 hours.
So no, they have not slept a lot.
Wow.
Impressive. And then how about food? I mean, you guys sure
we
look
have lots of
prepared.
food.
Food's not an issue. Yeah. In fact, thank you. I heard you shared with another paddler and it made all the difference, it sounds like.
Yeah, we could probably keep that a little.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're not supposed to?
No.
Sorry.
No.
Oh,
We did share.
We did share,
We
yeah.
tried to make sure
oh maybe
that-
Bobby doesn't want to hear it.
No.
Or is it? Yeah.
No,
I'm-
we've been offering. Like even Paolo doesn't have any support, but he's really doesn't take up any offers of support for anything.
yeah.
So, and I think his nutrition is kind of locked down onto a certain.
I think he's a vegan. Somebody
Vegan?
told me. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Hi, you didn't scare you.
You didn't scare me. Hello. How many hours have you slept?
More than that.
But I'm here now. That's okay.
Yeah.
That is what counts. How about
It
you?
is.
How much sleep did you get?
I more than you guys. 4 hours last night. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I couldn't get back here because I don't have a car. So it took a while in the morning, and I was so frustrated. It's like I could have slept another half an hour instead of the Uber. There's just not enough Ubers around here, I guess. So, yeah, but somebody gave me a ride. So cool. So you didn't have to go by.
How kind of like
Hi. It's so amazing.
I know
Yes.
that it's sad and amazing at the same time.
That's not sad. What's sad about it?
There were a lot, and now there's like none.
Oh,
I mean, that's what we want ultimately.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole. I thought you meant just your camp.
Oh
Is
no,
looking
no,
amazing.
it's that this field is
Yes,
empty.
it is an empty field, and
It's
yes.
kinda nice, but then you can be obnoxious if you want.
But the Fantastic Five, the live stream, I don't know if you're watching the comments, but yes, I mean, these 5 people are committed.
Is that what
We
I
have-
was saying?
yeah.
Fantastic Five? I was shouting out, suckers. It's like, that's what they're calling us now? I'm like, suckers? Jumps?
All
Kind of like all 3, but we saw those bleachers or something, and then, or regular one, I'm like, got this nice little massage bed right here.
Yeah.
Here, you ready for
More
massage? Like,
Who's-
I'm handing
Is
out.
somebody sleeping in there right now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, we're
It's probably like a baby with the background noise. If we were to stop, it would be like, wait, what's wrong?
we're keeping it the whole camp alive.
Keeping the whole camp alive.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. I don't even see anybody else.
I don't either.
No,
Yeah.
we're pretty much it.
Okay. Right.
We are the party.
I can't believe that there isn't like supporters for all the people, but I think they came out of state or out of the country, right?
Yeah. So,
A little bit of a different story.
well, John Nippers is from Oklahoma, I believe, but he's on his own. But he has a friend. He found a friend, a local friend, right? Anyway,
Yeah,
he's
and
got
then a second kind of joined tonight.
Okay.
He's got some company.
He's got some company now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta be
Paolo,
honest.
nobody. Yeah. What, Chris? Oh, he's going to this.
They don't have a lot of downtime, so you know.
Do as much as you can. Short.
Yeah. But it is a really. Yeah, you guys have a routine. I love it.
I really just requiring massages at this point.
To the back of the use bonus.
Oh, the
Use
back
bonus
massage,
over here.
Back
His
is
whole
good.
left side is like 2 inches higher than his right. But he's equal.
Well, I think
he's
because
paddling
his
equal,
left
right?
foot is bothering him, so he's probably compensating.
Yeah.
You know, by adjusting his weight.
Wow. So
So if the other
these
two just
huge
quit-
long paddles that he's done, they don't have the same kind of setup, right? So
No,
has there
nothing.
been,
No,
have you guys been able to be crew for him, or is
we
it?
just crewed
the
on
140,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Missouri
the
140.
Missouri 140,
And-
and it was such a fast race that we were driving the car, racing him.
Wow.
It was that fast.
Yeah.
The water
To
levels
try
were
to-
really high.
Trying to
Yeah.
get to the next place
Yes,
to, yeah.
trying to beat up with him and get there.
The organizers weren't even in place when we get to a checkpoint.
Oh, wow.
All of the racers were moving that fast, but we had a portage him around dams. He had a portage himself. We just put him there.
Yeah.
And, yeah. So no sleep then either.
So this is unique for you guys too. I mean, I
That's
think
why
it's,
he has so much support here.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and it's our home state.
Yeah, let's hear. Yeah. Well, you guys just live a couple hours north, right? Most of
Just
you.
an
Yeah.
hour north.
Yeah. Nice.
We brought the whole house.
Yeah. Well, it's so cool to have you. And I think you're setting all these people who are watching the feed and everything. Okay, this is how it's
Someone
done.
said yesterday
good.
that they thought we had chefs over here.
Oh, you're gonna
It feels
chef
like
on
it,
the
yeah.
side.
California
Chef
Pizza
here.
Kitchen counts, Five Guy Burgers or whatever it's called.
All that good stuff.
Masseuse.
Yeah, masseuses and chefs.
I
Well,
mean,
we
that's
do have
pretty
a masseuse.
important, except I have to make sure I'm
And
not
whatever
going
that-
in
what's
the
that thing called? A Theragun?
Everyone had
Or-
this thing.
Yeah,
I
but
thought
I,
we were like ingenious to bring it, and like that it was just like, all
Not
yeah,
everybody
nope,
does.
Every single
I-
one here has it.
well, I thought it was ingenious. Do they really all have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Goran have it? Okay, he's the only one. That's because he,
Came from Sweden.
yeah.
A long
They
way.
might have thought it looked like a gun on our way over.
Yeah.
Although Paolo has one. So
Oh, he does. That's yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. What's brought?
yeah. So now you know that that's
Like,
probably top
bending
priority.
himself in half to try to do it to himself, and we're like,
I
"Oh,
bet
somebody
if
needs
we
to help
offered, he
him."
would have still said no.
Yeah, he's
He's trying to follow the whole all by himself thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
doing a really good job.
Yeah.
He's doing an amazing job.
Very
Scary.
impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's younger by a lot than
Yeah.
we figured. He's 31.
Yeah.
Oh,
The average age of this group is 45 that's left.
Right.
2 are in their 50s, 2 in their 40s, and one in their 30s.
Yeah.
30, but early 30s.
want to be young.
He has by far been on a stand-up paddleboard longer than anybody because he's been a top racer for well over a decade.
Yeah.
I think the ultra thing is new. I guess he does ultra runs, and so he's gotten really into it. He's the one who found it himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could tell he's amazing and he's fast. He knows what he's doing
Yeah.
on that board. So
And wife is at home with the 10-month-old, but she's supportive. She's a top world racer too in stand up.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So both of them, I think they met through when they were
Yeah.
teenagers or early 20s or something.
Where are they based out of?
They're based out of Italy. But I think she's Spanish though. I think they live in Italy. He's Italian. Mhm.
We wish him the best. Just not to win.
Yeah. Well, this is
He could be a
I'm-
runner up. That's fine.
all 5 that are still in it. I'm just, wow.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Well,
Only
Ho-
one can be standing.
hopefully dramatic things won't happen. Although I think probably you're hoping dramatic things happen. That's what
I'm just gonna keep it all.
Bobby was like. Yeah. What happens, happens.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Well, thanks for chatting.
If you need anything,
Bye, guys.
we probably got what
Thank you.
need.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I got wings.
Righty. What do you guys think? The Bobby camp. It's a busy place. Switch back out of this. Okay. Still got folks. So we are at, oh yeah, I should show this. The timer. 24 minutes after. I think we're about at 40 for the first paddler these days. At 40 minutes. So super interesting to see the Bobby camp.
Thanks for the tour, KT. Now you're muted.
Pretty empty in the Bobby camp. No, I'm sorry, not the Bobby camp, the rest of the camp. But there's still people in Bobby's camp. So, and as you heard, they are not sleeping.
That's impressive. They'd
Yeah,
had no more than an
I was
hour or two each.
surprised, especially with so many people. You'd think of only, anyway, there's
Caught
enough.
up in the excitement of Last Paddler.
So much excitement.
So I'm still going through and updating links and posts
Cool.
everywhere.
People are finding it. I also, Greg got a couple of text messages, but I think people are finding it now.
I'm just going to do one big post on Facebook to send everyone else over. Yes, just getting ready for the graveyard shift. I was a little worried when I woke up this morning. The voice was, I couldn't talk.
Uh-oh.
But I had another cup of ginger tea and honey. John and Jess over there in California, they've been giving me medical advice all through the graveyard shift last night.
Your new best buddies.
They're looking after me.
Okay, cool. So you just did a post on Instagram, right? That I should share?
Yes, the most recent story there has the new live link.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get that posted.
So
26 minutes after the hour. We are
what's it like at the
on.
park? Is the park empty now? Is everyone gone home except...
Very quiet tonight, especially after both Friday and Saturday night having these wild parties and all kinds of things happening.
Yeah, it seems like a ghost town now. Late Sunday evening in Sarasota. I'm curious how it's going to look Monday morning. Is everyone turning up tomorrow morning to train and work?
Don't
there
know. That's a really good
is
question.
there a big rowing training crew
We
show up?
haven't seen the rowing. I don't know if they're staying away because Greg rented the the place, and that's more a water. There were a few people on the water today, but they were staying on the inside in outriggers. Not so I haven't seen any rowing, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. We don't go out on the whole course every time, so could be happening out there. There's so many people exercise around here. Like people come to run up and down the stairs.
It's a multi-purpose
But
park.
I don't know if that's more of a weekend thing or if we'll
It's
see
got something
people
for
coming
everyone
to do
at Nathan Benderson Park. KT,
something for everyone.
should we play the corporate video again? One more time?
Yeah, you should play
Just
that
for those,
video.
if
again.
you've just joined us after 37 hours and you've missed our lovely Nathan Benderson Park promo that I've been filling the gaps with. I'm going to play it one more time. Why not? This lady's voice is oddly soothing sometimes and then oddly irritating at others, depending on which hour of the night I'm playing this promo. Here we go. Have a dinner break, KT. We got 10 minutes till the paddlers come in. Welcome to a little place called Nathan Benderson Park.
What started as a borrow pit in 1970 to build up the foundation for Interstate 75 is now an internationally known world-class rowing venue and your community park. Situated just west of I-75 in Sarasota is Nathan Benderson Park. 600 acres of public land providing access to a 400-acre lake and an exciting world of recreational pursuits. The 2017 World Rowing Championships brought more than 42,000 international spectators to the venue to watch elite athletes from 68 countries compete on the 2,000-meter World Rowing Federation Class A course. But Nathan Benderson Park isn't just home to international events. The park is open to the public year-round, and there's something for everyone. Enjoy a walk, jog, or ride on the 3.5-mile loop around the lake. The park is dog-friendly, so bring your four-legged friends along on their leashes. Use the boat launch to take to the water with your canoe, rowboat, kayak, or stand-up paddleboard. Rental equipment is available. Bring the kids out to have some fun on the playground and stick around for a picnic under the pavilion. Take advantage of one of the many programs at the park, ranging from fitness classes to remote control boating. Or maybe Nathan Benderson Park is the place for your next private, corporate, or organizational event. The park can accommodate everything from boat races to walks or runs to children's birthday parties. Nathan Benderson Park is located at 5851 Nathan Benderson Circle in Sarasota. The park is open from 6 a.m. to 8
I think you can
p.m.
wrap up
April
there.
through October and 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. November
6
through
a.m. to
March.
6
For
p.m.
more information and
That's
event
a bit of a joke. Last paddlers there 24/7 this weekend. Nathan Benderson Park. It's going to be a name we hear a lot in the next couple of years, KT. There's some big events here. There's a World Cup in October, I believe. World Championships in 2024. Greg's already confirmed Last Paddler is returning to Nathan Benderson in 12 months, more or less from today. And if you missed our interview with him earlier, entries for the 2023 Last Paddler Standing open on the 1st of January. All of you in the chat who've been getting excited watching this epic odyssey and have considered joining, you've got basically 27 days to either psych yourself in or out, because I suspect it's going to actually fill up pretty quick next year. I know Greg was talking about a 50 or 60 paddler limit, and I suspect that will fill up straight away. So if you are considering it, you've basically got 3.5 weeks to decide how many laps you could stay standing for. And even if you don't have to, I mean, we're into the deep end of the race now, lap 37 with the Fab 5. Even if you're looking at that feeling a little intimidated, don't worry about where the race is at now. I mean, we had paddlers on laps 3, 4, and 5 retiring, and that was a respectable effort for each of those. I mean, we had our first paddler to retire. This was his first race. So don't think you need to be some Bobby Johnson mythical character to enter Last Paddler Standing. What I like about it is that it doesn't matter. It's not just about who wins. It's there's all these personal challenges. I mean, my favorite finisher so far has been Brian, who was he really wanted that 18-hour goal, and he made it. and he was pretty stoked. He was just cracking beers there at during the graveyard shift. He was happy. What was that? It would have been 3 a.m. that he finished. So, 18 hours. We started at 9 a.m. That's right. So, yeah, he finished at 3 a.m., had a few beers, and he was happy. So you don't have to paddle for 48 hours straight to enter Last Paddler Standing. You're probably going to have to paddle for 48 hours or more if you want to win Last Paddler Standing, because the way it's looking now, I don't think these 5 guys are going to stop before their 48-hour mark.
I think we're going to see it.
There's probably some of them that are just hanging on, and that's the big carrot. They just want to reach 48 hours, and then they'll see if they've got a second or third or fourth wind, or if that's it. Because I suspect once it gets to 48 hours and we do that loop of death and the pace picks up, it'll break. It'll break a couple of them. And who knows, it might not be the ones we think. Maybe we've talked a lot about Paolo being ready for the loop of death because he's such a fast, accomplished short course paddler.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe he's so focused on that he'll psych himself out, and Alex or John, one of the dark horses, will just scoot through. It's going to be interesting to see. What time will it be? The 48 hour. Well, 9 a.m. right? 9 a.m. Monday morning.
9 a.m.
So midnight tonight for me. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping tonight by the looks of that, because all the action is going to be happening around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Aussie time.
Maybe I could try to come earlier so you could go take at least a little hour or two.
I don't dare go to sleep when the loops of death begin, because that's
no,
the race
but do you want to
begins for
sleep
these guys.
like a couple hours before that, though, maybe?
I might try and take a little power nap during the graveyard shift, but we'll see. Feeling pretty good. I've got my honey and ginger tea, fresh mint from our veggie garden outside.
Oh, you're farming already. Yay.
Oh, I've gone full farmer mode. I can't wait to buy some land and retire. This is my dream now. I just want acres and acres of vegetables. It was a COVID thing. I built my own like planter box out on the big veranda here, and over the next year it basically took over the whole space. It's a very big veranda veggie garden. But now we've run out of room, so we keep talking about getting some little plot of land out in the country and building a little cabin.
Yes, you don't have to retire. You can still do this, do your new wave, and still have amazing veggies.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be retiring anytime soon. Every time I think about it, someone like Greg puts on a race like this, and I get really excited again.
Good. We need you and want you to stay excited. You help these things expand.
Well,
Making it happen.
It's definitely a team effort, KT. You've been holding down the fort for 13 hours straight now.
I wouldn't be here if I didn't know you.
Well, that's true. Speaking of the Battle of the Paddle, that's another legacy of the BOP, our friendship. I came over for I think it was the 2012 was when
Did I meet you that first year? Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the first year Sup Racer did the BOP. And I don't think I did it before Sup Racer was there covering it. So yeah, I think 2012 was my first, and that's when we met. You had one of the very first Sup Racer hats.
Good time.
Remember that? You've still got it, right?
I still have it. I have that original.
Collector's item.
I did ask Brandy if she had Boss Lady. Is that
Boss
what it
Lady?
is?
How did Brandy end up with the Boss Lady Sup Racer hat? I forget that story, but yes, Brandy was Boss Lady in those early years. Brandy Baxick, one of the OG paddlers. She's still doing outrigger, I believe.
Oh yeah, and she's really good.
Hey, we're at 30. We're at 37 minutes.
Oops, so we should be seeing someone coming around.
Someone come around the corner?
It's hard to see, like right here in this view, you don't see, but it is so gorgeous. The water is absolutely flat. It's wild to think that just a few hours ago, how windy it was.
Mm.
Do we have any headlamps yet?
Goran is not happy right now, is what you're saying? There's no wind and it's dark.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He did say that. That's so funny.
He likes the Yeah, I can't understand that guy. He's from Sweden, but he likes the warm
John
daylight
Nipper's
hours.
exact opposite. He was really struggling in that windy hot at the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hour, but was just trying to make it to dark because he knew he would be energized again by the dark.
So John's another night owl.
Yes. And he is a night owl, actually. If you look at his Facebook, you will see lots of pictures of him at night with the paddling at night with the dogs.
Just reading the comments here, folks. Good to see everyone jumping back on. We're still missing a few of the regulars. I got to keep sharing a few.
Oh yeah,
more, but,
Mark Athanasio, who we've been talking to a lot, who's on here. He's a local Florida. He met you at Quick Blade in 2012, right
Yes.
before the BOP.
I remember that, Mark.
He's a California and Florida. We claim him also, and he comes out to his home. Andre Shakas. It's definitely Somoano. Are you supposed to say that differently? He spells it differently.
Parker's hair is going to be as long as KT's by the time this is done. That's,
Adam.
That's a scary thought.
His beard? That's his hair right there.
That's yeah. I mean, what if we get to the loops of death and everyone's like, oh yeah, this pace is fine, and we just go for another 24 hours?
But most of them are not keeping the pace because there he is. They would need to be in now, right?
Oh yeah, they can't be on this pace. Everyone's got to be sub 40. Basically, you've got to be
What
under
they
40
need to
minutes
do.
to be on the loop of death pace.
Right. So nobody's coming in like this loop under 40 minutes.
No one's on loop of death pace at the moment. Only a few people have
No.
done sub 40. But I'm curious if we get there
So
and they're
that's-
suddenly feeling, oh, I can go 5 mile an hour pace. This is easy.
Yeah.
We're all
Maybe.
expecting this
That's
big
my
climactic
question
conclusion
after-
in laps 49 and 50, but
Yeah.
we could be still here in lap 70.
So much speculating. Can you, after 48 hours, actually turn it on to a speed that would be easy for you if you hadn't paddled for 48 hours? That's my big question.
Yeah, I think the
Will
change
they
in
can
tempo
be.
is going to mess with a few people because they're so comfortable in this rhythm.
Mhm.
But Paolo and Bobby were doing a few laps under 40, around the 39, 40. Most of the other guys
Yeah,
that are left have
they're-
been comfortably between 45 and 50. So Paolo and Bobby have kind of been showing, I don't know if it's for psychological purposes or what, for themselves or for the others, to say, yeah, I can handle that pace. Can you?
Yeah. Oop. Get away from here. That hurts.
We've got Inception, Kristen.
Wow.
There's levels. How many Kristens are there? There's got to be more than one because she's been commentating all day, all weekend. It can't be the same person. This is a superhuman performance, KT.
I got a little sleep. Yeah, now I think you need to call Jacko and Angie and have them come over.
I was actually thinking when Kelly rocked up, I got to message Jacko and tell him when he's
Yeah.
finished work today.
I
when
need
they close
another
the
guest.
factory, come in for some guest words. That'll be proper
Yeah.
graveyard shift time.
We're
What is it?
upper graveyard
We're
shift.
2 hours from the graveyard shift. I'm going to bring that graphic back on screen. My favorite, the graveyard. And who we got,
Here
KT?
comes Paolo.
Wow, look at that board.
Yeah,
It really does look like a hardboard.
it looks like a hardboard, but it's an inflatable, right, Paolo?
Yeah, Paolo.
Well done.
Looking good, mate.
Hey Chris,
How's it going?
a little sleepy at the moment.
Are you excited about the nighttime hours? Do you prefer it at night?
Yeah. Less heat, glassy.
Yeah, he's just
He's-
a little sleep.
Are you
Yeah.
still getting a few minutes power nap every lap?
Yeah, I'm going now.
Power
Alright.
nap time.
Go lay down, mate. You're doing great.
Yeah.
right, Paolo Marconi. Can you just look at that board a bit closer? What's the story?
It's not pintail, but not a wide tail. Oops, can you see the whole thing? It's
Have you got
kind
the
of dark.
width? Has it got the width on there? I'm curious.
Probably, but it definitely it has an interesting nose. Like, I don't know if I can get the side.
Oh yeah, it's got the little.
Yeah. So that's one of the pieces to me that makes it look like it's not. It's called Air Race.
What's that number on the back there?
Does it say?
Just 14.
It says 14. I can't see a width.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a solid board. Who's that? Is that Alex? Who we got?
Alex. Flying fish. Alex is here.
Alex, looking good, mate.
Only the second fishy. He is looking good.
Picking that. Yeah. And then I had caffeine. Perfect plan. Thank you, Greg.
Glad you're feeling better, but that was all Steven, and I must give credit where credit is due. As I learned.
This is great. This is great. Only test.
Trust me.
Really good.
I learned.
Hey, Alex,
This is Chris Parker.
Chris,
you got a few fans in the
You're
chat.
looking really good, man.
You're looking fantastic, mate.
Oh, there you are.
There he is. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're
that.
getting lots of support in the chat. I know Andre Chagas is giving you lots
That's
of
my
shout
boy.
outs.
That's a good guy. He's my
Yeah.
brother.
Yep. He spelled your name differently. I think we're supposed to say Somano.
Oh, stop. He's Brazilian. He's
Okay.
in the spirit, you know?
In
We
the
got a
spirit.
big game coming up.
All right.
All right, guys.
Good luck. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alex looks fresher than anyone.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like last lap maybe he wasn't
Bobby!
feeling, and he was thanking them for caffeine and what else did he say? And a nap.
Who we got coming in here? Bobby and
John Nippers.
Johnny
Bobby
Boy
Johnson. John. Woo!
Welcome back.
Amazing, you guys.
on that 17-foot inflatable. That is a good looking board.
Yeah.
So these boys are on 45 minutes, nice comfortable pace, playing it
Yeah.
smart. A good balance of rest.
My eyes are so bad. I'm sorry.
The lips.
Mom's getting turned around. Bobby's got a wet towel. Crew helping.
Sorry, I didn't know that was y'all. Thank you.
Looking good, man.
Looking really good and smiling. Hey, Josette and Eddie want you to know how much you inspire them. In fact, I don't know. Have you told them anything?
Thank you. Josette,
And Eddie, her husband?
Ed, Josette, Josie, I love y'all, and I just appreciate your support.
Do you know how far their support is going? Have you told them? Yes.
Yeah. No.
Wow. The board. You inspire them and they're getting you a board.
Oh, man.
Yes. The board you want, the 14, you must have talked to them.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. So they got it all figured out because it's here in Florida somewhere. I guess. Yeah. Pretty amazing, huh? I know you're half delirious and that's a
Yeah.
hard time to take that, but I hope you get that energy from them that they've sent you.
Thank you, Josie.
Yeah.
That's,
Wow.
yeah.
Go rest. I didn't know if I told them or not. Isn't that amazing?
That's very cool.
And that came out in the chat. I mean, they presented it there and said, we are so inspired by John Nippers. We want to get it.
Very
Super
awesome.
cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Goran. How do I say it right, Christopher?
You're on.
Goran.
My favorite
That's pretty
spicy
good.
sweet.
Woo!
Yeah, mate. Go, Göran. Hur är läget?
This is more than a race, Chris.
You're not
More
wrong
than a
there, buddy.
race.
Yeah, there's a good organizer.
Yeah?
There's a good crew. There's a bunch of nice people up there that help each other. So it's more than a race, Chris.
Absolutely.
Like we say.
I love it, mate.
This is
Love it.
I look forward to being there with you next year, buddy.
Thanks.
More than a race. That was actually Göran's quote. We interviewed him one year in the 11 Cities live show after one of the stages. And I think it was Göran that came up with the tagline, "It's more than a race," which we've kind of
More than a race. I haven't heard
run
that
with
before.
it when we talk
I
about
like
the
it.
ultras. It's the unofficial
More than a
tagline
race.
of the ultras.
He's
Because
saying the distance races because it is more. There's so much more to it. It's not just a show up and do a race. Agree.
it's more than a race. Wow, I'm really big on the screen all of a sudden. Come back, KT. We don't need this much of a close-up of a very tired sub racer. Don't make me play that promo video again. There she is.
No, I'm so good. I'm still loving the salad. I just can't chew while talking.
Did we lose
So
the laptop?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe you can give me some advice, but it says I'm offline.
I think the Wi-Fi is not great.
anytime.
Ask if the guys there can set you up a personal hotspot on a phone or on your phone, if you know how to do that.
Well, then I can't do anything else with it, right? Or can I do what I just did?
Yeah, you
with
can
my
still.
phone?
You
Even
won't
if it's
notice any
hotspot?
difference.
Okay, let me see. Who's a non-Mac user? Any of you?
You
you
just
help?
need to set up a hotspot on your phone, and then
Yeah.
you connect to the
But
Wi-Fi.
I don't even know where. Let's see. Usually I would find it at the top, but I'd find it at the bottom, right? Speakers. Which one's Wi-Fi? This one maybe. We're having internet problems, so he's suggesting a hotspot for this.
Just go into the settings on your phone, and under
Trying to make
Wi-Fi
this-
or connections, you'll see
Yeah, I think it's
personal
probably available. Except, don't I have to?
Person.
hotspot. Okay, we're gonna let KT
Yeah.
set up this. Why don't we show a different angle of Nathan Benderson Park? I got a few little promo videos here I found on YouTube. Let's show this one. If you're a little peek into where we are, this is Nathan Benderson Park. Just imagine these images, but really dark, and that's what's happening in the race right now. The beautiful sights of Nathan Benderson Park. What a great spot. Big shout out to Mr. Nathan Benderson. He built this by hand himself in the 70s, Nathan Benderson. Just one guy with a shovel dug the whole lake. KT, how's it looking? Where's the microphone? Grab the mic.
Are you still showing a video?
No, we're back. We showed the Nathan Benderson
We're back.
little promo.
Hey, we got some great trivia about Nathan Benderson Park while you were sleeping. 2011, there was a stand-up paddle race here. Mark Athanasio. Yeah. Brody Welty put on a race here. It wasn't yet the whole park. He said it was just
Still
kind of a
building
rocky pit.
Wow.
So I think, It was when it was being built in some form. But we have to find out now. Greg's like, I wonder what kind of race it was if there wasn't that much here. So, Mark, I don't know if you're still on, but what was that race in 2011 that Brody put on? Maybe I'll find out for you. But that's an early history race, and in this park that now we thought was new to me. I thought, but I guess not brand new to everybody. Some of those early, very early paddlers.
Yeah, which one was that?
We have already had
there was a lot of old sup races there. Florida has been part of the sport since the beginning. I remember the old Orange Bowl was a big deal.
Oh, I used to have so much fun there because we actually went to Surf Expo, to our trade show that was in Orlando, and then everybody would migrate down that way.
Yeah.
It was very urban. It started in this like shopping mall area that had water access in the middle of it. So music was always blaring, and you had to like figure out how to get into the water.
Angie Jackson on the live stream.
Yeah.
Hey, Angie.
Yes.
If you guys aren't busy later, do you want to come around and commentate to give my voice a rest during the graveyard shift? You and Jacko on the mic. Come on.
Come on over.
ICF 2024 is at this location that I just showed the little promo for. Where we are, Nathan Benison Park.
And Angie, there's actually one next year, besides, of course, this last Paddler Standing. There's an ICF Sub Cup in 23, probably October. And then there's an ICF World Championship in 24. Have no idea what month that one will be. Mark, thank you. It was a 6-mile sup race put on by Brody and YOLO boards. Do you remember that board company?
I remember YOLO.
We do here in the U.S., but I don't know if they were ever very international. You only live once. YOLO.
YOLO. They were really big for a few years there.
Yeah. They're at the Florida Busy Mate training and walking home from the warehouse.
You're walking home, Angie?
Hey, it's almost summer in Australia.
That's quite a long walk.
Is it a long way?
Training. I got to get back on the water with you guys. Ange. I think I'm going to start training for Last Paddler now, KT. What do you reckon? Are we both going to do it next year? I think we can make it quite literally Last Commentator Standing. Just me, you, and Mason, a little competition. Judging from my performance on the first night, I'll last about 3 or 4 hours, and I'll be sleeping. So you guys won't have much competition.
I just don't know how. Yeah,
I'd seriously consider doing this. I think it would be fun. How about you?
I think it would be very interesting. I don't have quite the idea of fun that you do. I don't think.
Interesting is a very polite way of saying it sounds like sounds like torture.
Is it going to be this second weekend or whatever this is, or this is the first weekend of December, or is he considering a different weekend?
I don't think he's picked a weekend, but he said roughly the same time. It'll be December. Maybe a week or two later, because I know. Key West will move next year, presumably.
Yeah, Key West is moving back to May. I did interview
Paris
her.
Is on. I don't know how many of the Paris crew would come over here, but maybe a week or two later. We'll see. I mean, it's entirely up to Greg in the park, obviously. Don't listen to me, but...
yeah. I think 2 weeks later. Although that's kind of getting close to Christmas, but... There's already a race in Tampa that's pretty well loved. Not an ultra, but it's a 8th annual at Urban Kai.
Ah, yes. Someone was saying about that they were the
King and Queen
race. Well, they were going to that race and then getting back on the live stream. Hey, KT, that's 57 minutes past the hour. You seeing any movement?
On. Nothing.
It
seems boards and they're not moving themselves.
Nobody's close to retiring. I don't know if anyone's going to drop before 48.
That would be impressive.
It could be. I know Greg's got a doctor or someone, a medic there on hand, and he basically said it might get to the point where the medic decides someone can't continue safely. So there could be a very dramatic moment where somebody literally can't even stand up, but they refuse to quit, and they just get
Yeah.
dragged by the medic.
He did. He definitely went over that at the meeting and said, "Hey, we understand in advance that this might be difficult, but you will stop if we tell you you have to stop."
Yeah.
Hopefully, they won't have to hold anybody down or anything. But yes,
That
no, I
would
don't
be,
expect that.
That would be quite dramatic. What's the whistle for? Is that the 2-minute whistle?
2 minutes exactly. That's the 2-minute whistle.
They really max out their brakes. It's not like anyone's nervously waiting by the water's edge. They're with seconds to go. They wander into the start area.
Yep, absolutely.
They've got their brakes down. They must have their brakes down to just an exact science after 36 attempts. They must have each second mapped out in their mind before they even get off the water. I'm always grateful when they come and chat with us because they're probably not able to eat as much after they do an interview with us because it's well, not everyone's sleeping, but if it's Paolo, he's got to eat, drink, sleep, go to the bathroom, zen out for a minute, and then get back on the water. Are they doing toilet breaks every lap? Have you noticed everyone running off?
Only a couple times have I seen people run like I need to go right now. But there's actually really nice bathroom facilities, lots of stalls, so it would never be a problem like that somebody's in the bathroom and you're waiting in line or something. That would be. We're lucky we have that. I would hate them to have porta potties or something inky, for something like this.
It would. Yeah, it's a very. It's something that's not really mentioned, but managing your toilet breaks is really important in the ultras. Mm-hmm. I know from awkward first-hand experience on the Yukon that Bart gave me the advice. He's like, train your body before, during the break, and after.
Wow, interesting. Train your body.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Is that someone rocking up last minute there? Is that one of the support?
Yes, it was.
Is that Alex?
Uh-huh.
Yes, Alex just maxing out the time to perfection. None of them seem to be in a hurry. Once again, the most leisurely start of a race imaginable. Yeah, they're really just cruising, huh? Oh, nice.
Nice
Good
bud.
action from Alex there. He must have heard our chat about the Battle of the Paddle. He's doing a full beach start. The run and jump and glide.
Pushing the limit, though, that is by far the latest start I've seen. He was almost 30 seconds getting his feet off the sand past the start. 20 seconds, I guess.
Oh, you got to be on the water.
Which sounds like nothing, but he's supposed to be in the water within 10 seconds.
Okay.
But he did, he hopped over the rope right when he said one. So he did get into the space.
John Nippers, I love that moment when you told him they were getting him aboard. I'm curious, will that give him a second wind or third, fourth, fifth wind? And he's just like, all right, now, I got support behind me. Get a new burst of energy, or will it be so emotional that he just kind of breaks?
No, I think it will help him. He had a tough, as I mentioned, a couple hours right before you rejoined us. Those windy, hotter hours. It dropped so quickly though. It cooled down here in December. Is also
we're losing you there, KT. The last internet standing. Yeah,
I wonder.
Did you figure out the hotspot?
Yeah, so it's on my phone now.
Okay.
Do you have to have it at a certain place or something?
Oh, it might have just been because you walked away and came back and it was reconnecting.
Maybe I can't walk away with it.
You can walk away because we'll have your
probably.
camera view, but Yeah, once you come back, it just takes a second to remind itself. Or it may have disconnected. Just check your Wi-Fi on your laptop, who it's connected to. Johnny Nippers, Jennifer's saying, John won't stop. I don't think any of these 5 are going to stop. They've only got 10 laps to go, and the Magic 48. It's been 12 laps now. This is the 12th lap of the group, the Fab 5. They've, what's 12 laps? That's 40 miles. They're going to have done 40 miles together as the Fab 5.
Wow.
Why stop now?
That is
You've
wild.
only got to go another 33 miles and you're at the Magic 48. You can't go this far and not experience at least one loop of death. That's the
loop of death. You make it sound so fun.
I forget who came up with that. It has to have been one of the Veronicas in the chat last night. But yeah, we're officially naming it the loop of death.
Well, I know Veronica Wold B, who is up with you. She's an ER nurse, so I don't know if she's at work. Or did she say?
I'm not sure. There was 2 Veronicas on there that were very chatty. At one point, they were just chatting amongst themselves, debating whether it was better, whether the sunrise was a positive or a negative. They took opposing views. If you ask Goran, the sunrise is definitely a positive. I think if you asked some of the other guys, maybe Bobby and Paolo, they'd say they'd like it to just be dark the whole time.
Yeah. Well, Veronica Wold V, who lives by me, who's the ER nurse, was talking about circadian rhythms. So that's that Veronica. I think she's the one who, or she's calling it the loop of death, or did very recently. So I think she might have been the one who named it. And then maybe Veronica Sosa, was that the other one?
That was
from Austin, Texas.
I recognize that name. She was chatting to us about the Texas Water Safari and telling us how Johnny Nippers is actually a very accomplished ultra paddler. He's done the MR340. And I believe he's also done the Texas Water Safari. So John did the MR340 on a SUP, which is, if you're familiar with the MR340, it's the Missouri River 340 miler. It's insane. Bart said that was the hardest race he's ever done. Bart Dejwart.
Wow.
And he's kind of the authority on ultras in the SUP world. It was something like 35 degrees Celsius, which is like almost 100 in Fahrenheit when they did it. They just had to stop every 5 minutes and fill their hat full of water and put it over their head.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
It was an intense race. I don't know if it's that hot every year, but he said when he did it, it was one of the hardest things he's ever done. And he's done a lot of hard things. So that's really saying something.
Is Bart still on his long adventure?
He's on
sailing
Permanent Adventures
boats around the
now.
world?
It's his new business.
Yeah.
They sold the shop on Maui, and I think they invested in some kind of big, beautiful catamaran, and they just take people on tours around exotic, faraway locations. I messaged him once. He was in Cape Verde. Then I talked to him again. He was in the Maldives, and the next month he was like in the Bahamas or something. It was. They actually sailed around the world for a few years, 20 years ago. So he's a very accomplished sailor. Bart Dejwart, if you don't know who we're rambling on about, is the king of the ultras in the stand-up paddle world. He pioneered the 11 City Tour. He's won that 4 times. He's won the Yukon River Quest 3 or 4 times. And until this year, he'd actually never lost the Yukon. No one else had won it on a stand-up paddleboard in the men's division.
Oh, really?
Until Lincoln came and took it, and took his title by a long way. Bart wasn't there, but the way Lincoln was paddling, I don't think anyone was catching Lincoln this year. And he's done the Yukon 1000, Bart Dejwart. He was going to do the original Alabama 650 in 2019, but something came up. He couldn't make it, and he's always said he wants to go and do Greg's other race, the Great Alabama 650. So I think we'll see Bart there one of these years. I'm very curious if Bart would like to do this race, or if he would he be interested or not. I might send him a message on Facebook now, see if he's awake.
That would be really interesting to know, because he is one of the all-time.
He's a legend.
Not just an OG, but he's a legend in the whole ultra thing. And he's, before you called it ultras, he's the one you should be checking with about, because he just seemed to know where everything was. I don't remember hearing about Greg's other race because I wasn't really in tune with that. But if I needed to go find out about it, he would be the one 10 years ago you would go ask. 5
Yes.
years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, the Alabama 650 only started in 2019, but yeah, you're right. Bart
Oh,
was
okay.
the
The new one.
Bart was the pioneer. He was an ultra athlete before the term even existed. He was the OG in the SUP world. Because obviously, canoe
Yeah.
ultras have been around for decades, but in the SUP world, it was just the 11 cities for the longest time.
But then he also was doing that independent type of thing, like Brendan Prince has done, the setting the record or whatever you want to call it, doing
He-
something new and long. What
He did.
of course, going around Denmark.
Yeah, Bart did.
There's a
and
few people doing.
He paddled the length of the Hawaiian island chains unsupported. It took 5 days from Big Island up to, I forget the name, the one off the top of Kauai there. It took him 5 days. He had a special armor attached, like an outrigger armor that he would attach to his board at night for stability, and he'd sleep on his board. He was basically paddled for a week out in the open ocean. This is wild open ocean. where you get
Wow.
40, 50
I don't
foot swells.
remember that one. That's crazy.
That was one of his first. That was a long time ago, like 2012. He was, that kind of set the tone. And then he's done a lot of similar things. He did the 11 city tour non-stop before that was an official event. He just did it. He paddled from Tahiti to Bora Bora, I believe. He paddled up and down the coast of Greenland. He's done some intense things in his life, Mr. Buttersworth. And interestingly,
I think he's going to really want to do this one.
Yeah, I'm
Don't you
curious.
think? It's just so different and interesting for someone who's checked off a whole bunch of boxes, Yeah, there's still other solo paddles he could do because he's
I'm
the
curious.
first at all these things.
I presume Bart would love this race, but it's a very different kind of ultra. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Because it's not... For some paddlers, and I think we saw it with Bobby, I feel like Bobby just wanted to keep paddling. He didn't like
Yeah.
the breaks. And I feel like Bart is on that mentality. He wouldn't like the breaks every hour. He'd feel more comfortable if this was a 48-hour... He'd happily do loops for 48 hours straight without getting off his board. But getting on and off your board, that was a sin in Bart's mind during the ultras, such as the Yukon.
Oh.
He was very adamant when he was kind of helping mentor me or just giving me advice so that I survived the Yukon, that you couldn't stop, never take a break on land. He said, just keep on paddling. And it's Euron's, the advice Euron's taken to heart. That's why he keeps pacing around in the breaks. He just says, I'm listening to Bart. He says, just, keep on moving. And yes, I'm curious if Bart would actually like this format or if it would drive him crazy because he has to stop every
Yeah,
hour.
okay. Oh, I'm really curious now. Well,
I'm
you
gonna
might not
send
get
him
an
a
answer
message.
in time, but it'd be great to know if you do. And if you announce it, if you do hear back from him in the middle of the night, I don't know where he is right now. Like you said, some island somewhere.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, Nippers. John Nippers did the Boundary Waters with Scott Bast. He's done a lot of them with Scott. If you've seen any, Scott makes great videos on his SIC. If you follow him, another guy who was supposed to originally do this, the crazy one with portages. Yeah,
Scott Bast is a legend of the ultra world. He's the only one
Yep.
who's done the Yukon 1000 standing up twice. He's he's next level. I actually met him. We were up there for the Yukon this year with Jimmy and the Quick Blade team, and the Yukon 1000 started a week later. And the day we were leaving town to drive back to California, just a short little drive, Scott had just arrived. So we had brekkie with Scott and his partner, and you wouldn't look at him and say, oh yeah, this guy's a top level ultra endurance paddler. He's just kind of regular middle-aged or a bit older. I think he's like late 50s or something, mid 50s. He's not young, but he just crushes it on the water. It's inspiring. It's kind of it's inspiring for someone like me. I'm 39 now, to know that in another 15, 20 years you can be still doing these extraordinary quests. It's good to know. I like that about the ultras. You look at some of the elite sup racing, and there's 16-year-olds like Shrimpy and from Japan, Duna from Spain, and the women's side. These teenagers are taking over. We saw it years ago with Connor Baxter and the Maui boys. It's very much a young athlete's game. if you're mid-30s, unless you're Kelly Margetts, he's built different. But it's really being dominated by the youth. Whereas you look at the ultras, and it's very much dominated at the other end of the spectrum, the older athletes who were, I think part of it is just because you have to be a bit wiser and a bit mentally tougher to do these. I think it's very difficult to go and do a Yukon if you're 16 years old. And I'm curious how it works physically. Like, why does your body respond well to ultra marathons when you're a bit older? Someone that knows how the body works. Maybe Mark, if you're still in the chat, he knows how the body works. I'm curious why in all sports, like you look at marathon, traditional marathon running, it's a lot of older athletes that set the records. So why does your body perform well in these really long distances? Because you'd think, surely, when you're younger, your body's going to be able to respond better to pushing it harder. But it seems like the sprints are the young person's game and the ultras are the slightly older athlete's game. So I'm curious. We're going to have to maybe do an article on Sup Racer, how it works with the body and mind, because I can appreciate it and witness it, but I don't know what's happening, why it's happening.
Why,
So, someone that knows how the body and mind works, I want them to explain it to us.
Interesting stuff. Well, both of the Veronicas that you were talking about are going to be in Sarasota next year.
I just see that
According
comment.
to B-World.
Excellent. V1 and V2. I like it. I forget which one was Veronica 1 and Veronica 2. I think Veronica Wald was on the stream for it. I don't want to say which one was there first. They've both been on all day during the graveyard shift. It was very entertaining. Tracy's got some ages. Yes, Tracy. We've been looking for this the whole time.
No, you missed it when you were asleep. We actually had a little
you actually found
contest.
What was the contest? See
I
who's the
have it
oldest?
written down
Who could
somewhere.
guess the
What's
ages?
the average of this Fab Five? What was the average age? So we did. Mason ran around and got all their ages.
Goran's 54?
Yeah, just turned. In fact, that's what we need to find out. Was it his birthday yesterday? Can you find out his birthday?
Baby face.
Said last Saturday was his birthday, but we don't know if that meant yesterday or the Saturday before. Somebody told us.
Okay, I'll go on
did
Facebook
that
and see who's
list
got
go?
it public. Yeah, I do recall when I interviewed him at the 11 Cities, I remember being shocked by his age. Back then he must have just turned 50, and we were all in awe that he looked like he's in his mid to late 30s or something. He's like, yeah, I'm 50. He's got that baby face.
Well, where did it go? But yeah, Tracy.
Not such a baby face now. He's looking a little ragged, as they all are. Except Alex. Alex looks fresh as a daisy. So Tracy's
on this
saying
last one, yeah, but not the
Goran's
one
54,
before.
Paolo's 31, Johnny Nippers is 50, Bobby's 44, 45, Alex in his late 40s. So basically everyone's in that kind of basically between 44 and 54. And then Paolo's the odd one out at
Alex
31.
is 47, yeah. 2 in their 50s, 2 in their 40s, and then Paolo's the young outlier at 31.
Interesting. Well, this could be a good test of our theory.
Alex is 47.
Okay, so we got
Bobby's 44.
44, 47, 50, and 54. And then Paolo way out on his own, 31.
31, yeah. Josh, who was earlier, he's 35.
Yes, Josh looks pretty young and healthy. Well, this will be a good test, KT. Is it going to be the youth or the wisdom? From 31 to 54.
Ooh.
I mean, Paolo's not really youth anymore. The kids winning the gold medals in Puerto Rico last month, Shrimpy was 16. So Paolo is a veteran as well now at the ripe old age of 31.
Who's 31? Belar?
Paolo.
Oh, Paolo, yes.
Yes.
He's 31.
But yes, speaking of Belar, Paolo is a veteran of the Euro Tour, and he's one of the stalwarts there.
So I guess Goran's going to have long hair by the end also. What's with all this hair growth?
There's been a lot of comments about how long everyone's hair is going to be. Yeah, I'm...
Body and the brain. That's right, Adam. Adam Tischler. We agree. Body and brain.
22,
Sure.
We're at almost 20 minutes past 10.
So Tracy's sharing there, and Patrick, she's 52, Patrick's 54.
52? Tracy's got a
I know, she looks great, huh?
Tracy's got a baby face as well. I would not have picked 52, Tracy. That's impressive. Actually, Patrick doesn't look 54 either. Paddling is good for your health, clearly.
People, it is. Of death, and I repeated it, Chris. Oh, so Jessica actually said, you said loop of death, and I repeated it, Chris. Veronica from Cali was working for 12 hours. I was at work yesterday.
Oh, did I? Did I come up with the name? I said a lot of things during the graveyard shift, KT. For those that were with us, it got a little weird.
The graveyard
we were pulling
shift.
out Greek mythology and some soliloquies and poetry and stories of the Black Sea in Florida. Nathan Benderson is the Black Sea of Florida, we decided at night. The murky waters, the distant shores.
Yeah.
All 2,000 meters. But
we're just hoping nobody bumps into a alligator. Or falls off. I mean, do they get that wobbly that they get out there and might have, I mean, is there a fall risk from
100%.
exhaustion?
I think I'd be surprised if someone, I think once they get to 48, they'll have to paddle a bit faster and there's less likely, but during the next 7 hours, 8 hours, I wouldn't be surprised if someone falls off from basically having a micro sleep where you just, you shut off for a split second and you lose your balance. Bart actually had this technique where he would sleep on his board, and in theory you could do that out here, like, you know, in the far corner you could crouch down, and if you're not paddling, technically you're not breaking the rules on paddling on your knees, right? So just crouch down and you just kind of hug yourself and try and sleep for 30 seconds.
Wow.
Bart had this whole technique. He'd get a big dry
30
bag.
seconds, really?
And he'd hug
That's
the dry
wild.
bag. He'd kind of kneel down, facing forward, and he found this mildly comfortable position. He said he could sleep for half a minute, and that'd give him an extra hour's energy. It was very refreshing. Well, the other one was just really simple things like splashing your face with water is quite effective. Some people in the Yukon told me they would dance on their board. They'd do a little dance, and that would keep them going. We were starting to move during the graveyard shift last night. We were swaying like a ship out there on the Black Sea, from side to side.
There was no music, right? Later.
No, I really wanted to start like this pirate radio station to fit in with the graveyard shift theme, but I'm paranoid that YouTube will kick us off if we play some copyright music. For about 2 hours straight, I couldn't stop thinking of the Clash song, The Magnificent Seven, because it was the Magnificent Seven on the water. So I was going insane wanting to hear Magnificent Seven, but I was too nervous to play it on the live stream. So I've heard stories of like channels being blacklisted for playing the copyright music on live streams.
That's really obnoxious.
So as soon as this stream's over, today or tomorrow or Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm just going to play the Clash on loop for a couple of days. So the Fab Five, still standing. Oh look, it's a very exciting time on the clock. It's 22, 22, 22. Oh, I love those numbers. Watch the screen there, KT. 22, 22, 22. There's got to be a name for those numbers that all line up. Or maybe I'm just...
11 I know is the lucky one. 11. 2156. I'll take a picture of it over here.
So, we're approaching the graveyard shift, folks. I don't think these 5 paddlers are going to stop. This could be a long graveyard shift. What's happening in the chat? Yes, Greg Wingo has achieved Greek god status. Adam Tischler, don't you ever stop long enough to start. Adam knows the clash. Oh yes, KT got the shot. Oh, can you send that to the WhatsApp group, please? I really, those numbers give me a feeling of zen. Adam, can you just sing the entire song of Magnificent Seven in the comments, please? It'll keep me going. We can do live chat karaoke. I think my favorite part of the Graveyard Shift was that my favorite part about this whole race is that we can speak a bit slower and calmer. I know in shorter races there's so much non-stop action that it's within 30 minutes you've lost your voice. So in Last Paddler, I feel like the commentary team has been pacing themselves.
I don't think you can put pictures in YouTube chat, can you?
Send to the WhatsApp group. No, you can't post pics on YouTube. Probably for the best. Because we've had a bit of spam in there. The stream was getting too popular earlier, and we had spam ads for like dating or something.
I know. It's really easy, though, to at least see them. They have all those emojis, and then they're repeated like 3 to 5 times.
Yes. It's we should take it as a compliment that our stream is like reaching out into the spam-worthy level of viewership. Actually, I was looking at the first stream before it cut out. We're up to 5,000 viewers. And there was actually several thousand more on Facebook at the beginning because the first 8 hours we were on both. So this stream is definitely getting out there. It's good to see a lot of interest in this race. For me, it's a really cool sign for the future of the sport that we'll always have those, the stock standard 5K, 10K, more straightforward types of racing. We need those. But I want to see more and more of these just batshit crazy races to push the boundaries and create new stories. Adam Tischler, once it gets to Loop of Death, we have to get back to horse race commentary style, KT. I'm going to have to eat a lot of honey and drink a lot of ginger tea. John and Jess, you might have to send us a care package before the Loop of Death starts.
Maybe I'll leave soon and try to come back early, like 5 or something, so you could nap before we get to the Loops of Death.
Yeah, why don't you leave at 11 at the end of this lap and go get some proper sleep? Do you want to do a little bit of a monologue for the next little bit? Because I'm going to write up a little summary of the first day and then post it on Facebook and then get everybody back on the stream that way.
Sure.
So I'm just going to mute myself so you don't hear my keys tapping, and we'll let Kristen share her thoughts on the day that was Sunday, 3rd of December. In lovely Sarasota.
Because I haven't been sharing my thoughts for the last 14 hours.
Yeah, come on, Katie, open up.
What other thoughts?
You've been so quiet for the last 17 hours.
Might I even have? Be interesting to see at the end of this who spent both the longest and shortest overall time on the water. You know what? I don't think we've been keeping times very well. That is a really good point. I wonder if we could recreate that, Chris. We noted a couple of laps where people came particularly quickly, but nobody's been writing down the times. But it would have been interesting. And again, that's not the final decision, or what do I want to say? Not the deciding factor in who wins. So, well, that's what makes it interesting, because what if the person who spent the most time on the water won? So maybe they took it easier but didn't have as much time to rest. Good or bad, who knows? Work tomorrow for John. Hey, John, you've been put in a number of hours. Been a great fan. Escape to go to full screen. There we go. Guess we're not going to see Chris for a bit. Wow, how many viewers? Subracer on YouTube is going to have a boost in commercial funding. Oh, that's a good point. Jessica, please update the world on what this coverage does with YouTube. Yeah, interesting. So, but did he say new followers on YouTube, or do you not need that, Jessica? Do you just, is it just how many people are watching? So Chris Prince will have to map that a little better next time. Suffering with the athletes. Chat karaoke. Yeah, how do we make this, put up the volume so you guys can sing? Take your board out of this. Greek god status. Different with the years. So almost 30 minutes. They're out there in the dark. And we're looking at, let's try to see what Chris has on his shelves. For me, I'm in the corner, but I think actually I'm big to you guys. But I see this white wall and 3 white shelves with unidentified objects on them. Can't see what they are. Yeah, I must be getting tired because I'm being silly. Finding all my stuff. So we have. Anybody want to make more predictions? I like our, positive prediction that everybody will make it through, but I'm afraid we might have a couple drop during the night. So interesting in trying to find solutions to not solutions. Hoping during this race, was thinking that maybe we would find certain type of board, certain type of behaviors off the water. We could figure them out. We could kind of figure out that's really working. Look at the 3 people who are doing that. But I am finding no consistency in strategies. Well, we don't know. We can't get inside their heads. We probably don't know all of their strategies, but how people feel about this, how they approach it, what they use, how they eat and drink. Just one big, giant, new, exciting race experiment. I do totally agree and hope that we will see follow-ups from Chris with the paddlers about after they have time to kind of think through what they did, sort of their analysis. I think that would be super interesting. Super interesting. Sorry, trying to get through all stuff that I need to, so I can head out after this. So while these guys who are out there right now have gone really far, this does, I think, seems like about the most approachable ultra in a lot of ways, because again, you could set a goal or not and only do 3 or 4 or 5 laps like the first few people did who dropped out. So there isn't any requirement. If you want to win, that's a whole different approach. But I think it's so cool that it's a test yourself type of race. And I think it'll be really interesting and hope that he makes sort of a, okay, this was everybody's hour, how many hours they made it, kind of like we have running down the side right now. What an easy way to look and try to beat your goal for the next year. I think that'll be fun. Let's see, where's Adam's good question? I would love to. I didn't bring a board, Adam, so I don't think I'm going to get a paddle here in Nathan Benderson Park. Actually, Mason will come back in the morning, but I don't know what his schedule looks like. He's finishing his master's degree. He had brought an inflatable today, and we just didn't get around to getting to it. I would love to, actually, if we were talking about trying to set up the tripod on a board, and that's why he brought his inflatable that we didn't use, and try to actually paddle with them. I don't know that I can keep up with them, but maybe. I would love to do a paddle round. So don't know if I'm going to get to, but it would be fun. But I am staying in the area for a couple more days, so I do plan to paddle up in Tampa. My interview on Wednesday is going to be with Mike and Amy. I don't know if it's going to be both of them. Connolly up at Urban Kai. They not only are expanding their 2-store into a 3-store business up there, but they also put on their 8th annual Urban Kai King and Queen of the Bay next weekend, which I won't be at, but we're going to talk about, maybe even paddle a course. So I do get to paddle while I'm in Florida. Alexander in Vietnam. Wow. Welcome, everyone. Cool. Just isn't that many miles for an ultra. This race is all sleep management. If they can get 15 minutes of sleep, they can go until the distance increases. But they have done 120 miles now. Yeah, most of them do not have enough time to get 15 minutes of sleep. One, maybe 2 of them come in before the 45-minute mark, and then there's actually bathroom nutrition, and so I'm not sure about the isn't that many miles for an ultra. So is it not total miles to make an ultra? It's an interesting thought. I want to see you do a loop. I can bring a board. Oh, Laura's offering me a board. Yeah, hey, I'll try to do a loop. Bring it along, Laura. We'll try to attach a camera. It would be cool if we could actually, it'd be a little bouncy. Do you happen to have a board that has a place to put a phone? Oh, John, good question about inflatables. Yes, I have seen them pumping them up. Well, I don't know if they ended up doing it. I kind of suggested that they might want to do that for John Nippers at one point. It looked a little bit bendy. Paolo, I wonder, his board looks super rigid. I did see somebody bring a pump down once towards the water. They don't bring their boards back up. They can if they want, but they don't tend to. So there's a chance somebody brought it up and we didn't notice and pumped it up. Always a good idea. I think if I was on an inflatable, I would be throwing the pump. Although the time, I think I already told the story, I went to Coconut Cup in St. Croix. I chose to use an inflatable instead of a hardboard. Saved myself a ton of money, didn't have to rent a car. Just convenience was great. And I think I just pumped it up and left it on the beach all 3 days. I don't think I ever did pump it up anymore. The fact that you just step out and drive away is really unusual. Yeah. Did you ask another question that I missed? Oh, that's the paddle thing. Hey, Laura, I know it's a lot of work, and we don't know how many hours we have in the morning. I probably would can't really desert my job and do a loop unless I can somehow take pictures. Yeah, Adam, I think I'm with you. I'm calling it it's a different kind of ultra. It's definitely a different format than we have ever seen in stand-up paddleboarding. If you weren't on earlier discussions, we've mentioned a few times, but it comes from running. It's a Big's backyard. So there are a number of running races that have this type of format. Super interesting format. It is about more, sleep management. I would guess most of you guys who do ultras, they're about sleep management too. Anything that goes multiple days without mandatory stops where you have to decide how much you're going to sleep, where you're going to sleep. PRM 9G6, the distance increase is at 48 hours. So that is at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it changes from 3.33 to 4.9. The course starts the same all the way down to the southwest corner. And then rather than going across and kind of staying along the edges, you come all the way back around the wall and then come down almost all the way to the island that we're on. Right-hand turn for the first time, a triangular buoy. It's an orange one. And then way back up to the end, or down, I guess it would be, to the southern end, and go make a left shoulder around that yellow buoy again, and then get back on the course. So basically, there's a big V in the middle of what is now just sort of a rectangle at the top, rounded at the bottom. What is that shape? I don't think that shape has a name. V added in the middle. And that will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'm really curious. I think it sounds really hard. Definitely these paddlers, if they were fresh, could do 4.9 miles in 1 hour. But not with a whole lot of, that's, over 5 miles an hour, if you want to have any rest at all, and then turn around and go again. But after 48 hours and 2 nights without sleep, do you think they can go that fast? So that's going to be 12 and a half or fast minute miles ish, because 5 miles an hour would be 12. Pretty darn fast. Was there a rule change? You did have to carry it around the ropes. Yes, they did change that. It's no longer crowded, so you don't even have to. Not only do you not have to go around the flag to put it on the other side, but you don't have to put it on the other side. Yes, he relaxed that rule because there's so few people. It is survive until the distance increase, and then maybe no one makes it. It will be interesting. And remember, you not only have to finish, you have to then do an extra lap. So you have to do one more than the last person. That's going to be tricky. Oh, thank you so much. There's Paolo. Coming in right after 40.
KT, doing a stellar job as always. Holding down the live stream.
I have to scroll back so far to find the link to get on the other one. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah. What number was that?
Good question. What number are we on, Chris?
38. We've just finished 38.
Thank you.
38 laps of Nathan Benderson Park. There he is. Paolo. All smiles, mate. Yes.
48.
Hey.
Think about lap 39.
One at a time.
Yeah, buddy.
Taking 'em one at a time.
This is the
Power nap time.
Ciao, Chris. Ciao, everybody.
Looking good, mate.
Have a good power nap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that Goran hasn't slept yet.
That's crazy.
Because Paolo's getting sleeps almost every lap in these midnight hours. and
Yeah, he's at
he's
least
pushing
trying.
himself to the edge.
Right. I mean,
Goran
he
hasn't
says he's
slept a
going to
wink.
take a power nap, but I wonder, is it successful every time? What do you think, Patrick? But Goran told us he has not slept at all. Not. Yeah. I know. Where there's somebody fairly spread out. I mean, Paolo's keeping quite a pace still. Like a 40. Yeah. Good. John was reborn at dark.
How about a cheeseburger? That's what was in that thing.
He did have a Mountain Dew, I think he said too. Somebody's out here at the buoy.
I think that is Alex at the building. Turn it. It's like we totally did.
Yeah, so they think this next one, just turn the buoy, red light coming at us, is Alex. And then that's John Nippers over there. Just about hitting the end of the row of lit palm trees. During the day, Alex was having fun. He was jumping in almost every lap right about here. He would make a dramatic fall off of his board. I can't hear you, Chris, here, but hopefully you can hear yourself.
I can hear you. I just muted myself because I'm still tapping away on the keys. And it's
Oh, okay.
So
Thought you were talking.
You're in control,
No
KC.
problem.
Give us the play-by-play. Who's coming in? Is this Johnny Boy?
Looks like this is Alex, I believe.
Alex.
There's some
Oh, yes.
clothes changing, but yeah, he has one. His headlamp is really dim, so we don't really see that, but red light on the nose of his board. Yeah, Alex.
You know, it's glass flat. And when I look out into the darkness, there isn't a ripple in sight. That's how fast he is. It's crazy.
That's
There's
wild.
no trace of Paolo.
You can't see Paolo,
Is
huh?
he here?
He is here. He ran to go take a power nap, he said.
Scary.
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah, we're surrounded by greatness.
You're included in that, buddy. Good night.
Yeah,
He just
Alex,
said good
mate,
night.
don't sell yourself short.
Yeah.
The Fab Five are equally impressive.
Yeah. Here
Here's
we
my
have
boy.
John Nippers coming in. Woo! 45, full 15 minutes. You.
I didn't drop a water bottle last time.
I don't think so. Water bottle. Do you know where his water bottle is?
I-
Seen it? Was it on the?
I probably left it at the tent.
It's yes. It's that time in the race
It
where.
I took a big drink and I think I left it there.
Okay. Hopefully it's
Kristen.
at your tent.
I'm gonna try to get my heart a little bit high, so I'm gonna try to.
Okay. Goes in out. He's looking for his water bottle. He's hoping it's back at the tent. Thanks. That's nice though. If he doesn't find it,
Try to get a 5 minute.
Yeah, do it.
he said he can't remember if it was on his board. That's what we're getting to in this race. Where it is. John's off to look for his water bottle. Yes.
Do you know where Alex and John are from? Bobby's a Florida native.
Yeah, so Alexis, I called him for most of the race until he told me only his mother calls him Alexis, is from the Miami area. So yeah,
A Florida
Floridian.
boy as well.
Also, I haven't the slightest idea if that's where he's originally from. Somebody seemed to think he was Puerto Rican on the feed, but I don't know if somebody knew him or was, I don't know if that was a question or a comment. John Nippers is Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, but he's on the road a lot. He moves around a lot. Races all over the place. Will easily drive across the U.S. to go to a race. So I think of him as a wanderer. But he does
Johnny,
have Oklahoma.
he looks a little like Jesus with that staff and those clothes and the long hair.
And long hair. Got the Jesus
Walking
thing
on
going.
water.
Yeah.
Goran's, he's got the technique every time. He just cruises in on his knees.
Yeah. Yeah, Bobby. He's speaking Swedish. I should have been over here so you could translate. Cousin.
Hi, Chris.
Shanna.
Yep, they got it.
How many times have they changed clothes? Everyone, I'm getting confused with the different colors.
Yeah, they do change clothes.
They've had some costume changes.
You know, my flip flops to walk back and forth room. I think about that. You brought your shoes. You're not.
Oh, there's my feet off.
Bobby has the all-star support crew. I love it.
True thing is very impressive.
So that was that's his older brother, Rick Johnson.
Oh, is it?
Who was watching the live stream the whole night from the camp during the graveyard shift.
Oh, wow.
It took me a while to even realize who it was. He was actually the unofficial second commentator during the graveyard shift.
So let's see what these guys think.
I'm going to keep typing,
What do you
KT.
think about how those 5 people look?
I mean, I think they still kind of look the way they've looked the last couple of loops. I think those that looked bad look bad. Those that look good look good.
I mean, the sleep deprivation is going to get more and more real
Yeah.
throughout the night.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
That was
I
the
can
first
see it on their
time.
faces a little
Yeah,
bit, I
when
think.
John said, "Do you know my water ball? Did I drop my water ball?" And then he
Mhm.
said, "Maybe I left my water ball." And then he offered him water. He's like, "I think it might be today."
Yeah.
Definitely some confusion. That was the first time verbally I've heard. Yeah. I know.
He's definitely gotten better as it's gotten darker.
Yeah.
He was definitely struggling earlier. At some points, he got really quiet.
Yeah.
And now he's clearly in that second line.
Yeah. Yeah,
Third,
he did get
fourth, or fifth, or whatever.
Yeah.
he got quiet a bit. And John Nipper's saying was, we thought he was almost out there. And,
Yeah. That was like 4 laps ago. 6 laps ago.
yeah.
John was doing 4 laps.
Yeah. And now he's like,
Well,
good stuff.
all again in 10 minutes.
You think he might be able to give you a ride back? Let's maybe start him. That's
Planning to carry it to the house.
he is. I'm gonna try to come back earlier. Does anybody live down that way? Just because I couldn't find it.
We lost KT. Kristen, where are you? Your watch is almost over. You still got 7 minutes though. This has got to be a tough time of the race. Approaching midnight on the second night. Has anybody ever stayed up for 2 nights in a row? Whew. I tried to do that during the 11 city tour, non-stop. A race I was definitely not prepared for. We started, I think, 10 a.m. Saturday morning, and I finished around this time, around midnight on the second night. And that for me was harder than the Yukon. KT! So I can imagine that these paddlers are they're going to places that some of them would have never gone. Corners of their mind they didn't know existed. Grab the mic, KT. We can't hear you. Kristen.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. The microphone. It's all right. It's been a long day.
Talking to myself. Yep.
You've only got 5 more minutes, and then
Yeah.
your
I hope you
watch
have
is over.
a good evening. But yes, we're going to see them start. And then Stephen, the assistant race director, is going to give me a ride.
Excellent.
And Patrick and Tracy are going to pick me up in the morning. So whenever they get up, they'll swing down and grab me. So hopefully I can let you off the hook so that you can get a little, depending what's going on. But I know you want to see the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I might try and have a little nap before the 48-hour mark, because as soon as it hits 48 hours, I don't think any of us are sleeping.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. If I can get down here between 6 or 7, you could take a break and take a short one.
Good stuff, KT. What a soldier.
Good stuff. So what do you think about, there was definitely some, as you were hearing them say, starting to see a little more, maybe a little loss. Nothing to what you've described when nobody said they have seen anything.
I feel like they're all getting off their board a little slower. Even Bobby at the end there, he was walking pretty gingerly. Paolo is looking like he's been awake for a couple of nights. Alex still looks the freshest to me. I don't know why, but it sounds like he goes in waves, so we'll see.
Yeah,
but yeah,
he had a little bit of a dip of a couple races where he was looking serious.
The 3 I had my eye on from the beginning, Goran, Paolo, and Bobby, all of them look exhausted. And I think they've been exhausted for a long time, but now they're starting to kind of let their guard down and show it a bit more. Paolo's still pretty cheery. Goran's still pretty chatty. And Bobby apparently is the one that will refuse to quit more than anyone. But I'm wondering if we still have 5 at the 48-hour mark. I doubt it.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long, long night. It's all, yeah. I wonder when do the mind games begin? Because they must just be internally screaming at the others to just quit already. Come on. Yeah. It must be so disappointing. You go down to the water's edge, like, oh, there's still 5 of us. God damn it.
Yeah. But I mean, there's some incredible people like Alex. I love his perspective. I mean, like his commentary was about how flat the water was and how amazing that Paolo, it was very not as internalized. Everybody else is talking about, and we're asking him how they're feeling. And he's talking about this, like that there's not a ripple made by Paolo because he's way up there. And how much he admires that.
Alex.
Yeah.
I really love his attitude and his perspectives.
Yeah.
And I think that could be one of the keys in the end, because once you get stuck in your own mind and a little quit monkey starts chatting.
Right.
I feel like Alex would never have a quit monkey.
Right. Or I feel like
he'd be having a beer.
He knows
with
how
his
to
quit
work
monkey.
with it. He'd have
He'd just be having some deep
he'd have
philosophical
a party with
question.
a quit monkey.
He'd be like, he'd be the
What do you think,
therapist to the quit
Patrick?
monkey. The quit monkey.
You
would be
got
like,
to know him
"Open
a
up."
little bit. Alex has such a cool, interesting, like perspective in life. We've been joking about that negative voice, and somebody named it the quit monkey today.
Oh yeah.
The quit
that's a
monkey.
great- that's a great
Like we were feeling like Alex has kind of probably doesn't have one. He said, or knows how to deal with it. He just seems so in a whole on a different level, on a different plane than like what everybody
I
else
was
is like.
marveling
Yeah.
at that of how I don't know how you get into this territory and just it's like it's not even there. He's just like, oh yeah, you're just like the water's so glassy. And I'm like, what?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, we just at the time it seemed like 12 hours. It's that's substantial. It's like now it's like, jeez, man. But even then, it's just like my hands are hurting, my feet are hurting, and just that little that. Yeah, it's just like the couch is really comfortable, and there's a warm bed, and there's all this. There's so many things, so many temptations to just want to walk away, and I don't know how but he just seems to have that unbelievably optimistic attitude of just. But to keep it through this I don't know where that comes from. I'd like to learn where that comes from.
I think we all want to learn where that comes from. Oh, he just ran off, but yeah, I say the same.
Oh, he's checking out.
Sorry, we got into a conversation.
You might have to give him a little extra time since you've been so consistent. Yeah.
Almost like fatigued. I talked to
Yeah.
him today. I feel fine physically, but just tired. He's like getting tired. Now, and that was 10 hours ago.
Pretty wild. Well, for the first time in a many, many laps, Greg forgot to blow his whistle 2 minutes before. So we'll give him that. So he was a few seconds off. He's gonna.
KT, if they started lap 39?
He forgot to blow the whistle at 2 minutes, so he's giving them a few more seconds because he didn't give them the warning. Definitely some people have their own clock because Paolo was down here, Goran.
Last race director standing.
Bobby and John, but I think everybody's here.
Hey, we've got some royalty on the feed. Brad Friesen, a veteran of both the Yukon River Quest and the Yukon 1000. Good to see you on here,
cool.
buddy. He's given a shout out to the event. He's been enjoying the live feed with you, KT. So he says he can't wait to see how the rest of this unfolds. Yeah. Brad, this might unfold very slowly. We could be on here for another 20 hours at this rate.
No.
You don't think we'll be at 59?
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking the loops of death, it will be pretty brief.
The death loop, I don't think there's going to be 9 death loops.
But the problem is, for making these predictions, we don't know how fast these paddlers can go. We know Paolo can easily do the loop of death.
That's true.
The others might surprise us. They might just smash out the 5-mile loops in 50, 55 minutes. And this could go.
They could.
But
I think this where, and again, after I just told you how great it was taking an inflatable to a race, when it really matters, that this is where these inflatables might not do the trick, when it's really about speed, when it really matters, when every couple extra inches per stroke are going to matter, which hasn't mattered again for the 48 hours, but for those starting with death loop at 9 a.m. tomorrow. But you're right that it has to go longer because you have to do that extra loop, which that's one of the most insane things. I think there might not be a winner because you have to not only finish ahead, somebody else drops out, then you have to do one more. Yes. Yeah. Nod your head. They're probably at home nodding their heads yes right now. Oh, you thought of a new thing? Yeah. Oh, I just realized we have a problem because the Wi-Fi is on my phone. Okay. Yeah. We don't want the tent. Do you want to see the trees so you have some reference? So those are the little palm trees that are lit, and see the reflection. That you might be able to see something. Do you want to go more palm trees or less? Oh, haha. And most people are taller. You can also, if you push this back farther, then it's fine. Just have to roll the chairs back. But nobody's here. Well, I do. Oh, did they? Oh, I think I saw you wrote that. Ah, but they came back on. But they came back on? Oh. Oh, that is weird. Totally weird. Yeah. Oh, that's wild. Okay, I'm trying to figure out this non-Mac laptop. Is Steven around still? Patrick, are you a non-Mac person? I have to take this off of it. It was on my phone as a hotspot. I need to put it back on Wi-Fi. I found the internet. That's what it's on right now. Where do you find more? Okay.
Me?
Oh.
Yeah. If it's CAD software, but I can't see anything.
Yeah, is that all we're trying to do? Wi-Fi? I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it.
Oh, so I clicked on the wrong
Yeah.
thing. No, that's what I clicked on.
Well, now it's got. Hold on. Let's go out of this.
Oh, went too
Wow,
far.
we're in a lot of stuff, aren't we?
There you go. Second down. Oh no.
This is
first
Matt
down. No, second down.
Mason Gravely's. Yes, we've been using his. I think it's tomorrow now. They had a planning meeting, and yeah, like tomorrow or something is the actual presentation, I believe. There we go. See, I wouldn't have not. Password, but I do have it written down somewhere. Yes, sir. I think, yeah, thumbs up. I think we got it working. Yeah. I am going to get a ride when I did not. I don't think. No. Left what?
Somebody leave a corner.
Oh, no, sorry. We were showing pictures
No,
of it.
I
So
just wanna
where's
make
the
sure
box?
that
There's the
somebody
box.
did. Yeah, it's fine.
I missed.
She's gone.
I'm back. Yeah, you see.
Your audio's working. Can you hear my audio?
Okay, now everyone should be able to hear me. It looks like my simplified system won't work, alas. Okay, Jess, let me know if that's coming through loud and clear now.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. No, there's it should come through in a second. Greg, mate, we're getting ready for the second graveyard shift.
Let's
What
do it
think?
all over again.
You still think a couple of them, one or two of them might drop during the graveyard shift?
I don't know. I think that I think 48 is a magic number, and people are really willing to put themselves through whatever to get at least to 49. So I don't know. I mean, nobody looks like they absolutely are about to just completely fall out. So I think we're probably, I don't know, what are we looking at? A little less than 10 hours now. So I don't know. That's a long time. A lot of stuff could happen in 10 hours. It's hard to know.
I feel like they'd be very disappointed at this point if they didn't get to experience a loop of death. There'd be a question in their minds, could I have done those loops? So I feel like everyone's just going to hang on to 48. And then if they do break, at least they know they tried.
Might also be different if we had maybe a few more people that were slowly dropping over time, but now that we've been, I don't know, what is it, like 11 hours, 12 hours?
13th. We're entering the 13th hour of the Fab Five.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are keeping track of that. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. It is kind of a pride thing now. Nobody wants to be the next one when we've gone so long since somebody's dropped. So, yeah, if there had been just like little bits of attrition over that 13-hour period, it might be different. But these are five very strong-willed, prideful people. Without that being, a bad word. I mean, I think they all have a high amount of pride. So yes, I think we're probably looking at, barring somebody oversleeping or somebody having some sort of like stomach issues or something like that they can't really control, I think they're gonna push all the way.
I'm curious how Paolo manages his sleeps, because he's the only one here without dedicated support crew. So he's the only one that could risk sleeping in. He
He
must have a good alarm.
He must have a good alarm. I haven't been sleeping, but he's generally the first one back. So he I don't even know how he's getting more than 5 or 6 minutes of sleep before he's before he's back over here. It's kind of amazing.
He's got a regiment. He's like a soldier. He's very very disciplined in his approach to this. It's really impressive. We've talked the whole time about how we've said you can't do this without support crew, yet Paolo is here without dedicated support. I know some of the other crew were helping him out a little bit, but he's pretty much done all this on his own, which is extraordinary. Is there still any athletic brewing left? Some of the Aussie crew, Angie, tuning in, saying they have any beer each lap.
Say that again.
Have any of the athletes been drinking the athletic brewing, the non-alcoholic beer?
Oh yeah. several of them have been having it.
Has anyone been drinking an alcoholic beer?
No, I have not. No, that's actually not been happening.
Are there any rules against that, or is that just purely
No.
Common sense that you wouldn't
No.
drink alcohol?
Well, I mean, I'll have to be honest with you. I have many times during a trail race. So I don't think that
Like
there's...
had a beer, you mean?
Yeah, I've had beer. I've had liquor during a trail race too. I mean, some aid stations will have shots, and I've taken shots at an aid station before.
It keeps you going?
Many times. Yeah, I mean, if it's a really cold race, it might warm you up, but also, a lot of the aid stations at longer distance races are kind of like little parties every time you get there, and people want to celebrate the fact that you've made it to their aid station, and so they'll generally have some bottle of liquor on the table there for you to take a shot of, and yeah, that's pretty common. So I don't think that would be, and I'm definitely sure that during the 650 racers have had alcohol before. So I think this is probably just maybe a different race, and they don't want to mess with anything during that very, very small amount of time off the water that they are having to make some, big decisions about what they're gonna consume and when they're gonna sleep.
Hey, we got a comment from Andrew Szymanski. Isn't he one of your interns?
He's the executive
Alabama?
director for the Alabama Scenic River Trail.
I heard he was the one that didn't get to sleep. But so Andrew's saying, can we get an update on current wind and weather? It looks pretty calm out there.
Yeah, calm as can be. No winds. Temperatures probably in the low 60s now. So it's pretty good.
So we're in for a comfortable evening of paddling. It doesn't get too cold in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, I think
apparently
it's going to be slightly cooler tonight than it was last night.
Okay, I saw a few of the guys rug up. Paolo had a very interesting ski mask or something that he was wearing at one point.
Yeah, it was basically, exactly right. It was pretty much a mask covering most of his face, and he had a hat over his head. And one of the things about him that I don't know if you guys have been talking about it, but he just landed in the country on Thursday evening. So, he's got to have jet lag, unlike Brendan and Goran. Like he's, that it's even more amazing that like his boss vehicle and he's doing this so well.
Yeah, he was very positive about the jet lag. He was going to turn it into a superpower because essentially, what's the time now in Italy? It's about 4 a.m. Once the graveyard shift starts in Florida, it's sunrise in Italy. It's 5:15 in the morning in Italy right now. So the sun will be rising in an hour or so. So essentially, once the graveyard shift starts for everyone else, it's morning for Paolo.
Yeah.
So he was trying to keep on Italy time. He saw that as an advantage.
Well, regardless,
jet lag being an advantage.
Yeah, he still had to do long distance travel the day before, our all of our race meeting stuff. So that's still,
and all evening he
impressive.
should be asleep. From 5 p.m. till midnight, he'd normally be sleeping in Italy.
Right.
So it's maybe a little bit of a help during the graveyard shift, but in the evening he must be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah.
So there's
he's not showing it, and John Nippers has had a complete 180. I mean, he went from dead to rights to being probably one of, if not the most chipper guys out there right now. He's clearly doing better. You have to wonder how long that lasts. Like, was it just a temporary boost of energy based on getting some extra calories in him, or is this really like a turn for the better right now? So, but he's on that Easter board and he's rocking it. He's moving that thing fast. And he and Paolo are both on some inflatables, and so clearly, you know, a race like this, it really does have a lot to do with the racer and not so much what they're standing on.
We're actually at a majority inflatable now. You're on Paolo and John.
That's right. 3
of the 5.
That's right.
So there you go. Anyone that was considering this and doesn't have the $5,000 full carbon board, you can do it on inflatable. You'd want a good inflatable, mind you. The 3 inflatables that are out there are very good inflatables.
They are.
You don't want to go down to Costco and spend $50 and do Last Paddler.
No.
But because this race isn't so much about speed, the inflatables aren't really much of a disadvantage. They were saying earlier when it got windy, they were getting blown around a bit, but I'm impressed. Majority inflatables.
Right.
This could be the biggest victory ever for an inflatable board if one of those 3
I was going to say, pretty big selling point right there.
Could be a milestone in the industry. We'll see.
If we see one of them, outlast an all-star here, that's going to be impressive. So,
and there's no rules on how long a board can be. Could someone make a custom 20-footer for this?
Yeah.
All right, Andy Jackson, if you're still listening, the co-founder of One Ocean Sports, they make some very nice race boards. Can you please make me a 20-footer next year, Ange, and ship it to Florida, and I'll do Last Paddler. And
do it.
You and Jacko can join us, because I know just how much you'd love to do this race, Ange.
You're going to absolutely hate the southwest corner because that turn's going to be really tight.
Can we use a rudder? Is there any rules against a rudder? Like the ocean boards?
Yeah, there's no hard and fast rule right now about that, but I think a rudder probably is a no-go.
We're pushing the boundary there.
Yeah, probably a little bit.
So
but
electric motor is also...
That's, I mean, I think right now several of them would love to have an electric motor, but I think it's probably out of the rules as well. Or even like a tiny little sail, that's probably not going to happen either. So
Adam was saying that inflatables are way easier to stand on for 2 or 3 days because they're softer.
They are definitely softer. We've actually seen a little bit of modifications happening with Bobby's board. Bobby's been trying to soften the foot pad area as much as possible.
Oh, yeah?
So they were testing out some different rubber modifications earlier to make it a little easier on him because he's, as we've said, he's only a month into doing this, and so I don't think his body is totally used to it, and so he's trying to do whatever he can to last as long as possible, and that is within the rules. So
you can't change boards, but you can make some minor modifications.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yes, a modification like that's on top of the water, that's nothing that's actually assisting your forward motion is an acceptable modification. So
I'm very curious because he's not used to standing up, so this must be particularly cruel on his feet right now. Normally he's just got to worry about his ass, right? He sits down for 3 or 4 days at a time, but right now his feet must just be killing. I saw at one point he had 2 masseuses going, someone working his shoulders and someone had one of those electric massage tools on his feet. So he always
has quite the entourage.
I love this guy. What a character.
I'd say we have five racers in this, and 4 of them I've seen running at different points in the last couple of hours, and Bobby is the 5th of all those. He's not running or even moving in a fast manner right now because I think his feet are probably bothering him. But he's tough. I don't count anybody out now of the 5. They've all proven that they can go a pretty long distance now, so I don't think you bet against any of them.
Yeah, I would be very hesitant to make a prediction at this point. It could be either any of these five.
Yeah.
They've all proven.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think, because they're all suffering in different ways. I mean, even though Paolo's coming in first every single lap, he's definitely more tired and more sore now than he was 12 hours ago. Like he's definitely still taking a beating, but he has a some of us, I think, were just talking about it a little while ago, that he's got just such a quality professional technique. Just he's got it all dialed in. Like there is no there's no wasted energy. There's no all of his placement and everything looks just perfect. And so obviously that's going to help him out in ways that might hinder others. And so, but at the same time, he's got his own demons that he's dealing with, just like everybody else. And so now I think the things that could come into play, if we're not even talking about the 48-hour mark yet, and we're talking about between now and then, the things that are going to potentially come into play are mistakes. They are the things that we can't control, like I mentioned with the stomach. It's going to be those types of things. I don't think now it's necessarily going to be, oh, well, I'm just sore and I don't want to do it anymore. We're past that point.
Yes. No one's quitting just because they want to have a nap. This is basically all or nothing territory. If you physically can't continue, that's the only thing that's going to stop you.
Right. So it's probably just going to, and the other thing too is even the worst that any of them have looked or felt, they've still all been safely within the time frame. So even when the wind was really bad earlier, I think the slowest loop time was still 7 minutes left on the clock. So or maybe 6. So that's plenty of time. So, and some of them, I think when they're coming in at that 7, 8, 9 minute mark, they're thinking that they have done so poorly, but it's because they're measuring themselves against the speed of somebody else out there, which does not matter. It does not matter that Paolo's winning every single one of these loops right now, because it has no impact right now on anybody else.
Yes, that's it's almost a benefit to lose each lap, because you're theoretically using the least energy, all other things being equal.
Yeah.
But it's gonna matter in about 9 hours time, and I'm very curious to see who's got that pace to keep going, because we obviously know for sure Paolo will. Bobby's done a couple of sub 40s, but we don't know if he was really pushing to do a sub 40 or not. Goran is a surprisingly quick paddler, and I have no idea what Alex and John are capable of. So I hope that they can all stick around for at least a couple of laps in the loops of death. But yeah, I don't think we'll get a third night. I'd be very surprised.
I definitely don't think we'll get a third night, and I do think that the 4.9 mile per hour or 4.9, the 4.9 mile distance is definitely going to quickly change things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think what I don't think is I don't think we see that all 5 are just conserving for that time. I do think that fatigue is playing a factor, and there may not be a 5th gear to kick in when the time comes.
Yes.
So I think it will probably go faster than I initially was sort of guessing that it would go.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see people, maybe not the first lap, but pretty soon someone's going to miss that time cut. They're going to be so exhausted. 8k an hour pace, 5 mile, 4.9 mile an hour pace is pretty decent pace. in any kind of race. You got to be moving.
And it is already getting pretty warm here by 9 a.m. So
yeah, that's another thing. It's happening at the worst time. They've just gone through the night. They're exhausted. They didn't sleep for the second night straight. It's starting to get that irritable heat and sun. And then they've got to up everything by 50%.
Yeah.
We might be done by lunchtime.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
I hope it doesn't go too long, because I'm not going to be able to sleep once the loops start. And they start at midnight my time. So,
oh, man.
I just saw in the chat, actually, Denise Forner is tuning in from back home. Denise made 13 laps. She was the last woman standing. And that was 43 miles. A very, very solid effort from Denise.
Yeah.
And basically saying, I'm still sore and I have no idea how they're still going. But she's cheering for everyone. So, yeah, it's probably even harder when you finish.
Denise is awesome.
Because your body stops and it all hits you. I'm curious. The recovery time of this race would be interesting to track.
Yeah, and for Goran and point, so hopefully they've got a few days to recuperate here before they fly out.
We lost you there for a second, Greg, but I think you're just talking about Goran and Paolo have to fly home to Europe.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's
Here
a
at
good point. I wonder when they booked for. I hope it wasn't Monday.
No, I think it was later in the week.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean it's all about to get pretty interesting here in a few hours, but I think what we're gonna see is a pretty consistent sort of slog for the next several hours in the dark here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long.
The other thing that's missing tonight is we don't have all of the festivities going on here, so no fireworks, no band, no. It's extremely quiet. It's very, very quiet here. Everywhere.
I wonder if that's
I'm not hearing
positive or a negative. Is it nice and calm and peaceful, or is it just like tiringly quiet?
Well, normally, so there's essentially a pretty busy road on the east side of the park. And now it's dead still. There's not any cars driving on it. And, none of the racers are able to have. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if it's not a highway, but it's a really busy road. And none of the racers have headphones, obviously. So they don't have the ability to just listen to their own music or something right now. And they have been getting a little more spread out, so I don't think they've been actually out there talking very much on the dark loops. So, I think that it's definitely everybody is in their own head right now.
Yeah, they're going to be stuck in their own heads for the next 6 or 7 hours.
Yep.
Fortunately, we won't be stuck in our own heads. We've got this wonderful chat group going. Everyone's tuned in, and you guys.
Yeah, tell me about some of that.
I think it's been the highlight for me of this race has just been people tuning in for hours on end and sharing all kinds of insights and anecdotes and asking questions. And there's been whole discussions go on within the chat group, and we saw how. I think it was Eddie and Josie organized to get a new board to John after this race because they were so inspired by his efforts and commitment and his whole story. So yeah, it's been this whole little community rolling along with the event. It's been a lot of fun.
So cool. It's so cool that they're doing that, and both of them are great. All three of them are great. But, Josie coming here and being a part of the race and meeting John and yes, kind of learning about his story and everything and wanting to support him like that. And he's John's a fascinating guy, and he's he's one of those showing up and getting on a board that he's never used before, a board he's been wanting badly. He has wanted this Easter board for a while now, but so he's getting to use the board that he has wanted, but he hasn't gotten to train on it in any sort of way, and now he's out here putting in hour after hour on it, and he was fighting through some big demons, and to see him kind of rebound from that a bit is really heartening, and then to see what Josie and her husband are doing for him post race is really incredible, and I'm just excited that this race was what brought that out and had this happen for him with them, and that's just a really, really cool thing. So I thank all of them for being a part of it, and for this being what happens as a result.
Well, Greg, we might have to let you go soon because the athletes have got to be. What are we on? We're on the 34, 35 minute mark.
We're on
What's
the 34.
Your schedule like? What do you have to do each lap? What's the procedure?
Well, so every lap, obviously, I'm paying attention to where they are. I think right now we're probably still about 5 minutes from seeing a board come by, but every lap I'm welcoming in each one of the racers as they come in, and the big thing that we do, and especially here in the second night, that's really important is this is the time period where you're really analyzing what they look like, how they're acting and responding. Are they starting to be a bit lethargic? Are you seeing anything like swelling that doesn't look very good, that might be a problem? These things that maybe they don't want to admit are happening to them. To me, I still have to be really aware of that. So each loop that they're coming in, I'm taking a good analysis of how they are at that moment, and then moving them along to whatever food or sleep situation they have, and looking at the next person coming in.
Yeah.
And then we do that 2-minute whistle before the top of the hour, and then the 10-second countdown. So those are the things that that we're trying to consistently do. Other than that, it's things like making sure that they have their headlamp on and with them, and periodically reminding them to change out batteries and things like that.
Josie learnt that the hard way.
Yeah.
What did her light ran out of battery or fell off? She had to run and get a new light and missed the first few.
That was she was fortunate. It was working when she was in the start finish gate, and then it stopped working, and so she had to fix that before she could go back. So it actually worked out great, because had that happened as she was over in her area and the race had started, that would have been the end of her race right there. But as long as you're in that start gate and everything is ready to go, and then something falls apart, you can fix it right then.
There's been a lot of, I feel like they're really maximizing their every second of rest. They don't nervously enter the start finish line a couple of minutes before the lap. They're there like 2 or 3 seconds sometimes. They're very efficient with their breaks.
They especially Alex. Alex has been the one that, like, every time he's like running up to the start, like right as that 10 seconds is coming up. He's definitely milking every one of those seconds over in the transition area, the tent area, whatever we're calling it. So but yeah, I mean, it's Groundhog Day for me, just like it is for them. It's all the same thing every single hour on repeat. And now that we're into day 2 and very little sleep, periodically it's things like forgetting that we got to blow that whistle at the 2-minute mark.
Yes, you forgot that last lap for the first time.
Yeah.
So did they get an extra 1 minute grace period? to be in the...
No, they get an apology as I force them to run quickly to the start finish.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Things happen. So, we just got to move on and get them out on the water right then so that they can get going. But, no, I mean, it's, I would say very, very much for the most part, everything's happening perfectly on cue as it should be. And everybody's doing great. They're doing their part. Staff's doing great. Volunteers have done great. Crews are doing great, and racers are doing great.
Some good comments coming through. Veronica number 1. Big fan of the live stream. Veronica's been here since the beginning. Jess has asked, has anyone got blisters? That's a good question. How have they not got mad, crazy blisters by now? Are they all wearing gloves or what?
Some of our early racers did get blisters. I think we probably have racers that are, lathering up on Aquaphor or something like that for their hands. And I've seen some very, very wet feet. I don't know that we're at the point of trench foot for any of them, but I think that, some of the feet don't look great. But their hands seem to be fine. I'll put it like this: they're still shaking my hand.
Yeah.
So it can't be all that bad if they're still doing that. But I think also too, we're not at the point yet where they are having to grind every single hour. It's only the hours where there's wind that they're having to maybe put in a little bit of extra work, and so maybe that's coming into play a little bit with not having as many blister situations, since they're able to kind of cruise along a little bit easier.
Sure.
Through each one.
Well, we should be seeing a light. Can you see someone coming around the corner? The far end of the island?
Not yet.
Interesting. No one's pushing it this lap. We're already up to around 41 minutes. So
that's right.
No one's going to be in before 44 odd minutes at the earliest.
Yeah.
Paolo's finally slowed down. Maybe he finally got the memo that there's no bonuses for winning each lap.
Maybe this is a sign of a new era in the race right here.
Yes.
Yeah, there is nobody coming by right now. And it is glass out there.
It's pretty much perfect paddling conditions, it would seem. About
temperature's
19,
perfect.
20 degrees Celsius, no wind.
Yeah, perfect temperature. Perfect water conditions. And a lot of really good ambient light. It's not super bright everywhere, but they could probably get away with doing this without any sort of headlamp, and be able to see by the light of the moon and by all of the light around the park.
I thought it was interesting last night when the moon set and the palm trees went off for a couple of hours and it got eerily dark.
Yeah. I see our first one coming around.
Any prizes for guessing who?
No.
Paolo again.
No prizes. What are some other comments before I have to go? Or questions?
Let me jump back. Actually, Jess had a very good question as well. How are they hydrating their eyes? Because we hydrate our eyes when we sleep, apparently. Their eyes must be driving them crazy. Has everyone got a secret eye drop stash or something?
That's a great question, and I don't have an answer for that. Other than people don't look like they're really rubbing their eyes or anything like that. They're just, they're just so quickly, sleeping for 5 minutes if they can. I don't know if that's irritating their eyes or not, but yeah, I I'm gonna just guess here that nobody's using that time to do anything special for their eyes. That they're probably just suffering through if they are irritated, because they probably have other things that are irritated that they would rather focus on.
That's the best part about the graveyard shift is your eyes get a little bit of reprieve.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and especially now, no wind. They're not having to deal with that in their face or anything like that. So
yeah. I know when I did my long races, the eyes were a big problem, and the eyes on the sunrise on the second day, it just drove me crazy.
Yeah.
I had very, very strong lensed sunglasses on to try and hide. But were they paddling with sunnies with sunglasses today? I didn't pay attention.
No. I don't remember. Maybe Paolo. Yeah, he may have, but I don't remember paying much attention to sunglasses.
Veronica number 1 is saying that she's, as a mother and a nurse, the confusion due to sleep deprivation combined with getting back on and going out into the dark black sea of Nathan Benderson scares me for them. So yeah, it must be a bit of a trip when you get really dark and you're so getting delirious, like you're entering the abyss.
Yeah, I would imagine so, and especially when you've been out here and this part of the park where the tower is very well lit. So then you're leaving that well lit area and going into the dark. Let me go welcome a racer.
Yes, looks
I'll
like
be back.
Paolo, we presume it's gonna be Paolo, is finishing a very slow lap, I must say. He's the first one in. I don't see any other lights, and it's already 45 minutes. Our race clock, I believe, is still exactly 40 seconds ahead of the official race clock. So that's pretty much a 45-minute flat lap for Paolo, and that's one of the slowest he's ever done. He's always been low 40s, sometimes high 30s. Again, I just presume it's Paolo. The gators. We have to get a gator on the live stream, please. We've heard so much about the gators. There's been so many comments. Brian Richardson, who did 18 laps, he saw a gator. Yeah, it's like Paolo wandering off to the left there. Okay, we're getting a lesson in how important eye hydration is. It can be an acute form of dehydration. Interesting. Yeah, I know personally, if I was out there, my eyes would be driving me crazy. If I go to bed an hour late, my eyes start irritating me. So that was Paolo, we believe. We'll just get that confirmed with Greg. But where is everyone else? This is a really slow lap. Greg, mate, where is everyone?
Paolo is very tired from that lap. I think, well, not from the lap itself, but from lack of sleep. So he's probably going to go cat nap and load up on some caffeine before he goes out on this next one. But that's probably the most exhausted I've seen him in the race.
Wow.
So
well, it is midnight.
Could be a turn. Who knows?
Interesting. Can Paolo survive to the 48-hour mark? Because that's when we all presume he'll have an advantage. But he's got to get there first. He's got to get through the night. So very interesting.
Right. Going to see who's next.
All right, we got another distant beacon approaching shore. Just trying to see. We can usually guess who is coming in based on the support crew. We've gotten to know the kind of the silhouettes of each support crew. And there's only one person on the shore. It can't be Bobby. He'd have 18 people welcoming him off the water. Adam in the comments suggesting they might even be paddling with their eyes closed to give the eyes a break. That's actually a pretty smart idea. It's such a straight, rectangular course. If you believe in your paddling abilities, then why not? I'm guessing from the board that could be Alex just rocking up. And our third paddler's coming in at about 49 minutes. This is one of the slowest laps average I've seen for the whole race. We've got a full stealth paddler coming in. Looks like someone's lights are out. Well, they might have one faint light on there. They just snuck through like a ghost. Who was that? Interesting. That looked like it was John. Greg will be onto him. Get your lights back on. How did the support crew know when it's time? That's a good question. I don't think they can see the far side of the course from the camp. I think they just know that their paddler wants to do X amount of minutes per lap. You can see when they're about 2 or 3 minutes away. If you look down to the far end of the course, the north end of the course, I guess it would be. They kind of come around into view and then go out to a distant buoy and do a little V shape back to the beach. So you get a couple of minutes heads up. But I feel like after 39 laps, the support crew would know almost to the second. They could predict when their paddler's coming in. But maybe not this lap, because no one's in a hurry. Paolo was 3 or 4 minutes slower than usual. And what is this? Our fourth paddler coming in at over 50. And I see the final light just appearing in the center screen, a faint red light. So that'll be our fifth paddler, I think Goran. And he's not going to hit until at least 51 minutes. Nippers has the green light. All right, thank you. I really should have been writing down lamp colors. They need a very distinctive color each. I think someone mentioned yesterday we should do the flags, your country flag. Which might not help because there's 3 Americans, 3 guys from the United States left, Bobby, Alex, and John. That'd be a bit easier with Goran and Paolo. Goran and then Bobby. Okay, thank you. Jeff, I'm late to the party. How long have they been paddling? Jeff, you're very late to this party. We've been going a couple of days here, mate. If you look on screen on the left there, that big number that currently says 39, that's the lap counter. That's the lap and hour counter, 1 lap, 1 hour. So they've been paddling 39 hours. And if you divide that by 3, you can divide it by 3 and times it by 10. That's how many miles they've done. Because each lap is 3.33 miles. So if we divide 39 by 3, you've got 13, and add a 0, you've got 130 miles. And for everyone else, and the rest of the world that thinks in kilometers, times it by 1.6, and you've got 208 kilometers. So 130 miles, 208 kilometers, 39 hours. We started this odyssey at 9 a.m. Saturday, and as the little race clock on the left says, it's just before midnight Sunday night in Sarasota, Florida. Alex asking a very interesting question. Can they use GPS to keep track of their speed? I'm pretty sure that's fine, well within the rules, and I presume that most of them are. I know Josh, the most recent retiree, which was half a day ago now. No one's dropped for the last 13 laps. Josh dropped on after lap 26. I think he had a pretty good setup where he was timing it to the second every lap. So he had a speed he wanted to hit, and he was doing it. So yeah, that's a really good question. I think that would be a really good strategy to know, okay, I want to finish in 48 minutes every lap, so I'm going to have to sit on however many kilometers an hour that would be. That'd be about a 6.8 kilometer an hour pace, 7 kilometer an hour pace maybe. Yeah, Paolo was slow by his standards on that lap, and he was still well ahead of everyone else. It's obviously not a race on each lap, but Paolo has been a long way ahead. And Alex, as Adam's pointing out in the comments, Alex basically said he was, what was his comment? I'm surrounded by greatness, I think is what he said. He was in awe of Paolo's ability to be paddling so fast after so long. But yeah, I think Paolo looks like he's hitting the wall. So we hope he can hold on. But whew, this is going to be a long, long night for everybody.
Yeah. That was.
Oh, they started late. Did they start that lap late, Greg?
It was a couple seconds late.
So there wasn't. Yeah,
nothing
so it was
major.
Pretty much on time.
But
so that was a slow lap.
That was a slow lap, but more than that, they're almost all hurting pretty badly right now. So that was a tough loop for everybody.
Interesting.
We might not see all 5 go back out.
Wow.
So I'll leave that as a little bit of a cliffhanger here for just a second. And
drama.
And I'll get back with you in about 6 minutes.
I'm going to be heartbroken for each of these 5 when they start dropping.
Yeah, it's tough to see them at this point when they drop.
Wow. All
I'll be back.
Keep us posted. Drama, folks. As we count down to the beginning of the graveyard shift, it could be a 4-man shift. They're going to have to be... well, we won't write the headline before it happens, but according to Greg Wingo, race organizer, someone doesn't want to go. It sounds like none of them wanted to go back out. And this could be a very painful, heartbreaking moment in the race for one of our Fab 5. Who could it be? I'm very curious now. The suspense. Greg, he's left us. The cliffhanger. I mean, it would be a shock if it was Paolo or Bobby. They've looked like the favorites. But I don't know if that's just because they've been paddling faster than everyone else or what it is, but I feel like they've become the unofficial favorites here, and the others were the underdogs. But yeah, like Greg said, they all look exhausted. Adam's saying a tiebreaker could be if they go out on the same lap, who had the most lap wins. That's interesting. But yes, the graveyard shift begins. Veronica number 1, T-minus 5 minutes. Clayton on Team Nippers. I hope it's not Johnny Boy. God, he's been on this emotional roller coaster today. I want to see him. I'd love to see John win this. It would just be such a cool story. We learnt on the live stream last night that man has been through a lot in his life, surviving some pretty traumatic events, and we hope he can hold on through the graveyard shift. But he was really struggling about 4 or 5 hours ago. It couldn't be Alex, surely. He was looking fresh as a daisy when we talked to him an hour or 2 ago. Bobby's the one that everyone says will just never quit. So unless there's been a medical emergency, it can't be him, surely. Goran, we know Goran doesn't like the graveyard shift, and he hasn't slept a wink. It could be... But I'm nervous that it's Paolo, because he's looked so good, but he said himself, I'm basically exhausted. Yeah, an exit interview. I mean, I hope they don't exit yet, but if one of them drops, we're going to try and grab them before they pass out. I wonder if Kristen is back at the hotel watching the live stream, because missing this dramatic moment. We let her go home early so she could come back early. The race might be over. Let's see. We're going to find out in a minute, because the paddlers are making their way back to the start line. We're got 80 seconds until the lap begins. Apparently John is famous for always paddling with his dogs, and you can't paddle with your dog in this race. So if he had his dogs out there, maybe he'd be able to keep going all the way. KT is on the live stream. Kristen, there's some dramatic suspense right here. I don't know when you jumped on, but Greg's leaving us hanging that there might be someone not starting the graveyard shift. Whew. Okay, as the lap counter goes. Wow, it's Monday. Do you see that, folks? It is now Monday. And that means I have to update my little graphic here to put a 4. It's Monday morning in Sarasota. Who's down there at the start line? Or who's not down there at the start line? Okay, let's update this graphic here. We're on 40th lap, not 30. So we're now in Monday, the 3rd calendar day of this event. And that's got to be a psychological, that's just a total head trip. You're now on your 3rd straight calendar day. And some lights just turned out. It's midnight. One of the big lights that was helping illuminate the start-finish area has gone out, so it's dark. The graveyard shifters began. Where's my graphic? Get that up on screen. And, wow. Who is it going to be, folks? As we welcome you to the graveyard shift. Oops. The graphics are haunted. Let me just do that again. Where's it line up? There we go. Okay, so we're waiting for the start of this lap, and we're going to see who basically is not on the water. Greg, he's coming over. Greg, mate, give us the dramatic news. What's happening?
So we most definitely had at least one racer that wanted to quit.
But they didn't?
But they didn't.
Yes.
I mean, straight up.
They're all back out there.
Wanted the board signed, was ready to give the board away, was completely done, and somehow found a way to step back out there, get going again. I mean, I was straight up told that they were done, that they were quitting, and then
did they say it?
They
or
were
the support crew. What was the?
They said it, but until I sign that board and until I give that coin, if they get back in that starting gate with 10 seconds to go, then it's on. And so they did.
What happened? Why did they start? What changed their mind?
I don't know. I wasn't over there in the tent, but
okay. I don't want to pry and
some-
ask who it was, because I don't want to psych them out indirectly. But if they were over there in the tent, only so many people have a tent over there. Interesting.
it's
Are you allowed to say
well,
who it was, or does this interfere with the?
yeah. No, I mean, I think that I'll just say this. I think that it really does help to have crew that are able to say, okay, don't make a hasty decision the second you come off the water. Take advantage of the time that you have right now, and let's go see what we can do with that time to get you where you can be okay to go back on the water.
So they wanted to quit as soon as they got off the last lap.
Yes.
Interesting. And they took 5 minutes and recomposed themselves.
Yes.
Well, all we can say is that it wasn't Paolo, because he's here solo. So, because Suzak, his partner, is kind of freaking out on the live stream. Who was it?
Yeah.
It's very early in the morning there in Europe.
But Suzak, you should know that was a tough loop for Paolo, and he was really impressive because he didn't have nearly as much time as he has on other loops, and he came right in. He went right. He knew exactly what he needed, which was some caffeine, and he went right over and he got some caffeine. And by the time we were doing the countdown, he was doing his jumping up and down, getting ready to get back on the board. So clearly, I don't know if the caffeine had kicked in that quickly, but he was ready to go again. So,
all right, there you go, Suzak. Your man's still looking strong. Definitely hitting a bit of a wall, as they all are, but still out there. Wow, that's fascinating. A little bit of drama there. The quit, and then they decided, screw it, I can do a couple more laps.
Yeah, until that board is signed, until that coin is in their hands, it's
very interesting.
Doesn't count. So,
wow.
You know,
do you have one of the coins in your pocket? Can you show us?
Yeah, I've got one.
I think your son made these. Is that right?
He did. Hold on, let me grab them.
So they've got special kind of, I don't know if it's a souvenir you want, but you get a coin that says "no longer standing" on it, and that's basically when you're out of the race. There you go. No longer standing. The special commemorative coin that nobody really wants. It's the worst souvenir ever.
I've got to credit the 14-year-old for the awesome phrase and the 3D printing skills that he had to create those for each paddler that doesn't get the trophy.
We've borrowed his phrase on the graphics there. We've got a no longer standing column.
Awesome.
And if you're on your phone, you might be able to kind of peek at that, but that's basically the honor roll of those who have fallen, and in brackets how many laps they retired after. By the way, we're doing a bit of wheeling and dealing in the chat group. Someone wants to buy Paolo's board. Michael.
To buy Paolo's board?
Yeah, they're asking is he selling his RRD after the event. If you're in Florida, Michael, get down to Sarasota. I'm pretty sure he wants to sell it.
Yeah, if there's ever a time to convince him to sell his board, it's going to be right after the event. Because that'll be the height of the time where he never wants to get on a board again. So this is when you should take advantage of him, when he's really tired and just never ever wants to set foot on a board again. Then
that's a good point.
Offer him a really low offer, and maybe you'll get yourself a new board.
Suzak's confirmed. Paolo's partner back home in Europe. Yes, he can sell it. Michael's saying, definitely interested. Looks like an awesome board. I don't think we can get them here in the US. So, yeah, all right.
Come on down. Price is right.
I'll DM on Insta. Paolo said, it's going to be the winning board. It may very well be a collector's item. We'll see.
Get him to sign it.
Yeah. Michael, ask for a signature from the man himself, the legend.
Yeah.
He's definitely...
Actually, you want Paolo's signature on that board. You don't want my signature on that board.
That's a very good point. For those who haven't been following us close, Greg signs the race sticker on each board when you retire, and that plus the coin you receive is your official exit from the race. So you don't ever want to see Greg's signature on your board. There's only one board that doesn't have Greg's signature on it, and that's going to be the winning board.
That's right.
Suzak said, Paolo might be a bit sad to sell it. He's going to have a bit of an emotional connection after all this time together. It'll be his... yeah, he's going to have a bond with that board after this event.
He might literally be leaving some skin on that board right now.
Yeah. I'm curious how many layers of skin are left on their feet. There must be some... yeah. They mustn't look pretty.
No, they don't. They don't look good.
Is anyone wearing shoes?
No, I don't think so. No, I think everybody now is barefoot. So.
A few questions came through. Can we use GPS trackers in this race to track your speed and monitor?
Like, can the individual have something on?
Yes.
Is that what the question is? Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I think a few of the guys must have been using it because some of them had like metronomic perfect lap times. Josh was spot on every time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think the vast majority of them are using something right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine.
All right. Is there any other quirky rules that we haven't heard of yet? You don't have to tear a page out of a book, do you? Each lap?
No.
Like the infamous Barkley marathons.
Yeah. No. Hey, listen, I will borrow many of Laz's ideas, but I think there's probably some limits, and doing some book tearing is probably one of them.
Yeah, that kind of seems next level. You obviously met the man. You were at the Barkley the year they filmed the documentary, correct? You were supporting?
I was actually there the year. I was actually there the year before they filmed the documentary. I crewed for Bev and Alan Abbs, who were in the documentary.
Okay.
It's a fascinating race. For those that don't know, it's probably the most well-known trail race in the world, and it's super quirky, and I am on the record as having said that many of the elements of what Laz, the race director, does, I try to emulate in the ways that I think about how I'm going to do a race. And certainly this race is very much an homage to his backyard ultras that he puts on. And so, yeah, so, there's a lot of what he does that I think is just so unique in that sport. And I would like to see more of it kind of carry over into this world.
It's worth mentioning the Barkley Marathon, a documentary well worth watching if anyone wants to look it up after the live stream's over. That race is almost impossible to finish, correct? The vast majority don't finish.
Of everything that I've ever heard Laz say, the thing that's always stuck with me, and that is definitely something that I used kind of in thinking for Great Alabama 650, and certainly comes into play with this, is, when you're putting on a super, super hard race, something like a race like the Barkley where it feels impossible to finish, the magic number is 1. You want one finisher. You don't want 0 finishers, and you don't want lots of finishers, but you want 1, because 1 means that it's really, 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 really hard, but it can be done. And so, so that's kind of, even in when we were putting together Great Alabama 650, I always kind of kept that in mind, which is, what is it about this race? How can we make sure that it is so hard that so many people are going to struggle with it, but we always have to make sure that we at least just have that one person that's able to do it, no matter what. And even if you had years like with Barkley where nobody finishes it, we know that there's been 15, 16 people over the 26, 27 years that have finished it, and that tells us that it is possible.
What's the craziest race you've ever done in the trail running world? Or the longest?
Well, I did do Laz's Barkley Fall Classic, which is a much shorter version, and a much, I mean, it's a tamer version of the Barkley for sure, but it's still a really hard race, and it involves going up and down some of the sections of the Barkley route that are really well known, sections like Rat Jaw, and these sections of the state park that are super steep, and they have these bushes, these sawtooth briar bushes that have, they're like 4 or 5 inch long briars that just tear you up. And so even the Fall Classic race that he puts on goes through some of those sections, and you have to use like worker gloves, like gloves you buy at a tool shop or something like that, to go through those sections, because if you grab onto anything, you're not wearing those gloves, those briars will go right through your hand. Wow. And so I've done the Barkley Fall Classic, which I guess just off the top of my head is probably the craziest race that I've done.
Have you thought of any ideas for new paddle races?
Yeah, there's a strong possibility that I'll put on another race in the pretty near future along the panhandle of Florida and parts of the bottom of Alabama, basically from around the area where the 650 finishes. Okay. More open water style race. So that's something that's likely going to happen at some point in the future. And then I'm kind of always thinking of new places and new ideas and new things, and if something sparks my interest, I'll see if it's something that's worth pulling together.
Yeah, it's inspiring to see these new events coming up. I know we've been trying to map something out here in Australia as we wanted to call it the Outback Ultra. There's a very distant river in the far west of New South Wales that we've basically designed the race, and we were just thinking of ways to make it as hard as possible. But I think the races that you're putting on, and that others in the ultra world are putting on, are inspiring, not just for paddlers to go and do them, but I think it's inspiring for existing race organizers or wannabe race organizers to come up with new formats and new adventures in the sport. So it has this whole domino effect, and I love to see it. I think it's very healthy for the sport and just very interesting for those of us that love this side of paddling.
Yeah, and I would encourage more people to to figure out how to create races in their own backyard as much as possible. It doesn't have to be an ultra distance race, but trying to get people out on the water in a racing format, and giving more opportunities for that is awesome. And additionally, it's super rewarding to put on a race. I selfishly get great satisfaction from seeing people show up at my race and attempt it and finish it. It's an awesome feeling to have people here, and I'm always extremely grateful for everybody that's willing to come do a race that I'm putting on. It's validation that the things that you think would be cool and hard and fun, that's the validation that is the case, is when people actually come and do it. And so if you want to get some, not instant gratification, but some definitely some awesome heartwarming gratification, go out there and create a really cool race and have people come do it and feel like they got a great experience out of it.
Hey, what's your plans for Last Paddler 2023? Obviously Sarasota's already announced. Have you considered satellite events, kind of branching this out, or franchising it out, or open sourcing it? And how do you see it going, or how would you like to see it go?
Well, I think that I would like to see it where, yes, for one, yes, I think that there is obviously this is the original last paddler standing, but I think that it's very possible that that we could be doing this in some other places in similar formats. The thing that does ultimately make it a little bit harder than, say, the backyard ultra movement in trail running is that it really is ultimately a lot easier to put on a 4-mile trail race in pretty much anywhere. You can blaze a trail in your own backyard if you have enough land. So it's easier to do than when you're putting something on the water.
Yeah.
But I think that there are some what I would consider to be some like base rules that would be able to easily carry over to whatever last paddler style event is out there. And if done in certain ways, then you're going to get the experience like what these racers are getting here tonight, and yesterday and tomorrow and however long this thing goes. So I think the really broad answer to your question is yes, I'm certainly thinking about that. And I have been approached by people in other sections of the US and I'm certainly considering what that would look like if it's me involved in it. But the name Last Paddler Standing is mine, and it's something that I don't have a problem with having other people be involved in it in their area as well.
We almost organized a Last Paddler Standing in California in the chat group during the graveyard shift last night. There's a lot of interest. So I think, if you put it out there that this was going to be, however it works, if there's, the technical side of it, you put together a package and people, pay a licensing fee, or whether it's open source, I don't know, because obviously you've spent a lot of money putting this together, but I feel like there could be a whole satellite series that leads to Sarasota. So for 10 months of the year, there might be one in January in Australia, and then in May in France, and then all through the year in the States. And we get to December, and it's the unofficial world championship, if you will, of Last Paddler.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I think it's something that hopefully we see after the event itself, in the coming weeks, that we see that there's still the momentum and desire for people to be involved with that. And I think January 1, just opening registration for the next version of this next year, will be really telling of if this is going down the right road or if it was just a one-hit wonder. And yeah, I agree with you. I think eventually building it like that is definitely something that I would be interested in being involved in. And if people out there have a real desire to make that happen in their area, then yes, I would be very willing to talk to anybody about being involved in something like that. And as you know firsthand with Sup Racer, when you have a good thing and people love your good thing, they want to make sure that your good thing lasts for as long as it possibly can, and they want you, and if you're good at it, they want you to be involved in it as long as you will be involved in it. And you're a testament to that with what you've built over all these years, and the fact that every single comment I see when it's a discussion of your selling of Sup Racer is, well, please make sure you still are involved and have that baguette microphone at events and things like that. So, I think that's exactly what I hope to build with Last Paddler Standing is a desire for people to want to see things like that exist, and hopefully want to see me be involved in it as well. But if it is a Last Paddler Standing, I will probably be involved in it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's off to a cracking start here, and I suspect there'll be a lot of momentum flowing on from this event. So I'm excited to see how it looks next year, and I'd love to do one of these myself. I don't know about Sarasota because I want to come to Florida next year and do this live stream on the beach there. But
Yeah, I want you to be here.
I want to try this format. I'm just curious. I know I wouldn't be competing with the Fab Five, but I'm just really curious how many laps could I last. And I feel a lot of people will be drawn to this event not for the desire to be the last paddler standing, but just to see how long they can stand. And that could be this very
That's
interesting.
exactly. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I would love to see happen with it. I think we obviously touched on it a little bit earlier, which is this can be a great entry into the pre-ultra event or ultra event that you want to do. You know, this distance can be whatever distance you want it to be, as long as it's over 3.33 miles. And so, you know, somebody can use this as a stepping stone if being the actual last paddler standing is not necessarily their end goal that year. And I'd love for more people to do that, to see if they can do 3 loops or 5 loops or 10 loops or whatever that is.
Yeah.
And at the same time, obviously, like I said earlier, it's a little hard because also I don't want it to be 500 paddlers here on the start finish line. For it to, you know, I don't think that's conducive to it being a good race. And so
if next year
you know,
sells out, let's say, you know, this momentum carries on and 1st of January it's just a sellout straight away. You cap it at whatever you think, 50 or 60 paddlers, which isn't a lot. I mean, I think you sell out pretty easily next year now that everyone's seen what it is. Do you think in the years to come, Sarasota could be like a qualify? Like you got to qualify for Sarasota by doing a regional last paddler?
Yeah, that's sort of how I would envision it. And that definitely falls in line with sort of how Laz has the Backyard Ultras now. Obviously, you qualify within your sort of hometown or home country Backyard Ultra for Big's Backyard Ultra, which is the main one. And so yeah, I think that would be a cool way to build it. And I again, like I said, I think just the momentum and reaction from people commenting and being a part of this live stream for so long, and actually sitting here and staying on the live stream while, you know, there's not even any action behind, they're just me talking and you talking is I think a really good sign that maybe this is something that's going to take off beyond this weekend. So yeah, I'd definitely want to be a part of that, and I'd love to see this in Australia. I'd love, I think, I have a qualifier for the 650 down there already, and so I know how big the sport is in Australia, and so yeah, I would love to see, in addition to the growth of other races in other parts of the world, yeah, I'd love to see this in a place like that as well.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Well, Callie,
yeah,
you don't have earlier. He was mentioning
you don't have to twist my arm very much to get me to go to Australia. So
I think we've got the spot just down here. We got a little estuary where there's very little water movement, and that's where Callie was talking about. He did his 24-hour charity paddle a long time ago now. That was my first year paddling, 2010, 2011. We could do something like this down there.
That'd be great.
And I know,
yeah, but we've got to get you.
He was excited for it.
We've got to get you to Sarasota, though.
Yes.
And one of these days, we got to get you to Alabama, and
I would love to see Alabama. That looks like an extraordinary adventure. Just the stories of going down these little back roads trying to find your way to the water, and the little kind of the backwater country towns where you rock up at the pub and the support crew's there having a beer. And I think it would. It sounds epic. AL 650. It's probably the hardest race in the world of paddling, because I mean there's longer ones technically, like Race to Alaska or the Yukon 1000, but the AL 650, Alabama 650, to my knowledge, there's nothing like that where they just say start here and end here and do it however you like in between. Like you can paddle 48 hours straight if you want.
Yeah, I think I always try to leave it up to the previous racers to sort of say whether or not they think it's the hardest in the world or not. But I think what I always go back to is one of the big differences between this race and a lot of the other long distance races is you don't have any choice but to paddle it. You're not going to get any assistance from the water, and in fact the water is going to fight you for parts of it. So it's truly a paddle race. It's not a fast float. It's not a float with some paddling as well. It's a paddle race, and I think the distance plus that factor probably does make it probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest races.
Sounds extraordinary.
And I think Race to Alaska, I should probably say, I think Race to Alaska, when done in the paddling format, is probably relatively comparable in terms of what energy and that you expend and how challenging that can be, and the danger factor as well. I think that that's certainly, I would consider probably a comparable race. And sometimes everything is a little bit apples to oranges within this world because there's just no two races that are alike, and because the word hardest is subjective, and it can be sort of a weird thing. But at the end of the day, more than anything else, if people that have done my race or done the 650 say, wow, that's like the hardest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
And if people that haven't done it say, wow, that looks like the hardest race I could ever do, then I feel like that's the accomplishment that I would have with it. Yeah.
You like to see people push themselves.
I do. Yeah, for sure. I think that's a really cool thing. I think you see all sides of someone when they're in moments like this right now.
Yeah.
So I think it's an interesting thing to see people push to their breaking point and beyond their breaking point in some instances.
Well, we've seen someone go beyond their breaking point on this lap because they quit, and then before they could officially quit
and unquit.
They said they were going to quit, and then they changed their mind. So they broke and then glued themselves back together, and they're out on the water. So we'll see if they'll last another lap. Can they get a second wind, or was that just they're out there for one more lap just to kind of have their moment, and then they'll retire?
Yeah, and this is not the first time I've seen somebody quit, in a race, and then change their mind. So you can tell if somebody's really serious. You can tell if somebody, is actually going to quit. But then sometimes that person really does want to quit, and they just need the right other person to kind of talk them down from that decision. And so that was the case.
Do you have any involvement in this, or are you an observer? If they say they want to quit, do you say, "Are you sure you want to quit?"
No.
Or do you just say, "Okay"?
No. Oh yeah, no, for sure. This was not a situation where I jumped in. I didn't need to jump in. But if a racer comes in, like say to a portage on a race and is saying that they want to quit, I will almost always say, do you want to just give it a little bit of time and think about it? Because in most instances, taking that little bit of time is minuscule in the greater scheme of the length of the race itself. So it's worth it to stop and really just try to gather your thoughts and emotions a little bit. And yeah, I'll interject if I think it's maybe not the right decision for them. But you also do know when it is the right decision and when not to even consider talking them out of it. Sometimes it is the right thing. Sometimes you want people to do it because you see that maybe they're potentially going to hurt themselves if they don't stop doing what they're doing. And so, yeah, but for sure, there are definitely times where I will try to talk them out of it.
Yes, it's. I love the ultras because you push your mind so far. Andrew just left a good comment in the chat saying the ultras teach you a lot about yourself. Also, great work, and thanks, Greg, for putting this on, he said. But I think that's very true. You learn about yourself during the ultras. That's always the thing that Bart would tell me when I'd interview him in the early days of Sup Race, just saying, why are you doing this? And he'd just say, you change as a person, you grow, and you learn things that are deep in your mind that are hard to unlock any other time.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And we know how accomplished Bart is, and Bart's another one that I'd love to see one day.
We were having this discussion, Kristen and I, just before she went home, that would Bart love or hate Last Paddler Standing? Because you'd presume he'd be perfect for it. He's such an accomplished ultra paddler. But Bart's a bit like Bobby, where he doesn't like to stop. And I think it would perhaps drive him crazy to have to get off the water. And it's because it's a very different kind of ultra. And Bobby was even saying at some point he was slowing down his laps because he didn't want to be off the water, which I think is fascinating because most of the paddlers just want to get in as fast as possible and have a break. So there's a certain type of paddler where, I mean, if Bart was there, he'd be like, can I just stay on the water and do my 48 loops non-stop? It's very interesting how it changes.
Yeah, I hear that, and I would agree with that, and I would say I would even think that Bart might not like this race because he probably loves seeing the different scenery that he sees in a lot of other races and all of his expeditions and all of the places that he sails and paddles around the world, and seeing the same loop over and over and over again is probably not something extremely appealing to him. But
I think he'd
maybe
like the mental side of the challenge. He loves that. But I know for Bart, and again, I shouldn't be speaking for him, but I know the man pretty well, and what he loves in the ultras is to be able to race. It sounds like they sound very similar to Bobby, Bart and Bobby. Bart loves to kind of get out in front and race people from the very beginning.
Right.
And in this, it's almost the opposite. You don't really want to be in front. Like we've seen Paolo win almost every lap, and that's not really giving him much benefit at all at the end of the day. So it's a very different kind of ultra. It's quite interesting that we've gotten to the point now where there's not just ultras, there's a whole range of ultras. So yeah, I like that. Bart did say he was going to do the original Alabama 650 2019, I believe, and something came up. He couldn't make it, but I know Alabama 650 is very high on his bucket list. And I'd sent him a message actually asking about this one. I wanted him to try and get him on the stream. So I'm very curious to hear the other man's thoughts because he's been such a pioneer of the ultras.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that year that the two of you were up at River Quest and spending some time together up there, and we were, I don't know if you remember this, but we had not created the 650 yet, and we were really just going around and trying to meet everybody in the paddling world and pitch our race to racers. And
I do remember. That.
Yeah. And so I know what you're talking about. I remember Bart being keen on the idea, probably primarily just because, you know, even just those few short years ago, there's still, you know, there weren't a ton of options. There's still so few races, and even today, it's not like a ton of races have popped up since the 650 started almost 5 years ago. So, you know, I think racers that want to race the long distance races, they want to race all the races because
Yes.
there's only so many of them. And I think we'll see Bart here one day. I mean, if he gets really back into doing these types of races, then I think the 650 would be one that would be right up his alley. And I think the mental challenge of last paddler standing would be something that would be interesting to see. And then I actually do believe we'll see the day where some more of these well-known non-endurance racers start to try their hand at this side of it. We'll see some of those that historically go to Carolina Cup and historically go to some of the ICF events and things like that. I think we'll see a few of them cross over and just try their hand at maybe potentially some of the shorter distance ultra races and things like that. I think that is a natural thing because we see it in other sports. You see it in running for sure, which is there comes a point where people just want to see how much further they can go than the race that they just did. And the reason it's worked well in running is because there is a good stepping stone up to the next distance. It's like the 5K to 10K distance is not so astronomical, right? Like you can make that jump from one to the next relatively easy from a training standpoint. What I think I would argue is in the paddling world, we still have a pretty big gap between lots of shorter distance races, a decent number of super long distance races, and not a ton of those middle ground distance races that might be good stepping stones for somebody to move up to something like River Quest or MR340 or Water Safari or Osable or something like that.
Yeah, I agree. We need those stepping stones. Some of the baby ultras.
Right. And I think if we can see some of those pop up, then I think we'll see a natural progression from some of the superstars within the SUP world, trying their hand at the next level, and then slowly but surely finding their way to the Yukon and to Alabama and to to South Africa and to Belize and to all these
Belize
places.
I want to see that race in Belize.
Right, the Rue de Maya.
Yes,
Yeah.
That looks epic. Hey, there's a light coming in behind us. I've just added you to the on-screen graphics, by the way, Greg. You're
all right. I'll be right back.
Commentator. So it's good chatting with you. The light approaches. Okay, this is going to be a very anxious 20-minute break here because if you missed the drama an hour ago, one of the paddlers got off the wall. We don't know who yet, and out of respect to them, I didn't want to really have it announced that they were borderline quitting, but one of them got off and said they're done, and then they went and sat with the support crew, and 5 minutes later they said, all right, we'll keep going. But they were on the border of quitting at the beginning of the graveyard shift. So still 5 in the race. Not sure if there'll be 5 in 20 minutes time when we start the 41st lap. Interesting. There's Paolo. Hey, Paolo. Paolo giving us the thumbs up. He's in much quicker this time. That was about a 41-minute lap. So that was 4 minutes faster than his last lap. So he's regained his rhythm. That was a much quicker lap.
Definitely looking better.
He's looking better?
Definitely looking better than last loop. He, I think that caffeine kicked in a little bit. He said he's still tired, but he doesn't feel as bad as he did on that last one. So that's a good sign.
He's getting a big shout out from Suzak, his partner, sending her love. So she's very excited to see him giving the thumbs up there. So Paolo will still be standing. We've got 4 more to wait and see if they will still be standing.
I see one now.
No one's come close to missing the time cut yet. Is that correct? Or what
That's correct.
when I was asleep. No one had to sprint to get in.
No, I think the closest we've ever had anybody was about between 6 and 7 minutes.
Okay.
Which is plenty of time. I'd even argue probably we wouldn't be seeing quite as much exhaustion if we had a more consistent grouping of people that were 10 minutes or less in time.
Yeah.
They're just, it's very, very natural to get sucked into, I've got to catch up to the lead guy.
Yes.
And I think that is, I think that's come into play for the last however many hours we've been going now, 30 something.
40th. This is the 40th hour.
There you go. Thanks. Okay. So, yeah. So I think that's hard to break when nobody here has ever done anything like this before. And so
yes,
they're always, if they're not in the lead, they're chasing somebody. And now they don't necessarily have to be chasing somebody so much. So.
Yeah, it's getting exciting. 40 hours. Greg, it's Monday morning. It's now Monday morning in Florida.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
It's
oh, no, it's been Monday morning for 45 minutes. I've been talking to you so much I didn't even realize what time it was.
It's Monday morning, 40 laps. Wow.
Yeah, I think when we first talked about this, we talked about sort of how long we thought it would go, and I always felt confident it would probably go until Monday, and I was always scared it would go beyond Monday. So here we are at the day that I thought, and I'm really hoping that we keep it within the day that I thought and don't go beyond.
Me too. I'm really enjoying this, but I don't know if I can do another day after this.
Yeah. If we're sitting here at this time tomorrow night, I probably shouldn't even put it into the universe.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. Get down there. Yes. Scary thought. Surely we can't have a lap 64. I think we'll have a lap 50. I think we've got at least 10 more hours to go here. But it's that lap 49. Once we've done 48 and we start the 49th lap, suddenly it's a whole new race. And that's when things are going to really become difficult, because nobody is paddling, as you'd expect. Nobody's paddling on the pace that they need to paddle tomorrow morning. But the big question is, who can paddle on that pace? Bobby and Paolo have shown that they can do it. The others have been much more conservative, so we don't know. Obviously, all of them can paddle faster than they're going now. They're playing it smart, but how much faster and for how long is going to be the big question. But of course, before we get to that point, they've got to survive the graveyard shift. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The race could be over before sunrise. 8 hours is a long time. Yes, Suzak just saying 8-kilometer laps are going to be harder after this many kilometers, because once you've done 48 laps, how many kilometers have you done? That's 160 miles after the 48 hours. So someone do the calculation for me. I'm too tired. 128, 256. I think that'll be 256 kilometers after 48 hours. So you've paddled 256 kilometers, barely slept in 2 nights, and suddenly you have to start doing a really solid paddling pace. It's insane. That's batshit crazy. So I think we'll be done early afternoon, if that, on Monday. I'm hoping there's a dramatic conclusion around lap 49 or 50, because that's going to be very, very late for us here in Australia. I'm just going to take a quick break here, folks. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, folks. Welcome back to the graveyard shift. The second graveyard shift of Last Paddler Standing. We're doing it all again as we have some lights approaching shore, looking for safe harbor. But will the lights keep flickering, or shall the flames be soon extinguished? We came very close to losing one of our fabulous 5 on the last lap. We're all on the edge of our seats to see if 5 paddlers will still be standing on lap 41. And it's so dark, but you can kind of get a sense, just the way they get off the water, the way they interact with their support crew. That looks like Bobby getting the blanket around him from his support crew. The way they act as they get off the water tells you a lot. Unfortunately, it's very dark in Florida right now, so we can't see a lot, but we'll get some updates from Greg before they get back on the water, hopefully, just to get a sense of where the paddlers are at in their minds. Okay, Greg's approaching the camera. Greg.
Unfortunately, we are losing urine on this.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm going to present him his coin.
Very sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, yeah, on mate.
It's a bit, I feel a bit, it's going to be dangerous if I continue. I can't get any food into me. And, I have to make a decision. But I went to Florida to win this, so I'm a bit disappointed.
Well, I'm sure you're understandably disappointed, but mate, you've survived 40 laps. It's a Herculean effort. You've given us an amazing story to follow, and I'm sorry that you can't keep going, but if your body says you're entering dangerous territory, it's for the best.
Yeah, it's no, all respect for Greg and the teams around it, and it's been a good, fantastic race. Good people, a lot of chit chats. I spend a lot of time with my cousin I haven't seen for a long time. He flew over from Long Beach to do this with me. Last minute.
I'm just making you full screen, Goran, so everybody can see. You're getting a lot of support in the live stream. You have been the whole time, and I think a lot of people are very impressed that you've completed. You've paddled until Monday, mate. It's 1 a.m. Monday morning. Do you realize? You've paddled 3 calendar days straight.
No, I said to my cousin that we have to start to. So we said I'll do 40 and then see what's happening. And this last lap, I just felt my chest is, and it's just, ridiculous.
It's done. So you haven't been able to eat the last few laps?
No, my cousin is a bit upset. They try to force me.
They're trying to force food down your throat.
Yeah. They can't do. I don't know what you call it in English. They can't do. What do you call it? When they put a needle in and
the intravenous drip.
Yeah, yes. Intravenous.
You need one of those. Wow, man. What do you think?
Fantastic area. Is I've never seen anything like it. It's like an Olympic stadium for rowing, kayaking, and that. Good facilities. It's been really, really, really good with with the tent area. And all the crew that helps all the competitors has been really nice. You know, everyone asked if you want anything or if you need anything, and everyone have been helping out each other. So I think that's just a little bit of a key for the endurance races. Like everyone knows that, you know, a little bit of help always appreciated. So that's. So it's good, and everything is close. You know, there's a big. I don't know if you heard about it. There's a big supermarket or like a mall. They got everything. So I mean, the support team can just go over, and I had fantastic mushroom soup and you know that sort of stuff. It's not like you. It's not like Yukon River.
You're getting a hell of a lot of comments on the live stream, mate. A lot of people respect this effort. Awesome work, full respect, amazing effort. How are your feet? Is one of the questions.
They've been numb since SUP 11 City last year, I think.
That's easy then. You couldn't feel them to begin with.
No, that's the thing. My feet is just hurting. Is hurting. My hands is hurting. The tickling, the toes. I can't really feel the toes. You know, and like that.
There's a lot of comments coming through here. Even
apart
Denise.
from that, I mean, some people ask about the back and that. My back is okay. The back, as long as you do a proper stroke, I don't think you suffer that much from the on the back. It's more feet, hands. Feet and hands.
How do you not? We actually have a nurse that's been tuning in this whole time, Veronica, and she says, "I'll come and do it for you. I'll give you the IV drip."
Oh well, can you make it in 3 minutes?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of support on the live stream. Tommy D, Dick Hero, Underbart, Goran. So a lot of support, mate. I think you've inspired a lot of people with this, and I know you would wanted to go all the way. But hey, who's your? I know this isn't really what you're thinking about right now, but of the 4 paddlers, we'll wait until the lap starts so that they're not nearby when they can hear. But I'm curious to hear who you think can keep standing.
I know who's going to win.
Okay, save it until they get out there because I think the speaker's on and they might hear. But once they go in a couple of minutes, I'll ask you that again.
Yeah,
but,
I hang on so we can chit chat.
But yeah, Goran, they're saying Heisan from the Falkenberg SUP Club and all the crew in Sweden, around the world. Even Kalle Margetz, the Aussie legend, he was commentating earlier. He's saying he's giving you full respect for 40 hours. This is an extraordinary effort. So what was the hardest when you decided you were going to retire? What was, because that was you last lap. Greg was saying someone had decided to quit and then they started again, and he wouldn't say who it was out of respect. I'm presuming that was you. What made you change your mind? Why did you do one more lap?
To do 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a nice even number. 40 laps.
I had a goal to do at least till I don't make that an hour, but it's just the body it's just aching. It just feels like.
We're going to do the numbers on the screen. We've got a calculator up on the live stream. We'll do it in miles first. You've done 133.2 miles. And then if you times that by 1.61, 214 kilometers.
It's a little bit further than a non-stop then.
What's the 11 cities about? 2.5, 2.10? You've basically just done the 11 cities again.
Yeah. But the really big difference, we've been talking about it actually when we were been paddling, like the really big difference is like if you do the non-stop 11 city, you take a break whenever you want to. You can take a 5 minutes break, or you take a quarter break, or you can take an hour break, but then you have to paddle like hell after that. And that's the same with the Yukon as well, like that sort of races. Everyone find it. I think that's common for all of us. That it's hard with this. Like you get about 15 to 10 minutes break. And it doesn't matter, like, oh, I want to stay a little bit longer, I want to sleep a little bit longer. You can't really relax. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't fall to sleep, because you're always thinking of like, oh, is it 1 minute to go, or is it 2 minutes to go, or like that.
Did you sleep a single second this whole time?
No. I tried. I you know, but it's like you were like, oh, what's the time? And you know, so that's the thing.
What was your theory on you? We saw you walking around a lot. You just wanted to keep on moving.
Yeah, I wanted to move around, because when we first started, I was sitting down in a chair and all that, and it was just seized up too much. So I find it easier to walk around to get moving and to get ready for that.
Well, it seemed to work. You know, it worked this long. This is.
I didn't work. I didn't win.
Well, that's true. It worked to an extent, I guess. But some of the other paddlers, I think, haven't been sleeping. It's interesting. Paolo has been trying to do a sleep every lap, and I think you and Bobby haven't been sleeping at all. So it's interesting, the different strategies in this. What would you change if you came back next year?
I really have to learn to eat. or not eat. I really have to learn about. You know, I'm struggling with that one on non-stop as well. I'm struggling with that on the Yukon as well. The food is just, I don't know.
You mean
the thing is, you can't get any help either.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get the nutrition, they can say, oh, you should put this in, and you should eat that, because so. But I mean, if I don't like it, there's no point to eat it.
Was there anything at this point that you were still craving, or does all food kind of just disgust you? Like, you just don't want to eat?
Oh no, there was heaps of food here, so you could get everything. So, no, I didn't. No, that was fine. Everything was good here.
Well,
do you want to hear the name now?
You're on. The paddlers have gone out for their 41st lap. They can't hear us now. Who's your prediction?
No. Alex.
Yes. One of the dark horses. Why?
If they go to 48 hours, he's really, really, really quick on turning. I said to him, have you done a lot of technical races? And he said, no. He's really good on turning. He's physically strong. But that's if they make it to the 48. And they have to do the 5 miles.
If we were 10 hours ahead here, if you'd made it to the 48, how much of a challenge is that? Is this an insurmountable wall?
I mean, we were discussing it, and most of us said there's no way we're going to make that time.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, we were just laughing at each other and saying, "It's insane," you know, going from I don't know what we were average. It's hard with this mileage and kilometers an hour. I think I was average about 7.5 kilometers an hour.
I'll tell you. You were doing 45-minute laps, is that right?
Yeah.
So
45. Yeah, roughly.
You were doing
45.
45 minutes is 7.1 kilometers an hour.
7.1, yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got to up that to 8 plus.
Yeah, and then some loops I did in 48 minutes. You know, in the end here now. So, nice, tough. But it's going to be a tough race. I mean, otherwise.
Was it harder than you thought?
Definitely. I didn't thought I was flying over to Florida and pick the beautiful trophy up easy, but that was a lot harder than I thought. Like
was
I've done,
surprised how many
like I
paddlers dropped
said to you
out.
before, I've done 3 races this year, or main races. I've done, Falkenberg had hosted a really nice competition. I think they're going to host next year. It's going to be interesting.
Maybe they can
Falkenberg-
host the last paddler. We can do it all.
Yeah,
in
last
Sweden.
time. Yeah.
Last
No, but
Paddler Sweden.
my main goal was this year that when Greg announced that, and I can't remember now. It was in January or February or something like that.
Mm.
And I signed up. I pretty much was, I think, nearly the first one to sign up. And then, I mean, you forced me to do the Yukon. You and Anne Marie. And then
The
obviously,
COVID race.
yeah, the COVID race. And then for me, 11 cities like going home.
Your royalty in Friesland,
so for
Goran. There's a
that,
street named after you in Leeuwarden.
Lucky is a street name though, so it's not a shop.
Yeah. Some interesting shops in Leeuwarden. So
So it was three main races this year, and they completely different. I mean, if you not even. I mean, now roughly I did a non-stop. Now, wasn't it? Like you said, about 214 today, and 220 on the 205 on the non-stop. But the big thing, like I said to you, like when you do the non-stop, you can stop and break. You can take 5 minutes, you can take 10 minutes, but it's up to you. But here, everything is up to Greg here to decide.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the rule. In 60 minutes, you're gonna go.
Would it be easier to just keep paddling and not stop each lap?
Yeah.
So the breaks are the hardest part.
Yeah.
Ironically.
Well, that's to make it different with this sort of race. I mean, I think it's really good that you can go around the world and pick races that you like, or you want to try something new. So it's good.
I think that's the beauty of the ultras now. There's a variety of ultras to choose from. It's getting very interesting.
Yeah.
Are there any others that are on your bucket list?
I
Would you do
already.
Alabama?
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm signed in.
Oh, you've already signed up?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. The story continues, folks. Goran's coming back to the US next year for Greg's other torture fest, the Alabama 650.
No, so it was actually great today to just once to talk to Greg about it, and then meet Greg before I go over to Alabama, and then all the names. I know the names now. What's his name? The winner of this year. Bobby. I mean, we've been paddling for 40 hours now, so we've been chit-chatting a little bit about Alabama, and he can help me out a little bit.
What kind of conversations happened out on the water? Do you remember?
Looking, I can't really remember. I think we've been talking, like Bobby, like what do you work with? He's selling used cars. Was one, I pretty much know what everyone works with and where they live and the shoe size. And no, he's kidding with the shoe size. We didn't go that far. No, but it's where do you live and where do you paddle? Where do you like to paddle, or what sort of work are you doing, and that sort of stuff around it. So how old are you? And that,
you've made some new friends.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, and that's another thing with the ultra as well. This time to meet people, even not even on the water, off the water as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are you flying home? When did you book your flight for?
Saturday, because I thought I'm going to paddle to Saturday.
You thought this might go a week?
Yeah.
Do you think, what's your prediction on the lap that it'll reach?
Pardon?
How many laps will we do? Will it go much beyond the 48?
No. 40, 49, maybe 50.
Yeah. So we're all going to get some sleep in about 9 or 10 hours.
Yeah.
That's good. What's your plan now? Can you sleep, or is your rhythm so messed up that you're not going to be able to? Like, do you feel tired right now, or do you feel awake?
That's the funny thing. I don't feel tired. I just feel, like that. But that's again. I probably could have. Like, me. I probably could have gone out now because I had I had 20 minutes rest now, 25 minutes nearly. But Greg didn't let me do it. So, and that's the format. That's the format of this race. So that's the beauty of this race. Because if everyone could go, whenever they want, this is going to be another endurance race. So this format is good.
So you're a big fan of Last Paddler?
Yeah, I think it fits the, like you said, it fits the entire what do you call it? Schemat.
Yes, it's, the schema that it fits in with the ultra.
Yeah, it fits in.
Yes.
For endurance.
Yes. Is there anything, vill du säga någonting på svenska för de som tittar på?
Det verkar som att jag har fått mycket support. Så det är jättekul. Tack så mycket. Yeah, he wanted me to speak in Swedish. Nej, så det har varit jättekul. Tyvärr så vann jag inte. Men det kommer fler gånger kanske.
Absolut. Nästa år.
And my goal, apparently Greg told me there's no sub paddlers have made the Alabama 650 yet.
No, you've got a chance to be the first. So presumably you're grabbing your red inflatable, get on the plane to Alabama, and you're going to paddle the whole thing on a SUP? Because it's a multi-craft. A lot of people change craft.
Yeah, it's a multi-craft, but I want to do it on a SUP.
You want to go all the way?
SUP. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, this could be yet another milestone for Goran.
Yeah.
The first ever SUP finisher at the Alabama 650.
Oh well, I think I should. I might come back.
Yeah. If you can't sleep, come back and join us. We'll put your name on the screen as the fifth commentator, and you can carry us through the graveyard shift.
I'll do that for you.
All right. Well, mate.
I get great. Keep on talking. Thanks everyone, and thanks to you three commentators. It's been awesome. It's been awesome, really awesome. I hope
pleasure.
everyone has been working. I haven't heard. Hasn't been working. Okay.
Yeah, we dropped out one time. We went for 36 hours straight without a glitch, and then we had to restart it. But we're up to about 12,000 viewers in total, and something like 900 comments or 1,000 comments. So it's been really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's been a lot of support, and you've had a lot of support. So people are cheering for you, and I know you're disappointed you didn't win and get to the 48 and beyond, but bra gjort.
Tack så mycket.
All right. Hej då.
See you later.
Vi ses snart, kanske.
Ja, det gör vi.
We might see Goran soon, I was just saying, because it doesn't look like he can sleep, funnily enough. Paddled for 40 hours, and it's 1 a.m., but he's not ready to sleep. He's actually wearing his Yukon River Quest shirt, that blue shirt there, so a well-accomplished ultra paddler. He's royalty at the 11 cities Goran. He's done the double, the non-stop, and the 5-day back-to-back, which is a very exclusive club. And interestingly, he completed 214 kilometers, and that is basically the distance of 11 cities. 11 cities, it changes every year, but it's about 205, 210 kilometers. So he's essentially just paddled the 11 city tour again. So that's a hell of an achievement. But now, folks, we're down to the final four. And interestingly, the man who would know the shape of all the paddlers, Goran, he was tipping Alex, who's been a real... I mean, I didn't know Alex before this race. He's been not so much a surprise, because he was just a total unknown quantity, but definitely a true dark horse. I think at this point it would be very easy to say the hot favorites are Paolo and Bobby, but John and Alex are still standing, and as Goran said, he thinks Alex could go all the way here. So Adam just commenting that was an impossibly lucid interview. I think Goran was more switched on than me during that interview. So yeah, he could have kept going. I think he could have done. I mean, how much more could you do? But as he said, if they could have done the paddles, if you could have started your lap whenever you wanted and finished within the hour, and I was chatting with Greg about this a while ago, saying, can you start at the top of the hour, like at the beginning of the hour, paddle for 45 minutes, then take a 30-minute break and do the final 45 minutes of the next hour? And he said no. He shut that down pretty quick. So I thought that'd be a pretty cool strategy, and apparently some of the other paddlers had that idea, but no, that's not allowed. So we bid farewell to Goran Gustafsson of Sweden. His watch has ended. We'll fire the cannons in honor of his achievement. 40 laps. Absolutely extraordinary. And he's getting a lot of shout outs. The Swedes tuning in. It is Monday morning in Sweden. There's going to be a few people late for work or very distracted because tuning in to the Last Paddler standing live stream. I feel like we're just going to see Goran in the commentary seat the whole graveyard shift. He's such a fan of these events. He doesn't just love paddling, he loves the whole atmosphere around them. As he was saying earlier, it's more than a race. And he's very much involved with these ultras, even when they're finished. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Goran back on the microphone. Chris Prince, who we know from the Yukon, he was saying after the Yukon River Quest this year, Goran didn't sleep either. He stayed awake for another day and partied. He's got endless energy. We had a great after party at the Yukon River Quest. There was some dodgy underground bar in Dawson City, a strange town to begin with. And we found one of the stranger bars. And then we all got COVID because we were in a very confined space in a basement, basically, having drinks. And I think half of the competition got COVID after that race. That was a nice souvenir from Canada. But Goran, the Yukon River Quest, he was third there in a pretty competitive field this year. Like it was all record times. So he absolutely blitzed it. And I suspect that we're going to see a lot more of him in the future because he just said he's already signed up for the Alabama 650 2023. So I'm sure he was asking Greg and Bobby a lot of questions about that race. Bobby is the two-time or three-time champion. I think he's won twice solo, the Alabama 650. Will he win? Last paddler standing though. Adam, it must feel amazing to step out of that pain cave headspace and have a chat with you. Yeah, I think I'm not sure after the interview they might be like, I'm getting back on the water. It was easier out there. Yes, the final four, Veronica. And yes, Jess, we did add Greg Wingo as an official commentator on the screen. I updated the graphics. We might even have to add Goran's name as one of the commentators because they're helping carry us through. Is it just me, or did it get even darker in Florida all of a sudden? I feel like the screen just went pitch black. The palm trees, I can still see. If we take away the athlete list, the palm trees are still there in the distance. They seem to turn off about 3 a.m. But it's definitely dark over there. We're well into the graveyard shift, folks. Fortunately, it's late afternoon here in Australia. I'm going to send Kelly Margetts a message. He's finished his lifeguard shift. Oh, 5 minutes ago, a message from Kelly. Yes. He's he's got to go and coach some junior lifeguards, and then he's going to come back. So in an hour or so, I'll be relieved of my duties momentarily. That's good. This is going to be a long graveyard shift otherwise, folks. 20 minutes past 1 in the morning. I'm just going to go and post a couple more things on Instagram and Facebook to keep everybody updated if they haven't yet found their way back to the live stream. And we'll check in with you when the next group come in, the final 4, lap 41.
Det gjorde Julius. Hey guys, I'm gonna play the crash. So let me.
Are you gone?
I'm leaving Spur.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be out. I'm leaving.
Is that Bruce? Is that Bruce? That is. Yeah.
You look horrible. Yeah, I think you've been taking your notes.
No, I had black locks. Okay, maybe it's that.
I think it's the best.
Oh, yeah, it must be. Yeah.
No, I never got any fruit. It's the best part is to leave them, yeah, so they dry. Yeah, that's about our time, because now the skin under it starts to grow. Yeah. Or
Well, I've said. Thank you.
thank you. Yeah.
Were you gonna go sleep? No. Okay.
Yeah. I want to see my friends. I can't leave them.
They want to see you probably. Sure, see.
Welcome back to the graveyard shift, folks. The time in Sarasota is now 20 minutes to 2. Early on a Monday morning. Most of Sarasota is soundly asleep, getting some rest before they wake up for work. But not for the final four. Our intrepid explorers, Paolo, Bobby, Alex and John, they're still out there, searching for something on the Black Sea of Nathan Benderson Park. Coffee time, the Italians are saying. Yes, I think I need a coffee. I'm not sure what time it is. I made the horrible mistake of putting all my clocks on Florida time a few days ago to prepare the studio setup, and I think I tricked myself to thinking I was actually in Florida. So even though it's broad daylight outside, my mind thinks maybe it really is the graveyard shift. Actually, I hid the palm tree lights behind the graphic. I can still see them in the corner. I think they're still on. I think we've got another hour of palm tree lights, but we're going to keep an eye on that, Veronica, because that's true graveyard shift. Once the palm tree goes out, you're on your own, out on the Black Sea. 7:38 a.m. in Italy. The whole country has come to a standstill. There's no traffic on the streets of Rome. Everybody is on their phones or their computer watching the hero, Paolo Marconi. Can he hang on all the way to the bitter end? It seems some of you are enjoying the change of pace from my usual horse racing style commentary in some of the shorter races. I have to psych myself up for that one, Adam. It's 10:30 out there in California. Giorgio is going to put some Italian coffee in a FedEx bag and send it over. Please do. If it can arrive in the next couple of hours, that would be very helpful. But yes, Veronica, they should be coming soon. "41 minutes past the hour. We don't see any distant beacons of hope approaching the shore. Have our brave sailors lost their way out there on the Black Sea? We shall soon find out, because they have 18 minutes to arrive. Eat, maybe even sleep, rest, get a massage, and get back on your board for yet another 3.33 mile loop around Nathan Benderson Park. Oh! And just as we say that, one of our sailors has righted course, and they approach. Right on cue, an update from our unofficial fifth commentator, Rick Johnson. Paolo is approaching.
Chris, I'm back. I put some. I can't sleep.
Yes. Welcome back, Goran.
So, do you need any help?
I do. Please. You look fresher than me, mate.
Yeah, but you know how it is when you race. It's like the adrenaline still is pumping. So call me up in about 4 hours. Then I'm probably going to look like a brack.
I'm just going to you tell us what's happening out there. I'm going to update the on-screen graphics to make you our official fifth
Yeah,
commentator.
the first paddler is on the way in.
Does it look like Paolo?
It's inflatable. So it's Paolo.
Has he won like 35 of the 41 laps? He seems to always be coming in first.
Yeah, he's been. I don't. He says he want to go in that. We talked about it before. He said he want to go in that sort of pace all the time because he loses technique if he doesn't. And in a way, I think it's true because I pretty much had the same pace as well that fitted me, and he's a good fast paddler, and that's what he said from the beginning. He likes to go in that kind of pace.
So
and
it's easier for him to paddle at the pace he knows than to slow down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was actually quite hard in the beginning. I tried to slow down in the beginning, but like I told you that I when I do I go 7.5 kilometers an hour. So, and it seems like everyone have pretty much done that.
I know we talked with Josh, who lasted 26 laps, and he was saying he had to train to paddle slower, and it was quite difficult in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's
I think everyone has their pace.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What's the temperature like? You've put a beanie on, mate. Don't tell me it's cold in Florida. Or is that just
No,
your
it's not
comfort?
cold. It's just me that, after Greg is cold. No, it's definitely not cold. It's probably what's that in Celsius? It's probably about 18, 20 degrees.
Okay, so it's pretty warm still. The middle of the night in winter, and it's still 18 or 20. Florida never gets cold, apparently.
Apparently they got a lot of wind on this. The wind picked up again.
Oh, you should be out there. That's your favorite conditions.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that.
Are you just going to go out and do a couple of practice laps for fun?
Rub it in.
It's 17 degrees.
17 degrees.
Oh, wow. That's chilly by Florida standards.
Where's the wind coming from? Was it headwind or? Yeah, there's northerly wind, so it's tailwind going down and it's headwind coming back. And because it's northerly wind, so it's no sheltered. It's a little bit easier if you go towards the side, but then you might bump into things if you got too close with the fin. But today, like I think I spoke to you yesterday. The winds. I think we had all wind directions yesterday, but today has been northerly winds, so has been stinking hot all the way down, and then quite nice going back. Actually, the first buoy down southwest today, there was just the heat down there. It was just like everything was standing still.
Did you honestly enjoy the wind?
Yeah. Because I practice. If you're gonna do sub 11 city non-stop or even the 5-day one, you have to practice headwind.
It is. That's true. It's a notorious. Those lakes.
Yeah.
Infamous.
The lakes,
Hey,
and
who's
it doesn't
coming
matter.
In the background there, is that Alex?
That's
John?
Alex.
Alex,
Sorry.
okay.
I'm a bad
47
I'm a
minutes.
bad commentator. Talking about everything else.
You've been up for 3 days straight. We'll forgive you for missing one paddler.
No, that's Alex.
We've got a few requests. You're on. We've got a few requests on the chat. Suzak is saying next time you see Paolo, tell him that they send their love. Okay. Suzak and their little baby, they're all super proud of him. And her heart is beating very fast every time he walks by on the screen.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
And also, Adam was saying that it's a revelation that we can paddle slow.
Where is Adam? I get some information here from Greg that Alex looks really good.
Looks really good.
Yeah.
Fresh as a daisy. He did look fresh when I spoke to him about 4 hours ago. Yeah. This is pretty impressive.
So maybe he has pacing himself right now behind Paolo.
So John and Bobby are still out there. I don't see any.
Is John coming now, and Bobby is right behind him. It seems to have a good pace, though. It was quite funny, though. Maybe is it okay if I tell everyone secrets now when the race was happening in the race?
So long as no one else can hear. What's the secret?
No. It's already happened, so it's not like that. No,
give us the goss.
John, he was struggling when the wind was.
Yes, he looked in pain.
And I actually thought he's going to quit there, but he put himself together and doing a good job again. But that's the thing to like the whole race. Everyone has said this as well. Is it like a roller coaster? Like one minute you feel fresh as a egg, and next minute you feel like, terrible. Or you have a really good lap, and you feel like, oh, this is it. And then next lap is just like, oh, what happened? So everyone has said it's a bit of a roller coaster. You can't really say
How many of the laps you did would you say you got off the water not enjoying life? And how many were perfectly fine?
Maybe 10 was really good.
Only 10 were good.
10 was good. 10 was okay, and 20 was about.
20 had you questioning life?
Yeah, definitely. Here they come.
So this is Bobby and Bobby and John coming in together, right?
Bobby and John, yeah.
Did we get any of Bobby Johnson's famous mind games? Everyone was talking earlier that he likes to play mind games with everyone. Did you hear anything out on the water?
No.
Maybe he's saving that if he gets down to the final two. But apparently he's got a reputation
of doing that. Oh.
Yes. Apparently we've learned a lot about everybody in this race during the race. It's been quite interesting.
Yeah, that's the good thing with the endurance races. You learn, you become really good friends in a short time, really quick.
I still haven't written down who's using which light color. I said I was going to do this last night. Who's on the red light there? Is that Bobby?
Bobby, yeah. Bobby red light.
Okay.
So John, he looks really good now. It's incredible.
John,
I thought he actually going to quit before me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asleep when it happened, but Kristen said he looked really rough one lap when it was warm and windy, about 3 p.m.
Yeah, it picked up really a lot.
I'm pretty sure you're the only one there that enjoys the wind, Goran.
But I find out that I, I don't know. I just put my head down. On the inflatable boards, I learn. I don't know. I'm not expert, but I always move forward to put the press the front down. So I go quite a lot of forward, and then I do a lot shorter strokes, but faster. Shorter strokes, faster up in the front, and just put my head down and don't look forward. Don't look, where you're going. Just I mean, we have the famous stretch in sub 11. Where the big barge is.
Yes.
What do you call that part? Yeah, you know which one I mean. It's always either really nice tailwind or it's hailing headwind, and I've never done it in tailwind.
Is this the famous canal where it feels like you're paddling uphill?
Yeah.
Yes, that big wide open area. I remember that one. That breaks a lot of people, that stretch of the race.
Yeah.
There's a lot of draft trains that splinter along there. It's very interesting. Hey, Ali and Alistair, who you'd know from 11 Cities, Northwest Paddleboards here on the chat, they're wondering, well, you might not be able to answer this yet, but how long it's going to take your feet to recover? They said their toes are still tingling from 11 Cities.
They did it this year?
Yes, I think they were there this year.
About
a lot of the
January, February.
So your feet should be right just in time for the Alabama 650.
Yeah. So that's why my feet never recovers anymore, because I did the Yukon and I did it non-stop and I did this one.
They're saying it was a bit breezy at 11 Cities this year. I missed 11 Cities, but they said it was a windy year.
I missed the 5-day one this year. I only did a non-stop.
Only the non-stop.
Yeah.
You didn't do both this time. You have done the famous double.
That's why I say only. Pardon?
We've mentioned many times on the live stream talking about the accomplishments of the paddlers that are out there. We talked about your double at the 11 Cities, where you did the non-stop and 5-day back-to-back. A very exclusive club that's completed that mind-boggling combination. Why did you do that?
Did you say I did it twice?
You have done the double twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to do it twice. It was this year and you only did the non-stop. So you've done the double? A double-double?
Double, and yeah.
You've got to be the only one that's done the double-double.
Do you think so?
There's like 6 of you that have done the double. No one's silly enough to do it twice.
No, it's like I said to. I mean, it's like a family to me down there. It's so much going on that week, and I mean, when I do the double, when I do the non-stop, the last couple of years I've been concentrating on the non-stop, and then the 5-day I just take it as it goes and have a good time, and every time Rich could go past with his boat, maybe have some refreshment with him.
It's a very special event, the 11 City Tour. Yeah. For any of you watching on the live stream that love these ultras and haven't yet ticked off the 11 cities, it's one of the bucket list items. Absolutely.
You disappeared.
Oh, I'm just rejigging the equipment here. I can hear you.
I saw. Oh, okay.
I'm still here. It's just an 18-year-old Facebook profile photo that's on screen now. But are you going to do the double again at 11 cities? Are you going to keep doing 11 cities? Do you just want to keep going back, or have you kind of ticked it off enough times?
Stop, but then what actually was
We've lost Goran. Come in, Goran. I think it could be last internet standing. We have been having a few issues with the Wi-Fi at Nathan Benderson today. It's just a ghostly image on the screen. The ghost of Goran. Maybe he's finally getting some sleep. His eyes are closed. Up, and he's gone. Okay, that's a little awkward. We've got to find someone that that knows how to add that call back in. Someone's
Yeah,
okay.
we're back.
Greg, we got you. I was just saying, I have someone who's around. But,
they just launched a rocket from Cape Canaveral. So we
really?
lost the internet.
Oh right.
Nice
yes.
kidding.
Elon.
So it's 2 minutes.
Elon's
It's 2
rocketing
minutes
away.
to start now.
The man's got jokes after 40 laps.
He's still a sense of humor after 240.
1.5 minutes ago. See if anyone drops out. You never know. I decided to drop out so everyone knew it. So, but it seems like Jan is going down. Paolo is dancing around here. I think he gets his legs working. I think he has a little bit of strategy like I had, moving around a little bit. Alex has always been late to the start.
Man, he cuts it fine.
Not late.
He really pushes the limits of the rest.
The rules a little bit. No, he's not disqualified, but he has made it in time a couple of times.
There was one. He actually did a flying running start one time because he started a few seconds behind you guys. So he did like a proper beach start. It was quite dramatic.
Yeah.
So they're all coming down. No one's.
They're coming, running. Yeah, all 4 of them on the starting. They're down there anyway.
My camera's gonna go off for a second, but I'm still here. Just keep telling us what you're seeing. Give us the play-by-play, mate. You're doing great.
It seems like all 4 of them is going out and is off now. 1, 2, 3, 4 competitors. So all 4 is still in. Bobby has the biggest crew here. That's unbelievable, but it's quite family-like. It's really nice. And John went for a swim in the start.
Just now?
I think he's
unintentional.
Out of what is it now? 40 second start, wasn't it?
Yes, lap 42.
Yeah, I think he's been. I reckon he's been swimming at least 21 of them.
Were any of those intentional, or he's just a bit wobbly on his feet?
He's a bit wobbly on his feet. He's still. Oh. He's going. I thought he quit, but no, he's going. No, so all 4 of them is off.
How many of the support crew are still there? Have they done their own race? Have they been awake the whole time? Was your cousin up while you were awake?
Yeah, he was up all the time. That's good. Good fun. Paolo doesn't have anyone.
That's extraordinary that he's doing this.
And it's really good actually.
Were any of the other support crews adopting him, or is he fine on his own?
Yeah, I mean everyone adopted everyone. It's like if people said I'm sick or tired of eating Mars bars. Oh, I got some Snickers. Do you want some? Or that's how it's been all the time.
Yeah.
Or do you have a Coca-Cola? Or my support team is going to the shop. Do you need anything like that?
That's awesome. So there's a lot of camaraderie and respect among the paddlers and supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the,
So now we
that's
have
the lap
now we have
started,
another hour to go for this
at
one.
least. So we're lap 42. We're getting close to that magic 48. 6 hours. Can they all hold on?
I think the weather's going to be as nice as this last couple of days.
Yeah.
So that's
It's Florida. Is it ever not nice weather? Unless it's a hurricane. It's a good thing this race.
Unless it's a hurricane. Yeah. Yeah, we have seen a little bit of. I don't know. Have they talked about that?
The park got damaged in the hurricane.
Yeah.
No. What's it look like down the other end?
It looks like a hurricane had gone through. No, big pile of concrete that you can't pick up.
Yeah.
Big huge concrete things that you understand that there was a lot of force to knock that over.
Wow.
Yeah, so now you can say, but like everyone says, like, oh, do you see any? I mean, this is the first place I've seen damage here. So it's like the cyclones in Australia. Like they hit pretty much locally. Like,
Yes.
That it's not spread over a wild. So unfortunately, I think was the name Fort Myers.
It
was
Is it
Fort
down on the
Myers
West
who
Coast?
get
They got flattened?
I think Fort
Yeah.
Myers was the one who get like hit really bad.
So, do you think it might be too soon to say? You think you'll be back next year?
For this one,
Yeah.
mm,
Or do you want to take a year
it's
off?
it's a good concept. I really like the venue of it,
Yeah.
but it's too soon.
Too soon to answer, or 12 months is too soon to do it again?
Yeah, both I think. It's a long way. A
I'll
lot
check
of
in
things
with
can
you
happen.
on New Year's Eve, because the registration's opening the 1st of January, and we'll see how you
Okay.
feel. Greg's already announced it.
I don't know if what's the rule? Is it a maximum?
He's talking that they'll cap it at, I think, I don't think he's decided, but he's talked between 50 and 60. And I suspect from the interest that we've seen the past couple of days that it'll sell out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd say if you want to do Last Paddler, be ready on the 1st of January to put your name down.
Yeah. I mean, definitely if I was living in the US, pretty, say max 8-hour drive or something like that, and I reckon it's quite a lot of paddlers around. If you look at that surrounding area. I mean, we know from few people in California, don't we? Up in Chicago, we got what's her name? Yeah, so it's few paddlers that I reckon should that I actually missed this year. I thought it were coming.
There's a lot of DNSs. I know a lot of people.
A
few people were injured or sick or had to work or something. I think it was like 10 missed the start. We had a couple of them on the live stream actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I think they were getting some serious FOMO.
But apparently there was a competition yesterday down at the Key.
That was a big issue, yeah. I don't know how many paddlers didn't start because of that, but Key West, unfortunately, which is Florida's kind of main race, it was on the same weekend. I don't know how, but they had to reschedule because of that hurricane, because it hit the Keys pretty bad.
Yeah, they kept on moving it, and one of a sudden they moved it to this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. There was some lack of communication of Key West, really. I mean, I love Key West. It's a great event, but it's a bit of a bummer.
Have you been to that one?
No, I've never been. I just love the event. It's what it does. It's kind of like the event in Florida, and I have heard from people that gone. It's just a big party.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. But
Yeah.
no, that's one of the longest running races in America now. So
Oh, okay.
that'll be back in May next year. They're going to move that, so that won't be a clash. I think maybe if we can talk to Greg, move it away from Paris. I don't know how many people that are in Paris would have come here anyway, but that was on this weekend, another big race.
Mm.
So if this one was like a week later, perhaps it could be perfect.
Yeah.
We'll see. And also, I know there's a lot happening in Thailand at the end of November next year.
Next year, yeah, that's the World Championship, isn't it?
ICF is going to be there,
Have they set the
11
date
Islands.
for that yet? We were talking
No.
about it, and apparently they haven't really set the date yet. What I
think
heard
it's going to be the
rumored.
third weekend of November, from what I heard.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They haven't decided yet, I don't believe. But they're doing a World Cup at right where you are in October, an ICF World Cup, which is like a mini World Championship at Nathan Benderson. And then their big World Championship will be there in 2024.
Okay.
So between the ICF and Last Paddler, there's going to be a lot happening at Nathan Benderson. I feel like it's this new mecca of paddling all of a sudden. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Have you been upstairs yet? We got a view. Kristen and Mason walked up with the camera to the roof.
Yeah, we had
12 hours ago.
what
It's
do you
pretty
call
epic.
it? The brief meeting.
On the roof?
Up on the
yes.
sorry, on the 5th floor, and it was quite
Okay.
a nice view from there as well. So I can
Yeah.
imagine it was. I haven't been to the rooftop.
It's a pretty
I
cool
got-
setup, huh?
Yeah. It's a strange building, though. It's like a. I wouldn't call it skyscraper, but it's like a big, huge block of standing.
It's just it looks like there's a lot of glass and a lot of concrete. It's on this island in the middle of a man-made lake.
Yeah.
It's very it's interesting.
Mm.
How are you
I
feeling?
mean, this must be like an Olympic size park. I haven't been to the canoes
is.
like in Sydney or Brisbane or.
This was what do you call it? It was like the International Rowing Federation standard that it was built to.
Oh, okay.
And it hosted the the World Rowing Championships, I guess they're called, shortly after it was opened. So
Oh, okay.
it's traditionally a rowing regatta, and I guess a lot of canoe kayak, and now a lot of sup. So
Yeah.
it's not the beach, it's not the ocean, but it is a pretty cool looking facility by the looks of it. And it gets windy. I think a lot of paddlers will be curious to hear your thoughts on that are getting ready for some of those ICF events that thought maybe this will be a pure flat water race. It sounds like it's a big open exposed area.
I mean, Florida is pretty flat.
Yeah. You say there's no mountain range blocking the wind?
Yeah, and obviously this is a big area as well. So
So the wind gets in there pretty easy, is what you're saying.
yeah. First of all, Florida is flat, and this is a big area, and there's nothing surrounding that can block the wind.
Yeah. So it's not really a pure flat water.
Now it was funny down today because I don't know how it is normally, because the waves. I wouldn't call it waves, but there's the little wind swell hit in the corner and come back. So it was a bit
she had like some little waves bouncing around in the corners.
Yeah. And I don't know if they have that normally when the concrete stands over on the southern side is fully function. But today definitely it was coming. Yeah, we had northerly wind, and then the wind chops hit the wall, something like that, and then gonna bounce back.
What's it like in the far corners of the course at night on that back straight? Is it a little eerie? Is it dark and?
It's dark. Yeah.
Do you feel like you're in the graveyard shift out on a graveyard?
No, yeah, and then all the races, like I said, I've been to, they scared us off. Like I went to Yukon and everyone said, "Oh, bears," and they said, "Oh, 5 Finger Rapid."
Yes.
And I didn't see any bears in the water, and the 5 Fingers Rapid was just going through.
Did you see any gators today?
And
Yesterday?
everyone here said, "Oh, it's gators, gators, gators," and I haven't seen any gators at all.
Oh, you didn't get
Unfortunately.
one?
The other ones I've seen, apparently, when I spoke to them, they've
I-
seen.
I know we interviewed one of the guys, I think it was Brian, who did
Was it?
18 laps. He saw a gator pretty early on Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
We actually sent the media boat out there to try and find one.
Yeah.
He kind of gave us the coordinates, and they went looking for one of these mythical gators. But apparently
Yeah.
they're very small, the ones in the lake
Yeah.
there.
But there's a lot of turtles. See, what do you call it?
Turtles?
Like, yeah.
Yeah, right. Big turtles are like the little baby things.
Yeah. Maybe like that.
Interesting.
50 centimeters.
Can you see the bottom when you're paddling? Is it clear water
No.
or is it
No. It's pitch
even in the middle of the day?
brown. Pitch brown.
Pitch brown.
It's not pitch
Yeah.
black. It's pitch brown.
Pitch brown. I'll take that as an answer.
Yeah.
So there's
But it's a beautiful area. I mean, this morning when we wake up, we were all awake. People were running on the sides, and they had a bit of a running competition on the southern side, and people were strolling around.
it does seem like a pretty a busy
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on at Nathan
Mhm.
Menderson. How are you
So-
feeling now,
so-
mate? Now that you've been off the water for an hour or so, is the adrenaline slowed down?
I feel busy when I do this. I feel needed in a way.
Is
I
this
fail-
making? Is this helping
I
you stay
feel
awake?
I failed my own, and I feel I can help out Greg and you, and maybe talk to give some information about the race.
Oh, this
if
is
people are.
fantastic. I hope you don't get tired and go to sleep. You can stay with us the whole graveyard shift, mate. You're most welcome. I don't know if anyone's set up like a phone or an iPad there so you can see the live stream comments as they come through.
Nope.
Okay.
There's
I'll
an
relay.
iPad here, but-
I'll relay some of the comments through to you. So
Yeah.
keep you posted. The coolest thing about this whole live stream for me has been the chat.
Yeah.
It's it's been great. But
Well-
basically everyone's saying you're doing great commentary. So
Where is the people coming from?
they
The
suggest you
commentate.
might have a future in it. So there you go. Where's everyone coming from? Everyone from around the world. I mean, it's the graveyard
yeah.
shift in Florida now, so I think most of the Floridians have logged off. The Californians are kind of wrapping up.
Yeah.
Yes, John and Jess from California, they've been on almost the entire stream. They lasted the first,
I heard that.
I think it was the first 20 hours straight. They were on there and they were commenting every hour. So we gave them the last viewer standing award.
Yeah.
But, a lot from the US. Quite a few of the Aussies have been jumping in and out. A lot from Europe. You had a lot of support in Sweden and even outside Sweden. Early on, when Brendan was on there, he had a huge contingent following him from the UK. He's a very well followed guy.
Yeah,
did you
he's-
talk to him? We haven't been able to chat with him after he quit to get his thoughts.
No, he's looked obviously like I am. He looked a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I think he was. I think that's an understatement. I think he was devastated.
Yeah.
And
I mean, in a way, I did the 40 laps, and I think he was. I haven't talked to him about like what it was. Did you talk to him about what it was, or?
I saw an update, I think, from his crew on Instagram saying, I think they said it was heat stroke. I'm going to try and pull that up.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up on the screen for those watching on YouTube. But
I think he quit. Yeah, he quit during the day, so he might be big.
Yeah, he quit. Let's see, it's on the
About
screen
1
somewhere
o'clock.
here. 19 laps. So, 4 a.m. He was in the middle of the night.
4 a.m. Yeah. And that's the that's the hottest spot when it hits 3 o'clock or 2:30 towards 5 o'clock. That's the hottest part.
Yes. I've got his Instagram comment or what his team posted up on the screen, and for those that are on a phone, and that's very small text. Basically says, unfortunately, due to what we think was heat stroke, Brendan is out.
Yeah.
He was feeling terrible since lap 12, managed to keep going to lap 19 so he could cover the 100 Ks, but he's still feeling proper sick even now, which was several hours later. So yeah, he was struggling. He looked very, he didn't look well when he got off his board.
I can give a good tip if people are gonna do this next year.
Yes, give us some. Please give us some advice.
Yeah, I actually get the idea from when the World Championship in athletic. What do you call it? Athletics was in Qatar.
Yes.
It was pretty hot there, and there was a Swedish guy who I think he's finished third in the what do you call it? Speed walking.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So I actually went and bought, them tennis wristbands.
Yes.
Tennis players use.
Yes.
And I put ice cubes inside it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
So you had like a little ice wipe for your.
Yeah, and that's special because if you put it on the hair where the veins are.
Oh, I get you. So it was like cooling down your blood.
Yeah, and
interesting.
I don't know. I'm not I haven't taken a doctor degree in this, but it worked for me.
I've heard that.
No, I got the idea from there.
You run the cold water over your major veins, whatever you call it, where you check your pulse behind your wrist. That it'll cool your whole body down.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And then plus, like you said, you can like do that sort of stuff as well.
Wow. Where were you getting the ice from?
This free alcohol beer sponsored.
Oh, the Athletic Brewing Esky, of course.
Yeah. So they have they got a cooler bag there. So I actually dived my whole head down in the cooler bag.
Did you have any of their beer? Have you tried an Athletic Brewing yet?
People start to get a little bit worried about me because I had them all the time. And I think they were great. I think it was great, especially in this sort of heat.
It's Mason, the other commentator who works for Athletic Brewing. He was going on one of his sales pitches at one point. He was saying they're actually hydrating because the only thing in beer that dehydrates you is the alcohol, apparently. So he actually said it's like a hydration drink to drink this non-alcoholic beer. So
does he have a doctor degree in that?
He has a marketing
degree. Maybe if we have a doctor online, he can answer that one. But it sounds pretty okay, I think. I mean,
checks out.
You know how it is when you drink a lot of alcohol, you dehydrated. So, and this is no alcohol, so.
Yeah. Does it taste good? How does it taste, non-alcoholic beer? Is it just like normal beer?
I think that the breweries start to be better and better. I mean, to find the taste, and especially if they're going to sell it. People want to have a beer that tastes beer, not water or like that. So, I mean, we get some good alcohol-free beer in Sweden, and this was really nice. They even had a IP, what do you call it, IP or IPA and that. So no, it was good.
Wow, there you go. Are you gonna have one for the graveyard? Go. Have you got one nearby, or has someone drunk them all?
I can go and get one.
Go grab one. Let's have a beer on stream. There you go. You're on from Sweden. He's only paddled 214 kilometers, and he's doing a better job of commentating than me. So this guy is this guy's got talent. Do you feel like a beer? I'm talking to you. Do we have beer here? Just asking my girlfriend if we actually have beer here. You got kombucha? I'll take kombucha, please. That'd be good for my throat, actually. My throat has been burning for 48 hours. Oh, seriously? Oh, legend. I got my own support crew here, folks. Is it twist? Yep. Hey, mate, I didn't find a beer, but my girlfriend got me a kombucha. There's a bit of alcohol in here, so I'm gonna have a drink with you.
I'm back. I'm back. You hear
All
me?
right. Here we can.
We got this is like a beer tasting.
Oh, you've got the whole lineup.
I will get the whole lineup. But first, I can introduce you the free wave. It's a
Wait, grab the
IPA.
microphone you're on. It's a very sensitive microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. We get the free wave. It's a IPA.
Hold it up to the camera. Give us a little.
Sorry. And hold it still.
Perfect. Free wave. Mason was saying it's the #1 selling beer in Whole Foods in America. Which,
And
if you don't know
then
Whole
we
Foods, it's
get a funny name of this one.
the
This
hipster
is a
supermarket.
light. And it's called Athletic.
How does it work with light beer?
That's a
Wasn't
lager.
light beer meant to be that it had less alcohol? How do you have less alcohol in a non-alcoholic beer?
Yeah, that's funny though. You're right there.
Is there
I
negative
don't know.
alcohol
We have to
in the
talk
light
to
beer?
some.
Maybe they put electrolytes in
It's
the light one.
minus. It's minus alcohol in it.
Maybe that's the one that
I have
hydrates
to
you.
talk to some US person, see what they mean with the light.
It's good. It's apparently the marketing is working. They're a very successful brand. I believe. I read something, a press release. Dr. Pepper or like PepsiCo or one of these big beverage companies invested tens of millions of dollars in Athletic Brewing this year because they're seen as it's the future. Apparently, is alcohol-free beer. So. A very interesting brand, and Mason was doing a great job over the weekend of getting us curious about it. He's got his sales pitch down pat.
And I don't know if they couldn't use your name on this, so they called it Upside Down instead of Down Under. I don't know.
Upside Down. I think Australians would take great offense if they named an alcohol-free beer the Down Under beer, because the alcohol-free beer is you'd be kicked out of the country for drinking alcohol-free beer in Australia. I don't think there's a big market for it here yet. We'll get there eventually, but we're very stubborn and proud about our full-strength beers. We think even like Budweiser tastes like water, apparently. So, yeah, we're...
I think that's the rumor in Sweden as well, that the Bud is
no one likes
water.
We actually have a different term for it. We don't say water. We this is a family program. I won't say the full name we give it. But yeah, I'm curious about this Athletic Brewing. Even Callie Margetts, who's a famous beer lover, was sold on it. He jumped on here earlier. He's actually, you know, Callie. He's going to drop around later and be the guest commentator again.
Oh, okay.
I'm very curious. He said he's actually, you trained here in my backyard. I remember at Currumbin, right?
Yeah.
You had a lifeguard career back in the day. People don't realize that you're 54 years old, even though you look like you're in your
on
30s.
Saturday.
Last Saturday.
On Saturday.
You
no,
mean
this Saturday coming up?
Oh, coming up. You're gonna be 54.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a big happy birthday in advance. You're on 54. You don't look a day over 40, mate. It's scary. Yeah. I'm 39, and if we were walking down the street, they'd be like, "Oh, you guys are twins." So, well, that probably says more.
No, I spend a lot of time actually. I think I calculated maybe 4.5 years in Australia, in the 90s, going back and forwards doing surf lifesaving.
Yeah, I believe you were training or competing or whatever across the road from where I live on Currumbin Beach, a very famous spot. Well, you up on the sunny coast?
Yeah, no, we were actually competing for not the green one, Burley Heads.
Burley. All right, you're a Burley
Burley.
boy. Yeah, they're kind of the rivals.
Yeah.
We don't like Burley. You got to cross a bridge to get to Burley Heads.
But it's so funny. It's so funny with you guys that like we get invited in a way. So one year we were at Burley, and then the next year South Maroubra down in Sydney. Alex up at the Sunshine Coast.
Yep. It's a famous.
a
For
couple-
those that don't know, that presumably most of you, lifeguard racing is kind of a national sport in Australia, and it explains why there's so many good stand-up paddlers from Australia, because it's a very easy crossover from prone paddleboarding, which is a major discipline of lifeguard racing. And Goran was a lifeguard athlete himself back in the day, and explains why you've got such good fitness endurance, because you've got to be very fit to be in those lifeguard races. So if you can stick around for another half an hour or hour, I know it is the middle of the night, but I'd love for you to have a chat with Callie Margette. He's actually over on the beach now training the nippers, the junior lifeguards.
Oh, is he?
And then he's going to come over and do some guest commentary. But there's a couple of questions.
What's the time over there now?
It's 5:30 p.m., so it'll be dark in an
Oh,
hour.
PM, sorry,
It's Monday night.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Jonas Anderud is saying, go sleep now, Goran. Ali and Alice are asking if are you still going to be in the USA for your birthday? Were you seriously flying home on Saturday? You flying on your birthday?
Flying home on my birthday.
I hope you get an up. Can someone with who's your airline? Let's call them out.
Lufthansa.
Oh, Lufthansa. Okay, they're a legit airline. Who's got a contact at Lufthansa? We can get Goran a business class upgrade, because I think he's earned it. Between paddling 40 hours straight and it being his birthday, you deserve to sleep on the plane when you go home. You don't want to be... Can you imagine if you and Paolo had to fly home tomorrow and you were stuck in economy for 12 hours after this? That would be harder than the race.
I know how it
Last
is to
passenger
wake up.
seated.
I know how it is to wake up after a day like this. And that's the key. If you're going to do the non-stop and the 5 days, don't stay in bed on Monday.
Oh, interesting. You're talking about the 11 cities.
And sorry.
Yes, if you do, so if it's a 200-kilometer race, and you can do it either non-stop or over 5 days as a stage race.
Yeah.
And Goran's, I think, almost certainly the only person that's ever done both of them back-to-back twice. A handful of people have done the double, where you do both in the same year. And there's less than 72 hours break between them. If you're fast, you'll finish the non-stop on lunchtime Sunday, probably Sunday afternoon, and then on Wednesday morning you start the 5 day. So you basically just got Monday and Tuesday to recover. And you're saying don't sleep in on Monday?
Don't sleep in on Monday.
So
put your shoes on. Put good shoes on and go for a long walk.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Keep your body moving like I did. Yeah. Once again, what I've done the 48 hours here.
Hey,
now keep your body moving.
You're getting a few more shout outs in the live chat. Mikael Morin, who I presume you know. Bra jobbat Göran. Jag helt slut bara försöka följa livsändningen. Grattis till what's 40 in Swedish? Grattis till 40 timmar. Congratulations on 48 hours. My Swedish is very rusty, mate.
I think it's great.
It's been a long time since I lived there.
Yeah.
Peter Hallor, grattis Göran.
Ja.
Jag och Pia har följt dig hela helgen. So you got a lot of supporters back home, mate.
Now something is going on in Sweden. I mean, it's been pretty, but it's growing. This like the Falkenberg sub club is growing, and this Malmö sub club with Paddy.
He was watching. He sent me a message earlier as well. So you even got a skull from Jess in California. Skull from around the world. Happy 54th birthday. Skull for fun.
Skull for fun.
So we can swear in different languages on the live stream.
Yeah.
Most people won't understand.
What's the time? 32.
It's 2:33. Oh yeah, our clock on the screen that I'm looking at is half a minute ahead. So yeah, it's 32 and a half minutes past the hour. They've got to be.
So it's about 12 minutes.
Hey, have you got your beer there? Give us a skull. We'll do a skull to the camera. Skull. Cheers, mate. What? How did you pace yourself? Because we were really curious. Did you have a GPS? What were you looking at to? Because you were all pretty consistent with your lap times.
The first lap I did, I checked my watch. What the time was. So what did then? The buoy that we had on the southeast corner.
Yep.
I aimed for. I had
So
anything
southeast.
between.
We'll bring the course map up. Hang on. I'm going to bring that up on the screen here with our ESPN graphical interface.
Uh-huh.
So you actually have to turn the map around because the island is at the north. You're in the north end of the course, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so for those following it, this is a very, this is not ESPN. Sorry, folks.
Sure.
But you'll get an idea. So here's the course map, and
So
we'll get
when I turned the southeast buoy or can or whatever you come from.
so southeast. So that's basically the farthest reach of the course down there. And
Yeah. I roughly had, and if I was going on 22 minutes there, I know I was a little bit behind.
Yep.
And I was roughly between 23 till 21 minutes down there. So I just looked at my watch, and I said, "Oh well, I'm pretty much the same pace." And then halfway up, there was a bridge, and roughly I was 30 till 33 minutes to that bridge. So I looked at the watch and I said, "Oh well, I'm 33. I better, go a little bit quicker." And
so
then
that bridge, I'm going to bring the graphic up on screen. So that bridge,
there's a bridge.
You're on an island where you are right now, right?
No, not them bridges. There's a bridge
there's a
on
different
the
one?
side. Yeah,
Oh,
in
off
the
to the
middle
side.
of it. On the middle of it.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can see there's a little stream.
Yeah. So I timed myself, so I should have been there, say roughly 33 minutes.
Yep.
And then when you go into them channels,
Yes.
you go into channels, then you have the first bridge that we go under.
There's two bridges there, right?
Yeah, the first bridge from the east, going from the east.
Yep, we got it on screen.
Yeah. So I timed myself there as well. So I had anything between what was it, 39 to 41 minutes there.
Yep.
So I just looked at the watch and timed myself there.
Hey, you're getting some very special shout outs in the comments. There's a lot of Swedes on here watching.
They should be at work.
Julius is on the live stream.
That's my son.
Yes, I recognized he also said "Bra jobbat, Papa" with a big love heart.
Oh, okay.
So I'll see if I can get it on the screen for you. But in the comments, "Bra jobbat, Papa" from Julius, and Jonas Anderud is saying you need to snoozer a lot. Is this part of the training or to keep you awake? Nicola, our friend from Italy, Nicola Masci, who you know from 11 Cities.
Yeah.
He's saying it's incredible how Goran can still be so active and willing to talk about the race. He's saying you probably don't want to go to sleep because you want to stick around and see who's going to win.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's going to be difficult. How are you going to sleep? Because this race might wrap up in the next 6 or 7 hours. You're going to have a little power nap.
Well, if I keep on going like this with you,
stay on the stream. This is fantastic. I'm thoroughly
Is this like
enjoying this.
after work, or what do you call it? Like a
yeah, we're just having a drink and talking shit. I like it. So you were
was 36.
Oh yeah, there should be. I forgot. There's still 4 paddlers out there.
Yeah,
the race is still going. This is just the Goran and Sup Racer podcast happy hour. But
happy hour at 2:30 in the morning.
Well, you've got alcohol-free beer, and I've got kombucha, so we're it's a very responsible happy hour. But
Yeah.
can you see any lights coming around?
No.
Was anyone else? Did you sense that anyone else was kind of close to stopping?
When I stopped,
Yeah. Was there any chatter about out there saying, "Oh man, I can't do any more"?
yeah, there was 3 of us.
You're all starting to question your life decisions.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I don't mention the names. The 2 other ones.
We'll keep that. We'll keep that private. We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to disrespect their. What's said on the water stays on the water.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, I suspect. I mean, everyone, all of the final 4 have got to be questioning themselves. We had this a character on the live show called the Quit Monkey, like the little devil that sits on your shoulder and tries to convince you that you should stop. The Quit Monkey, we named him. Someone called him Steve for some reason. So Steve is the little devil. I don't know. Someone had a bad ex-boyfriend called Steve, perhaps. But Steve is the little devil on your shoulder. And was he there? Did you hear Steve just kind of that little voice in your head saying, "Come on, man, you can just quit. You've done enough." Like, at what lap did Steve appear?
I think I spoke to you during the day a little bit. I had between 3 o'clock yesterday, 3 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the morning. I felt, really bad.
Steve was yelling at you?
Yeah. But then I spoke to my cousin as well, so we reorganized a little bit. That I think it was around maybe 11 o'clock this morning. I said, "Oh, we have to organize the food." So now, because I throwed up last night because I had too much food. The food was like,
you threw up?
Yeah.
You vomited?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the translation is correct there.
Yeah. No, like the first day I was just stuffing myself with food all the time, and because he's too scared of losing the energy. But I think I had too much food. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's
Did you
why
throw up on land or on the water?
Don't tell Greg, because we're not allowed to have food on the water. But the crocs got the.
So you did have food on the water in one form.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it was okay. It was okay for Greg.
Yeah. Well, so
no, and after that, me and cousin, we said, "Oh, we have to make a plan." So what we did, that's why it went really well this afternoon. That like 1 hour, I had some pasta and just say maybe 1 or 2 spoons.
Yeah.
Not more, and then a drink, and then next stop maybe I had some yogurt and some drinks, and then the next stop I didn't eat at all. I just drank fluid. So and it worked till I get really sick and I couldn't eat at all. And my cousin told, I didn't know that. My cousin told me I didn't eat for the last 5 hours.
You went from lap 35 to 40 with nothing. Because you're saying you were struggling to eat when you quit there.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was just, was fed up with food.
I can empathize with you there. I know when I did the Yukon, I hated food. I couldn't stand the sight of it. Bart had given me advice. He's like, take food you're gonna love because you'll get sick of normal food. So I just picked this amazing lineup of chocolate bars and nuts and berries, and I couldn't look at it. I've never once in my life looked at chocolate and not wanted to eat it. It was a strange feeling.
It's funny though that everything seems to taste the same after a while.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you put in. It's just.
Hey, did you brush your teeth?
Told me that. Bart actually told me the same when I'm going to do the non-stop. He said, "Oh, pick food that you like."
Did you brush your teeth? That was a question actually on the stream last night.
Yeah, I brushed my teeth.
Yeah,
that's the key thing.
That's
that was so funny that was so funny because on the Yukon River the first night we were 3 paddlers together, And then we stopped and had something to eat, and then afterwards I pulled out my toothbrush and started, and the two other ones they was like, "What the hell?"
It's on the middle of the Yukon River. You're
Yeah.
most people are reaching for their bear spray. Uran's reaching for his toothbrush.
Here's one coming. Do you
All
see the
right.
light?
Who we got? Call him in. Is that Paolo? That looks a little bit different than Paolo's light. I just presume every time that Paolo's going to be the first one in.
I'll be surprised if it's not. And there's what's that? That's about maybe 200 meters apart. Alex. Yeah.
Alex was. He said he was in awe of how quick Paolo was doing the laps, but Alex is not too shabby himself.
Oh, who's this? Is it a starboard board? No, it can't be.
Is it Bobby?
No, that wasn't Bobby. I just saw the red tail, but there was a light on the. I thought it was a starboard.
Do we think it's Paolo?
Yeah, it's Paolo.
It is. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Not
then
a
Alex
huge
is about
surprise.
to. Yeah, Alex is turning the. And it's roughly, I don't know, 200 meters. I think you froze a little bit.
That's actually on
Is
your
it
end.
back?
It's confusing because the signal
Ah.
goes. The stream keeps going, but yeah, you freeze on our end and I freeze on your end. So the stream is still there, but the Wi-Fi is a bit sketchy at Nathan Benderson.
Is it still working or?
Yeah, we still got you. But yeah, it does drop in every now and then.
Yeah.
We had this problem with KT earlier,
Okay.
but all good. So it was Paolo coming in,
And yeah, Paul, he's in.
and then
He can't hardly walk. You okay? Yeah. Everyone have a sore feet
that's how
except Bobby because he got the foot massage every time he stops.
we actually saw that on the stream yesterday. We went and did a tour of the of Bobby's
Oh,
camp. He was getting two massages at once.
Yeah.
Someone was working his shoulders, and someone had a massage machine on his
Yeah.
feet. It was yeah. We'll let Bobby have a few extra support crew because he's only been paddling for about a month apparently. He's at least on a sup. We're losing you a little bit again there.
Do I look so funny? Do I look so funny when I'm gonna get off the board when you come in? They look a bit funny.
We were commenting
I'm
that you can judge what shape they're in by how they get off their board. Because earlier in the day, everyone was just jumping off their board and waltzing up the beach, all very full of energy. And lately, everyone's been getting
Yeah.
off slower and slower and looking not quite as fresh. So to put it politely, yeah, it's interesting. We've been trying to judge people's energy levels by how they get off their board.
No. That's 46 minutes now. And the other one is not around the corner yet.
So who are we waiting for?
Oh shit! It's not Bobby. It's what's it?
John? John and Alex?
Pardon?
Is it John
Oh.
or Alex? So Alex came
Is
in
John
behind
coming in?
Paolo, and then this must be John.
No, Bobby is not in yet.
So Bobby's the final one this time.
It-
That means
Yeah. The thing is, his light is really. He doesn't have the best light. John.
Yeah, John kept appearing like this ghostly figure out of the darkness.
Yeah. So I missed him totally. But he's paddling. He's incredible.
John's been very, very impressive. We were getting a bit of an insight into John from the comments section on YouTube, and he's extremely accomplished. He's done the MR340 on a SUP, which
okay.
is one of the hardest ultras. He's done the Texas Water Safari. This isn't his first rodeo, so he kind of flew under the radar. I didn't know the guy, so we hadn't talked about him a lot before the race and during the early parts, but he's looking pretty good there. He's walking pretty well.
Yeah, he's walking.
Oh, we just lost him. All right, we'll bring him back on. Oh, straight away. That was quick. Hey, nice. You're good at this.
It looks good. That's incredible. Oh, we have there's a board coming from the wrong direction.
What? No.
Yeah, Bobby's up.
No. You sure?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to cheat. If he tries to cheat, I think everyone saw it.
So
Yeah,
what?
I don't know if
He's basically done half a lap and just quit and come in.
Yeah, but maybe we can talk to him, Bobby, when he comes in. Where he.
Wow. This is drama. Bobby was the one we were told all along. This guy will simply not quit. He'll be the last one standing.
That's what he said to me. Actually, he never quit the race. But it's hard with this race. When do you, in this sort of race, when do you consider yourself as a quitter?
I mean, quit is a very harsh word to use for someone that's just paddled 40 hours. I think that's definitely the wrong word. It's a retirement. You know, it's a very honorable. What's that term in the army? Honorable discharge.
Yeah. Bobby,
What?
do you want to have a word? Are you okay? Are you okay? Here we got him.
What's up?
What do you think?
What am I thinking? Game over.
Game over. I was a bit surprised because I was looking for you there, and then one of a sudden I said to Chris, there's a paddler coming from the other way. Well done, mate. You get all the way down to
All the way down to the end.
to the southeast buoy, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fell on the board a couple times.
Hey, Goran, put the microphone over to Bobby when he talks.
Hello.
Bobby, mate,
Hey, how you doing?
What was the final straw? What happened?
I just got down to the end. I was going extremely slow, and the wind was blowing south or north, so it was pushing up against that seawall down there, and then it started getting a reverb off the walls, and I just have no balance anymore. My legs are just not there anymore. So I did one good fall onto the board, and it felt real good on my ass. So I paddled right back up the lake.
I mean,
man, I am glad to be done.
You've done an extraordinary effort. I mean, for anyone to complete more than 40 hours in this race it's epic. But you've only been paddling standing up for a month. You're at a severe reverse handicap here against the others. It's amazing that you've been able to stay on your feet. Your feet must be killing, mate.
You kind of broke it up.
Yep. You cut out there. I was just going to say, you've only been standing up paddling for a month, Bobby. How are your feet survived this?
They did pretty good. Well, every time I had to come in, they had to put a massager on my feet to beat them back to health again, I guess you would say. So, and then a lot of aquaphor on my feet.
Yep.
So yeah, but the feet were definitely the trick. But actually, I mean, they're okay right now. So my hands are pretty beat up, but not too bad. No blisters.
What else is hurting at this point?
Just everything. Everything hurts. It stand up paddleboarding. It demands so much energy from your body.
Yep.
You know, it's from your eyeballs to your toes. There's nothing that we paddle that compares to that board.
Yeah.
It is an incredible amount of energy that you put out. I've never felt like this in a race on the second day.
Yeah.
So
how does it compare?
All day today, which is.
How does this compare to? You've won the Alabama 650 multiple times. You've got the world record for the Mississippi River, the whole length of it. We were sharing that story actually during the live stream. You've done things that are much longer than this, but this is obviously just a much different kind of race. How does it compare to, say, the Alabama 650?
It doesn't, other than the pain you go through. But the thing about Alabama, you know, I can pull over.
Yeah.
I can go to sleep. Here you can't.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about before, wasn't it? Like,
you know, well, you pull over and get two. You go. If I were to take 2 hours of sleep right now and get back on that board, I'd be fine. But
that's what I
but
said.
you can't do it.
That's what I said to Chris after I finished. We were sitting here talking for about 20 minutes, and I just felt like, oh well, I could go now.
Right.
But Greg didn't let me. Everything is great.
Yeah, you know, I haven't slept since I don't know, two hours before the race started, I guess you could say.
So you didn't get a minute of
We've
sleep.
been working that hard.
You didn't get one bit of sleep the whole race.
Oh, no.
Either of you.
No, not a second. No, I mean, there's no time. So, and
I said you couldn't relax either to sleep. Like you said, if you stop at Alabama and
yeah, I mean, Alabama, you can sleep wherever you want.
Yeah.
Here, I mean, yesterday I was coming in at 39, 38, 40 every time. So I had a lot of time to chill out, but not enough time to go to sleep. I would never be able to sleep on the first night anyways. I'm just not wired like that. It's the second night where I sleep always. So
yeah. Would this have been easier for you?
But what a great race this was.
Do you think this would have been? Do you think this race would have been easier for you personally if there were no brakes and you were just on the water the whole time? Like, was the brake the harder part?
Yeah, there were a lot of times where I didn't want to be sitting anymore. I wanted to be paddling because, I mean, you do feel better when you're paddling. It's when you stop and you get off that board and you realize how messed up you are. You know, that just goes back to paddling surf skis and kayaks. I always say, well, I feel better when I'm back in my kayak, so I'm also get back in there. But you are sitting down also. The problem with this is you're standing up. And, you know, once you start losing your legs underneath you, you know, every time we started, these last like 3 or 4 times I started, I barely was able to stand up on the board without falling off. I managed to do it, but yeah, I was really impressed with John. He fell in the water and then just got back on his board and took off. So, and I think he's already in. Yeah, there's some really strong paddlers in here. So,
have you been? This may be the absolute wrong time to ask, but would you do another ultra marathon standing up? Wrong time to ask that question.
Yeah, I've thought about that the whole time. Only time I thought about doing a stand up ultra distance is the Everglades Challenge, but you can sleep, and I would take my time. I would sightsee. Yeah. I've never been able to sightsee on the Everglades Challenge. I'm always flying. So,
how was your sightseeing on Nathan Bendison Park? Do you know every blade of grass around this place?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is.
Did it get a little monotonous after the first, 24 laps?
You know, the majority of times when we train, we're always paddling the same areas over and over and over again. So, I mean, to say this is monotonous. I mean, all of our training is monotonous. So, and it's always different though too, because the thing about water is, you know, one time you get out on the water, like yesterday, it was a different wind direction every single time we paddled. And I do mean every single time we paddled. Then today, it was supposed to be exactly the same kind of pattern. It wasn't, and it was just, you know, a north wind blowing pretty much all day long. So, and from your all's standpoint here, it looked kind of like it was just calm water. But from us, we had to get down to the bottom of the lake, and then we're in a headwind.
Yeah.
Quite a nasty headwind actually. And you know, after you've already paddled for 24 hours, and then you go into that, and just starts smoking you. So, yeah, the end of the day today, before the sun went down, was really rough on us. I mean, it really taxed our bodies. So,
yeah. Can you guys just move a little closer together? We want to get a good shot. You're just both half off camera. There we go. Bobby, you've had amazing support in the live stream chat. It's been one of the highlights for me of doing this endless live stream has been the chat going on YouTube. And there's paddlers all around tuning in, all around the world tuning in. And you actually just had a comment from Scott from Minnesota, who's, I presume, something to do with the Mississippi attempt.
Yeah.
He's saying incredible job. You had AJ on there for about 24 hours straight at one point.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
Rick was actually on the live stream commenting from the camp, and he'd tell us when someone was coming in before we'd even see them on the screen. So your older brother was like the unofficial fifth commentator this weekend.
Oh, that's funny. I had no idea he was doing that.
How's the support crew? You had the biggest entourage, and
yeah, I mean, it was amazing. I've never been treated like that ever. I mean, not that my brother Andy, when we do support on Alabama, he treats me. They always treat me really good, but these girls were just on it. And of course, my brother Rick was here, and you know, all my other family, and yeah, it was.
But like I said,
quite the party.
They were good to us as well.
Yeah,
super good to us, or to everyone else.
Yeah, we always spread the love, no matter where we're at.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think
what was it like last night, or now, the past 6 hours? Because the first night there was a party going on at Nathan Bendis, and there was music and fireworks and DJs and bands, and then it seemed like Sunday night it was this eerie ghost town. Which did you prefer?
Got really quiet. The music.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kept you awake?
Yeah. Now I would have rather had the Indian music on the first night before the race. That they were playing some great music.
Yeah.
That band last night was kind of a little boring. So, I mean, they actually did a couple. I heard them do the Cuban shuffle, so I had a little bit of pep to the step.
Do you normally take music with you when you race?
All three paddlers going into water, Chris.
Okay, all three are restarting.
Yeah.
Do you normally take music with you, Bobby, when you race? Was this hard to race without music, or do you always race like this?
Extremely difficult. You know, I mean that's like taking Advil, ibuprofen. You know, I mean it's. You know, Greg, I mean, obviously that was just one of his. He said it was for safety, but I think it was just a torture sport.
I feel like most of the rules in this race were just
no
to torture you guys more.
We were. I could have that music as loud as I want to go. You are snug as a bug in a rug on that lake. There's nothing's gonna happen to you out there.
That was quite nice though to talk to each other, wasn't it?
Well, we could still talk to each other with music. I promise you, if the music was on, we would have had a great time out there. There's no doubt about that, Michael. And that's all. Stop it. Like I didn't know you were behind me. No, I mean that is the beauty of this race is, you know, not having that music, not being able to draft, coming in here, leaving every single hour. It just adds so much to the torture that you're putting yourself through. And the strategy that I don't really do race strategy. I'm a more emotions kind of guy. You know, how am I feeling and I'm going? But yeah, it's a difficult race.
Yeah.
I definitely recommend it to all sup paddlers out there. I would love to watch everybody get tortured out here.
Was
will
it
not
harder
be
than you thought it'd
doing
be?
it, but I'll volunteer. What's that?
Was it harder than you thought it'd be?
No, actually, I thought it was gonna be really hard.
Yeah.
But I came in being probably pretty cocky. The problem I had was today. I just could not get like the life back in me for some strange reason. And I think that's because I felt like I was paddling a tree. You know, it wasn't fast board like I thought. It was a slow, you know, awful sled because it was just so heavy.
Yeah.
You know? And that's sup paddling. I mean, it's really hard on the body.
They're a bit wider.
And mostly
than a soft
for
ski.
me, because you watch Paolo. That guy goes up 15-mile-an-hour wind like it's not even there, and then you see the potential that you could have if you just trained to do that. I mean, that kid is he's an amazing paddler. There's a lot of amazing paddlers that were out here, and a lot of the amazing paddlers quit early, which I was kind of surprised. But hey, those guys are fast. It is wild to watch them win. You know, you're back there just struggling, and they are gone. And not to mention, I don't know how to turn like those guys do.
No, that's what I
And yeah,
Were the
and,
corners
man,
a little bit
they-
slow for you?
Oh, they do it.
We're losing you. You boys are cutting out a little. It's the last Wi-Fi standing. All right, they should come back in a second, folks. This is Bobby Johnson. If you're just tuning in, he made 42 laps. Goran Gustafsson from Sweden made 40 laps. They were the.
Yeah,
the
we
fourth
lost you for a bit.
They're back.
Yeah. Did
Yeah,
you
we
hear
gotcha.
us? We compare ourselves. We were about like 2 oil tankers,
Yeah.
and the other
So
two
Paolo
were
was
about,
on a
like,
speedboat?
two race cars.
Hey, Bobby, does this motivate
Yeah,
you?
it's great to paddle with people like that.
Does it motivate
What's
you
that?
watching Paolo to go and train on a SUP more, or do you just not want to see a SUP?
Yeah,
for a
that's
while?
exactly what I was saying. I mean, that's when you watch people that can perform at that level, you know that if you put enough time and effort into it, you can perform at that level.
Yeah.
So definitely, you know, will I do more SUP racing? Probably not. I think I'll stick to my ski and my kayak. But I will do a lot of paddling on that SUP, mostly in waves and out in the open Gulf waters.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of fun being on a paddleboard. I really do like the paddleboard, and mostly I really like that Starboard All-Star.
Yeah.
That is a great board. So, and I just started unlocking, you know, its little secrets.
Yeah.
So, which I'm sure if someone was good that got on it, they'd probably do everything everything it's designed to do. But I'm not there yet.
Well, it's exciting for me to see some of you ultra paddlers from the sit down, you know, the canoe, kayak, surf ski ultras, getting into stand up paddling, and vice versa. You know, there's a few SUP paddlers that went up to the Yukon this year in the canoes. So one of the things I love about the ultras is just that all this multi-craft is getting intertwined. So I hope we get to see you again at one of these SUP ultras. Would you do Last Paddler again, or is this also the wrong time?
I'll
to ask?
volunteer.
You'd volunteer to
Yeah, I'll
support?
come help Greg out if you want. Yeah, absolutely.
But you don't know if you'd ever paddle it again?
I don't see myself doing this race again. But I've made a lot of dumb decisions in my life. So I've done Alabama 650 4 times, and I'm already signed for the 5th time.
But
And,
that's another good sign, Chris, about like good races is when people want to come back to be support.
Yeah, and I didn't mean that in any negative way. And
No, that's what I mean.
This was a fantastic race. Just the setting, the people, being able to see your family and friends every single lap. Everybody come, you know, we're from around here, so everybody's coming in to town to say hello. Greg always puts on such a good race. I mean, he sets a standard when it comes to racing and people following. The Alabama. I mean, if all races were like the Alabama 650, they would just be so much more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
So hopefully people catch up to that because he's got it set up really well.
Well, that's good to hear.
This one also.
I heard Goran was saying you were giving him some tips for Alabama. You guys are both doing Alabama next year?
I hope you are.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
Well, Bobby,
we're
going to let you go get some rest, mate, because you've been going 43 hours now, and it's an absolutely amazing effort. And I'm sure you would have loved to win, but I know everyone watching was very motivated and inspired by watching all you guys out there all night. So well done, mate. And,
I think the guys that's still out there, those are the ones that deserve to win. They put a lot of time and effort into it. Me being a rookie, and I mean, would I have loved to? Yes, but I don't deserve it like those guys do. Or like you would. So, I mean, I just haven't put enough time in it. So, maybe one day, but not today.
Considering how many days you've spent on a SUP versus everyone else in the field, you've done a pretty extraordinary effort. So good on you, mate.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it.
I appreciate, and everyone that's watching appreciates you having these chats with us throughout the race as well. It's been really interesting to get you guys' insights as you kind of descend into madness.
Yeah, Chris, and we appreciate it, man. You did a good job.
All right. Go get some rest, buddy. Cheers. All right, folks. Bobby Johnson, the champion of Alabama. He came very close to being the champion of last paddler, the fourth final paddler to retire, 42 laps. And
was it 42 or 43?
We're on the 43rd now. So
oh, that's right.
Yeah. So yes, it's a pretty extraordinary effort. It's 3 a.m. in Florida, and like Bobby said, he hasn't slept since about he woke up at 6 a.m. Saturday morning. So it's almost been 48 hours that you guys have been awake.
Yeah. You're limping a little bit.
Oh yeah. You're analyzing his walking technique. What's the?
That's why I'm sitting down. So no one can see me.
I hope those commentary chairs are comfortable for you guys.
Yeah, they are. They are. For that. No, they've done a good job, both of them down here and you over there. It's fantastic. It can work like this.
It's a brave new world that we can live stream a race in Florida that lasts for 3 days from Australia. It's modern technology. It's a beautiful thing. But next year, 100%, we're coming over. We're going to chat with Visit Sarasota, and they're going to get a big live stream budget, and the whole crew is going to be there. Yeah. We might have to fly you back if you're not going to race it. We're going to have to fly you back as the one of the commentators. Though I suspect if you came over there, like Bobby was just saying, he'd come back and support the race. Could you come back and do that, or would you just get serious FOMO and want to get out on the water?
Can I answer that tomorrow?
I really shouldn't be asking you guys these questions at 3 a.m. when you've just finished. It's like, you want to come back? Like, you fucking kidding me?
No, but that's what I said to you before about I've heard that. I mean, it's so many people. I always talking about 11 cities, sub 11 city. There's so many people that done the race that are keen to come back and do the as a crew.
Yeah,
and that sets a standard of how good the race is and everything around it.
Yeah, that's very well said, mate. I think I think you're right. If people want to come back, not just to paddle it, but want to come back and just be involved in it, that's a huge tick for an event. Like Bobby said about this race, and what a lot of us experience.
He loves to come back. He doesn't want to race, but he loves to come back and probably watch the competitors and then help Greg out.
I reckon if we ask him next week if he wants to come back and race, he may be open to it. It's
he's I can imagine he's really competitive.
It's it must have been tough for him to quit. He was realistic. He's only been paddling a month, standing up.
Yeah, but he is an athlete though, in a way. But I know it's different. It's different to paddle a surf ski and stand up paddling.
Yeah, he's definitely got some pedigree, but I'm amazed that he did 42 laps. He did more laps than the days he's been paddling that sup.
Paddling, yeah.
That's quite extraordinary. Good on you, Bobby. But this whole live stream we've been talking about the magic 48 and how everything changes at 48, and that's when the race begins, and we might not even get there. We've only got 3 left.
Yeah, we're gonna get there.
You still think they'll make it?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have. Yeah, we're gonna. I'll be surprised.
Do you think it's harder for the 3 now to retire because you and Bobby stopped, and so suddenly their odds went from 1 in 5 to 1 in 3? Is it now like, oh, I'm so close, I can't stop now?
When I saw them now, they look really, not fresh, but they looked okay to continue.
Yeah.
So I think they will continue, and it's a goal. I think I think every person that you asked before the race, most of us said the goal is to make the 48 and then see what's happening.
Yes.
And now when they are so close to it now, if no one hurt themselves or hit the wall really bad, and it can happen. Hit the wall. I mean, if any of them 3 can hit the wall, I think.
Yeah. It's does it creep up on you, or did you kind of feel it several laps before? Did you know that you were getting towards the end, or was it sudden?
No, it creeped up more and more and more. Yeah. And then I just realized that this is a little bit dangerous, actually. I'm not dangerous that way. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be laying around here drowning. Yeah. but no. No, it's went from bad to worse.
Yeah. Was it a gradual kind of decline and then you fell off the cliff, or was it just grinding you down the whole time?
I grinding the whole time. and like Bobby said before, every time we walk down and gonna step on the board, the balance and I put my hand like this, just grabbing the paddle.
Yeah.
It was just a pain. It was just such a pain to the first boy. Before they start to, like that. It was just hurting.
So was that the hardest part of the race, getting back on your board?
Yeah. And after, when on a time like that, you have to be on the board now.
What thought goes through your mind when he blows that 2-minute whistle?
Not again. Time flies when you have fun. No, yeah, not again. Or can't we have a little bit extra? Or please, can we bend the rules a little bit? It's pretty hard. Do you know Greg from before?
I've chatted with Greg many times. I've never met the man. Actually, no, I did. Yeah. I met him at the Yukon a few years ago. He came up to talk to us about the Alabama 650. But he seems like he wants. Everyone has to follow the rules. Like he's serious about the rules.
Yeah.
This isn't amateur hour. You gotta.
No. And
like Bobby said, he runs a good race.
I think that makes a good race as well. Like we can't bend the rules, and there was a bit of a discussion about them headphones when we had the briefing. Have you heard about that?
Tell us about it.
No, Greg brought it up and said there's no headphones on because a little bit of safety, and you're going to be able to hear if someone screams to you and that. And I think it's pretty boring if you do this sort of race. I think the part of the race is to start to know each other as well.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe like Bobby said as well. I mean, but if you see someone with headphones on, it's like if you meet someone on when you go on, you don't walk up to them and say good day.
Yeah.
If they have the headphones on.
It's not quite as friendly if everyone's palling around with headphones.
No.
And I think a big thing for Greg is making this community around it, and everyone's becoming friends. But I mean, and like Bobby said, I think Greg just likes to torture people. He's got a sadistic streak. There's I don't know what it was, some bottled up childhood issues that he takes out on paddlers. Some men go to therapy, other men put on an ultramarathon race. But no, Greg's doing an epic job, and like Bobby said, he's kind of setting the standard in these ultras for organization and whatnot with Alabama and now Last Paddler, and even hinted that he was going to start a new race along the coast of Florida. So there could be a third Greg Wingo Torture Fest coming up soon. And we chatted a lot, actually. Greg's been the unofficial fourth commentator this weekend. We chatted a lot about expanding Last Paddler, because there's a lot of people, even in the chat and before this race happened, saying they wanted to do a local version of Last Paddler. And we talked about, like, how would that work? And, could Sarasota kind of be the championship? And in a few years, if this really grows, maybe you've got to do a satellite event and qualify. And Sarasota is, the 50 top qualifiers or something, which would be very interesting. But then the race really could.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've heard about the concept Ö to Ö, the Swedish concept, the swim run.
Yes, I'm vaguely familiar. Island to island.
Yeah, island to island. And they have the same concept. They had a world, title in Stockholm.
Yeah.
Where you have to qualify to, and they have race. I think they even have a race in Sydney now.
Oh, really?
And I think so. And they've got a couple of races in the US and in the Mediterranean, and so you can qualify, and then the main race, the world title race. And that's what I said to Greg as well. That's maybe an idea to have the final here, and then you have qualifying spots.
That'd be epic.
Mm.
But can you imagine how long the race could last for if you had like the 50 top Last Paddler men and women all in one spot? We'd still be going next weekend. Jeez.
Yeah, it could be. Like a guy like Nick that won the non-stop. I mean, he's a really quick
Nick Van der Linde,
paddler,
the record holder at 11 cities.
Yeah, I mean, but it's interesting again. Everyone says it's hard to go slow.
Yeah.
So it's how slow can Nick go? Like how does he save himself till the fourth? Because it's no problem. I reckon, I don't know. Everyone have a problem to make the 48 hours. But for example, if Nick makes the 48 hours, it's no problem for him with the speed.
Yeah.
But how does he build up the first 48 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah. To be. Yeah.
I think we were having this discussion. I was trying to get Bart de Zwart on the line to have a chat with him. I was very curious his thoughts on this, because he loves the ultras, but he also he really races them. He likes to go fast and get out in front. And this is such a different, mind-boggling concept. I'm curious how he would go, having to slow down, because you really have to slow down to win this race. It's such a mind trip that to be the winner of the race, you have to be slow. You have to paddle slow.
Yeah.
And it's
then you have to
your ego
and
has
then
to
you
get
have
out of the
to go.
way.
and then you have to go when everyone else go.
Yeah, it's
You can't have an extra cup of tea, or you can't have a biscuit and. So no, it should be nice to see what Bart is doing.
yeah. I'd love to see him.
Is he still out sailing?
He's still out sailing, I believe. He's doing that 6 to 8 months a year now.
Okay.
What was Jess in California is asking, John and Jess, what was the first start like for you? You're on viewing
What was that?
the very first lap. It looked like you guys were all in a big bunch. Like, did you pace yourself with the others, or were you just doing your own race from the start?
I pretty much did my own race from the start.
Yeah.
To try to find a.
Try
It's
to
so
find
easy.
rhythm.
I think it's so easy to destroy yourself if you know.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of destroying yourself, Sup Junkie, big shout out to Sarah, Sup Junkie, tuning in. Sup Junkie's asking how long you expect your body to take for recovery here after this.
What do you mean with recover? What should I do?
Well,
Shall I go
how
for
long
another
until you
paddle?
could go and do another big race? How many weeks is it going to take to recover from this?
2 days.
2 days?
Hmm.
That's
Nice. I think it's the most important stuff is that you don't you have to move around straight away.
just keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, we have the World Soccer game going on now, and I think they have, what is it, 2 or 3 days between each big games, and
That's true.
I
The games
mean,
don't last for 41 hours, though.
no, that's not. But it's a bit more speed work. It's a bit more sprint.
It is a bit more intense.
Yeah, it's a bit different. So maybe I couldn't. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do endurance races, I think you should at least have maybe at least a month or two.
Yeah. We might check back in with you. At the,
If you want to.
We'll check back in with
It's
you
not-
at the end of December and see how you
Yeah,
if you've reached 100% recovery. I'm very curious. It's
hopefully the cross country ski season starts in Sweden now, and that's pretty good.
you like the
Training
cross
for
country?
Yeah.
Very, very
You know,
good training.
we have the Swedish famous Vasaloppet, up in
I love the
90
Vasaloppet.
kilometer.
That's the
And I actually did it. I did it 1 year with pretty much no snow time.
oh yeah, you just jumped
Only
in,
sup time. Only sup.
and it was good cross training.
Yeah. It's
You finished
I finished. Yeah.
the
I never
Vasaloppet.
quit.
That's a very famous, very famous race in Sweden. What is it, like 30,000 people on cross country skis for 90 kilometers?
There's a whole week now. I think it starts off on the Saturday with a women's race, and then they have the open 2 days, and then they have the relay 1 day.
Oh wow!
And I actually did it with a friend, night version. They start at 8 o'clock in the middle of the night,
Wow.
and then and then obviously the big one on the Sunday, and that's, I think it's about 15,000 on that one, on the Sunday start.
There you go. We need a few more of the cross-country skiers to try their hand at ultra-marathon paddling. I think they'd do surprisingly well.
Oh, definitely.
We lost you. back?
Definitely.
We got, yeah, we got you.
I think it's good. It's good training, both. If you want to be a good SUP paddler, cross country skiing is good. If you want to be a good cross country, I mean, good, not winning the world championship, but I mean, if you want to take part in this sort of races.
Yeah. I believe Magnus, a fellow Swede, at one point he was developing a whole method that you could
Yeah,
you
he
could
still
use
do
to
it.
train for both sup and cross country or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Julie's asking in New Zealand, I believe, shouldn't you be eating something and refueling like right now? Is commentary your priority? I think no, we're not losing him from the commentary, Julie. Don't give him the man any ideas. You're sticking around. Someone go get him.
Well, I don't have to eat now. I'm not going to perform any more physically. I'm just going to perform this.
That's true. All you need really for this is a beer, so you keep your voice.
What's the time now? 27.
It's 3:28. So they're probably coming down the back straight right now.
Another 20 minutes.
So
15.
You were on the back straight now, right? After 28 minutes, you rounded the corner at 22 minutes, the far corner.
Yeah, we were up, say 28. Yeah, pretty much before we go into the channels.
Yeah.
Couple of 100 meters before the channels. Or channel. This is channel. I don't know what you call it. Like, I think they use it when they do kayaking, like, because they start. What I understand, they start down in the southern end and they finish up here at the northern end. And I think when they're going to have bigger regattas, the kayakers just continue the opposite way that we paddle.
Yes.
So I think that's how it works. You should imagine.
How do you think it's going to go?
But it's going to be hard to make. That's another thing with the not the cyclone, the
hurricane.
The hurricane, that the buoys, the small little buoys, they were a little bit spread out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They were
a little bit everywhere. So they've been moving it. I think they've moved around.
What's the deal with the loop of death, the 5 miler? Because basically the paddlers are going to have a 10-15 minute break after 48 and then jump straight into it. Like, does everyone know the course? Was that clearly explained at the briefing? Is there a chance someone could get lost on that 49th lap? Was it pretty clear?
If they didn't go to the compulsory meeting Friday night.
It's a pretty easy course to follow. It'll be daytime as well. I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
The sun will rise eventually. 9 a.m.
Do you have the map there?
The map's on screen. Yeah, we're looking at it here. So you just add that loop inside.
I mean,
the
Greg really went it through, like explained it for us that when you do this 49th laps, you're going to do exactly the same, except when you get to the middle, you head back to the big tower house.
Yeah.
And then there's another buoy there. You turn that one.
So you're basically just adding a big V into the middle of the course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out in about 5 hours' time if this is still going.
And I think Greg probably gonna, he doesn't want to have any hiccups there, so he's probably gonna say this is the 49th. You have
make
to
it
come
very
back.
Clear. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll get some reminders. You don't have to be counting laps. Is it 48 or 49?
Well, that's good though when you start in an hour.
See if Paolo just does a 5 mile loop on lap 47 or something. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. We're getting close. I mean, it's 3:30 in the morning. At 9 a.m. That's that's when the big bell rings.
Yeah, it was exactly in 6 hours. They started at 49 laps. Right? 9:30.
9 a.m. you started.
Yeah, so it's 3:30 now. So 6 hours they're going to be doing the.
Yes, in 6 hours
then-
they'll be doing the first loop of death.
Yeah.
And, we'll see how many can survive. I suspect. Well, we'll see if there's still 3 standing. We might lose someone in the next 5 hours.
Hmm.
We'll see. It's
It didn't-
3:33.
It doesn't look. It does. It didn't look like it.
3:33. Can you see any distant lights?
No.
Did you Veronica's asking, did you ever get too hot out there or too cold? And did you cramp up?
I didn't cramp up. Hot, yes. Everyone got too hot. Cold, yeah, yes. It sounds funny though. Like you said to me when we started it, singing with beanie and everything on. It's when you're racing and then you stop, and then you sweaty, you start to be cold. Yeah. So in this time of the day, when you had your break, I was a bit chilly like that. That's why I had 4 shirts. I did two on each shirt, and then I swapped it around.
How many costume changes did you do? Or did you lose count?
Oh, I lost count.
So every couple of laps you were changing your clothes?
Yeah. No, the top. The top.
Yeah. Do you ever change your, your pants, your underwear, anything else? Or just your shirt?
Yeah. I changed underpants and shorts.
Yeah.
Because they were pretty sweaty.
Hey, how
And
many
that's why I did it
bathroom
again.
breaks?
That's why I did it again to not get too cold.
How many bathroom breaks did you have to take? Was it like every lap you were drinking so much water you had to take a piss, or was it? What was it?
I think it's a good idea to have that as a rule, or like try to have a pee each lap.
Yeah.
Because then you know you at least have drunk enough water or
it's
fluid.
It's a good measuring.
Yeah.
A strategy to basically see how
I don't know how
hydrated
far
you are.
we're gonna go. I don't know how far we're gonna go in this discussion, but maybe have a little bit of a look how what the color is as well.
It's quite important. The color of your pee is determining your hydration and health, right?
Yeah. If it's like tea water, you better drink a little bit more.
That's very interesting. You don't really go into a stand-up paddle race, studying urine colors as a race strategy. There's several unique things about Last Paddler. You got to practice sleeping. You've got to brush up on your urine health, and you've also got to remind yourself how to eat. Apparently, because it seems to be easy to forget how to eat in this race.
Yeah.
Do you feel like food yet? Are you hungry, or are you still?
No, not at all.
Wow. You think you'll just go to bed and then eat tomorrow?
I see what's happening. Hopefully, I'm not going to go to bed, and then I going to find myself. When this race is over, I'm going to find a good motel somewhere. Drive to that one and have a hot shower, and then just sleep.
You gonna hibernate just for a few days in the motel?
Yeah.
Have you? Is that a light in the distance? It's 37 minutes. No, I saw something flash out there. Anything around the corner? The lap times seem to be slowing.
36. Maybe I should start to look at other way around as well.
sit in the other chair. You'll have the view of them coming in. But well, actually, you're on the right side because you were the one that saw Bobby coming in the wrong way. You called it first. We knew he'd quit before even I think his support crew.
That was cold. That seat was cold.
Well, the palm trees are still lit up. They turned them off last night around this time. They're,
oh, did they?
Yeah, they're keeping them on. It got real dark last night when the moon.
What did I do last night this time?
I think you went for a paddle.
Did it turn the lights off?
Oh, it got very dark. Those palm trees.
On the green.
Yeah, the neon palm trees disappeared, and then the moon went down. It set as well, and it just got eerily dark. I don't know if you remember, but about 4 a.m. it must have been pitch black out on the back straight there.
But that's another good question, and like you realize how out of it you are, in a way.
Can you remember anything of the race, or is it all blur?
Everything is just blur and goes together. Like I said, I can't remember they turned the lights off. I thought they had been on all the time. You sure about this?
We had a whole discussion in the live stream chat about the disappearing palm trees. We were excited to see them get turned off at 3 a.m. again, but they've stayed on.
38.
I just have to take a very quick drinks break, Goran. So feel free to go grab another beer, or feel free to sleep. Do whatever you need to do. You don't have to stay, but we hope you can stick around a little longer. I'm just going to go grab a drink for a minute. I'll be back.
But maybe I could commentate then if they're coming in.
Go for it, mate. You're
because
you're in charge.
They should. See what's happening. I can't see if anyone asks a question. So. See what's going on. Yeah. Oh, that was a car. There's the first paddler coming in now. Still Paul. Oh, they're pretty close together this time. It's only about 20 meters between them. There they come. But that's John, is it? Pardon? Yeah, it's two together. It's Paul and John, is it? Alex is not. It looks like John's style, didn't it? There's two paddlers coming in together anyway. And it's pretty hopeless where the light is. I don't know. I wonder if my light was this bad as the other ones. Like these are. They have a bit of a shit chat. Chris. I can see you moving around. Can you hear me? Or do you have to have the... I think there's two paddles coming in together, and I think it's John and Paolo.
John and Paolo.
Yeah. Because and Alex is not... Yeah, Alex is coming around now. So he's about 400 meters behind. Or behind, I don't know. Are you behind, or is it a strategy?
We need to invent new terminology to describe this race.
Yeah.
Such an unorthodox race. You can't even call it a race. It's it's something else entirely. So
Yeah.
John is setting a pretty mean pace this lap. He's up there with Paolo.
Yeah. It's quite funny with John. There's another secret that should stay on the water, but John, I don't know how many times he told me that he's going to quit.
He was,
and he's still going.
wow, he's a trooper, that guy.
Maybe that was a strategy as well.
Just lull your opponents into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
He's a...
Well done, John.
How's Paolo looking? Suzak asked if you can pass on her love to Paolo and tell him that she's still cheering.
What are you going to... Pardon? Yeah.
Can we get a word from him, or is he?
Do you want to say anything? Do you want to say hello back home?
Tell him that Suzak and everyone is still cheering for him, sending their love.
Everyone is cheering for you.
How they looking, mate? Do they look tired?
It's funny though, because I think we all look pretty much focused.
Yep.
So it's hard to say if they look tired or if they are focused or if they are. But I think they look really okay. Is that still the COVID going on for you?
I don't know what it is at this point, but I think this is just from talking too much. I'm testing negative for COVID at the moment. I was quite sick before this event started, and it was terrible preparation. But yeah, we've been getting it done. It's been fun doing this endless live stream. My throat is not impressed.
Everyone is turning their boards around anyway, so they haven't decided to quit yet. But it's 15 minutes to go, so. But that was a pretty fast lap time, wasn't it?
Everyone's in, everyone's in with 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That's I mean, you don't have to pick your pace up that much to do the Loop of Death. All you got to be is on 40-minute pace. So they're not that far off the 5-mile pace. It's not out of the question for them to do a few more laps of 5 miles.
But then again, maybe how is the body gonna react in just that little? It sounds little, but how's the body actually gonna react? Maybe, you know, they're going on this pace, you know, for quite a while, and then you know they're gonna speed it up. What did you say, about half a kilometers an hour?
Roughly 50%. You got to go about 45%. I mean, they're already going on about 7 kilometer an hour pace. So you just have to go 1
Oh,
kilometer an
okay.
hour faster. But that's if you just
Yeah.
sneak in on 59 minutes. You want to still finish
Yeah.
with a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Or it might be that it's just such a sudden death part of the race that they're not even going to go back to the camp. They're just going to finish in 58, 59 minutes, turn the board around and keep going.
Yeah. But then it's going to be interesting because then if they want to do that about this eating and drinking, I mean, obviously they can have the water with them on the board,
Yeah.
but we're not allowed to have any food on the sand.
So it could be to the point where these next 5 laps, you've just got to fuel up because you might not be eating after that.
No, because I think that was the rule anyway, that we were only allowed to eat up where the camp where we camp. So there was no eating, not even where the boards are.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna come in like you said, about say 59 minutes, you don't have much. I was actually, when I walked down, it took roughly about a minute to walk down and then a minute back. So if they're gonna go up to your tent, you need at least, I reckon, 3 minutes. But that's gonna be tight anyway. So at least 4 or 5 minutes if they're gonna have the time to walk up to the tent. And when I see them walking now, I don't think they're gonna be running.
Yes. That's going to be
So-
very interesting to watch. I wonder if someone like Paolo, who presumably is the quickest man
What,
standing out
runner or walker?
there. I'm wondering if
No,
on
around
the
the-
first lap, he's actually
Yeah.
a very good runner. He does a lot of trail running. But I'm
Oh,
curious
okay. Yeah.
if on the first lap, he just wants to kind of end it straight away. Just go out, set a crazy pace, and the other two were like, forget it. There's no chance. He's got it. Like, I wonder if he just tries to psych everyone out with a really quick first lap. And would that work? Do you think it would be effective to try and go so quick that the others feel like they've got no choice but to retire?
The thing, if you can find a good steady pace, say on 54 minutes, or if you're gonna go down to 48, 49, is that gonna kill you more to get them 2 extra? Because that's why you've seen today, or the whole race, everyone is at aim, at least, you know, at the top, every 45 minutes, and sometimes it goes a couple of minutes below, and sometimes it goes a couple of minutes above. But roughly, we've been coming in and in 45 minutes, haven't we?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a roll of the dice for someone like a Paolo. If he goes out and tries to finish in 50 minutes and it doesn't break the other guys, he's wasted a lot of energy. But if he can do it, he might be able to like end it right there. So I'm fascinated by the strategy.
It's gonna be,
But I mean, we got to get there first. There's still 4.5 laps to complete.
4.5 laps.
No, they're on this. I'm losing my mind as well. I thought we were halfway through a lap now. They're on the beach, aren't they?
They're on the beach.
I'm losing it, man. I'm
That's
on
why.
Florida
That's
time.
why I couldn't figure. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Half a lap.
My mind thinks it's 3 a.m. in the morning. I actually changed all the
No,
clocks
so what
here
is it?
to be on
4
Florida
o'clock?
time.
Yeah,
And,
I can count. 4, 5,
44,
6, 7,
45, 46,
8,
47.
9.
5.
5 laps.
5 full laps, okay.
Yeah,
We got there in the end. 5 laps. Yeah, they've still got to survive 5 more laps. So we're talking about something that might not even happen because they got to get there first. But we were taking bets earlier about how many paddlers would be left at, after 24 hours, after 36, after 48. And definitely everyone's predictions were too generous. Like, the race has been a lot harder than everybody seemed to predict.
Yeah, that's what I said to you when I finished. And I was a bit disappointed. I thought when I was preparing myself, because I've been preparing more mentally, I think, in the last couple of, I've been training, and you know how my training is. I try to not only paddle boards, I do swimming and walking and that sort of. I'm more preparing the mental thing, and that's good. You should do that. Maybe I should have, if I wanted. I don't think anyone else have done it, but maybe you should have set the course 5.3 kilometers at home and just try it out.
How did you prepare for this race?
Like normally, I do swimming 2-3 times a week. I do long distance walking, walk about. I do anything between 8 till 12 kilometers sup paddling.
So you didn't do any
4 times a week. I take sometimes.
You didn't do any simulation of Last Paddler?
No, I didn't do any simulation. And maybe I should have done that.
You think it would have helped? Or is it too crazy to prepare for in that sense?
I mean, you could. Yeah, maybe maybe do 4 or 5 laps just to see how it is.
Yeah. Interestingly, Paolo actually did a Last Paddler of his own before Last Paddler even existed. I think a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay.
He and on the 5 mile loop too. He did 8 kilometers every hour for 8 hours. This was last year, I think, just for fun. Nothing to.
Yeah.
No one had heard of Last Paddler yet.
Oh, okay.
So I'm curious if that's going to help him out here, knowing what it's like, because he did the same thing. He'd finish in like 55 minutes, take a break, and get back out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know he was pretty confident that if it got to the 48-hour mark, the odds would be he'd have more chance if it did get to 48 hours.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's gonna be very interesting. Is there anyone still down there?
No.
It seems so quiet.
It's so quiet there. I don't know where the other 2 commentators are. Are they sleeping or what's this?
They're sound asleep.
Yeah.
Kristen will be back here at. She said she's going to try and get back here early, like 6 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully the race is still going by 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Imagine if you were commentating for 2 days straight and then you slept through the finish. You'd be a little upset.
That should be pretty boring.
So, KT's getting some rest. She did 16 hours Saturday and 16 hours Sunday on the microphone, which is, she's definitely won the commentary. Last commentator standing award. Could we do one of these in Sweden, you think, mate?
I think Maja have talked. Do you know Maja? She did the worlds. I think she did the worlds.
Oh, Maja Persson.
She
might have a new name now.
I think she talked about because I saw her this summer. I saw her at Falkenberg sup race, and they talked about it, but I don't know why it didn't happen. I can't remember that. Maybe she's online. She can answer that.
Maybe next year we can do a satellite event in the lead up. This could be very good. It would be good training for anyone that wants to do Last Paddler. I imagine once you've done one Last Paddler, you could do the second one so much more effectively. I presume you guys.
Yeah.
were kind of thinking as you're paddling what you would do differently next time.
Yeah. But that's what I learned. I mean, the first year I did the 11 city, the 5 day. I entered as a tour. What do they call them? Touring group, tour group.
For the 5-day.
Yeah.
Yes.
They
Yes,
call
the
it
tour
tour,
division, like the leisure
Yeah,
division.
tour division. Because I didn't know what was going on, and then I realized that I should have been in the. How old was I? No, I'm 40 plus. What do you call it? The Masters that year, and then the second year I did a little bit better. So I think it takes some people can do it really, really well straight away, but like if I go back to Yukon, I think I'm definitely gonna do it differently. That's 2 minutes.
What would you do differently at Yukon?
Go out a little bit harder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Go faster.
Go faster in the beginning. Yeah.
What's the theory?
That sounds cocky, but I mean, I went out too slow. I mean, it's too slow. I could have gone a little bit faster. But that's easy to say. But after the race, that's actually as well. So.
I mean, yeah. It's always harder in the moment, but
yeah.
You mean you felt like you were conserving too much energy?
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts like that here? Or were you using every ounce of energy you had this weekend?
I used everything I had. Yeah.
How does it?
And then again with the Yukon as well. I mean, practice. I practiced a lot to put the tent up. But what I didn't do that I'm gonna do if I'm gonna do it again, I practice to put the fire on when it's raining.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think that's necessary. That sort of stuff. I think it just makes it a little bit more comfortable for yourself to know that if something goes wrong. Here they go and they go.
Everyone's going. We've still got 3.
Alex,
is that Alex down there? Alex is on the line first. That's the first time he's ever been the first one down there.
No, he's not on the line.
Oh, is that John?
That was Jan and. Oh.
Where's Alex? He's not starting? No.
I was wrong. I hope he didn't say to me that No, he didn't say anything to me.
So only Paolo and John started?
Yeah.
No way.
I'll come back in 5 seconds.
Yes,
5
go
minutes.
get an official word. This is a dramatic development here, folks. Alex. Wow. This could be a big development in the race if we're down to the final 2. We are. I can't see. There was only 2 people that got in the water then. And you can't start late. Holy shit. We lost Alex. God, Kristen, you better set your alarm. This race might be over sooner than you think. I'm going to update the graphics here. I'll wait for the official word, but I think Alex is out after 43 laps. We lost Bobby last lap. Now it looks like we've lost Alex. Alex Samoano. I gotta get back to those comments. Let's see here, folks. What's happening in the live stream? Okay, it's all happening. Kelly Margetts has showed up for his shift as well. This is yes. You're just in time, mate. It's the dramatic conclusion. Yeah, I think we just lost Alex.
We lost Alex.
You're on, mate. What's the word? He's gone.
Bum, 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 bum. No, he's missed the start.
He missed it.
Yeah, I actually ran over to just check on him so he doesn't, so he was okay, so he wasn't sick or like died. No, he wouldn't have died, but and I ran up to him and he just looked at his telephone and he put the alarm on. He said, "But you heard a whistle. You heard a whistle."
I heard the whistle. Yes.
Yeah.
So he literally just missed the start. He didn't want to retire. Wow.
He missed the start.
Oh,
He's
that's
upset.
heavy.
He's upset.
Oh,
He's
God.
He's been paddling for, what is it now? 43
hours.
laps.
Holy
43
shit.
laps. That's
that's
so to
an
everyone that's
unexpected
gonna do
twist.
everyone gonna do this race next year and watching this, maybe we shouldn't laugh at it, but it's a lesson.
That's crazy. Wow.
Now they put the sprinklers on with a tent park.
Oh no. The campground's getting flooded?
They're not flooded, but what's the water they're doing?
All right. At this moment of great
sorry,
drama,
back to this. So this is serious, actually.
I'm going to bring on your new co-commentator in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
We've got a very special guest. I just need to add his name to the graphic down here to make it official. We're up to our 6th commentator now. This is excellent. Everyone's...
Oh, here he comes. You can't get off now.
Oh no, that's our assistant. What's the word? What happened?
He was just late on the start. I mean, I blew the whistle. I called out 1 minute, 30 seconds. His camp is the farthest one away. His tent is the farthest one away. So I think he was just dozing and didn't hear it. He said he forgot to set an alarm or his alarm didn't go off, and that's part of the challenge. So I hate to send somebody out that way, but
that's what Greg said the first day. That you're gonna blow the whistle 2 minutes and then count down 10. So everyone knew that, and his like he said, his tent is the furthest away, and I ran over just to check if he was okay, and he was sleeping.
That's gotta hurt, man. That's gotta sting. He was the final 43 hours, and his alarm didn't go off.
He was still looking strong, so I know physically he could have kept going, but that challenge is part of it. And, it wouldn't be fair to everybody else to give him that 2 minute grace period because he was 2 minutes
rules
late
are rules.
over.
Right. It's a fair, it's a fair forced retirement as the rules go. But damn, that's gotta hurt, huh? Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, Paolo was over here. He was sleeping too, but he woke up because he was right here at the start finish. So he had dozed off also, and he didn't wake up with the whistle, but then he woke up with people coming over.
The race was almost over. Paolo almost didn't wake up.
So that was smart of him to come over here to lay down because he would have missed it
just
also.
over near the commentary booth, and he didn't wake up when the whistle went, and then he just woke up with a minute to go. Wow, this is getting dramatic. All right, we're going to bring on a very special guest commentator now because my voice needs a break. But this is we're reaching the crescendo here of Last Palace Standing. Kelly Margetts.
I don't know if you want to leave.
No, I'm gonna be watching the live stream. I'll be sitting on the couch right there. All right, Kelly, jump in here, mate. You got some beers? Oh yes.
You go and talk to him.
You got alcohol in them, though.
Is it Dan that was just there, the assistant race director?
Yeah. Oh, that's you, Pat. Oh, I thought he changed the person. I thought that.
No,
that looks like Chris Parker.
He's getting a beer. You're on. If you've got another Athletic Brewing,
Yeah.
he's
43 hours of travel. It's pretty damn impressive.
Was that Alex?
I'm super pissed off.
Yeah, I
can
understand
talk.
that.
I'm not gonna. Let me talk to him.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk, Alex?
You're gonna see a side of me you haven't seen before. Bye.
This must be painful.
I'm furious.
What happened, mate?
I took a nap. I took a quality nap, and I'll show you what happened.
Wrong hour.
I took a 6-minute nap, and I must have hit pause after 3 seconds when I placed it on my belly.
Wow. That's I'm a little speechless myself. That's extraordinary.
Yep, I have nothing to say. I'm done. I'm going home. I'm gonna pack my shit and get out of here. That was fun.
Well, mate, yeah, I don't know what to say. That's a hell of a way to end Last Paddler. That's an unexpected dramatic twist, and we all feel for you, mate. You were looking good
Thank
all the
you,
way to
man.
the end there, and
You've been great. You were
I
awesome.
know
It was fun.
you're probably furious with yourself right now, but you've done an extraordinary effort, and I think we know you could have been there in another 10 hours. So
Thank you. I'm going to show you how quickly I'm going to get over this. I'm over it.
this is
Just
some
like
motivation
that.
for next
Honest God.
year, perhaps, mate. Wow, use this as a force for good in the end. This is yeah.
Always. You know I will.
All right, mate. It's
All
been a
right.
pleasure chatting with you the whole weekend. We've really
Thank you, man.
enjoyed your insights. So I'm really sorry
Me
it
too.
ended this way, but
Me too. I appreciate it.
we'll let
I
you get out of here.
appreciate
Cheers, mate.
Okay. Bye.
Wow. Cohen, you got. I don't know how to follow that up in the commentary. We're bringing Kelly Margetts onto the commentary. I'm rattled. That was an extraordinary twist there. I mean, lucky it wasn't the last two. Can you imagine if?
You would have woken him up nearly.
Oh my god.
So who have I got? What have we
I
got?
think. I don't know if you got
There's
anyone.
no one. Perfect.
It's the graveyard shift, mate.
Nice. We got people online.
We've got everybody watching. Introduce yourself.
All right.
So his wife was asleep in the tent with him also.
Wow.
You hear me?
Yeah, yeah. His wife was asleep in the tent.
You're on with Kelly Margetts, a legend of the sport.
Hello.
He's
Oh,
filling in
hello.
while I give my voice a rest.
I'm Steven. Nice to meet you.
Stephen, how you going,
Assistant
mate?
race director. Assistant to the race director.
Yes, I've seen you on
All right.
the live stream through the whole race, but yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
incredible to have something affect a race as simple as that. When it's not your body, it's not.
Right.
You haven't missed the time. It's just but these things happen under fatigue. We're in the 44th hour now, and every little hiccup can be fatal at this time. So
Yeah, and when you do finally get to sleep, you're out cold.
I bet
So-
that body, you're fighting to wake up. I'm sure, because it's
Mhm.
the body thinks, is this it? Is this my final chance? Am I sleeping now?
Right.
But it's unfortunate for Alex, because I know he had a lot of supporters out there online, and he had a little emotional interview. Probably that was this morning our time, so 10 hours ago, and he had a lot of people behind him and backing him, and he looked comfortable. He still looked fresh, but
Yeah, he looked great. He looked strong. So consistent.
and to be so close and have a mistake. But that's it's going to be a lesson learned there, and hopefully he'll be back bigger and better than next year. But that's going to be a hard pill to swallow, that one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's the part of the challenge too, is the sleep deprivation. So I mean, I've never stayed up 2 nights in a row for the whole second night. So I don't know what that feels like, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, and not just staying up. That having to continually refocus to get back on the board, to paddle the course, to think about, okay, we're getting close to that 48 hours too. The mind starts changing, the mindset starts changing there. So I'm sure that there was a lot going on. But yeah, like we just said, when you lay down, the body's probably thinking, okay, is this where I'm going for my 8 hours sleep? That's sad for Alex. It really is. So
it is. Yeah, I felt bad, but
well, that's why races have rules, aren't they? You know, we can't it can't be like, oh, we'll just bend him a little bit now because we feel bad. Unfortunately, Alex, it's he's going to have to move on from this one. So massive effort. 44 laps or 43 laps he would have done. And
he finished 43. Yeah, they're out on the 44th right now. So I mean, that's huge. I hope he's proud of it once he gets home and calmed down and slept.
I'm sure
and
proud.
everything.
I'm sure everyone watching is very proud. You know, just for all these starters and everyone that's put in all this effort and to get, you know, like you said, into the second night. That's a huge feat by itself. But let alone, what time is it over there? 4 in the morning or something?
Yeah, 4:13.
Yeah, wow.
a.m. right now. Still got a couple hour and a half of darkness probably.
Yeah. So what time does the sun come up there?
Around 7. So it starts to get light. 6:30 or so.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I was on with KT right just after sunset, and we were talking about how just before it got dark. A lot of them really looked fatigued, and that meant they looked mentally drained from paddling all day, and then having such a beautiful sunset and a change of focus into the night. It was nearly like it revitalized them, and their speeds picked up, and they all looked fresh again. So, I guess now.
Yeah, the lower temperatures. Yeah, the less wind that helps.
Yeah, well, that's right. They had the headwind But I'm guessing now they've been going all night. They're back into the mundane of, all right, we're just paddling around in the dark and seeing a bit of a glow on the horizon and seeing some sun coming up will be the next stage of that. You know, maybe a bit of revitalising to get them through to that 48 hours and beyond. So yeah, it'll be interesting. So what about the temperature there? Is it cool?
It's cool. I don't think it's quite as cold as it was last night. I don't know the numbers for the temperature, but just subjectively what it feels like to me. Not quite as cold as last night. So.
No, but it seems like the temperature they were talking about would be prime paddling weather. You know, it's not too hot, it's not draining, and it's not too cold where they're battling chill. They're just able to hopefully get into a nice rhythm and so how did they all look on the last break? I was driving here, so I didn't see any of them or hear how the last two.
Mostly just sleepy. You know, the sleep deprivation is really starting to get to them. I think that's the worst part of it at this point. And you know, we are in these last 2 hours of darkness before the sun comes up, so that's always the hardest. You know, your body wants to shut down, especially the second night. I mean, I can't imagine. But yeah, mostly just the sleep. I mean, nobody's complaining of cramps. Nobody's complaining of stomach issues. They all look like they're moving pretty well. Just when they started this lap right here, Paolo getting on the board, he was a little unsteady on his feet, and I was afraid he was even going to go into the water because he was so shaky just getting started. But I think once he got moving, he looked good, and his form was still good and everything. But yeah, just the wobbliness, the sleepiness, the lack of coordination.
It's incredible, isn't it? You know, to see something like this, you're seeing it firsthand, and it's we've been watching online and following the race, but yeah, it's an incredible feat what they've done so far and what we're yet to see. So, you know, and they're starting to, you know, with Goran and then Bobby and now Alex. You know, I thought those 5 might have all got to that 48 hours, but yeah, it's, you know, when the body or the mind says it's enough, and you know, or you know, a mistake, and then that's the end. So it's going to be who, if you were to pick a favourite out of the two that are left, what do you think?
You know, the entire race, I would have picked Paolo over John. But I don't know. I mean, John's been really impressive with his consistency and coming back from, you know, a few laps feeling bad and then figuring it out and then looking like his old self again. So I don't know. I think if it goes to the 48 hours and the longer loop, then it will be Paolo, just because he has a more efficient board. He is stronger upper body. So I think he'll be able to get the longer lap in time, more likely than John will. But
and a bit more of he's got that race mentality too, because that one, once you get to that 48 hours, the psyche changes a little, because now it is, it does become a bit of a race because you're racing the clock more, where at the moment they're just paddling through, whether it's conservation of energy or efficiency, whatever they're using to get through at that certain time, and whether they want to get back for longer rest on land or they take it easier through the paddle to help them recover. They're probably all balancing that slightly different. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see in these next 4 hours and see how they go.
Yeah, for sure.
And what?
Because that is they still have to complete 5 more laps until they even get there. So
well, that's right.
Who knows? One of these guys might fall asleep and miss the start, or who knows what'll happen. But.
Yeah, like someone like Paolo, who doesn't have a support team there, it's he has to be, he nearly just needs to set 2 alarms,
right,
just in case, And Alex, he had support crew there too, didn't he? But
he had his wife was here with him, but she was asleep in the tent also. So hopefully she doesn't beat herself up that she let him down, not waking him up. But I mean, it's 4 a.m., and it's the second night, so anybody would be asleep.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Are there many people still around, or is it just you?
It's just me right now. I think there's a couple crew people around, maybe. All of Bobby's team left, or they're in the RV or went home. So they're all gone. So it's much quieter because most of the people here were with him. But yeah, I don't see anybody around now. So Greg is sleeping.
I guess that makes it harder for the paddlers too. When they're coming in, there's less people there. It's
quiet. It's just me clapping, right?
It's during the day there was activity there. There's a bit of a buzz when they're coming in, and so
you get that boost.
That little boost for sure. So it must be a real battle of not having that extra even when you come back to land. It's just they're just in full conservation mode right now, just conserving whatever it is, mental, physical, a lot. So it's been an incredible event, and I'm sure we've still got a twist and turns before we get to the end. So yes. And do you paddle much yourself?
No, I'm just a runner. So I know Wingo from the ultra running world. We've been doing races together for 11 years. But no, I'm not a paddler at all. He just asked me to come down and help out with this, and I was happy to. So
yeah, unreal. Are you inspired to maybe get on a board and have a bit?
I've honestly only been on a paddleboard once, and it was 10 years ago at a demo day at Oak Mountain State Park in Birmingham, Alabama. And I haven't been on one since, but I live now for the last year or so. I've lived about 300 yards from the Tennessee River in Florence, Alabama, Northwest Alabama. So yeah, I'm definitely inspired to get something and get out there.
Put your name on the entry list for next year and give yourself a commitment.
I don't know about that.
You'll know all the secrets now from first hand.
Yeah.
From being there.
Oh, I could make it 12 hours, but I don't know about much longer than that.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people that started this race with personal challenges, let alone, the trying to win the whole thing. It's everyone's going to go into it with a slightly different mindset and a slightly different plan and a different goal. So that's the beauty of ultra racing. A lot of the time, most people that are starting the race are battling themselves more than their competitors, and obviously there's always that competition at the front. But participation in these ultra marathon events or an event like this, a lot of it can be personal goals. That challenge of you put a number in your head and it's like, okay, I want to get to that number, and if you get to there, we'll set a next goal. And it'd be interesting to talk to a few of these guys once they reflect on the race and kind of see how their mindset was or what their plan was and how that differed during the race, or it had to change or alter due to how their body felt or their mind was playing games, or the mind's a powerful thing, and it can it can talk you out of a lot of things, but yeah, obviously when you put it to a true test, it's a lot stronger than most people, actually think. So yeah, no, it's a great challenge, and been this incredible event to watch, and I think we're all the paddling community be stoked to have something like this come into our realm. That's like, okay, something fresh and new, and this essentially could be replicated all over the world, So if you had a standard lap, a pretty standard lap distance, maybe, and I think the way it works out coming in between that 40 and 45 minutes, it gives you that 15 to 20 minute rest. It's obviously proven that it can be done, and it's a good turnover time for the race to go on for this sort of distance. But at the same time, it's a challenge, and the longer you take, the shorter you rest, obviously. But I think it's around that 5K mark seems to be a pretty good distance for SUP in these sort of conditions where it's very controlled. There's no tidal, not a lot of. Well, they had a bit of wind yesterday, but a lot of the rivers, say for instance where we are, they're tidal. So if you're going one way, you're against the tide, and the other, and it can be.
Oh yeah.
So that makes it a little harder. I think having a controlled environment like this is a perfect layout for the race, and this facility looks incredible. So
yeah, it's been great. I'm glad I came down and got to see this inaugural event. First time everybody out here doing it. And I think you're right. I think it is a good distance here with the 3.3 miles. Nobody's really been complaining or seemed rushed coming in, but they still have plenty of time to do everything they need to do. Even if they need to go to the bathroom for a little bit longer, they still have time to get some fluids and eat something, even lay down for a minute, get some therapy on their feet, like Bobby was getting the massages, and plenty of time for that. And then just as soon as you start to get relaxed, then it's time to go back out. So
the whistle
it's been fun to watch it.
You're like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
So have you noticed that? Have you been keeping much of an eye of what they're all eating? Or if they're having like a part of a meal, or are they just kind of snack food, or have you noticed there's
I haven't had too much time to pay attention to that or gone over to the camping area much to see what they're eating. So no, I mean, I would imagine it's similar things to the ultra running snacks, but no, I'm not sure.
After 48 hours, you want to maybe some variety is the body's craving, or it's or it does the opposite and it doesn't want any it's anything too exotic and just wants it.
That's a lot more common with getting so fatigued and feeling ill and just not wanting to eat anything, even if it's some of your favorite foods. Just nothing sounds appetizing. So. And
unfortunately, without fuel, then the body needs the fuel, the body and the mind, So, and most of them wearing some sort of Camelback with fluid. Have you noticed, or are they?
Either a Camelback or just having a small bottle, a water bottle strapped to their board, that they can drink on. Most of the people that started the race had a Camelback yesterday. Neither one of these guys that are left have the Camelback on. They just have the bottles, or they're only drinking when they're in. But yeah, a lot of Camelbacks yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna, like I said before, it'll be interesting to speak to, especially the final 5 that have done. I think that's from 27 hours or something like that. There was 5 left. To talk to all of them and to see what sort of differences, and obviously you've got Paolo now, who comes from a racing background, and his strength is the paddling, where John is, well, obviously he's a long distance paddler and can handle the paddling, but it's not from a racing background, so they're both approaching this from totally different angles, but here we are, lap 44, and they're going around next to each other, and it's going to be an intriguing finish to this. And we'll see if we can get to that elusive 48 hours. So I think, you know, I'm sure that whole 5, you know, I know we were talking this morning, and you would have thought, okay, that was all their target. Obviously, it was okay. We get to the 48 hours, and that was around the 36. That was 12 hours ago. And then when you put it into that perspective, it's like, okay, there's still 12 hours of paddling from when we were talking last, and
that's a long time.
It's a long time for some people. Like you know, there was that 12 hours was their challenge, or that was where they got to. So yeah, they've got to do that again. So yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. Is that someone just come in behind you? I think.
No, it's early for that. That's just Alex getting his board.
He's getting he's
packing up.
He's packing up.
Yeah.
Poor Alex.
Mm-hmm.
He come on earlier, and you know, he walked straight up to the camera, and he just sat down. He had a tear in his eye, and he told a little emotional story, and you know, and I saw the comments, and it just, you know, I never met Alex or know much about him, but you know, it touched everyone. That was just his story, and so it's like, you know, everyone's, even their reasons for doing it or their motivation to keep him going through each lap is, you know, for him to come in off that lap, obviously that was an emotional lap for him, where that was his whole thought process, and yeah, so yeah, it's a real shame to see him miss out and be out of the race. But yeah, we're down to the 2, so we'll see how this plays out to the end. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has that quiet intensity. I think he has the perfect personality and attitude for these type of endurance events, where it really is about the mental challenge. You know, like a lot of these guys out here and women too, they have the fitness for it and they could keep going, but a lot of times the mental part is what takes you out and ends up making you quit. But yeah, I would look out for him in future races. I think he's a dangerous competitor.
Yeah. The quiet assassin, the secret, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's him. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't need to say it much, just his mind and actions. You know,
right.
Leads. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure we'll see more or hear more from Alex in the future, and
I hope so.
And you know, I was talking this morning about the Alabama 650, and that seems like an intriguing race too. You know, over up to 10 days, and you know, you just go at your own pace and you stop when you want, and it's, you know, it's not set stop. There was a few set stops, I think Greg said, in the portages, but yeah. Do you know much about that race?
I don't know. I mean, I've talked to Greg about it just a little bit in the past. I've never been to it or attended or helped out with it. I'd like to in the future if he needs anything, but
so
yeah, I don't know.
The geography of that race, does it start at the top of Alabama all the way to the coast, is it?
I think it starts in like northeast Alabama, and I mean, the rivers there are just so windy that you end up covering a ton of mileage in a smaller area, right. You know? So that's how they get all the mileage out of it, is just because the rivers are so windy because they're so old.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I think it starts in northeast and then goes down through central and then south to the bay.
Yeah, right. So it gets all the way to the bay, to the coast?
Yeah. The last 60 miles are across Mobile Bay. So.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Yeah, we'll have to get Chris Parker onto the commentary of that one and see if he can handle 10 days instead of 48 hours. What do you reckon? He's giving me the thumbs up. I don't reckon he's real keen though.
Yeah, I think you need a few more commentators for that.
Yeah, well, maybe we can just, you know, Chris likes his ultra marathons, so maybe we should stick him in the race with a microphone, just strapped to your chest. We'll get all sorts of thoughts.
Alabama?
Yeah, we're going to Alabama? Yeah, no, that sounds like one I've got to look into, that race. I didn't know much about it till this morning, until this race, to be honest. And that's another thing that KT was talking about today, and she was mentioning there's a whole bunch of different interesting races that then maybe they're not mainstream or they don't get the coverage, and you don't really hear about them until, you know, something like this comes up and people start talking, and then you compare one race to another and you start learning about what else is out there. And Yeah, so we just got to get Chris Parker onto the job and commentary at every race, so we know where they're all at.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole other world. Like, I live on the Tennessee River, and I had never heard of this Chatterjack race
Right.
that everybody's been talking about this weekend. So,
That
now
one's
I'm
been
intrigued
going
by
a long
that.
time. Yeah, that's a very popular race, and I don't know how many years it's been going, but Chatterjack.
About 10 years.
About 10 years, yeah. So that's
Okay.
and again, that goes back to what we were talking about before. There's some people that turn up to that race purely to race. They want to win the race, or they're competing to win the race. But probably the majority are turning up, to achieve something, to the goal, to finish the Chatterjack, and I think that is one of the beauties of having these different types of races, because it opens the window to the type of people that will turn up and the amount of people and and now with races like this and having someone like Bobby that came from another sport, hopped on a stand-up a month ago, and all of a sudden he's in the top 5 of this race purely out of having that background in that ultra distance racing. And with ultra distance racing, a lot of the people that compete in those races and multidiscipline races, they're not specifically they kind of can handle all the different, might be mountain biking, kayaking, running, they can do them all well, but they don't need to be a specialist in all of them, So, and I think that's the beauty of this ultra distance community. They can, okay, well, you know what, I want to take what I can do here and try it in stand-up paddleboard, or, so yeah, I think we're opening a whole nother window of the sport and an avenue for more people that maybe aren't going to stand on a start line against the Conobactors, and these are like the top racer guys in our sport, but can still participate in something like this incredibly well. And and we learned a lot about them, and they probably learned a lot about themselves too. But I think we've opened up something, a big future in our sport, and a whole nother avenue for everyone to get involved in and challenge themselves.
I hope so. Yeah, and a different opportunity for a different kind of athlete to shine, because it's not the fastest person out here that's going to win. It's the most determined and the mentally toughest. So
yeah, that's right. It's like we're always. I come from a racing background, so you stand on a start line, you go, and it's a race. You are racing everyone in that event to get to the finish line first. Whereas in this race, it's like, go, and just hop on, dawdle away. It's like, okay, it's not a start to finish race. It's not about how fast you do this course. It's how well you manage it, and you manage your body and your mind and your nutrition and all those things. So yeah, it's pretty. They were pretty impressed with how this is going so far, and for the first time. It to run and be able to be covered like this is, I think, every time I go online and watching it, and there's, 100 people watching at the same time, I'm sure they're all watching going, oh, I'd love to give this a try, or, they're talking about it to their friend, and, who knows, people might start putting this in their, how would you prepare for this? How would you train for this race? It's not... You're not going to go and paddle 5K every hour for training. That's, you're going to have to learn how do you manage no sleep, how do you paddle the most efficient, what nutrition is going to work best for your body, and even down to the size of the blade you use. Do you want, so that with our blades, do you want a bigger blade so you pull more water and take less strokes, or do you want a smaller blade that's lighter on the shoulders, or would you use different blades at different parts of the race? And there's all sorts of strategies. I'm sure that a lot of people would be probably sitting at home if they're like me and start thinking about it all day. Oh yeah, how would I do this? And am I mentally strong enough to still be there at 44 hours?
Right.
I think that's the biggest challenge, and most people wouldn't know the answer to that until they're neck deep in the race and see what you can do. So. But what are we coming at now? 37 minutes. So would we be getting close, do you think?
A few more minutes, I think. Yeah. Since it's just the two of them now, they'll probably just stick together and chat, and they'll probably be coming around the corner in a few more minutes. So
keep a bit of an eye on each other as well.
Yeah, it's good for safety. So.
Yeah. Now I wonder, you know, coming in, you know, with obviously we talked about before, there's still 4 more laps after this one to get to that 48 hours, but. I wonder what their approach would be. Do they want to get off the water quicker and have more time on land, or will they ease off in their paddling to try and rest the shoulders to be able to give a bigger push in that 48-hour time? You know, it's definitely that's definitely a couple of different strategies I'm sure they're both thinking about, and what do we got there? Oh, the comments?
Yeah, I think Paolo was doing that earlier. He was trying to increase the speed during the loop to get here and have a few more minutes to lay down and rest. I don't know if he's not able to keep that up physically anymore, but he has slowed down a little bit. His average time has bumped up a couple minutes.
Right.
So I don't think he's trying
that and thought, well, that wasn't working for him, because you know, you get a lot of trial and error out there today.
Or just wanted to save himself.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, well, the body didn't quite recover well enough from pushing hard in the extra time I had on land. So yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting next few hours, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, if I was out there, I'm not sure the extra couple minutes I would get on land would be worth it for the exertion, you know, the extra exertion that you're putting out.
Yeah,
I would probably try and slow down a little bit and.
I think you're right, especially after 44 hours. You know, you're managing your body now. Is, you know, the mind's going to do what it does, but the body, it can shut down. And especially, you know, you get if there's little niggles or if they're getting blisters. And did you notice, are they all wearing gloves, or any of them wearing gloves? I saw Alex was, but.
They're worse. The last 2 guys that are out there don't have gloves on. I don't think I've sseen them wear gloves the whole time.
No.
So I don't. And would you lube your hands, or are their hands just tough enough, do you think?
Well, no, you won't, because you're grasping the shaft of the paddle. You don't want it sliding up and down either,
right,
because then that affects your stroke. So, because they're not putting a lot of power on, they're probably paddling with a pretty loose grip, enough to control the blade, but not over. There's no tension in their muscles to create power, so they'll be able to lighten their grip a little bit and probably just manage their hands that way. So.
Well, I'm impressed there haven't been more blisters. There were a few people that had some blisters on their hands, but I'm impressed there haven't been more.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, no, it's going to be, like I said, it'll be interesting to. I know Goran was talking with Chris before, and you know, he had some insights, and he's paddled the Yukon, the 11 cities, a lot of ultra, and you know, for this one for his body to say, nah, that's enough. That says a lot, you know. So these last 2 out there, they're proven to be a couple of hard nuts to crack, and I like it.
Yeah, both very tough.
Some of the comments to see if anyone is asking questions or wants to know anything.
Oh yeah, I can't see the comments, so let me know. That's it.
You signing up for 2023?
Am I signing up? Yeah, I'm signing up.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he's gone. He's back. How you going,
back.
mate? It's Kelly Margetts.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm well. How are you feeling?
A bit sore.
we were just talking about that, and so when you say sore, what was most affected?
You know that when you hold the paddle,
the grip, yeah,
like that, and then like when you when you take the break and you're going to grab the paddle again, it's just like the first 10 minutes is just aching.
Yeah, right.
And then
Yeah.
now, and they're coming around the corner.
Okay. Did you get any? We were talking about blisters. And did you get any blisters, or were you able to paddle with light enough grip?
Only.
Ah, there. Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
No, that's the only one. I think after years of paddling now, I a little bit of lighter grip.
Yeah. And especially where in this style of race, where it's not the intensity you're trying to put into the stroke, it's the efficiency. You can paddle with that lighter grip and conserve the hands and the body a little.
And then I learned to paddle, to put gloves on as well sometimes.
Did you use gloves?
Yeah, I used weightlifting gloves, or what do you call them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the whole time, or just at times?
No, now and then.
Okay.
But a little bit longer times, and then I took them off, and then.
I noticed Alex had gloves on all day.
There was quite a few had actually gloves on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's.
We're going to let you tell us how they look in a way of mentally and physically, how that body's handling. Because, as we were talking before and saying they're coming in now and there's with no one around as well. It's a different kind of psyche from through the day when there was a lot of activity and they're buzzing around. They kind of really are solo now.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely John coming in first.
Oh,
on the Easterboard.
John's the surprise package, eh?
Yeah, he's really surprised because we did a couple of laps together, and I don't know how many times he told me that I'm just going to do 2 more laps.
Mind games.
Oh yeah. But then when we had really strong headwinds in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And he was terrible paddling against the wind.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know about the physically or if it's just bad. If he's hasn't trained against the wind, I don't know.
Yeah. But he's on a 17-foot inflatable.
He's on a 17-foot inflatable, and the wind there wasn't straight ahead of us. It was slightly from the sun. Yeah. So it might be a bit harder with the 17-foot than for the 14.
Now, do you think, looking at his board, and what did you paddle?
I paddle red paddle, elite, inflatable. Yeah.
And
but
Paolo,
what I learned. Pardon?
Paolo's on an inflatable.
Yeah, Paolo's on inflatable.
Yeah.
Well, mate, you're killing it. He let me have that one, he said, and laughed. Hey, don't fall to sleep. Don't fall to sleep now.
Tell him to set 2 alarms.
Yeah, you heard about that. I just missed it.
That's sad, isn't it? That's a hard
now, what I learned what I do, especially with the inflatable, it's a bit harder with the hardboard because you can't move that much more forward.
Mm-hmm.
What I do when on inflatable, I move as far, not far ahead, but tilt the board.
Yeah.
I move a lot further up, so that the nose so the nose goes down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I take shorter strokes, but more consistently, like to get a high. Yeah.
Keep the board moving. That's the trick is that as you come back through your stroke, you don't want that wind slowing your board. So you're keeping that consistent speed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feather your blade into the wind?
No, I don't do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I just do a little bit of quicker, shorter and quicker strokes.
Yeah. Very good. And that's Paolo there. The light just coming in.
Yeah, that's Paolo coming in.
Okay, let's see how he looks, and you can give us a comparison between the two.
John looks surprisingly.
Now, do you think his 17-foot board is more efficient? Do you think there's an advantage with a longer board? I was thinking about that today. A little bit more glide in the board. It's skinny and long.
I mean, it's 17 foot, so it should be faster.
You would think.
I mean, you're more water attached, isn't it? It's like a sailing yacht.
Yeah.
Like you're more water attached, the faster it should go. But
Does he look like he's got energy, or is he?
Oh,
He looks in pain.
it looks okay.
Looks okay.
It looks okay. He's been walking like that for the last 24 hours.
I never analysed his walk. I only analysed his paddle from behind when I was chasing him all those years.
No, I think I don't know how I look like when I come up, but I've seen now when I've been talking here that you look pretty focused and you know.
Now, we were talking before, and it'd be good to get some insights from you. Of the, obviously, you've done a lot of these ultras, so you understand the mental side of it. But through the day, did you have moments where you were thinking, okay, I'm going at a good pace here. I want to get quicker back to the land, or to have more rest on land, or were you just trying to be efficient on the water and however that balanced out? Or did you change it up a little bit?
No, I try to have the same times all the time.
Yeah.
Because it worked out. Because I know just that slightly faster you go, you more tired you get.
More takes
tired.
it out, yeah.
Yeah. So I just come, my speed. And what I understood, because I had my cousin as a helper, and he said my time was pretty much 3 minutes.
Comments from Suzak coming through.
Oh, Suzak. Sorry. Chris just
Yeah,
passed me the phone.
my cousin said my time was about 3 minute difference.
Okay.
For the 40 laps,
For the 40 laps, wow.
Yeah, so like 3 minutes or like going. So
Yeah,
it was pretty.
That's consistent. So I
And
need
it
my
seems
glasses
like-
to read your
I was surprised. that.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Some people really had different pace.
Okay, so some faster and some slower.
Yeah.
And do you think that was a moment of them battling something, or was that a moment that was them trying different things? I guess you've got to. You got to, a lot of people are probably learning. They might not have as much experience as you, so they are learning as they go. And okay, does going quicker feel better?
I spoke to Paolo a little bit about it, and he said he was losing his technique if he was going too slow.
Yeah, okay.
That's how he felt anyway. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I think some people they feel okay, so they go faster.
Yeah, that can bite. But I know myself. If I go for a run, and I try and go slower if I'm running with someone, sometimes it can actually hurt more. I'm not in that nice rhythm that the body is flowing and functioning. It's the same with paddling. It's we do interval training, and when you're going easy, it's you're not that you're being efficient, but you're not that focused on your technique. Whereas when you're in that aerobic zone, you're able to really hold a good rhythm, and the body's functioning and working well. And that's from years of training like that. But yeah, everyone's going to be different how they approach it, and their body fatigues. And
I mean, everyone is different, but I think this sort of races, I think, in my point of view, I think you benefit from try to keep the same pace all the time.
Yeah, good.
Like you said, not doing intervals, because then your heart rate going up really high one lap and then it's going down the next. So try that. That's my.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's probably it's a great insight for a lot of people out there that are watching, maybe thinking that I might want to try this next year. It's everyone's going to have a different idea of how to approach it, and speaking to you now after paddling 42 hours out there, you know, was probably the best insight.
I only did 40 hours.
Oh, 40 hours. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Sorry. I whacked a couple extra on. Yeah, 40, and that's incredible. That's you know, and I heard you tell Chris when I was driving over here, I had it on in the car, and I heard you tell him that was, you know, you'd given yourself that goal of 40 hours. Now, did you give yourself that goal at the start, or was that just something that evolved during the race?
No, I flew over here to win it.
Yeah.
That was my goal. When I maybe not when I entered it, but you further I went into the season, and I did a Yukon, and I did a non-stop 11 city. My mind when I flew over was to win this one.
Yeah, that's good.
And obviously I didn't know the other competitors. But my mind was, I was a bit disappointed, and then the second goal was, you know, to finish the 48 hours things.
Yeah. Well,
and I had a couple of moments there where I felt really, really well. I thought, this is it, you know. And then the next loop was just like, oh shit, what happened now?
Yeah.
And I still had pretty much the same pace.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. There you go. So it's and that's where you train with GPS and you can learn a lot about how the mind can tell you, or the body can say, oh man, this feels horrible right now, but in the end it's like, oh, you end up with a very similar time to when maybe you felt good. So it's you know, sometimes the mind can play, and the body, you know, it does have a lot to give, a lot more to give than most people, you know, want to challenge themselves. And a lot of people, when they get to that stage and it's like, oh, this feels horrible, I can't go on, that can be the end for them. But you know, like yourself that's been there, you probably go through that many times in a race, and you know that, okay, I've just got to get through this, and the body can relax again. And you know, I know sometimes when that happens to me, I'll use techniques of focusing on a different part of the stroke, or I'll focus on something else on the board, or just change the mentality, or I'll shorten my stroke a little just to keep the board moving, and then all of a sudden the natural rhythm comes back and you feel better again. And it's nearly like tricking the mind back into another rhythm. So but
that's why I use one of my race.
Oh yeah. He's a clubby. Oh, I just learnt that you're over here in Burley Heads at Surf Lifesaving.
Yeah. And when was that? Season 96, 97.
Oh, really? And okay. Were you?
We did a competition called the Ocean Man.
Yeah. Okay. I met you then. You were here with your girlfriend.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I thought Chris already told you.
No, I didn't even click. G'day, mate. How you going? We lost contact all those years.
Yeah. It's a small world.
Wow, it is a small world. Okay, yes, and you lifeguarded on the beach with us.
Yeah, I was lifeguarding on the beach.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You met him?
Yeah, well, we used to hang out.
No way.
There you go. It is a small world. See, I haven't taken enough notice, but
no.
Unreal.
I thought we were going to come to that part.
Yeah. No, well, we just did because Chris told me. But incredible. Oh,
so how much do you do supping, or you do? Obviously, I heard you were there at the Nippers.
No, I coach Tugan Surf Club. I coach the senior squad there, but I raced stand up for a lot of years. I've had the last few years off, and so now I'm not doing much racing myself, but I'm being inspired from watching you to go back around again. So
you get back.
So I might.
How's the supping in competitor wise in Australia now?
It's foiling's probably taken over. It had SUP really took a hit during COVID, but we did have there was a local race last weekend, and there was 100 competitors in that race. That was up in Moreton Bay. So there are still the clubs that have good involvement, good participation. As for growing the sport of racing, as at a more of an elite level, Australia's probably dropped off a little bit there. But yeah, we're hoping that that there's enough love for the sport still out there, and it's an amazing sport, and we're hoping races like this will inspire more races and more people to paddle, and people that don't have to be elite to participate in this type of race. Looks like you're frozen there. Is that their internet?
Their internet's a bit sketchy. Yeah, their Wi-Fi's been wigging in and out.
Wi-Fi's gone to sleep.
Yeah, our stream's still going fine. Yeah,
okay.
Awesome. Stream's still on, but Sarasota gets a little
sketchy.
Last Wi-Fi standing.
Yeah, so I don't know have you ever been to Sarasota?
No, I didn't know anything about it until this event.
No.
It looks like we didn't have to go though.
It does look like
coming up.
Well, and the venue is incredible. It looks amazing.
Have you seen the promo video I keep playing?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I only played it 27 times.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of hours to fill, so that's why I'm here. But
should we go over next year? What do you reckon?
Oh, we should.
Yeah.
Like you look at this here, and it's like, can you click on that one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like look at the facility alone is incredible. Oh, so is that the Gulf? Or, like, is that water out there?
It's pretty close to the coast.
I can see it, but I can't see it.
Oh no, it's all right. You froze there for a little bit, so we. Oh, so are they back
1 minute to start.
That's 40 seconds.
And they're still on.
Oh, okay.
Both of them walking down the beach. So it's still a competition.
45 laps.
Here we go, lap 45. How are they moving? No one's running.
I think they're moving. They're moving okay. It's a bit of a rocky. I don't know if they told you about the beach.
Oh, I did
it's
hear
a bit
it was
rocky.
rocky.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sand and rocks, so especially with your achy feet nowadays.
Yeah.
It's a bit sore, but
There's
that seems good. It seems really good.
So
I saw
the other couple of people down there. Are they race assistants or are they their helpers?
That's the race. That's the race assistant, and then the helper for John.
Okay.
Paolo doesn't have anyone.
Nah, which is pretty incredible in itself, Like earlier when I was on doing some talking to KT at hour 36, we were talking about having a team there or having nobody there, and when you get fatigued and making the decisions of what you should eat, what you shouldn't eat, and especially the body sometimes doesn't want to eat, so. For Paolo to have no one there and have to constantly be, self-motivating to keep his nutrition up, to, have the discipline to, or even the focus to be able to make sure he's getting enough or doing enough. When you have someone else there that has, they're just overseeing it all, they might, oh, you need to eat this, you haven't eaten that much for a couple of hours, or, you haven't had, so yeah, it's definitely, it's impressive for him doing it solo, that's for sure.
Yeah, because that happened. I didn't have the first half day. I didn't have anyone. There was people around here. They've been really helpful, and it's exactly what you say is that I stuffed myself with too much food the first day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I told Chris before last night. When we went into the night, I actually vomited because I put too much food.
Yeah, well,
But then my cousin arrived, so he helped me out, and then he organized. You should drink and eat, and then so it's like you said, it's really impressive with Paolo.
yeah, to be able to just manage that yourself, especially this is essentially they've been awake for 45 hours. Well, I'm sure he was awake prior to the race. He didn't just wake up and start the race. So they've probably been awake for 50 hours already, And, it's an incredible effort. So, well, time will tell how this will play out,
So it's four more loops
till the 48.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were. I was talking before, and it'd be interesting if you agree with my theory. We did a 24-hour fundraiser here once, and you go through the day, and by the end of the day, it was getting a bit mundane, and then all of a sudden, the sunsets there were beautiful, and it just was a little trigger in the mind to, something that's beautiful, something self-inspiring, or a little change in the mundane pattern, and then you go into the night. So the first couple of laps in the night are probably, I wouldn't say they're exciting, but there's something different. So again, the mind's getting some stimulation from different thoughts. But then about now, okay, they're back into the mundane. They've been paddling all night. It's dark, so they're probably looking forward to a little bit of sun starting to break over the horizon and a bit of a glow, and that might be that stimulus just to get to that 48 hours and, just have the brain go, okay, it's the daytime. It's something different. We've broken a pattern of boredom or whatever it might be, Did you feel?
I mean, you're totally right. That's why this race here I think is mind blowing, because it's pretty boring during the night, except when you come in here, you see a couple of people, and then you have a bit of a chit chat, and then you're gonna eat, and then you're off again. If I compare, like you said about sunsets or sunrises, or like when you paddle in a city and you have people standing on the side in the middle of the night and cheering you on. Look at that. That's and then
a stimulus.
And then stimulus, and then you have an hour. You got an hour of nothing happening, and you start to this is boring, and then all of a sudden you come up to a bridge and there's 10 people standing there in the middle of the night and cheering you on. So so I think you try to find any moment or any excuse or whatever you say to this is nice, or this is fun, or like that.
Yeah, for sure. And then I guess last night it was like music playing. There was a festival. There was fireworks. So there was a bit of and there was obviously it was a Saturday night, so there was a lot more people around. So there's a lot of stimulus there. But Suzak.
I never run. I have never run a marathon. In a one of them famous marathon run that is loads of people everywhere, and the scenery change all the time. So I wouldn't say it's easy to run a marathon, if you're going to do it well. But I think it's easier to do that than to go out by yourself to run 42 kilometers, isn't it? Like you said about there's people around, and
sharing it with people moving at a similar speed, and it's there's all that. So Suzak, Paolo's wife, was just sending a message saying he's very self-motivated. So too self-motivated. I'm not sure if that's possible, is it? That's a good quality to have in an endurance race, I think. So he's
zombie Paolo.
Zombie Paolo, he did look a bit zombie walking out of the water. But now I know there was rocks there. That was probably why he was walking like he was. But
I think it's a little bit of both right now, but it is a couple of rocks and stones that hurts.
Yeah, well, you're doing well to still be here chatting online and supporting them till the end. That's impressive too. You didn't want to curl up in a ball somewhere and have a sleep?
No, I don't think I can sleep. I'm a bit.
You've gone past it.
Yeah, I go past it,
Over
and
time.
I'm quite keen. I quite keen. I mean, these guys is the people I've been paddling with.
That's right.
As the longest.
Yeah. No, it's impressive. You know, it's out of everyone that started, you look at all these names and to be honest, the only one I knew much about was Paolo, because I've raced him so much, and to just see, you know, John, how he's just still going, and you know, there was so much support for him online earlier, and you're hearing all these little stories, and it's nearly like a Netflix episode. You're getting to learn about people in the background, and as spectators, we were getting attached to these people. You know, when Alex come up, he made this emotional. He had this little emotional chat online earlier, and it was, you know, it touched a lot of people, and the comments just went wild. You know, so it was people. I think us as spectators have. You know, we've become quite attached to the paddlers as well. So it's, you know, even though we don't even, you know, it's a race where we're not even essentially seeing them paddle, and it's still intriguing, and it's still, I haven't been able to turn it off. Every chance I could, I'd be clicking YouTube and getting back on and checking who's in and who's out and where we're at and how many laps, and it's been an incredible.
I don't know if you watched it, because they were out on the boat last night when the sun was setting.
Yeah, I did watch that.
It looked. I haven't seen the footage of it, but it must have looked quite nice.
It was incredible. It was incredible. The camera actually KT had it just captured it all. It was beautiful. It was the glow behind, and
that's another moment you said. You know, about moments. You have the sunset, or even when the film boat was coming, and I take advantage of that. I paddle up to them sometimes, and you know,
to have a bit of a chat.
Just to have a bit of a chat, especially in these sort of endurance races.
Change the mundane. You know, change the conversation. You know, take a bit of energy out of other people and motivation. That's incredible. So, so I know you've just finished this one, but what's next on your list? Do you have any more on the hit list?
I want to do the Alabama 650, and I have entered that one actually, so I have a spot.
Wow! And when is that?
That's October next year, so it's a long way. It's a long way there.
That's I only just learned about that race today when I was chatting to Greg this morning, and he was I hadn't heard of it before, but it seems quite intriguing actually. It was especially because
nowadays it's so much easier with Facebook and Instagram and all that, and I've been following Alabama 650's Facebook page for some years, and I know it's only been for 4 years they've run it, but maybe the last couple of two or 3 years I've been following it, and every year you see the photos and you see the camaraderie and that sort of stuff. That's easier nowadays than when we did surf lifesaving in the 80s and 90s.
That's right. No, it looks and it sounds like it's in quite a different race to say something like the Yukon, where there is set spots where you have to stay a certain amount of hours, and it's more of, he did say there was 30 to 40 minute compulsory stops on some of the portages, but the rest was, I believe, just you stayed and stopped when you wanted to, or you just And so what is it? Just pull over to the side of the river and camp for
Yukon is 2 compulsory stops.
Yeah.
And the total time is going to be 10 hours. You have to stop minimum. And what I did after suggestion, talking to the especially actually the race director, do 9+1. So I did 9+1.
Mm.
So I did 9 hours at the first stop and 1 hour at the second stop.
Okay.
Because they said it's better you have a really good break where you can have a good sleep,
Right.
get yourself clean, maybe have a shower and all that. And then they said when you get to the second stop, it feels like you're on the finish line.
Right. So just quick stop, refresh, get to the get back on and go.
Yeah.
So with the Alabama 650, they don't.
Then
it's
what
a
I
different
understood,
setup.
yeah, it's a different setup. You have to have a crew or a support team, and there you can stop wherever you want to.
Right. So what you literally would just pull up on the riverbank when you need and have a sleep for an hour, or?
I haven't got that far in my planning.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been speaking a lot to Bobby because he won the surf ski race this year, and he might can have a little bit of saying and helping me out a little bit how I should think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting one to watch. And so, what do they say? It takes about 10 days for the ski paddlers. So, do you think?
What I understood, Stan, is a 10 days rest maximum.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, for everyone. Yeah.
Okay. So
because you can change weapon whenever you want to. You don't. What I understood, you can start off with a SUP, change it to a surf ski, and then change it to a kayak. That's how I understand it.
Ah, okay. Can you change it to a speedboat?
No.
Yeah.
Or a jet ski.
A jet ski.
No.
Yeah, that'd be handy. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so Oh, well, that is interesting. I'm going to look into.
Apparently,
this
you
race
have
a
to
little bit
power
more.
it. You have to power it by your hands.
Okay. So get maybe get the old 10-6 out. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
No thanks.
They look a bit different nowadays.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there's a lot of.
They don't. It's not many with deflectors nowadays.
On the skis, no, they've changed. There's probably none with deflectors. They've changed that whole concept of where the wide point is on the ski, for instance, using that as the nose pierces the whitewash to come up and get the wider section up on the top of the whitewash. So it's designed for the ski to pierce and then push up onto the top instead of what they used to do essentially was just barge through it, you know, with the deflect the water off. Just obviously with like everything with technology, boards have evolved, skis have evolved, and you know, and a lot of it you know, if someone makes a big step forward, a lot of it, everyone else kind of follows, and then it, you know, that's the change of the evolution, and then it gets perfected and so on. But yeah, they're definitely a lot different these days. The nose is a lot more volume and a real piercy nose. But,
okay.
Yeah, they're moving quick though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, yes. And so, yeah, a lot of years since you've done any of that, eh?
Yeah.
Transition training.
Last time I was in Australia was 4 years ago.
Oh, and you didn't come and visit?
No, we didn't go. I had my 50th December month in Australia, so I went to Perth to see some friends there, and then I flew to Adelaide to saw some friends there, and then Sydney.
Nice.
And then we drove up and had New Year. Yeah, we actually had New Year in on the Goldie.
On the Gold Coast, yeah, right.
And then we went up to Bredon Denby Stokes up at Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Unreal.
So we keep in touch actually, quite good, open over the years since the Ocean Man.
Yeah, what was it? It was called the Ocean Man. That's right.
Yeah, Ocean Man '97. It was one-off thing, and it was really
that's right.
lucky that we had the chance to do it.
Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah, that's many. It was that 97.
97.
97. Yeah, okay, that's a lot of years ago. when we were a lot younger and fitter then.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, I just turned 50 in August, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Congrats.
we're getting old.
No, actually, I wrote to I'm a friend to Carla Gilbert on the Facebook. She's done a lot of stand-up paddling.
Yeah, she does a lot. I actually coach her daughter now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In stand-up or surf life saving?
In surf life saving. So she
in
has,
surf life.
Yeah, she has two daughters, and
Uh-huh.
she's involved with the Tugan Surf Club, and she's actually our surf sports director down there, and she's.
Okay.
So her
Do they live down in that area? Because she was.
They live in Palm Beach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're on the water there.
Oh,
at Palm
let's
Beach.
smoke. Now they're gonna have a body pump here,
A what?
like a aerobic.
Oh,
Can
no
you hear
way.
the music?
I can't. No, we can't hear it. That microphone's so good. All I can hear is you.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's good. But I have problem to hear you.
Yeah. So I just saw somebody run past. So it must be getting close to daybreak starting to come through. Or
Is Chris awake or?
Yeah, Chris is awake. He's over in the kitchen.
Because I can't. I don't know if I've done something with the camera.
No, looks good.
Because I can't see. Can you see me?
I can see you perfectly.
I can't see you though.
Yeah, I'm hiding. Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Goran wants to see me.
Wants to see me.
He wants to see me. He said his camera he can't see us. So he's not sure if he did something, but
He must have pressed the button.
I don't. Did you press anything? He asked.
No.
No.
After we lost contact.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, Chris did some playing around over here when we lost contact. So.
He should see that.
Oh yeah, you should see. Yeah, you should. We should be next to you, but.
Yeah, that's why. No, it's my side is just black.
Okay. His side is just black, where we are.
Last laptop standing.
Technology. It's pretty amazing though that we can be running a live
it's
stream.
really
It's
what
incredible.
I understood has been really good as well.
If you could see what I'm looking at, I got all sorts of things, and I don't want to touch anything. Trust me. It's been going for 45 hours, and I'd ruin it in a second if I touched anything on here. So I'm lucky enough to have some headphones and a microphone in front of me.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what? You got some aerobics that'll wake you up. You get in and do a bit
Yeah,
of
there's some
aerobics.
aerobic next to us there.
All right, sounds good. Are we talking 80s aerobics, leotards? Let's get physical.
They look like they're on a mat and have some
yeah.
weight next to it. So it's good.
Okay. Yeah, well, so yeah, there's a lot of different that facility.
There's a lot of things. Yeah, it's
That's
just to come up with a good name, and you can sell it to anyone. And it's the same thing that we did in the 80s. You said.
Yeah, but that whole facility there, Goran, seems like it seems amazing. A lot of activity there, a lot of different things happening constantly.
Yeah, I mean that was another thing yesterday during the daytime. I mean, even yesterday early morning, all the people was running on the side. They had a bit of a running competition. They had a cycle competition. So those things, like you said, that was happening all the time.
Yeah,
some
cool.
action.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, well, I wonder if while they're running along, they realise that you guys have been out there paddling for that. They probably had no idea you've been paddling for 30 hours at the time. They're just like, there's a couple of guys going for a paddle. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for a paddle.
Yeah. I've even seen on the live stream, people have just walked up when Mason and KT were on. They're like, what's happening here? And they're like, well, these guys are being paddled. And they're like, what? Yeah, pretty amazing. So, it's I guess right now they're probably about the furthest part away.
They're furthest away, They're halfway mark.
And there's not much down there, eh? The road runs along the side down there.
There's a cycle and walking road around the whole thing.
Yeah. But this time
you
of
can
night
cycle
it'd be
and walk.
dark and quiet down there.
Yeah, and down there it's pretty dark at night, and then that's actually where I always say cyclones, but you have cyclones down there. It's
hurricane.
Hurricane. The hurricane hit down there, so it's a lot of bricks and concrete and sticks standing up.
Yeah, right. Now, did you because you had to have a lamp on your body? Did you have it up on your head, or do you find? I find when I have a headlamp on, my hands kind of flicker in the light. It actually annoys the crap out of me.
There was a couple of discussions actually when we had a meeting on Friday night. Using headphones was one, and using lamp was another. And after a while, they decided because I put my headlamp on the on my thighs.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
On your thigh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, on top of your leg?
Yeah, on top of my leg, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's still pointing forward, but it doesn't reflect on the ice.
Yeah, yeah. No, I used to, because we used to train early mornings here sometimes, and you'd wear that headlamp, and you'd catch it every stroke, and the top of your hands, the reflection, and it was more distracting than useful. So I was wondering, and I think I saw someone have their headlamp on back to front at one stage. I was like, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's terrible as well, because if you paddle behind him or her, you get the light. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that was the tactic. Blind the people behind me.
Blind the people around it.
Yeah. Good. So, so now that you've sat for a while, how is the body feeling?
My eyes start to shut down, actually.
Yeah, I can actually see that.
So I think I'm gonna go for a little bit of a walkabout, see if I come back.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's all good. You just leave me with the darkness, and I'm not sure what I'll do.
See you later.
I'll tell some stories.
Yeah.
I'll tell some stories about Chris Parker.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
For another 48 hours.
Yeah. All right, Goran. Good to see you, mate. That's actually incredible that I had no idea I knew him from all those years ago. It's actually really incredible. He and his girlfriend at the time were they competed in Ironman and Woman, and they come out here and they were part of this. They had this international race where there was a male and a female from a lot of different countries, and they had this event. So he came out here and they both spent the summer training, and they were with Burley or North Burley, I think. But we actually lifeguarded together, and I didn't recognise him. I haven't seen him for that long, and he looks a lot different especially after 40 hours of paddling. But that's incredible. So obviously he thought I knew, so I feel bad that I didn't. That's what I was unaware. So yes, where are we? 5 hours and 26 minutes. So 5 a.m. No, what is it? 26 past 5. Oh, KT, she's back. Good morning. How you going? Yeah, you look more awake than the last person I was talking to. I can't hear you though.
I can't see anything right now, so I have to figure out, but I can hear you, so that's great.
You can hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Camera's on.
Oh, the camera's on. Yeah, Goran couldn't work that out. He was just listening.
How do we get it back on? Print open.
Yeah. I think Chris did it from this side, but
shoot. Is Chris
is here?
Yeah, it's not letting me turn the camera back on. But I will get it on my phone.
Hold on. Hold on,
Oh,
KT.
We have an exercise class going on
Hold on.
right here. Can you hear that music?
Yeah,
Good
Goran
morning.
was just telling us.
KT.
Oh, you guys.
Did you get some sleep?
Tragic. A little bit, but I don't know. It's
Wild-
funny. I woke up. I
Wild
didn't hear
night, Kristen.
right when you posted that Alex
Look at
message.
the
It
top
must have been
number.
heartbreaker. Oh my
Very
gosh.
heartbreaking.
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, is the call not working on your end? Do you want to just restart it?
I'm nervous about this again because I'm a Mac user and this is a PC. It just has a turn off camera
all
and
this
it
up?
should be able to click it and turn it back on.
Did you set all this up?
Steven,
Is it rain?
not letting me turn it back on. It should be super simple. It's just right here, camera off. And I clicked
It's
it.
on now. So that turns it off.
We don't see anything. Do you know what that is? Is it?
I think you
Charge
did it
on
for
this
me.
where
Ah.
the lights on.
Did our camera die?
You
But you guys can see me?
We can
Or
see
you just heard me?
Why don't you exit the call and rejoin? It might refresh whatever's going on your end. Because we see everything fine. We see you and us. And, oh, no,
there
we're
we
big.
are.
All right. Here we go. Is that better?
I'm just trying to wake myself up. Thank you.
Working?
Sorry. This is punchy, silly me. I'm actually very sad that
Yeah.
we have lost 3 more people. And I,
Go easy on the chair.
Do it. Which way's right and left?
Left with the thing.
absolutely.
All right, KT.
Woo! Is there a
This-
microwave in the RV? Oh, so we can heat up that, or do you throw it away? We had coffee.
Yeah, he threw it out.
Oh, I was going to reheat it this morning. That's right. Okay. When we get a chance, we'll do that.
KT, did you see
Well,
that
Kelly,
top-
I guess we missed quite a bit.
Did you
or
see
I
that
did.
top number? Yeah.
Not, and one, of course, Paolo, a prediction from the beginning. But it sounds like he's just absolutely exhausted. I
Yeah,
heard a
he's-
little bit about maybe wavering a bit as getting on the board.
Yeah, he was a little wobbly getting on. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're at
he's-
29 minutes, so we're going to find out in another 10, 15.
That's right.
How has his laps been? Do you know?
You know, he's
They dropped off a
definitely,
little
yeah, he's definitely the last, I'd say, 5 hours, started to have to really fight the exhaustion. He's had to take a lot of caffeine. He's had to take several longer power naps. Still has that, youthful, happy, energy deep down inside. But yeah, he's definitely started to take a hit. And I'd say conversely, I mean, I can't speak for, most recently, but John, from when he was at his lowest point,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
He looked
8-9
good.
hours ago.
He looked really
At,
good
yeah,
coming
3
in the
p.m.,
last
4
one.
p.m. That's amazing because at 3 p.m., 4 p.m. in the afternoon when it was
Yeah.
hot and it was windy,
I
he was
remember.
really at a low.
Yeah, and he just, the nighttime hours ended up being
Yeah.
really good for him. So, yeah, pretty interesting finish, exciting finish, and exactly the way we would want it for a race like this,
Yeah.
especially in the first year.
Yeah, yeah.
Two amazing people, really different skills. I think you hit
Incredible.
the nail on the head that for Paolo, he's our youngest by far at 31. So that useful thing, I mean, he does have that in him. Does he know he has it in him?
Yeah.
And then there's the wisdom that comes with. I think John Nippers is your age exactly. You just
Oh,
turned
yeah.
50.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't he
Yeah,
the one
so
who's just 50?
I don't know much
Um,
about John, but it's he's just quite an achiever that's just chipped away, and like you said,
Yeah.
he's had his lows, but he's found his rhythm. I think he come off and he come in probably about a minute, maybe not a minute, but he was ahead of Paolo on the last lap, and he walked off. He looked pretty good. So,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Oh,
So,
wow.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be, these next couple of hours are going to be, because I'm sure now their focus is on 48. Like, it's just, they must be just thinking, I've got to get to there, whatever. And they're going to have the sun starting to break through probably in the next hour. So I think that could be really good for their mindset and a bit, you know.
You think good for them? Because that has been such an interesting discussion. People say both sides, that dawn can also mess with your head because your circadian rhythms and things. It can be when your body says, "What the hell are you doing? Why were you up all night?"
I think
when you're
the bodies have
supposed to be
been
sleeping?
saying that for the last 20
Yeah.
hours. So. No, but I spoke to Goran about it because my theory when we talked earlier was, and John was one of them. You know, he was struggling, and then there was this beautiful sunset, and you know that change and something new, and it was like, okay, that's, you know, nature's giving me this bit of power, and then you go into the night, and then okay, it's different from I've been grinding all day in the wind and the sun. So the first couple of hours in the night are, you know, there's a bit more energy in it, but and Goran said that, yeah, he really felt that, and he thought that the sun coming up will be a good little boost to get him through to that 48 hours. So we'll see. Hey, Greg, you want to move a bit left? You're covered by what's on the screen here. You can't see it, but. There's it says last paddler standing in the hours. Yeah, get snuggle up.
There we go.
There you go. Let's get you on the screen.
The race is really a lot of different types of races all into one. You know, because of the time changing from day to night, night to day, because of the way that the wind is harsher during certain times of the day, and then at night it seems to calm down for the most part, although we did have a couple of loops that the wind really did pick back up.
Yeah, wow.
But for the most part it's calmer during the evening. It's different styles of races, and it plays to the strengths of different racers. Yeah, and so there was definitely a point where the wind picked up in the middle of the night and it played to Paolo's strength.
Yeah.
He created a pretty good gap during one of the loops on everybody else.
We had that conversation about the wind and possibly John's board being 17 foot, catching a bit more wind, maybe not being as efficient into the wind. We were just discussing that before, that the wind was the one thing that's affected John a lot, and Paolo having that race mentality and, you know, that grind, that wouldn't affect him as much. He can still be as efficient in the wind, just from the years of the training and that style of racing. So yeah, it does. It's going to suit different people at different times, and you know, and you just talked about there is the day and the night, but they've done that twice now. This is like this is the second night. So if there were parts of the first night that they really didn't enjoy, I guess the anticipation of getting to that point in the next night might be like, they might start dreading it, you know, so they'll be fighting a lot of different battles out there constantly, you know, of just like, oh shit, I did this yesterday and I hated this time, or I really enjoyed this part, you know, and that gives them and they're all going to have different experiences out there as well. It's going to...
Yeah, interesting that they're both on inflatables, which if so we're not... that discussion's a little bit out, even though they're on different sizes, but wind does affect inflatables. Right. That's kind of where there's kind of more of a dividing line. But in terms of sort of we've got the Cinderella story with John Nippers, and I don't know if you saw the commentary, he has a huge following in the United States. The guy drives around with his dogs, and he's just so well loved, just a really sweet guy, but also has a pretty amazing backstory, and talk about pulling from reserves in a different way. He has gone through some serious hardships in his life. Wow. So he knows how to be. Yeah.
So this is
scrappy.
nothing for him.
Is that what it is at this point?
Yeah.
Maybe not the right word.
He's kind of like an underdog, and here, you know, I'll add, I think it's pretty cool that the Easter board has made it to the final two paddlers in the race. So that's pretty awesome that this unlimited 17 is one of the final two boards, and it was the first time he had been able to ride that board was at the start of the race. And so that I think that speaks to his talent as well, that he was able to take a board he wasn't used to, and Paolo's on his board that he brought from Italy that he's very used to. So so it's fascinating to see what the two are able to do against each other. Because you're
Yeah.
right, they come from two very different backgrounds. And here we have them as the final two and last
That's
paddler
the,
standing.
that's the beauty of this race, though, because like KT, what we were talking about earlier, it's not essentially a race. It's not about who gets to the finish line the fastest. That can become later. So it's, all these little elements come into it. And Goran,
It's an event.
It's an event, but it's it's 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and it's like, okay. It's not like racing off the line, and we were talking earlier about possibly the advantages maybe of a 17-foot board. Does it have more glide? Does it, what sort of energy is needed to propel that to a 14? There's all these different concepts, blade size, there's so many variables that can have an effect, but the main effect, I guess, is the mental. And that's
we're down to that part of the game.
Regardless of what they're on, what they've done, where they've been in the past, it's okay. Well,
and
these are the mind games right now. This is what's being played, even if they're not intentionally doing it. The race is the mind game for them right now, because each one of them is looking at the other man and thinking, "Am I the person who's in first place, or is this?" Or am I in second place? Like, am I chasing this other person?
Well, at this stage, there's neither. But I was saying also, they've actually just gone through a really hard period, because I think I just heard there was some aerobics starting near you. I've seen some people running by, but for the last couple of hours, there's been nobody around. So they've been coming out of the darkness, 2 of them on the water, or 3 on the, and having essentially nobody there. So there hasn't been, in the daytime there was this hive of activity. Last night there was concerts, and I think the last couple of hours, I would dare say they're probably saying that was nearly the hardest, because they paddled by themselves and they come in and it was just really quiet. There was nothing to really trigger them, to go, okay. It was just in the zone, so it was all mental.
It is interesting. We have an exercise class right here, a boot camp.
Yeah.
So there is, for the first time, a little bit of a change up to signal, even though it's not sunny yet.
That's right.
Morning is coming.
That's what I was getting at. When Goran said that was happening and there was people running by, I was like, oh well, here's the first insight of some change, So is that should be a positive for them. It's like, okay, all right, there's life back around us. We're not just paddling in this dark hole for hours. It's where's the end, That's the
well, I don't know if you, I think Greg and Chris, I don't know if you, Kelly, I certainly have not had these hallucination type experiences and they say in the dark you're more likely to see things. So maybe
little children.
I know.
It's the scariest one. Little children.
No, I've never
really scary.
none while I was paddling anyway, but
in the woods, little children in the woods
God.
is the scariest thing to have hallucinating during a race. I can
It sounds
promise
like
you.
a slasher movie.
Yeah, I can promise you.
yeah, wow. You got to be you got to be pretty deep to be having that, and it's this being such a confined area, I guess. They'll have little markers in their mind they've just seen over and over again, whereas a lot of other adventure races, it's A to B, so it's forever changing. So seeing new things in the dark or whatever else could create maybe hallucinations, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, what was it? It's something they're not used to seeing. So in this being such a controlled environment, I'm sure they've got all these moments that they love and hate around the course, like at the far end, I'm sure that's one they dislike. The furthest they're away, probably the most quiet, the darkest, there's not much activity there, and and then they come back and it's like, all right, I'm getting to the bridge, there's the building, it's the little moments to keep them going.
Yeah, they're probably in the channel right now. We're kind of watching to see what's
it must be close.
around.
I'm going to let the two of you get back to talking.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go watch them. But it's been fascinating, and I think we're going to...
have you been there the whole time, Greg?
Here sometime soon.
Have you just come back, or have you had a break?
So, ironically, I took my first big 2-hour sleep in the entire race, and I missed Alex.
Did you miss? So you heard what happened, KT?
Yeah, no, I know what
Ah,
happened, but it
so
was
sad.
very unfortunate.
Yeah, he was not happy.
Chris
he had
Parker
this-
sent us the little clip of,
okay.
him showing his watch. I mean, how tragic.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
When it,
Oh, that can
no.
be confusing.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
yeah.
No.
He's yelling time.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all go.
Okay.
Y'all keep
Yeah,
talking.
yeah.
I'll find out.
yeah, we'll keep talking.
Whoa, Kelly. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
that
that
guy,
was-
I don't
that
know if
was
you
a
got
really-
to hear some. Yeah, Alex's early commentary. That guy's heart is just amazing. Such an interesting
that's what I
dude.
reflected back on, because I literally was just driving here to Chris's house and I had it on my phone watching, and I saw it happen as I pulled up, and I was like, oh no, of all people, because he touched a lot of people. That time he come out of the water and he just walked straight up and sat with Mason and just, he had a real emotional moment there that. I think that I had a little tear. I think Mason was hiding one under his glasses, and and it was just like, whoa, and it was just emotion that got us, and it was, so that was something obviously he was going through while he's out there paddling, or he was thinking about, or whether it was his motivation, or that was just a moment of whatever.
And he was definitely more of an unknown to most of us, a Florida paddler, and though he had done like a crossing for CF, so some people knew him, Miami area, but he had come up and introduced himself sort of in the same way, just like he has this amazing intensity and positive spirit and just cool outlook, and he probably looked the freshest, I'm guessing, at that point in time.
When he sat here at the screen and talked about what had happened, he actually looked like his face still had good color. He didn't look, he didn't look too dehydrated, and Goran actually said he's done a lot of endurance races and raced a lot against, and he actually said keep an eye out for that guy, because he's got that quiet, like he just thinks that he could.
Well, he has
for sure.
an intensity that has another side too. That internally, he's got a fire. He has a fire in him, but then he presents very zen in a really good way. And I'm not saying the fire is bad or he's hiding it or anything, but. Yeah, I was sorry to see him drop, because he was another really awesome.
Yeah, no, I think his persona might have really unsettled the other guys when it come to close to the end, when they they're starting to look at each other, like Greg said, and think, eyeing each other off, going, okay, who's got what left, and you're looking at him, and the way he sat there, I'm like, okay, he looked like he had a lot left. So yeah, very sad, but unfortunately they're the rules, and we all gotta, that's and that comes to fatigue, it's 40.
Sounds like you weren't there either for the earlier ones. Did Bobby?
No, I missed Bobby. I missed Bobby.
I heard again, this like incredible record behind him in sit down watercraft and surf ski. Just a champion, a legend, really well known. His feet were supposedly swollen up like a hobbit.
Wow.
And so it's that standing thing was he was the newest to stand up paddling. Yeah.
Incredible.
So it was the standing that got him.
I did want to ask the English guy, was that Brendan Prince?
Yeah.
I missed him earlier, but there was a bit of he's done some pretty crazy feats, and I guess he was pretty confident he was going to be there till the end, and I don't know what happened to him, because I missed that.
So presenting his stomach issues, but he said, talking to him and what happened, it sounds like it was a heat stroke at some level. So both Goran and Brendan from the UK and Sweden are not used to, even though this is mild for Florida, I think the heat really got to him. He said during the night he was hot. So I don't think his body temperature ever came down. He had a horrible headache yesterday. After coming off the water, besides the stomach issues. So it sounds like that was definitely.
Yeah, and it goes to, hold on one sec.
So they are coming around. I'm going to see if I can go down with my phone.
Chris just actually put up the post that Brendan did about retiring.
Or his team did.
His team did.
Okay. Well, I will catch up on it, and after this, Chris, I'll try to turn my phone into a hotspot, but right now I'm going to try to jump on the phone so I can walk down to the shore.
Okay.
So you can see that a little better.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
And
didn't
can
get-
you see any of the lights coming in? Because it's, what are we at, 47 minutes now, so.
Should be there.
Yeah, they're definitely a little bit slower. All right. It's incredible that she can just put it on her phone like this as well. This has been amazing. This,
So the two of them are pretty much close by each other. I
oh, they
can
are
see
a
their
lot closer
headlamps
this time.
or their, yeah. So we can see lights. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, yeah, we can see them.
Cool.
They're shaking a bit, but
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm walking. I will try to
that's
hold.
good. Yeah, no, we can we can see them. Just
Chris Parker, I still need gimbal lessons. I never quite mastered that,
Huh?
but it's hard to change back and forth.
is that only one paddler or two?
Lights. You have a headlamp and one
Two.
on board. But I think
Oh no, behind. There's the second one there.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, they're
Yep,
together.
it's
Yeah,
both
no,
of them.
at one stage it looked like it looked like just one, but yeah. Okay, so that's a lot closer than the last lap. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting when they got off the water before. I was talking to Goran, and it looked like Paolo wasn't walking that well, but he said there's a lot of rocks down here at the shore as well. So it's not,
Yeah, you have to watch their step. There's actually a hole in the water they have to be
yeah.
careful about too. Paolo, woo!
That's Paolo. He
Good
looks
morning.
Good morning, mate.
Ciao.
Is that a bit of glow on the horizon there?
Almost there, Paolo.
Looking
Kelly
good,
Margetson.
mate. Looking good. Suzak said you're a champion.
So it's at 48 minutes right now. They have 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you
John
think?
came in right with him.
Yep. How's he looking? He's
John.
having a chat. Oh, yeah.
John.
Loving it. Yeah, John.
But you're
Amazing.
What? I really want to do this a couple more times and have you follow me in the boat. Just get my butt kicked in front of everybody. No, it's been wonderful. I can do it. It's just
Wow.
yeah. It's hard.
Okay.
I'm tired.
We've got 11 and a half minutes to think about it.
Living out. Yeah.
It's okay to be tired, John.
Doing it. He's playing to the camera there.
Yeah. No, he looks good. He looks really good.
Yeah. We think you look amazing.
You understand,
This is
though,
Kelly
right?
Margetts in Australia saying
Hey,
you look
Kelly.
amazing.
I look up to you.
Hey, John. Incredible, mate. Inspiration here. Keep it up.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Rock on. Hey, it's going to be a good finish. We're intrigued to see how this goes. So just
Only
you know,
two of you.
It's pretty cool.
No,
it's pretty cool.
It's incredible. We
It
watched
feels
the
like
whole
more
thing.
than if you add up the miles. It's like what, about 150 or
No,
something?
don't do that.
But it feels like 200.
Yeah.
We're looking up to you, mate.
Hey, mate, this is incredible. So just keep your head in the game. Let's see. We want to see this play out. So
Thank you, Kelly.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks.
keep at it.
He's
this
walking
is-
a little, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, mate, can you imagine how his legs feel?
Alice
is
says,
like
Kelly.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah.
You gonna sing it for us?
I will. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hopefully
The sun-
comes
Hey,
out.
Paolo,
It
the
is.
sun's coming. The sun, your
Yeah, the
energy's
sun's
coming.
coming. That's what
Yeah,
Kelly's saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
We need it.
Yeah, you're
It's
doing
a
good,
long,
mate.
hard night. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
But it's just about over.
Yeah.
hey, incredible,
Here.
mate.
Some dramatic moment.
Hey,
There, it's
we're
Oh, yeah,
looking
the
forward to see how this plays out, Paolo.
But you're back here and you did it.
You're amazing.
I think things are looking good. Things are looking up for you right now. You
Yeah, it
you
looks
kind of
good.
went down a little bit.
Yeah, I went really down.
Yeah.
But let's see. I'm really sore now.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Less sleepy than before.
Well, just think of how you're going to be able to work out that lactic acid. You have to really paddle hard at that 4.9 miles.
No, I I don't know.
Hey, Paolo, you're getting a lot of love from back home, mate.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of love
Suzak's left
from
about
back home
500
online.
comments on the
Thank
live
you,
stream.
Thank you.
Her and Killian are watching.
And Chris is here
Matteo
too.
and Sarah Savoyini are watching.
Oh, there.
Suzak sending a lot of love hearts for you, mate.
Suzak has been like watching the live streaming all day, all night.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't
she
think
hasn't
she's
slept.
sleeping either.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Good.
It's been worth it. None of us have been able to turn it off, mate. It's been incredible. It's
You wouldn't
it's,
believe how many spectators have stayed on and stayed up all
that's
night.
good,
They're
that's
really
good.
into it.
yeah, it is. It's
That's
an-
like a new part of the SAP work
Yes.
growing up.
Yes.
we've had this conversation. It's just opened up a whole nother avenue. You know, it's incredible.
Yeah.
I think.
I agree.
Yeah, you know, we're impressed. I'm
Last
stoked that you're there for the first one.
Last commentator standing,
Yeah.
but we also now have last spectator standing.
Yeah.
They're having
Yeah.
a contest to see who stays awake the most hours.
That's cool.
They are.
Tell them I'll send
They're
a
actually
t-shirt.
like, yeah.
Tell them I'll send a t-shirt.
Okay. You guys
All
hear
right.
that out there? Greg will send you a T-shirt if you can prove somehow, or whoever decides that.
Chris has to prove it.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Chris has to be.
Yeah. Hey Paolo, are you? Is there any strategy? Is there any strategy coming into this now? Are you starting to eye each other off, or are you just focusing on yourself? And
I think we will. How many laps does it last? Like 3 more laps. We're gonna go really easy,
yeah,
and then we will have to find some energy for the 5K, 8K laps.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Well, that is long.
Still have to think about it.
Yeah. So do you think you're more focused on yourself, or there's a bit of focus on your competition as well?
More on myself.
Yeah.
I'm really sore right now.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Let's see if in the next 3 hours with the sun I get a little bit recovered.
Yeah, you will. Use the sun. Take the energy from the sun, mate. You got this.
Yeah. That's the strategy.
Yeah. All right.
Good. Let's see.
Yeah, everyone's just intrigued to see how this plays out. It's been an incredible event, and
It was really cool. Really cool.
yeah,
like,
well, you got plenty of support out there.
I will need time to process what happened.
Yeah.
Whatever it happens next to.
Yeah. No, we've talked about that with Chris, talking to, because there was 5 of you from like 27 hours, and talk to you guys over the next couple of weeks when you get to reflect back and hear all the different processes and whatever else. But right now, you just focus on getting yourself ready, mate. We'll leave you alone.
Yeah.
And
I will process it later.
Yeah, you will.
But
All right.
first, I need to go to bed.
Yeah. Not yet.
Hang in there.
Yeah, not yet. All right, love you, mate.
Woo. Okay, so we
Hey,
still have 6.
that was nice of him to have a chat in the 45th hour like that. That was, you know, to get a little insight from. He actually looked really good. It's, you know, like I looked in his eyes. Yeah, he might be tired and sore, but for me, I always look in someone's eyes, and that tells a lot of stories. And he still had a lot of energy in his eyes. So. Yeah, and so did John. So yeah, this is going to be an intriguing battle. But if it comes down to that 48 hour, you know, time, they're racing against time essentially. That's going to be an interesting one.
It is.
So how does the course change for that? What do they do?
We've got a map for that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Good time to bring that up.
Yeah, it is.
Here we go.
Okay.
So it goes from the orange to the red. So the red is added into the orange.
Added. Okay, so they do. They essentially go back up to the top twice. They come back to the island, back up. Oh yeah,
Giant
wow.
M shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that V.
Stop
It
finishing
becomes
to
an
where it goes
M-shaped
to the
course,
orange.
exactly.
Yeah.
That V added in the middle.
Yeah.
They
wow.
still have to go to the. I guess that first buoy in the southwest corner seems to be the buoy of doom, because that's where Bobby turned around too, right?
Ah, okay. Oh, so he pulled off on the water.
Yes, is that correct, Chris?
Did Bobby pull off on the water?
He cut his lap short.
Oh, he cut his. Oh, wow.
He's
So he
struggling
was.
with the headwind, he said, and it just broke him.
Chris said that he
So
was
I
struggling
actually-
with the headwind.
Chris, I believe we have to change the numbers because he did 41, not 42. Is that right?
Okay,
Since
so
he didn't
we have to
fix that
change
up.
the numbers because he would have done 41. He didn't complete 42, or is that he pulled out on 42?
Yeah, I've just marked it where they retired. He
Where they
retired.
retired.
So yeah,
so-
he did.
Okay.
Technically, he only did 41.
Yeah, technically, yeah. Okay, we might give him half a lap, eh?
Yeah, give him 0.5.
Yeah. I think he earned it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That actually makes it intriguing, and people go, "What?" So Goran must be here somewhere. There's
Yeah,
his
yeah.
board
He
is-
was. He's just been talking on the commentary for the last couple of hours. He's been,
Oh, wow.
yeah, he's been unreal. He sat here and given us some great insights. Yeah, and it's funny. I didn't know, but me and him actually go way back. We hung out together in Australia in 1997, and I never even knew till we were just chatting. So
Oh wow.
yeah, it was good.
that
We
it?
just had a good little catch up. But I think he needed. Yeah, his eyes. He was looking really tired. He was just hanging in there. But he wants to be there to support these guys. So I think he went for a bit of a walk just to get a bit of energy in the body.
Wow,
So-
that's amazing. He's awake. You
Yeah,
would
he's
think they
awake.
would just
Yeah,
pass
well, he
out.
doesn't want to sleep because he said he spent a lot of time with these guys, and he wants to. Obviously, he wants to see how it plays out, but also wants to support them, and and he wants to be a part of this to the end. So, yeah, maybe he's on one of those yoga mats over there having a workout. I don't know.
Yeah. You're gonna see the boot. Here's the boot camp.
Oh, yeah. Boot camp. Get in there, KT.
I could use they're running these stairs.
Oh, yeah, really?
Part of it.
I saw you walk them earlier, right on Sunset.
Yeah.
And they just kept going and going.
Yeah.
What a facility, eh? So it's just open to the public?
I wonder if there's a way to get on the Goran's board. I would love to paddle with these guys. It would be cool to go around and follow them.
That would be good, but it might you might disappear in the dark. So what's he got? Is that oh yeah. So he set
He does
up.
have an attachment.
Okay, what's that for, a spare paddle?
That's his light.
Oh, that's his light. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a paddle in the middle or is that just laying on the board?
Yeah.
I thought okay.
He does have a paddle. He's got a water and a PFD.
Okay.
It's
Did they
legal.
have to carry a PFD? Is that part of the rules?
Yes. So Nathan Benderson Park had quite a few rules for Greg to, yeah. So let's see, now I'm trying to remember. If you have your PFD in your body, you didn't have to have a leash. If you have the PFD on your board, then you needed to wear a leash.
You need to wear a leash. Wow.
You had to be attached to some flotation.
Okay, so you have a leash on. If you fall in, you got to spin back to your board, put your PFD on. Okay, that makes sense. Oh well, we're very lucky to be able to use the facility, and it has been the perfect facility for this race. That's for sure. Like to have such a controlled environment.
I'm trying to send you energy, buddy.
Yes. Yeah. So I wonder what their
That's
nutrition
John right
is.
there.
And what does it look
Paolo
like he was
right there.
drinking? Because Paolo was just drinking water, so he didn't seem like he ate anything, did he?
No. Yeah. Paolo's vegan, I believe. It would be interesting to know about his nutrition, but he's done ultra runs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would think that nutrition would be even to me, but I'm not a runner. I find running much more challenging.
10, 9, 8,
Yeah, here we go. They're on.
6, 5, 4.
Oh, jumping.
Oh my goodness.
Jumping and
He
going
just
backwards.
jumped on the nose of his board and is turning it.
Yeah, let's not worry about these guys.
Wow.
He's all over this. Show off. I can't even do that when I'm fresh.
I guess John fell in the night.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right there next to the dock.
Oh goodness. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
like
Soaking wet, and it
And
was
he
a
That's the
windy.
start or at the finish?
He had to been cold.
wow. Okay, that's huge. I don't think he even has a change clothes.
Yeah, he wore that. Yeah, he wore that even
Wow.
after the so.
Wow.
So John, in some ways, is a minimalist.
Is the graveyard shift
Well,
over
he's-
now? Yes.
But he,
Veronica, the graveyard shift is over. Our watch has ended. Congratulations. This was a slightly more exciting and energetic graveyard shift. Last night's graveyard shift was very mellow. We were telling poetry and Greek philosophy. This graveyard shift, my heart rate's been a little higher.
Yeah,
but it's
wow.
been fun
It's
with you
been
guys.
exciting.
So we have to change.
Oh,
This,
we change.
the
Oh,
well, you have to
okay.
come
Look
out.
at that.
You have to come out and meet the Veronicas who you've been talking to in the middle of the
Is that a
night.
Halloween graphic?
Yeah, this one. Which button do we press? This one. Here we go.
Oh, yes.
The graveyard shift is over.
So, KT, you were saying, so did John fall in earlier at the beginning of a lap?
Yes, I guess during the night. I didn't get from John which lap it was. Chris,
Okay.
did you see it?
No, did you see, oh yeah, sorry, you don't have
John
headphones
fall in.
on. Did you see John fall in?
Yeah, he found it at the start of one of the laps about 5 laps ago, and Goran joked
Wow.
that out of the 42 laps at that point, John's fallen in 21 times. So I don't think that was the first time he's been for a swim.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's interesting. If he, you know, because it would be a bit cool out there if you're wet, I'm sure, but maybe that was a refreshing.
Well, early on the first day, he went for a swim.
Oh, he actually went for a swim
to cool down.
with the have you seen any alligators, KT?
I have not. We actually went in search of them. Dan Gavir and Harmony Dawn came to watch the first morning, and we went out on the boat because they have a couple of the paddlers did see just a 2-footer, a small one.
Oh no way!
They say
So
they said they're quite small here, but they have seen them. A couple of the paddlers.
Is there a cold one? Oh, I get it. Yeah. Oh, could you put the other ones in the fridge?
Sorry, I don't know how distracting the music is. It's loud
No,
here.
we can't
but
hear it. Same as last night. You had the rock concert going on, and we couldn't hear.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. The.
Wait, did you find Athletic Brewing, or are you guys drinking real beer?
Yeah. This is my Athletic Brewing. They don't sell it here in Australia, so I actually have to drink real beer.
Well,
but it's
it
not
is-
breakfast time, so it's okay. It's night time here. I'm allowed.
Well, it's 6 a.m. I'm
Yeah, I
having
know.
my coffee first.
There you are.
Yeah.
So.
So,
the-
yeah, John Nippers, he had the nutrition thing is really interesting because these two guys, he's quite the cook and had made his own layered bars, but
I
very,
heard pumpkin bars earlier. I heard about.
whole food, protein, really. But I don't know that it came from, a nutrition science or anything. So don't know his background totally. And then I don't know Paolo's, but he's quite a thin young man and ultra runner, vegan.
Yeah.
Is that right? That's what somebody said, but I hadn't had a
He
chance
was
to ask
vegan.
him. But I have not
Suzak.
seen.
Suzak, she's online.
Oh, that's right. Is she online?
Yeah, she was saying earlier he's vegan.
Yeah, he's vegan.
the
So
ultra
I wonder if Suzak was part of his planning. Yeah, he did, and being vegan too. Yeah, I wonder if Suzak was part of his planning of his nutrition and how, when you think about this race and you're planning, everyone obviously went into it planning for 48 hours. You have to, you've got to give yourself some sort of plan or
Out a
process.
little bit. I'm going to switch internets
Okay.
because you're frozen, which means I'm frozen.
Yeah,
for
you were a little bit frozen. I thought you were just listening intently.
Sorry, Stephen, no rush, but we're going to do what Chris asked and try to swap out the internet
Okay.
to be my phone hotspot, which we decided it's already open, right? Oh. Thanks. I haven't had enough coffee to. Thank you.
Yeah, Veronica was saying she was worried when John fell in on the beginning of the lap, getting cold out there, and that's those little things that can happen. That can be enough to alter someone's psyche or their process of how they're going through it. So yeah, there's still plenty of people online. It's incredible, eh? Every time I've looked on, there's been between 70 and 100 people.
Paolo's got a 10-month-old as well.
He what?
Paolo and Suzak have got a 10-month-old.
Yeah, they got a 10-month-old. Yeah. So
Killian.
Suzak, you must be tired. But it has been hard to, I'm sure there's a lot of you like me. If you've had to leave it, as soon as you get the chance, open up the phone and hit YouTube again just to see who was. Just the first thing I'd check were the two numbers, the one at the top and the one next to it. How many are left and how many laps they're done. So Suzak, I see you're back online. What do you think? Paolo's got it. He's got enough to push this through.
Yeah. I'm going to make sure my phone's plugged in. I didn't plug it in when I went for all 2 hours.
John paddles on the coldest days in Oklahoma. I'm sure it gets cold up there too. So he was probably he might have been hot then. So maybe he meant to fall and he was just refreshing himself. Who knows? But hey, he's still going and he looked good. So this is going to be these next couple of laps. So KT, I saw in one of Chris's graphics here, it looks like the ocean's not far away from there. So is it on the
right? Super close.
Yeah, okay. And
we're not on the coast. We're 6 miles inland. I'm totally guessing. I have never been here, but I came from the airport that was right in the. But you know, Florida has coastal water, ocean, and then intercoastal water. Yeah. And then fresh water.
Oh yeah.
This is not connected to the ocean.
No, so it's not tidal at all. So it's.
I don't think so.
No,
but it looked,
it must
actually
have
at one
some,
point it looked like.
I figured it must have some. It doesn't. We're looking at the map here. Yeah, it doesn't connect to any water, but it must.
There
have
are
some
a couple
sort
little
of,
bridges that do have a flow going. There's midway on the last length. There's a bridge that has a flow coming in.
Right.
And I did notice maybe an inch or two, like barely a change.
Okay,
but so it looks like there can be a little bit of a change in the levels, but not tidal, not attached to the ocean.
No, definitely not. But it must. Yeah, it must have. It can't just be a stagnant lake.
No, don't think so.
No.
You too.
Yeah, we're looking on the map, but yeah, it looks. Obviously, the venue is incredible. Oh yeah, they're just.
Yeah, can you share that map since you have followers from all over the world about where exactly we're south of Tampa? We're on the Gulf, just inland on the Gulf Coast side of the state of Florida.
Yeah. Can you share this map, Chris, somehow? Or is that a bit of work? We'll put Chris to work here. He's standing back, letting me do all the talking. We'll make him do something.
Hey, there's a lot of people watching from out of the U.S. or even in the U.S. who don't know Florida.
Actually, we just zoomed out. It was actually really. It was actually really amazing to see where it is. But yeah, you're right, there are a couple of little, when you zoom in on the map, there's a couple of little creeks that run into it, and they may go, so it's definitely not tidal, but there's a lot of water around. So, all right, there we go. Chris is just getting the map up now.
I wish our followers here, the people who are on the feed, could share pictures, because I'd love you guys to see a picture of John Nipper with all his dogs on his board at night. So he does paddle at night.
Oh, wow.
Florida.
Yeah. Veronica Sosa, who's from Austin, Texas.
Hold on. Can you see the map now?
Better.
Chris has the map up. So zoom back out, Chris. So
nice.
You can see where we are.
Oh, yeah. Check out the zoom out.
There
you go.
Florida is, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, he's going too far.
All right, we're in space.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're down halfway down the Panhandle on the west coast, and
yeah, there's quite a bit right in the middle of the state here, all the way across.
Yeah, but you can see around here. There's a lot of little, bits of water all through these. Houses. Yeah, okay.
Kelly, did you ever race in Florida?
I did. I've raced. Where have I raced? I raced a race at Urban Kai.
Oh yeah.
I raced.
That's next weekend. The 8th annual is next weekend, right up in Tampa. Yeah, it's right almost here, just an hour north.
Yep. Yeah, at Tampa. What else have I done in Florida? Yeah, I'm not sure. I did a bunch of clinics in Florida, and but yeah, I did the Key West one year. Which was
Did you ever do the Orange Bowl? Did you ever go to a surf expo and then go to Orange Bowl?
No, I never did. But
that was probably right.
I love Florida.
Yeah.
Up where JV is. What area is that? Where JV is?
Yep.
Jackson?
Yep.
No,
he is Blue Line Paddle Sports. That's over on the other coast. So they're on the coast that has a little more surf.
And yeah, that's right. Yeah, they've got an amazing.
But kind of this midsection from Tampa, you go to the middle of the state. There's Orlando, and then over on the coast, up a bit, Jupiter. I think it's north a little. But there's lots of paddling.
Yeah, actually, the
so
first
much
race
water.
I came to was in Florida. I'd have to check on my own Facebook to remember what it was called, but it was Yeah, I was there with Sup ATX.
Mark
years and years ago.
Athanasio is saying maybe you did the Waterman's Challenge in
Oh,
Pompano.
Yes, that was the first one I did. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was the obstacles on the beach, and yeah, that was a fun event. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chuck
that's right.
Patterson put on something like that. It was on our military base just
That's-
south of
I
San
remember
Clemente. Do
watching
you
it.
remember
Look,
that one?
I actually
Same
thought,
thing where you had to like crawl underneath the pits, under the nets, and go up and over water obstacles. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, at the time, I thought that was actually an amazing concept that could have caught on. I thought that would have, that was.
I think somebody could bring that back. You know how there's all these kinds of crazy mud runs,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
running
Tough
world, the
Mudder
ones with
and-
obstacles seem to be very popular.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, it's a whole nother avenue. Throw some paddling in, and that's what we've been talking about. Like these ultra marathons that a lot of people are crossing over from. A lot of those people are in events that they're not necessarily just. They might be canoeing, mountain biking, running. So they're just. They're multi-talented, so getting on a SUP and having SUP in there, or I think it's a huge avenue for our sport to grow and open up the whole, you get into that adventure world.
Yeah, that absolutely. The
Yeah, there's
crossover
Mark.
thing we've talked
Yeah.
about it, but this kind of event is really, I think, bringing that to light.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
looking
Mark's
at some of
reminding
the
you,
companies
you
Mark's
like you
on
said,
here.
you've done a bunch of clinics with
Yeah, I
Mick
did the
DeBetta.
first one there. We did with Mick.
Yeah.
That's right, Mark. Yeah, that was.
So David Rush, our buddy in Orlando, good to see you. He's talking about the history again of this. This was just a pit.
Okay. Yeah, well, it looks
Reading
like
that.
it looks like a big rectangle pit that they've created. Well, they've done an incredible job there. The facility looks amazing.
What a good use of a pit that was used for Interstate 75 building and the
Right.
projects around it.
Okay, so what they dug it out to help build the highway. Is that essentially what's happened?
You can play the promo video again.
Lincoln Dews has been here too. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. So Suzak just said Paolo won the sprint race at the Orange Bowl in 2013.
Remember that? He was in Florida 10 years
There you go.
And
You
talk
can do
about
it all.
creative sprint races. They actually had us, there's a wall and there was a rope, and you had to hold the rope at the start of a sprint because it was in sort of, I think I mentioned this earlier in this cast, that it was in a very populated shopping mall area, but had water in the middle. And so the start and end, there was just pumping music. But for the sprint, along that wall, they had us hold a rope, and you couldn't let go until. I thought that. I mean, we're still working on creative ways to start.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
Well,
interesting at this event in Oklahoma that I helped with, which again, Oklahoma is not a place known for stand-up paddleboarding, so that was a whole nother discussion. But we used start gates. We used the kayak canoe start gates for the first time, and I don't know.
Okay.
To my knowledge, we haven't done that before.
No.
It works if you're doing something where you're going to be going straight for a while.
Yeah, like a sprint
you
race,
know,
yeah.
and it doesn't make an advantage to be on one side or the other. It's an amazing way to have, because you're up, the nose of the board's in it, and then
Yeah,
on the start it
just
drops.
drops.
You
Yeah.
absolutely cannot cheat. It makes it 100%
wow.
fair.
Yeah,
So
incredible.
interesting concept. Some of the places I would guess that they might have starting gates here, not sure, but these kinds of places that are built just for paddling, that we're kind of just now,
we're
integrating our
tapping
sub stuff, have some
into.
interesting equipment.
Well, it looks like this location. Is it a public facility? Like anyone can come
Yes.
there, and obviously that
Yeah,
fitness
so
class that's going on.
Seems
there's
well
been-
used by the public, both renting it out for events, but also all kinds of just people running, biking.
And I think that's
as a-
where,
like-
I know where I live, it's, the world is outside, and Florida's the same. It's, there's anyone getting out and exercising, and, it's for them to, they probably wouldn't even know two people have been paddling out there for 46 hours, would they? They got no idea.
I don't think they're 10
got
feet
no
from
idea.
me,
Yeah.
10 meters, and no concept of what's going on, I don't think.
Yeah. But anyway,
they just showed up.
Look at them. They're out there doing their thing. Good on them.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
And then going up these stairs, like we said. So that's just their Monday morning, getting the week started right.
Monday morning.
See if I can.
Pumping
We're
them
just
up.
hoping it doesn't confuse Paolo and John in any way.
Yeah. He starts blowing a
Because
whistle
he is
or
shouting
something.
out like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
different
right.
timing. timing type things.
Yeah. Someone, Jake Portwood said the sprint gate was super tricky. People used to fish for boats in there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. And then I don't know if this commercial played, but we're saying these palm trees all lit up look like a Corona beer commercial.
Oh, yeah.
There was one that had lit palm trees.
Yeah, right.
You guys do that down in Australia? Is there much of this lights on trees?
No. I like it. So they're real trees with lights on them?
Yeah, those are real palm trees across the water.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you're seeing the reflection.
Oh, yeah.
The water's so still that you're
here.
trees and the reflection. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is pretty. I should turn. That's a pretty background.
It is. We should turn the tent.
Woo. So you can make it work. But so it is an amazing facility, and maybe there's more of these like hidden ones.
I'm sure there is.
Although Mark Asanasio, who's from Florida, we see him in California every year. He was reminding us that there actually was a race here in 2011 when it wasn't finished. That Brody Welty put on something when he lived here in Florida. He's moved all around the U.S.
Yeah.
Paddle Fit. I don't know if you remember him.
Yeah. He's online now chatting to us. He's
is he Brody?
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, Matt.
No, Marcus.
Marcus.
Yeah,
sorry.
Marcus.
Yeah. No, Brody.
But I think Mark. So were you in that race in 2011? I think he said he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will see if he comments. But
so John Nipper's brother is on.
Mark,
we're keep going. All these guys. Marco, where do you live? I think Marco might have been Team Alex, maybe a friend from the Miami area.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't.
It'd be interesting if all these, there's 81 people online. Everyone write where you're watching from. It'd be interesting to see, where, because it's all sorts of times all over the world right now. So.
Oh. Okay, I'm getting actually a different perspective from a racer about the race gate. So I'm going to take back that it was really easy because Jake Portwood, who was there in Oklahoma, a Florida guy, super fast. They just had their little cheer. I think they just. Great way to start your Monday morning. We're very impressed.
Offer him a beer.
I live in California, or I would. They invited me to join them.
Offer him an athletic beer.
Yeah, do you guys want any of this non-alcoholic beer we have? It's actually hydrating. There's no alcohol in it.
It's an athletic
beer.
Beer.
They're really amazing. Yeah. There's 4 different flavors down there. I shouldn't call them flavors, then it doesn't sound like beer.
Well, you don't call it, but just tell them it's an athletic
really
drink.
Taste like you're drinking a beer, but absolutely no alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't like beer, you're not going to like it.
Here we go.
But for those of us who do, to be able to go like doing something athletic like this and be able to drink it, to hydrate yourself is a new concept.
He's like, what athletes? I don't see anybody.
Yeah, they're all heading behind that. You can't see them on camera.
Yeah. No.
Those that like beer.
He's probably thinking who you're talking about. There's no one around. So everyone's starting to chime in.
This is live. It's been live for almost 48 hours.
There's
only 2 people left. 30 people signed up. We're down to 2.
All right. So
they're paddling every hour all the way around the edge.
Chatting
so
there.
they've done 100 and how many miles? 20. They've paddled like 120 or 30 miles. 100, getting close to 150 miles.
Yeah.
And they're a bit delirious without sleep. Yeah. How about that?
How about that? There's 2 left. Last 2 standing. So KT,
And
we got people from all over the world watching
4
here.
hours the night before. They're asking if we slept. So I think Greg actually wins the he's last non-paddler standing.
Has he not slept?
He slept 2 hours. He was bummed. He missed Alex.
He missed
is the only one he missed. But
yeah. So we've got Oregon, Austin, Texas. We got an
Nice.
Aussie watching from Thailand, Port Harbour, which is 2 hours north. I don't know Port Harbour. Oh, Palm Harbour, sorry. The Netherlands. Yes, 12:18 there. Is that in the night? I'm sure it is. Port Stephens, Australia. That's down south. So
Oregon, it's 3 a.m. Wow. Wow, Andrew.
Wow. Yes, go Andrew. How long you been watching, Andrew? Surely you just haven't wake up and watch it. You've been glued to it like the rest of us.
Good morning. Oh yeah, some OGs. Chris Norman from Capital Sup.
Oh yes.
Tess Marie from Tahoe. You have met her before.
Yep. Mountains
Wonderful.
of Southern California.
South Carolina.
Veronica, be a bit more specific.
UK.
There's a few mountains in.
Yeah. Also, if your YouTube handle is not your name, we'd love to know who we're talking to, because some have their business names or.
Code name.
I love
Wales.
I like it when it's sunny. You have one of the best names out there, but
Yeah.
Wales, UK.
Wow.
Yeah, Brendan Prince, we found out was Welsh. In fact, you are the one I think who let us know that.
Yeah, right.
Or Chris noticed that there were Welsh
Welsh
wishes written in. Yeah.
Well, look at that. Every minute except for 4 hours a day and 2 hours this morning. Wow, that's incredible. So
Yeah.
You watched 40 hours. That is incredible.
And Paddle Club, I want to go visit Macedonia.
Macedonia.
They're big supporters of SUP.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tracy. Hey, so obviously, Tracy, that's great that you and Patrick are coming back over. I obviously got a ride. Greg came and got me when we had some drops in the night.
Say again?
Who's everyone cheering for? I was just asking the chat.
Well, we just asked them where they're all watching from. We haven't. Yeah, so now everyone that's written where you're watching from, keep that coming in. But who have you grown? Were you on here to cheer for anyone, or are you growing towards anybody? It's it's like myself. I didn't know a lot of these paddlers before it started, and I was saying before, it's nearly like a Netflix series where you get to learn the back. These backstories about people, and you're getting attached to this person and that person, and I was secretly cheering on people I didn't even know before. And I think that's the beauty of our sport. There's, we can come together from all over the world, all different walks of life, and then you have an event like this where you don't have to be the fastest race. You don't have to be the fittest human on earth. It's you have to be fit. You have to be, you've got to have an athletic background, but mentally strong. This opens it up to a lot of different people and a lot of new names in our sport, and it
sure does. Yeah,
I think it's incredible.
I'm wondering if it's going to be more inspirational, maybe more interesting, certainly, if they both hang in there and are able to do that change at 48 hours into the sprint lap. But that also really changes the makeup of who thinks they can win this.
Yeah.
If one of them wins before the 48 hours, I think almost there's a psychology that, wow, you mean I could win this?
Yeah,
not a
that's
fast
right.
paddler.
Yeah,
because the speed has not been important at all.
That's right.
We haven't seen anybody miss the cutoff the entire time.
Yeah.
We almost, but haven't seen anybody miss the start. So that factor, that rule didn't rule anybody out. I think about 8 minutes was the shortest rest anybody had. We had some of that early on. We had somebody who had just short rest each time. Oh, of course. Well, there's Alex. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just.
I know. I don't know, Chris. Is there any way you can that clip that you sent us showing? I know that's the recording on top of a recording.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'll
when
ask him.
people are waking up, just to share. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to share it.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, and he definitely doesn't want to see it. He wasn't.
But it's
he was
interesting,
definitely
and
not happy.
Greg Wingo was saying that kind of thing happens all the time in these big back.
I'm sure it
that's
does.
just one of the factors. Can you, if you're taking a short nap, are you able to snap back out of it? I bet people sleep through their alarms, but he hit the pause button as he set it down, so it was stopped. He had a 6-minute nap planned, and it was stopped on his chest at 5:56.
Yeah, wow.
And he showed it in the camera. I just thought that was
So
interesting but heartbreaking.
KT, Chris just said he put it on his Instagram.
So, it is okay. So it's on
up on
Subracer Instagram.
if you want to
see
the heartbreak of Alex, which
kind of fascinating. I mean, almost everyone who's had to drop out has had a different reason.
Yeah.
Has had a slightly different reason. I mean, we had the first one, it was leg cramps. Then it was arm exhaustion from the youngest paddler, the 16-year-old.
Yeah, okay.
We definitely had a couple people who were brand new. We had someone who this was their first race ever. on a stand-up paddleboard.
That's a good challenge.
I guess maybe, was this actually Bobby's first race, or did he on a stand-up paddleboard? Wow. So Bobby,
And
you
where
know,
Bobby got
again,
to,
legend and
41.
renowned in the sit-down ultra paddle distance world, but standing for the first time. But I understand his feet were swollen.
So what does
which
he? Does he race surf ski? Does he?
Surf ski? Is he on other? Oh, I know he's on an outrigger team too, because they were giving him shout outs.
Yeah, unreal.
Epic surf ski. So I think, he's,
so the Epic Ocean Skis,
super
so
well known, you know, winner of your race, right?
the 650.
Alabama 650 twice.
Yeah, I think we need to hear more about this race.
He has the record for another race, the Swanee 230.
Wow.
So he was no stranger to this lack of sleep thing that a lot of people, I think this was the first time dealing with this.
Yeah, well, so for
nobody,
him though, it's turned out to be a body position he's not used to that has caught him out. Not, you know, maybe he's mentally and physically he probably could have gone for as long as we needed to, but when his body wasn't used to standing like that for so long, and you know, and we all know when you first get on a SUP, if you haven't been onto it, you tend to grip a little with your feet. So all of a sudden your feet are overworking, and the more comfortable you get, the feet relax and that goes away. But so that's turned out to be his struggle.
Well, and I didn't want to jinx anything, but I'm curious about, I don't know if you've spent a ton of time on inflatables, Kelly or Chris?
No, I haven't. Yeah, Mark, we saw Mark on before, yeah.
So it affects your feet differently being on an inflatable. Even as rigid as they probably are, they have them blown up high. I've had foot issues because I haven't spent a ton of time when I do try to go on a long paddle, because I usually I do some expedition, you know, co-guiding down Colorado River and such. And when we go on those self-supported trips and you're standing on your board for many hours, I feel it in my feet where I don't on my hardboard. But again, it's what you're used to.
Yeah. And do you think that's because the board flexes slightly different?
I think there's a little bit more flex. So maybe you have a little, like you said, you need to relax your feet.
Yeah.
You have to relax your feet. And people who start paddling, you know, beginners often, like you said, the tension is in your hands and your feet. Sometimes they're gripping the paddle.
Yeah.
Gripping the board.
That's obviously, you know, that's what's got Bobby. So he's going to go away from this, and I wonder if that inspires him to, you know, want to do more of this, or he's like, I'll just stick to sitting down.
Don't ask him right now. I don't think. I would guess he would say no.
No, it's going to be like even Paolo said, like he wants to reflect on this, to look back at it, you know, and it's going to be an interesting reflection for a lot of people, and for all of us to learn as well. And you know,
right.
And I mean, wonder how many people out there right now are watching, are thinking, is this something you want to take on, you know, for a personal challenge, or to compete, to try and get to that 48 hours?
Chris has gotten a bunch of these people to already commit to signing up in January.
He's taking a commission.
Rooting for John, So they're telling the Americans are mostly rooting for. They might not know Paolo, who's been, you know, an OG, you raced with him, you know, a dozen years ago. So he must have. Did he start as a teenager then? If he's just 31.
I probably didn't race with Paolo at the very beginning. I think I probably would have been racing Paolo in the last half of my racing, I would say. More, especially when I started doing Euro Tour races and they started coming out more to the...
but I'm trying to scroll back. Suzak, so in 2013, so 10 years ago, he won a sprint here in Florida in the Orange Bowl.
Right, that's right. So,
and that's one. So Suzak, you know, just quickly, did you guys meet stand-up paddleboarding? I assume maybe you guys did, because you've both been racing for a long time.
Actually, I think.
And Chris might know that. But.
Yeah, I think I know the story how they met, but I don't remember it now. But
so Suzak, if you're still on, I was going to say, you want Kelly to make up the story or try to remember the story?
You know, my memory is shocking. I didn't even remember Goran.
Paddle Syndicate is checking in. That's North Carolina. We have the Midwest with Doug, who runs Midwest Paddle League.
G'day, Doug.
Yeah. He travels around a lot. He's much like John Nippers, well known because he travels around the U.S. and goes to a lot of, you know, what Chris was talking about aren't the well-known international races, but we have hundreds of races in the United States. So when people would say stand-up paddling is dead, even during the pandemic when maybe we were doing more virtual racing and there, here in our crazy country of 50 states, we had different rules in different places. So you actually could sometimes find actual races. Or I was part of a crew. We called ourselves the Senior Flash Mob. And we would show up to, in Southern California, it's our outrigger clubs that put on an amazing series called the SoCal Ocean Racing Series. All winter, they're off season. And it's for the, 1 and 2 man crafts, surf ski, OC. But since 2009, I think they have invited stand-up from early on. So Hano Hano is one that's become better known, but there's a whole series of 12 of them, I think. And people come out for them. The snowbirds, when their lakes are frozen in the northern part of our country, they can come down. But we just would go and actually do the race anyway, just with friends, with 20 people. Socially distant, of course, which you could do very easily. So we had less lockdown than, some places.
Yeah.
I think, were you able to not even access the water for a while in Australia?
No, where I live, we were pretty fine. There were areas in Australia down south, that mainly the bigger cities, that they shut down. But no, we were pretty much business as usual, with a few little hiccups here and there, but nothing. We were still good. But I think Doug. Doesn't Doug run like a series up in
yes, so
in
it's the Midwest Paddle League, it's called.
Yeah,
so it's about, I think it's 5 states, but Doug, if you're still on, you can chime in. He's what's his name on here? Doug something, Douglas Productions or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, Douglas Productions.
Chris has the phone. I don't see him anymore. But
so he's in Wisconsin, but it's Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio. I know we've had Adrian Engel on who. Yeah.
But,
okay, so Zach, yes, we met in Sup Race for the first time in 2012 in Italy.
Yes.
I was doing the amateur race and he was doing the pro category, and we both won.
Yes, true love.
It was destined to be. That's a beautiful love story.
It is.
Here we are 11 years later.
They're a beautiful couple. What do you got, 10-month-old too? So, yeah, incredible. No, they're always a good energy. Any race I've ever been to, they're a couple of beautiful people. So
lovely and positive. Yeah, I got to meet the little one in Poland. They were both there for the ICF World Championships that were in Poland.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I, what you were saying before, that there is so many races that are, we just talked about that. Yeah, there's so many races that are still unknown, and this is what I used to tell Chris a lot about Sup Racer and starting it, and for him, whether it was a connection with a race or a race like this that's intrigued him, and then all of a sudden it becomes a live stream, and it becomes now more people know about it. It becomes nearly that's how a lot of these races over the years become nearly a mainstream race, when it was purely out of having some sort of promotion or Chris being able to cover the race, and it's like, oh, that looks like an amazing race or an amazing location or whatever it might be. And it's probably the one thing that holds us back a little bit of promoting all these other little races. And I'm sure there's many more incredible races around the world in incredible places that we don't even know go on each weekend. And if there was only a way we could promote them all or have them all somewhere,
right?
So we just
but there are only,
Chris double time.
It's a small world. We're connected, but it's a big world, and there's the travel and all of that. But in Florida, there were 3 races this weekend.
Wow!
On top of this, one of them was an unfortunate rescheduling of Key West. They had Classic that you and I have both done before. That was unfortunate that it landed on this. We actually lost a couple paddlers who had double registration basically because they just moved it over.
I chose the easier one.
Yeah, one thing I'd love to see us try to do is not all races aspire at all to be international. They're fine with being local, but they also would like their local crowd not to have to make a decision between maybe a bigger race that's 8 hours away. Like in California, if Tahoe's having a big race or the Bay Area, it'd be great if we didn't also have a big race in Southern California at the same time. that would pull
we need
people.
a central location where everyone logs their race.
Yeah.
We-
Well, in Sup Racer, we always went. I mean, he was the
Used to-
OG calendar
That's
that we
right.
all went to, and we're
Yeah,
super
so that's,
stoked he's back online.
I'm gonna,
But like my
I'm gonna
organization,
push Chris hard to help rebuild the calendar.
yeah. But we also hope in our country, and we hope other countries will do the same. We really need a sub-specific organization, not to try to take away from any other series, any other event, but just so people know who maybe aren't going to fly and travel internationally, know what's going on, and so we are connected, and so we don't overlap each other within the same regions, within the same states. So that if in Queensland, in Australia, you don't want to have two of the biggest downwinders of the year on the same weekend,
Yeah,
that's
right.
the same province. So
and we definitely have a problem in Australia of anybody not even taking ownership of the sport, but having that central or that one guide that keeps everyone going. Okay, we're going to follow this, or this is going to be where all the information is, and it's not. Oh, we're going to, they have an Aussie titles not so long ago, and there was hardly any people there, and then last weekend there's a race, and a local race, and had 100 people there. So what are we doing right and what are we doing wrong? And there's and I think a lot of countries suffer the same thing. There's, there was all these clashes or whatever that you might want to call them, which is, it probably holds our sport back, but I can see the bit of glow starting behind you,
yes,
KT.
I was just going to say, yeah.
So is the sun's coming up where? To your left? Out over the water?
It is coming up. I'm looking at it, actually.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because the sun went down behind you yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm from California, so we get the sunset in the west,
Yeah.
coming up in the east, which is this
yeah.
direction.
Yeah,
So even though it's glowing back here, it's orange glow this direction. So
yeah, well, you're on
I'll
the
switch over.
Panhandle, so essentially you're on the west coast again of Florida.
We are on the west coast of Florida, exactly. Yeah. Not the Panhandle. That's that little section up at the top.
Oh,
you
it
know,
is?
the
I
state.
thought the Panhandle was the long bit that's stuck down. Well,
No,
that's
it's that
just
little bit
Florida.
at the top. That's where Destin is. The brand,
that bit.
the brand BOTE boat and YOLO
Mhm.
are both up there.
Yeah.
White Sandy's. That's your hometown? I thought Laguna Beach was your hometown. You're everywhere.
The truth comes out.
What's your wife's name again? Last name? Sally O'Donnell. You know that name? Her husband's right here. Already showed up. They're
nice.
both big surf skiers, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually,
She's a record holder here and an OG in the ultras.
many years ago, I lifeguarded on the east coast of America, and my roommate, my roommate at the time actually runs the lifeguard service in Destin, and he's been pestering me for years to come out and spend some time there, and I've never got there, so it's on that area is on my hit list, but.
Yeah. So where did you lifeguard? Here in Florida?
No. I was up north, so I was in New Jersey actually.
Surfing.
We got really fun waves up there. I was on Long Beach Island, so it was this thin little sand strip, and it's a ghost town in winter, and in summer it's just everyone rents a house from the city, and the place just goes. It was
Long Beach Island, New Jersey. So they're probably big in the surf life saving, which we don't have the same amazing culture that you do with that in Australia, but. Definitely have that.
A lot of lifeguarding competition, they would call it. Yeah, there was a lot of that up there.
Anthony Vela, who was a Los Angeles lifeguard, but went and lived in Australia for quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
He always jokes because they thought he was Aboriginal because he's half Mexican and half African American, and they'd always think he was.
yeah, that's right. But so Goran, who we were talking to before, so when he first came out to Australia in '97. Him and his partner were part of the Swedish team for this. They did this one-off world surf lifesaving racing, and they had a male and a female from all different countries, and so they were so they come out and trained for the summer, and he lifeguarded. We worked together on the beach. And,
that's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so then they competed in this one-off event, which we thought it was going to be something that was going to be ongoing, but turns out it was once. And they were part of it. And next minute I'm talking to him on the live screen, and obviously he looks a lot different now. And I didn't even recognize it was him.
He's up. He's still here. Here's Goran.
Legend.
Hey, good morning. We're talking about you, that you actually lifeguarded with Kelly Margetts. That's crazy. What a small world in Australia.
Hey, that sun's really coming up behind you now. It's getting really
Still on
light
a
out
seat.
there.
Yeah. I'm actually going to leave you and walk up. I think I have a couple minutes. See if we can see them coming in the channel from the
Yeah.
stairs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, amazing.
Check the live stream. See if we have any more comments.
Yeah, well, Chris has the phone, so maybe pass me my phone, Chris. Where did I put it?
Not a beer.
No, my beer's good. What time is it? 20 to 10. Oh, there you are, KT. Oh, yeah, Doug just messaged me, actually, on Messenger. He tagged me in a post.
There we go. Sorry, this is going to be a little bumpy walking up the stairs.
Oh, no, wow. Yeah, they get some beautiful sunrise and sunsets there, don't they?
Sure do.
Yeah, it's getting lighter by the second on the main camera where you were sitting.
So need to go up one
Oh,
more,
wow.
I think, to actually see the channel. Oh, now I see somebody going under the bridge. It's kind of probably not quite light enough.
We can't. Is the bridge this side of that car? We can't really tell. Or is that on the other side? Oh, yeah, over there.
Bridge is there, but I'll bring you down. They have these actually really cool Christmas decorations, but the lights were out. They looked like at one point they were rowing teams moving, maybe.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I saw that when you guys were on the boat before sunset. Yes.
So this is the second bridge. I just saw them under the first. Believe. What are we at? 40 minutes?
42 minutes. 43 minutes. So yeah, they must be getting close. Is that a light flickering I can see under there, or is that something else? No.
Those are the Christmas decoration
that is
lights.
okay. Yeah, it's hard to tell on the small screen,
But I do actually. I see a light under this bridge. So that white car.
Oh yeah.
I should have run up another set of stairs, but there's someone right there. You see
They're
that?
still a few minutes away then. So this lap's probably this lap's a little slower than what we've been.
Yeah, they said they were going to take it easy, but they're really. So they're just pretty much, that's a strategy. You were
I
asking
guess.
him.
Well, we talked about that earlier, didn't we, KT? Of what they would do
Yeah.
in this last few, whether it was, would they want more time on land or just cruise around, conserve their energy on the board, and be ready to really give it some in that 48th hour.
So that's John. Can you see him?
Yep, I see him under the bridge there. Yep, he's moving along all right.
Yeah. And then there's somebody walking. I think that was Paolo. So I think he's actually ahead of Paolo.
He's
So he's
ahead
putting in a
again.
little more.
Okay. Yeah, well, and we at this stage of the game, we don't know if that's tactical for Paolo, just to be conserving his energy. He's probably thinking about, what he's got to do in the 48th hour, or it's hard to know whether at this stage it's tactical or it's actually
Right.
There he is.
Well,
Is that him now coming under the bridge, or is that someone walking?
That's somebody
Oh, no, that's
walking
not
down
him.
here. Oh, and there's Paolo. I just saw his light come on under the bridge. So he should come into view. But yeah, all kinds of activity. We've got walkers and
Yeah, I
runners.
see them all coming in.
We actually see that blue rental car right there.
I do.
That's Patrick Bromel and Tracy
Ah, they're
Coulinane.
back.
So they're running over here to.
Yes.
They were in race at the beginning, and now they're
Yep.
coming over to watch.
Okay.
Finish.
Amazing. Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah.
They were there. Was that the lady that went and bought Paolo some vegan soup?
Yes, exactly.
Amazing.
So that's
Unreal.
kind of their MO. I have to say, Chattajack, one of our big kind of favorite. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, that is amazing.
I'm over on the other side. Because John should be coming around the buoy. Oh yeah, this is a
must be
nice.
good.
There we go. Sorry, should have brought the tripod up here.
Oh wow, that sun's come up fast, hasn't it?
Yep. So obviously no wind, perfect
No,
reflection
it's
of the
still.
trees. That little inlet right there, we were talking about if there is anything
Oh, yeah.
tidal at all. I don't think anything's coming in and out of that one, but there's one on the other where you can see the water pouring.
Yeah.
And-
So on the map we looked at before, you could actually see like this little stream, and then it disappeared into what looked like a bunch
Yeah.
of trees or mangroves. So, and I guess
Exactly.
it just filters off into the what are they called? The intercoastals.
Intercoastals.
Yeah.
But they said that's where the alligators come from.
Oh, that's
too.
where.
Because that's where the open space is right
Yeah,
there.
right. Don't go paddling up
So-
in the.
Got some spectators back on the beach. That's John Nipper's crew right there.
Okay.
His friend that he met in Hawaii, who lives in Florida, came to help him out, and wife or girlfriend. To the left over there, that's the assistant director, Steve.
Yeah.
Greg Wingo with the kind of lime green hoodie, and then that's Tracy right there.
Okay.
Tracy, she was killing us. So they do ultra runs too.
Yeah.
Patrick and Tracy from Nantucket, Massachusetts, and she was running.
Yeah, you said
After
I
doing-
saw
after
you
putting the
interview
paddling-
her. I saw you interview her, and you're like, "Oh, were you just
Yeah.
were you running? Was that helping you recovering?" She goes, "No, I was just bored."
That's your ultra type athlete, huh?
Yeah, that is. Just can't stop.
Wanting to keep moving.
Hey, well, that's
So
that's
interesting one.
impressive.
I'm pretty sure this is the only lap John has won.
No,
he hasn't been
the one
one.
before you come back on, he
Really?
came in first as well, and he was about 40 seconds in front of Paolo in that one. But this
Yeah.
is coming up to 48 minutes now, so
And there's Paolo. He's just come around the
he's,
yellow
so
buoy.
he's still about a
I'm
minute
gonna
away. So
cover the camera so I don't make you dizzy and run downstairs. See you in
I
a
know
sec.
you're right. All right, so here we go. So that's 46 laps done. So what's that? 2 more to go. Wow. Yeah, this will be interesting just to see if they both look pretty fresh the last time before when they come in. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're still in the same mindset and they still look as fresh. I'm sure they will. Oh, that was quick, KT.
I need some exercise.
Oh, yeah. John's there telling a story.
Hi, John Nip. It's so beautiful. You have so many fans watching. I'm just amazed. People are up at 3 a.m. because they have to see what's going on with you.
You can tell him his brother Mark was commenting before.
Brother Mark is on again.
Brother?
Yeah, again. He's been on a lot. Yeah.
Aloha, brother.
Yeah, he's
Many
he's
more.
pretty pumped for you.
And he used the board from our sponsor, Easter,
Yeah,
up out of Sweden.
Oh, they're out of Sweden? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's Paolo.
And how about that? Our last 2 paddlers
Hey,
standing,
man.
both in inflatables.
Hello. Welcome back. Ciao, ciao.
Go Paolo. Laps 39 to 42, we're incredible. Go John. Kai Barlow.
Probably destroyed.
Yeah. Did you hear him talking about feet? So we were
Oh,
talking
he
about
is?
that. Bobby was affected the most, but I think they all are.
Yeah. So Jake, Paolo's paddling the 14-foot inflatable as well. From his sponsors.
Many more laps as you want.
So Carolyn just said, tell John that his mum is watching. Go John. He's got the whole family on.
His grandma, maybe?
It says his mum.
He lost one of his parents.
John won lap 43. Yes, he did.
Don't take that smile away. You know, you're on the
Jen, down to 2. That's right, we're down to 2, and they both look good. Yeah.
You're amazing. I'm so impressed that you're up and watching everyone. Supporting.
Chris back?
Good dude. Chris and yes.
Oh, both of them.
Yes, both of them are here. Yeah. Switch around. Chris and Kelly, say hi.
Hey, Tony. Goran saying hi again. I know, where'd he go? So how'd they look, KT, up close?
They look like they're moving slowly, but they look awake.
Yeah, no, they do. Their
I
faces
think
look
that's a
still
surprise to me.
Plenty of life, plenty of energy in their face.
Oh no, we're offline again.
Oh no, we got you.
Yeah, I'll leave this on though. Yeah, but the
The
camera that shows the
Oh, yeah.
stationary camera isn't on.
There you go, world. There's the setup. What do you got there?
We'll flip
Snacks?
by.
What's that? Bug spray?
Sorry, I didn't mean to show that. Yes, but actually the mosquitoes are not bad at all. But yes, I was just showing you bug spray. But what a gorgeous morning.
Wow.
But they're again, I didn't ask about hallucinations, but I can't believe nobody has said that they've seen little people running in the woods or whatever things that you might
Maybe
see
it
in
was
the dark.
too dark. It was too
Yeah.
dark to see them. But the now, like we talked about before, having this sun come up and being such a beautiful sunrise, I'm sure it's a bit of motivation for them, and it's a bit of energy of light from the sun and life from the sun. So what are they? Can you see what they're doing? Are they? Because before that, Paolo pretty much just sat on the step there and drank water. So.
Are you? I'm on a live feed straight. You have a question about athletic brewing? There's no alcohol in that, so you're welcome to try one.
Yeah,
They're
smash
pretty
as many as
amazing.
you want.
They're hydrating like water, but they taste like a beer. The athletic brewing guy is not here right now, Mason. He will be here in a bit.
He's off finishing his masters. Oh wow! There's behind the scenes right here. Look at this.
Yeah. So this was Bobby's camp.
Oh, that was Bobby's camp. He's just left
Yeah.
it up and running.
Most camps are broken down, and this is John Nipper's camp.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Getting his feet up in there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Is that Paolo over there? Is that his?
No, where Paolo is. Walking. Paolo's walking.
No, but is that his setup? The beach? Oh, what's this one? Look at this.
Hey,
yeah, I think that's
Chris, I got this
is that his little
turned
stuff?
back on. Does this look right?
Yeah, that's good, Greg.
All right, just making sure.
Yep.
Thank you. And then this was Brendan Prince bought some stuff that he's actually going to leave here. It's an interesting thing to think about for the future. Like maybe we could borrow camp equipment from if people want to come in internationally, or they're flying in and can't bring the setup.
But he left his paddle as well.
So Brendan Prince and his daughter were in here, and then two friends from England. But they also gave Goran, because he didn't have anything, a place to stay. So that corner was his. But yeah, so this was fuller, of course, earlier when everybody was here.
I'm sure. So Brendan's just leaving it set up for next year, ready to go.
Yeah, because he'll be flying back to England, so he left the tent and chairs
He's
with some of the local.
Please leave till next year. I'll be back.
There you go. I think he just donated it, but that would be nice if they put his name on it.
Yeah.
Hopefully he will be back.
Yeah, but that's all goes into the thought process, doesn't it? Like, what do you want? What do you need between these races? Do you want to be totally blacked out, like that one just being a mesh? Just keeping.
What do you think about a boat ride? This lap or next?
On the last one, maybe could be cool. Maybe do we want to do a boat ride on the 48th lap when they're doing the? I can't hear you. I can see you. Oh, there you go.
I need more coffee.
Oh, you need more?
Need to pick up the microphone and turn it back on.
That works. We can.
That should be. Yeah. So not this lap, but the next one. You think, or should we go out on this one?
I don't know. What do you think, Chris? When should they go in the boat? They should definitely be in the boat for the 48th lap when they go to do.
49 is when they started.
49. I mean, yeah. Sorry. So what,
Yeah,
is
I
it
have to get back
On the
on.
next lap, it's this beautiful glassy water.
Oh, look at the water. It's dead still.
This would be a nice.
It's really gorgeous right now. We've done
It is.
sunset twice. Maybe you want to do sunrise. Tracy
Morning,
says
Tracy.
hi.
She did 12 laps.
Yeah, 12
Hello.
laps. Yeah,
Hi,
never-
everyone. Did you finally sleep some?
Yeah. You know, we were up, of course, watching.
I know. It's
can't
dangerous,
stop.
isn't it? I only slept about 2 because I knew something had happened and I clicked it on, and it was right when Alex had his unfortunate incident. I don't know if you saw that on
Go do a
Instagram.
lap around, I think it's-
You
She's
gonna go
doing
for
a
run?
lap. We could catch. We'll probably see her if we go out on the boat doing the perimeter run,
Ah, yeah.
which she did. I don't know how many times yesterday. You did at least a couple, didn't you?
Yeah, I did 3.
3.
3
Then we had
laps.
to go back to the boat to take this.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. They had borrowed boards, so that's a whole interesting step too. Like for something this long to be on equipment that you don't know, that you haven't been on before, how does it affect your body and your psyche? Yeah. So they were numerous people were on boards that were wider than the board they would use at home.
Right.
Luckily for John Nippers, I think he paddles on an inflatable most of the time, because if he didn't,
Yeah.
I'm assuming Paolo knows his board pretty well, although I assume he spends more time on a hard board.
He does race a lot on the inflatables though. I know they paddle on them a lot. I see that on his Instagram. So,
Yeah.
but yeah. So Brian has just asked. He said some big changes last night. I caught what happened to
Yep.
Alex. Heartbreaking. Can you give a brief summary of what happened to Bobby and Goran? So, pretty much, they both. So what happened to Bobby was it was his feet, wasn't it, with Bobby? So Bobby was halfway through lap 42, and
the headwind really broke him.
the headwind broke him. He told Chris, but also he had a lot of swelling in his feet. So, I guess when you're in an uncomfortable body position and with the body in pain or being his feet, which are his one connection to the board, and then having the headwind and just mentally and physically, that was enough for him. So he didn't quite complete lap 42. And Goran, he was, I think he just said he was struggling pretty much, wasn't he? And
Goran actually.
2 minutes.
It was a little bit dramatic with Goran. At the end of lap 39, Greg said somebody just quit and then changed their mind before they were officially scratched from the race. He said he was going to quit, and then before they went through the procedure, he's like, I'll do one more. And we later found out that was Goran. So he did one more lap, and then he realized he couldn't do any more. He said his body was starting to shut down. He hadn't eaten for 5 hours, and basically he was done. But the funny thing is with Goran, he came and joined us on the commentary for 3 straight hours after he finished, and he even said 10 minutes in to that 41st lap after he retired, he's like, you know what, I could probably go back out there and do another one, but Greg won't let me.
time's up.
But that was actually, I think Bryant was asking that question.
It's amazing. I have
He
to
was,
turn the
with us on
camera.
Saturday.
And
It was his
this is what
very
Goran's
first
doing now.
race, Bryant Ransom, and then he's
okay.
and he's jumped back on the live stream. Good to see you there, Bryant, and good on you for being in this race, your first race. I mean, that's
So that's Goran, who
a
has
little
become
bonkers, but
crew
mad respect
crew
for,
and,
this
and
being your
top.
first event.
Yeah, look at him. He's giving Paolo support.
Yeah,
fellow European.
love that.
And then Jake asked what happened to Alex. And unfortunately with Alex, he laid down for a 6-minute nap and hit pause on his timer. And he missed the start. So he unfortunately was out from a technicality more than anything else. And it was heartbreaking because he was shattered. He couldn't process it at the time. He was completely shattered. So it was hard to watch because there's you can't have these rules and just change them.
We're taking off.
All right, we're about to start. Oh, there's running. Wonder if Paolo's going to do his little trick jump start.
And they're off. Let's see. Yeah.
They're off. No tricks this time.
Yep, got in sideways. I would not be doing that this far into this.
They're all doing it now.
Wow.
Nice.
Just challenging
Yeah.
themselves.
John's following along. They're getting on backwards.
Yeah. That's what we're going to do now. These boards, look how much harder that board is to turn around too.
Wow.
17-3.
17-3. But there was a
17-3
bit of
and a
discussion
14-foot
on the,
inflatable here.
There was a bit of discussion on the live chat between some people here about whether John may have an advantage, a board advantage, would say, when it gets to the 5 mile, just with a bit more glide in his board. He's going to have to take a couple more turns, so that advantage might get sapped up in a, doing an M shape.
Yeah.
Going in
Did we decide if I should go out on the boat, or do you want me to wait?
Decide whatever you like. It looks amazing out there. You're in charge, KT.
I think we should go now, don't you?
I got no control. I'm just filling in, talking rubbish on the mic.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, get out there. All right, there goes KT. It's back to me. Sorry for everyone that is stuck with me, but that's just what you got. So hands up. Who thinks they want to have a crack at this? What do we got? 113 people online. Here's KT, she's back. We've got 114 people online now. So that's, constantly we've had those sort of numbers up around that 100 mark, pretty much consistently now for 47 hours, which is pretty incredible. And the job Chris and KT and Mason was amazing on the mic earlier, but to have this live feed that runs is been amazing. I think it's got us all intrigued. So wow, look at that water. Just looking at that water makes me want to go and paddle.
That's right. You're going to be here next year, and I think I just saw Seychelles on the live feed. Speaking of people that need to be here next year, she lives in Florida. She does have a little baby, but she used to have or still has maybe. Sorry, Seychelles, let us know, a 24-hour record for doing.
That's right, she does.
So she definitely has some distance under her belt.
Yes, she'd be a tough nut.
Oh my gosh! Excuse me, it was here in Nathan Benderson Park that she set her record.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So Seychelles, you still online? I saw you said hello before. If this is true, then let's get you fired up. I could just imagine she'd be doing some yoga.
Ready?
Yes, but I lost the sound.
No,
Are you still there?
I just stopped.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I was just reading the comments there. I'm trying
Sat down, my butt is so wet.
I don't know how Chris does this. He's amazing. Yes, on now it's on lap 49 that it gets extended. So they'll do 40. Yeah, so they'll do this lap and another lap at the 3.3 miles or the 5.35 kilometers, if you speak in my language. And after on the 49th lap, what are you going to put up there?
I was just making that big.
Oh yeah, after the 49th lap, it will be extended. Well, there you go. Seychelles just said, yes, she did it right here in the park.
Oh, her record?
Where she broke the record.
Oh, no way.
That's wild.
Yeah, that is wild.
She's amazing. And Chris, your prediction that a woman could win this, Seychelles, I vote you.
Yes, Seychelles, you've been called out. Not that you need to be called out. Oh wow! Look at that shot.
Yeah. So that's where we're going to have our sunrise. A little bit of cloud, which will make it even more gorgeous.
Yeah.
These, if you can see, there's 2,000 meters of lanes because this is a rowing Olympic training facility.
Yeah.
And someone did say these were very useful as a guiding. They're individually anchored for those of you who aren't familiar, because I'm a swimmer and I thought, oh my God, there's ropes everywhere, but they're not attached to each other.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Oh, that is cool. So, okay, so they just paddle down around the outside. They can go any way up there as long as they get to the final can, I guess.
Right, but there is a yellow triangular Dorito buoy in the kind of straight ahead in the very corner.
Yeah.
That they have been left shouldering now for 2 days.
Yeah, wow. So,
isn't that crazy? They've been going anti-clockwise, counterclockwise for 2 days now, all left.
Wow.
But in under 2 hours, if we're got these guys still both going, this is when the course changes and it becomes that M course.
Yeah.
And we go from 3.33 to 4.9. You can translate into kilometers for me, Kelly and Chris.
Yeah, that'll be close to about 7.5 Ks, I think, off the top of my head. But yeah, so we do have a graphic up here. After we'll put it up after you get off the boat, because the footage right now is incredible on the boat. That's amazing. So that's not the highway on that side, is it? The highway's on the other side?
No, there is a small road.
A
so
road.
you
I
see
just saw
some
a car
cars.
there. Yeah.
But this is just recreational path. There's people walking out there right now. We see lots of cyclists go by. So there's a nice loop going all the way around the outside. Kind of basically what they're doing is what you can do on land also.
Yeah.
Going around the edge.
Now, do they look like they're chatting, or are they just paddling?
They're
next to
chatting.
each other? They're chatting.
Yep, they're chatting.
All right,
So it's interesting, I just feel like our community is not at the point, and I personally hope it never gets to the point of being as competitive as we thought this might be psychologically.
Yeah.
Now Bobby, we heard stories about coming in, was definitely going to be trying to psych people out. But I just think, what I heard was quite the opposite, that these guys, because this was a slow loop, because there wasn't drafting, we talked about it last night, they got to know each other, and there's been some really strong bonds made through these 2 days with these people who are doing this event.
And I would add that's pretty common in the backyard ultras as well.
Yeah.
Which is that down to the final two, they tend to stick together for really long periods because really they're kind of interested to see how long.
Can you hear Greg okay?
Yeah, we can hear Greg.
Good, great.
So this is actually very common to see it occur like this right here. It typically doesn't become a real race until somebody is truly hurting and can't make it through a loop.
Right.
But them hanging out together is very much expected. And it's good to see it's translating in paddling as well as what happens in training.
So do you think that hanging out together, Greg, is it's a support mechanism, or is it yeah?
For sure. Yeah. They, obviously somebody wants to win, but they also are trying to see what they themselves can do, and having somebody else is going through it at the same time
position,
can help push them a little further.
Yep.
Absolutely. And the camaraderie and just killing time straight up. If you're having a little chat or have any kind of a distraction, it would help get through this.
For sure.
And maybe
that long
Paolo
stretch down there, you'd be telling story. I'm sure they know a lot about each other by now, these two.
So the yellow buoy is kind of right at we're in, I don't know what do you call it, lane 2. They're in lane 1.
Yep.
So it's right at the end of this series of orange round buoys.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so it looks like a little bit of ripple on the water there. Is there a little bit of wind, or is that just now we're
right?
away
So I think
from
where we are at the start finish, there's no wind because of the building. There is a little bit of breeze. Yeah.
And which way is that going? They're paddling into that now?
We can't see any reference flags or anything,
Right.
and we're
And you
moving
can't tell
even
on
though
the
we're
boat,
moving
yeah.
slowly. So it's not enough that we can tell.
No, okay, that's all right.
Put
No,
it
I
that
can just
way.
see the texture right in the bottom of the shot there. There's definitely a little bit of texture on the water. So, but
Absolutely.
it's not enough to.
And we will come right back, but I
Wow.
have to show you the sunrise.
Yeah, it's
See the
amazing.
sun between the trees right there?
And what's that? What's that building in the background there? Is that?
There's a water tower.
Okay.
It says Sarasota on it. In the middle, there's a
Very
man-made
East
long channel wall that breaks up this. So in the hurricane that they just had recently, there actually was quite a bit of damage. So we're super lucky that we're able to hold this. They actually moved a bunch of rubble at the south end here over to the shore. It actually opened up and made the gaps that they go through when they go from the south, the corner buoys, when they go across. It opened it up a little bit, but also they have to watch for debris. But it's great that because they had to close the park, I think only for, do you know, about a week, Greg? a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Park was
Clean it all
closed,
up.
so
Yeah, wow.
we're lucky it got reopened in time.
Yeah, they can get pretty nasty down that way, can't they?
Yeah.
The hurricane
So-
season.
We're probably past at this point talking technique, but I think it's fascinating that John
Yeah.
Nipper's skateboarder, and
Yeah,
he
the
has
split
full
foot.
split stance all the time.
Yeah, wow. And he
He
changes
kind
his
of-
feet with his stroke too.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. I believe Danny Ching does that.
He does a bit of that for sure.
I sometimes attempt to do it, but definitely can't do it as well on the left as the right.
Yeah.
You know, we have our preferences, and I'm definitely regular footed and right dominant.
Yeah. So they're holding a pretty decent cadence there, actually.
Yeah.
You can see John. He hinges a lot from his hips driving. See, with the head
Yeah.
down. That doesn't look as efficient as Paolo's doing a little bit too now. Maybe that's just a bit of fatigue and their stroke, but yeah, John, that's incredible that he's we're in the 47th hour and just still ticking along like this. Amazing. Wow. Yeah, he does definitely split stroke every lap. Yeah, he takes it, and John paddles with a higher cadence too, so just to keep that 17-foot board moving. Yeah, so we lost your vocal there, KT, but we've still got.
Sorry about that. I walked away. I'm asking Greg to take a picture because I think
okay.
there's a little restroom right here that says Nathan Benderson Park.
Oh yeah, cool.
It's a good last two with name of the facility.
Yep. Yeah. So
Sorry,
if I
My
was
bad.
one of my habits is to overanalyze technique, and I always watch other paddlers, and that's one of
But I
always
think-
been one of my
But
focuses.
48 hours, but 48 hours in with their bodies hurt probably
I was going
isn't
to
fair.
say it doesn't look obviously the most efficient that they can be, but for 47 hours, it's quite impressive to
Yes.
And if we were to do the sums real quick on how many miles they've actually paddled, it's actually really, really impressive. Nearly as impressive as that sunrise.
Yeah.
So they've been lucky. They've been very lucky with the sunsets and the sunrises. They've been a couple of magic times in the day for them to enjoy.
There's been a lot of gratitude at this point. I don't know how much they're feeling appreciation for that.
I reckon they would be.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, look at all the people running on the path, walking.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Rollerblading.
Oh yeah, it's all happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. What an amazing area.
Oh, so you see that blue shirt behind him? Tracy.
Oh, there's Tracy. Go get it, Trace. Well, she's just pacing with him.
Paolo's waving with his paddle.
Tracy's running by.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, what a legend. Wow.
She was just pounding her. What was she drinking? Some sort of morning spinach drink or a spirulina drink. She's
Yeah.
like, boom, hitting the pavement.
Something healthy going on.
Yeah, that's incredible. Makes me feel slack.
Interesting. Somebody asked if there were distance markers. So there aren't around the outside. But this middle, can't see the numbers, but because it's a 2,000 meter course, it starts from this far end as 0, and there are markers at the 500, 1,000 meter, 1,500 meter. I don't think any of them use that.
Okay.
I don't think it would be really helpful. And what you're doing what you're doing here, but
Yeah.
I think that's interesting in different kinds of racing to know where you are.
Well, it did confuse the Americans because they'd be like,
No, you know what? I would love to see us use kilometers.
yeah, it's funny. Everything's miles.
We
but
we
then
do
they
in a
have-
lot of races.
They
Yeah,
have meter
5K,
markers
10K.
in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a 2K straight line from just past
Yeah,
the island, is it? Or it starts back?
Right where the start finish is, where they go around the buoy. That is the 2,000 meter mark.
That's the 2,000. Oh, yeah, okay.
We're coming up to the 0 to the beginning, right at this. Let's see if you can see it now.
Yeah.
Turn.
Well, that's a good, that is actually.
Can you see the yellow just past the handle
we
on
see
the
it.
boat?
Just up towards
See the
those
yellow?
power poles.
So we're coming up on the turn here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think that would be. I know for me it would be. I'd like to see those meter markers. Just a little guide, just to know where you're at. Little check marks to check off when you're paddling. I know when I do long distance and I'm starting to hurt, I use shorter intervals in front. Okay, I'm going to work to that spot, then I'll work to that spot. But for these guys, they're just in a nice little rhythm. Wow, John, he's incredible. Look at his cadence.
Yeah.
He just paddles like that the whole time. Hey, I like this guy.
They're both digging deep.
Yeah, no, it's
mentally.
That's
But they're
incredible.
still doing it physically too.
Yeah, I'm just lucky now I get to sit here and watch it front row. I was going to be sitting on my couch at home watching it on my telephone, but this is good. You know, even
Yeah,
get to
that's
talk
awesome
about
that
it.
you came to help out your buddy Chris.
Yeah, he's just sitting
So
over
did
there.
you had a lifeguarding shift and then came back?
Yeah, I only just a short one today, so we're coming into our summer time here, so I was just helping out and picking up an extra shift. Oh, here we go, the turning marker. So in 2 more laps, this essentially will be a 180 degree turn. They'll turn around instead of that
Yes.
left-hand 90,
So that-
and then they'll paddle
yeah,
back
and
down
that-
towards the island.
That's interesting too. I mean, from the beginning, there were only a handful of them that were doing really beautiful pivot turns. But that's walking the board. That's more effort. That's, but that's if you're trying to be fast. So definitely in 1 hour and see, where are we? An hour 45. If we're starting that new lap,
Yeah.
you're right. I hadn't thought about that.
They'll be doing
And
a
we'll
full
have a
180
right
turn.
turn for the first time.
Oh
down
yeah,
here.
they'll turn back the
The-
other
the
way,
added
another
turn to the
180.
right.
So there'll be 3 180 turns in a row. I was actually,
Yeah.
I thought the 17 footer, John actually turned that probably better than Paolo did. Uh oh. This meeting has gone. Uh oh. What's happened? You're waiting.
24-hour limit on these.
Oh.
Wow. I totally forgot.
That's incredible.
Yeah, Google has a 24-hour limit.
Okay, so you've done that twice.
That's, yeah.
So
I
we're gonna
forgot
wait for.
to even,
do we have to? Are we still on?
We're still live.
Okay, we're still
chatting to the audience.
Oh yeah. All right. So Google said we're having too much fun here. Chris, she wants to join.
Yeah. Easy. Look at that.
Yes. Yes, you're back. So Google said we're having too much fun, and we had to turn it
Okay,
off.
we were able to get back online, but we're heading back. I don't know if you can hear me because we're going faster now.
Yeah, no, we're here. So, KT, that was just there's a 24-hour limit on the video, so it just had to be reset. So we're
Okay,
good.
so
So
are
we're
we
good for
reset
another
or-
24 hours.
I thought, yeah, it said something about your meeting limit.
Yeah.
Isn't that
yeah.
wild? 24-hour meeting.
Yeah. You're having too much fun. So
Hey,
we
well,
got
it's better than
another 24 hours, KT. You got it in you?
Let's
Till the
see.
next time. Yeah, wow. Look at that.
We shall see.
Okay, so what's that? What would that platform there be? A starting or a...
That's the 500 mark.
Oh, okay, so that's like a judging platform.
It looks like that's interesting. I think they lost the bridges that connected that because the
Oh, and the
down at the
hurricane?
next one you'll see there's bridges.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you got to swim to that one.
When we
Wow.
get to the building, we'll be able to see which direction the wind is going.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the first person I've seen crewing an actual rowboat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Is that a?
See it right over the wall?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Is that a scull where they're two oars rowing backwards?
Yep.
Yeah, they're sculls. Yeah, those things move quick.
Here's the 1,000-meter mark.
That's 1,000. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I see the bridge. Yes. All right. How good's this? Okay. So while you're racing, I'm gonna have a quick look at the few of the comments and just see if we got any questions. What has been the average pace of each lap? So it's actually just stretched out a little bit in the last few laps, but for a while there they were ticking over at around somewhere between 40 and 45 minutes a lap between the first and the last paddler. They're starting to stretch that out now to around that 48-minute mark. That's how many Ks?
On 45 minutes.
That's what? That's the pace?
Ks.
That's okay. Okay, so they've been sitting at about 7K an hour. Yeah, that's a good turnover.
1,500 meter?
How's the sunrise?
At 500.
We've got to get this off so you can see the...
Yeah, do what? Oh, yeah, look at that. Well, look how still the water is here, so it's way more protected down this end for sure.
So the flag on the top of the building is not flapping at all. So
no, look how still it is down this end, KT. It's pure glass. Yeah. So, KT, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so you can ask Greg this one. So, Jen asked, the run version of this race format doesn't allow anyone on the course with the runners. Is there the same rule for this event? I'm assuming there is. You can't have other paddlers out there with them.
I don't think we talked about that.
No, I mean, we don't have any, there's no essentially pacing in terms of having other people on boards out there. I mean, it isn't a public park, so there are going to be situations where people are just out there in general.
Yeah.
Oh, and I've been trying to go out the whole time on a board.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be allowed to.
You wouldn't be allowed to be in a situation where you could be super close to them.
Yeah,
okay, if I'm a lane or two away on the inside?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sitting on their wash, if you can keep up. They're moving fast.
Yeah, can I be behind them?
Yeah.
JT just JV just asked, does this make a new record of paddling? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's...
Well, certainly this style of event has never been done, so it's the first.
Depends what
but
sort
yeah,
of record
I bet
we're
there's
looking
other
at.
records. We'll have to think about that in terms.
Well, there's been all sorts of, records
I don't know,
done over different formats. So yeah, it's this is its first of its kind. So let's just make it a record. Why not? Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, eh? The palm trees, the sunrise.
I don't know. I'm not sure what
We're
I'm trying to
literally
figure out.
docking the boat as
Well, you're docking the boat with a spectacular background. You nailed it. Yeah, and that facility, yes. KT, you look amazing after 48 hours of commentary.
I got little naps.
No little naps. Shh, don't tell anyone.
One was a big nap. I slept 4 hours, so I slept more than Chris
You didn't have as
did.
big a nap as Chris did. I called him about 15 times and started sending him a message. I'm like, KT needs you, mate. Get up. No, I've got no voice. It's like, come on. I'll come and help you out. He's like, yes, please. And here I am. Yeah, that's exactly how the conversation went.
I'm generally in good shape, but I just sat in water, so I look like I peed my pants.
Well, so actually, there was a comment about that. Laura, Laura wrote that she left a towel for you to wipe the seats.
Oh, yeah, she did. We used it yesterday for sure. I'm not sure where that towel was, but I didn't think about it. The brain isn't functioning well. I sat down before I even thought about wiping down the seats.
Yeah, look at these guys. What's this, the crew?
Yep, this is the crew. This is who we have here.
All right.
You're on.
Having a little breakfast. Goran's still up.
Yeah, Lauren, he's not
You haven't
sleeping.
slept yet.
He's like, no. What's he eating? M&Ms? Oh, yes. Everyone's stoked.
It looks like we lost our other camera here.
Ah, yeah.
So let's see what this.
That'll be, you should just be able to rejoin.
Oh, that's because of the restart. Yeah. All right. Investor chat. So I should go to. I don't know if Mason has WhatsApp on here. Where else would I find a link to the new 24-hour?
So KT needs a link for this.
In WhatsApp.
All day.
It's in WhatsApp. So everyone else
I'm not a
is,
PC person.
yeah, no, who is? If I touch anything here, we lose the whole live stream. So I'm not touching anything. I'm scared to touch my telephone. You should see this setup. Yeah.
Here, I'll put it on.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What would you like to look at while I'm trying to fix the computer?
No, that's good. That looks incredible. So yeah, for everyone out there that's watching and listening, and to see, if you could see what Chris has set up here, it's to create this where we can have a live stream from two locations on opposite sides of the world and have commentators for 47 hours is it's pretty incredible. And it's
people absolutely love this. We have to do this more often. It's such, people on the chat are having an amazing time connecting with each other, even when we're not talking with them and able to interact. I would love to, personally, when I'm home, and I would love to be able to see, and check in on how some race is going. This is especially wonderful because we've got to know, because it's long and the format allows us to get to know the participants really well. But any kind of race, I would die for this coverage. So
and like Greg talked about earlier, he doesn't want to let it get too big where he doesn't know everyone's name, and and that was something that is important to him. He wants us to feel like it's a community. So you're part of a race, not just a number. You're turning up, and and I thought that was an interesting comment, and it's a good vision. Limit the amount of races where everyone feels like they're part of something, and they're not just a number turning up and just an entry fee or whatever it might be. Sometimes some races can feel so. I think the concept is amazing, but what about the fact that for 47 hours. Most races that Chris, for instance, has commentated, he's followed the race, and you're constantly watching a paddler. This one, you rarely get to see them paddle, but it's still been intriguing the whole time, and these backstories and everything else that's going on is, it's kept people coming back. So.
Now I was picturing that if I was doing this race, I'd have a full camp set up and still be staying here. I think it's great that Goran and that Patrick and Tracy came back.
Yeah,
I could stay till the end, regardless of whether I was, making it to the end.
Yeah, like Goran said, he spent 40 hours out there with these guys, so he wants to see the finish. He wants to be part of it, even if he's not paddling. It's he's got toothpicks holding his eyelids open just to watch. That's incredible. It really is. So, I like it when it's sunny. She said she saw the setup earlier when I was talking and Chris walked around with the camera. Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
He makes it look easy, but yeah, it's
pretty all fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
if I didn't have Chris
the
what to do, I
miss
could.
this.
He keeps sending us links and okay.
Oh yeah, he's over there doing something, tapping away in the dark. Oh, now he's listening. He's listening, so he feels like he can be involved. You sit in the room here. It's funny because when I turned it before, there's conversations happening, and you actually, because you're in the headphones, he can't hear it. So So it's yeah.
So,
So you can
assistant
say
director,
whatever you want about him.
we actually got cut out because there's a limit on YouTube of 24 hours. So we have had to restart. Mason doesn't have WhatsApp, but he emailed it to himself. So we need to go into his email on that computer to try to find the link to the YouTube. Oh, hey.
Just don't delete his assignment.
Yeah.
when you,
He's
when you
getting
go
his
into his
master's
emails. It's due in 2 hours.
Yeah. Luckily, he has 2 laptops, so that's why we're using this one.
Wow.
And I have an ancient laptop that gets mad at me all the time. Everything's always full. I have to delete stuff to order it. It doesn't work well for live streaming. Cool. So you didn't have to even go to the email?
No, I want to see.
Okay.
You
You're
missed
just
that.
fast.
Yeah.
He's just fast.
Here we go. Someone wants to join here. I think I got to click something here, but I'm not game.
I don't think Greg even got him.
You got to
because
let
of
it
his tech
in.
skills.
Yeah. That's Chris's job. I ain't
Thanks, this
touching
man.
it. He's back.
All right, we're in.
Yeah, you are. Oh,
Thanks.
there's a little. Okay. So what's that from the computer? Looking at the mic. The camera.
Yeah.
Hey KT, you're actually getting better vision on your phone. than
Yeah,
the
your
laptop.
phone's way better.
Just stay on your phone.
Interesting. Well, we'll leave.
That
I'll
one's
put it
way
down a little
better, huh?
further. Put it on. Turn off the audio on this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's way
that's
better.
good. Yeah. So is that what you were filming with earlier the whole time when you went up the that setup? Yeah, that's been.
Yeah.
That's been the. I thought it must have been some sort of a really not good camera because I could see it in the silhouette you were carrying something. I was like, oh, I wonder what camera that is because the footage is amazing. But this is what phones have got these days. It's incredible.
I know. I do have a newish phone,
Yeah.
but I don't have a newish technology brain.
I'm going to kick the laptop off, KT.
Oh yeah, so Mason's getting deleted. See, Mason.
Because it'll put, let's see. Oh, wait.
I know.
So we'll use the microphone up here. Oh shoot, it's coming out down there. Is that echoing? Do you hear the reverb?
No.
Okay.
No, that sounds
If
really
you're
good.
not, that means
No, stay with
so
the
it's not.
phone, KT.
Yeah, stay with the phone. And that microphone's good though that you're on now. But you're not in the shot. It's just a shot of the water, but that's okay. That's this one.
That's...
There you are. You're back.
But if I use this mic, at least I'm hearing
now,
you.
now there's a bit of refurb. Yeah.
I'm just going to kick this one off. You can drop the microphone, KT.
Yeah, don't worry about the microphone. Put it away.
Violent abuse report. Alright.
Unreal.
Yeah,
All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's a sup race going on.
They must be coming back soon.
Yeah, they'll be cruising. It's 34. Last one was about 48 minutes for the lap, so we're still about 14 minutes away. Oh, no sound.
It's me. Okay.
Yeah,
I had it on.
Yeah, you're
So
good.
it says I've been removed from the meeting, but you've done that, right? Temporarily, just because it's not as good a picture?
Yeah, he just canned the computer because this is way better.
Yeah, this is good because I can just carry this setup around.
You can go wherever you want.
Yeah, I bought a gimbal and I can't master the gimbal. I don't know
JV reckons Parker has to give you a
Oh, the baguette mic.
a baguette mic. He said it a bread mic, but we'll call it the baguette mic. He wants you talking over a big baguette. No, we've got to think of something for that area. Maybe an alligator tail or something.
An alligator. Right, you
what else are they
represent the
famous
area
for?
you represent the area you're in, right? So it
Yeah,
has to be
that's
something
right.
different everywhere you
So
go.
what are they famous for around there? Palm tree mic.
Yeah. Oh. Palm trees, yeah. Have a little palm tree mic. That would work in a number of places. I could use that in California too.
Look, that footage is way better. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It only took 47 hours to work that out. Congratulations. Yeah, and it means because that footage is good, you can keep me small, so no one has to look at my rough head.
Brendan. You want to talk? We didn't get to talk yesterday.
They must be getting close. 36 minutes.
Oh yeah.
That's one of
What do we
Brendan's
got
shirts.
here?
That's old man.
So hey guys,
Okay.
still have like probably 10 minutes, and somebody new has
Oh.
just shown up.
Here he is.
Here he
So
is.
Brendan Prince, I didn't get to talk to him yesterday.
Here comes Chris Parker. Hold on. I'm
No,
getting
you
kicked out.
chat. I just
Yeah,
wanna
Chris,
know
come
when-
on in.
No, he's in. He's here.
So Kelly Marquette, I don't know if you.
Hi Kelly,
met
how you
before.
doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Hey mate, I'm good. And you?
Yeah, do you know what? I feel alive today. Feel fantastic today. Yesterday, I was sick as a dog all day. So, yeah, back in the room.
And
Back in the room.
what do you put that down to? The heat or nutrition or?
Yeah, heat. No,
Yeah.
just solely heat. Day one, the heat it wasn't nice. It wasn't pleasant. And I just felt sicker and sicker and sicker. And the headache, throbbing headache.
Mm.
And I thought, well, I'll get into the night and it will ease. And it did for a few of the hours, but then sort of from 13 onwards, I just, with every stroke, it felt like someone was hitting my head with a hammer. So, yeah, do you know what? I didn't give the heat as much priority as perhaps I should have done.
Yeah.
Understand, keeping cool in between, those 10 minutes of trying to cool the core. I didn't understand to do that really, and I didn't.
So,
and
what do you think you'd do different then next year? Ice bath?
3 hours of training in Spain, maybe before coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't give it the priority perhaps it needs, and that's why I take my hat off to the guys who kept paddling, but also not just for their paddling, but for their ability to resist the heat.
Well, by all
Yeah, but acclimate to the environment, I think sometimes that gets underrated. Because we're telling these guys how they got fairly mild weather, really.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You didn't even actually get it that hot, did they? Like the humidity wasn't that hot, so you.
And I can't even imagine what it would be like with humidity as well.
Yeah, but saying that, I remember we went to Lake Tahoe for a race, and I was there with Kenny from Japan, and the altitude, the first day he ended up sick, so getting used to the climate where you go to race, it is a priority. It has to be something, especially when you're not just racing for an hour, you're planning to be out there for 2 days, so there's not a lot of, if you're going for a 1 hour race and you can go in, you do your race and you're out, you could probably deal with it a bit better, but in a race like this, when it's just constant, you've got to get back on, and there wasn't enough time or reprieve for you to cool down, and it's unfortunate that you didn't make it any further, but hey, that's part of it. You live and learn.
And I think what's great about this race, because this race, I think the legacy of this race will be massive.
Yeah.
But knowing that you don't need to just paddle to 250k, you need to be able to withstand whatever the conditions throw at you. And that is part of the race, and that's the beauty of it. So, in this fantastic environment.
Yeah, so I know you've done you've had a huge feat in paddling. What was the distance you ended up paddling?
The record was for the 141 days, which was 2 or 3 kilometers over 4,000 kilometers. So, put that into miles, it's about 2,000.
No, we don't worry about miles.
Better.
We speak the real language. So when you were doing that, so how long would you paddle each day in that?
So my average over the 141 days was 10 hours, 15 minutes a day.
Every day?
Yeah, every day. So some days you try, and I'd last 20 minutes because the winds or the swell was too big. And other days I'd paddle for 21 hours.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Okay, so now that you've experienced this race, and this is the first time it's been done in SUP, and they've had it in running before, but what's your thoughts on this race?
I loved it. Do you know what? I think it's with the dynamics of racing. If you're not fast, I'm not a fast paddler. I'm a bit of a tortoise. I've got a steady pace and I can keep doing it. And there are lots of paddlers out there like that.
That's the key.
the top end of being able to do 10k an hour consistently for 2 hours, but I can do 7 or 8 for 20 hours.
Yeah.
So it opens up a whole new realm for a lot of paddlers to be able to get into something like this and really give a target for them to aim for a different type of race. And it's, we use a term because this is a race, but it really isn't a race.
No, we've had exactly the same conversation. It's like it broadened the whole horizon for where SUP can go. The amount of people that can, let's just call it an event, they can, you know, participate in the event at whatever, you know, whatever their goal might be, to be the longest or get to a certain stage or whatever it might be. But it does open the door for a lot more people to participate, and not only participate, to be competitive. The last two paddlers here are totally different. You know, like Paolo's, you know, a high-end racer, full racing background, and then you've got John, who's, you know, essentially he just gets out and paddles, you know, and it's like you've got two completely different paddlers that are achieving the exact same thing, and there's no, right now, we actually I don't know who's going to win, or if either of them will win. The clock might win, you know, so it's, you know, the concept, I think, is it's really going to open some doors for the event, and there's going to be exciting races like this maybe popping up in other areas.
And I'd love to analyse some of the dynamics of it as well, because when you look at all the guys and girls that have done this, you know, what were the dynamics of their paddling technique? Because I think you've got to have 6 different techniques to sustain this amount of time. You know, who actually got some sleep? You know, those minutes of sleep. You know, is Pablo here because he got the most amount of sleep, which really helped his ability. The food, there's so much you can analyse to look at.
We talked about these conversations. They're going to have to happen over the next couple of weeks, you know, to understand, because everyone's going to have a different process through this race as well. So, no, it's going to be intriguing.
During Kelly, but we found no consistency with what you guys were doing. Everybody, it was sort of an experiment this first time. So definitely, Chris wants to have follow-up interviews and talk to you guys about how you felt about your process, what we're finding other people did. Is there one right way, or is it so unique and individual? I want to make sure, though, Brendan was doing even more. He has an amazing nonprofit called Above Water, and I'm wearing long paddle. Yep. So these are two. I mean, he was doing a fundraiser during this event that's still open, I think.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure this is all about safety, drowning, and education. And
I use stand-up paddleboarding as a great vehicle for highlighting awareness for water safety. No matter what country we're from, we all know how SUP, as one example of water sports, has just, you know, gone stratospheric as how popular it is. And we've got people going on the water that don't understand the water. My background is mainly ocean paddling, and for there we see all the disasters that we can have. They buy their $200, $300 SUP, they try and go out, and then suddenly they're in trouble. And it's just about raising awareness, because none of it's rocket science. You don't have to be a genius to work it all out, but some basics of understanding water safety lead to good drowning prevention. So that's what Above Water is all about.
And Kelly is a lifeguard.
I work as a lifeguard, so I understand the process, and that's an amazing cause. Well done. And I wanted to not take away from that, but just ask you a little bit more about, in your preparation for this, coming from doing these extreme paddles that you've done, and I call them extreme because they are, but did you have a plan? Okay, I want to eat this, or I want to drink that, or like each hour, or did you just kind of come into it with, you know, a base plan, but it evolved, or I want to have options, or do you have, you know, a certain thing that you would aim for more for fuel than another, and would you change that?
Yeah, so my prep for this were paddles of about 4 hours. 4 hours break for 20 minutes, 4 hour paddle, break for 20 minutes, and I would do 12 hours stints. And sometimes that was really interesting and easy, but other times, because of the weather in England, it was fairly ropey and cold.
Yeah.
And here I tried to do that same, but perhaps in prep I would do more 40-minute paddles, 40-minute break, 40 minutes. It's that break that I just want paddling.
How to process the break. Yeah, we talked about even teaching yourself to have 10-minute naps. Like these are all little things that people are going to come away from this and go, wow, how am I going to get myself through 48 hours of paddling? 40 minutes on, 20 minutes off, essentially. So, no, it's an intriguing race, and it's good to get your insights and learn from,
Feeling better today.
Yeah, you look good.
Kelly, appreciate your time and all that you're doing to promote the sport.
Yeah,
and this race.
I don't do enough, that's for sure. But I'm getting back in the swing of it. So I love it, and I'm passionate about it. And
You'll be paddling next year, right?
Yeah, I'll be racing you next year. I'll be paddling alongside you next year. It's not a race.
Not a race.
No, but I can see.
I hope that's the case.
Yeah, it will be. I got you.
Take care, friend.
Yeah.
All right. Are these? Are they coming in here, KT? Is
They
that what I
are.
saw? They're together again, eh?
Yep, we got John and Paolo right behind him. Definitely taking his time. I saw him just.
Yeah, so they're coming in even a touch slower than the last one.
There's a rower in the way, completely in the way of him. I'm right. Unfortunately, you're in the way. No, he's in the way. Paolo's having to go around him.
Yeah, just a little extra. Why not? It's only 47 hours.
When we have to contend with
Some
that.
guys out there in the way.
I saw the skulls. Yeah.
There's a sculler just hanging out at the buoy.
Yeah, he's like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're just having a paddle. We just did a lap. Yeah, me too.
Chatting with the guy on the shore.
Yeah, we've done 47 of them. What? Yeah, cool. Yeah, it looks amazing. There's no wind in here at all, KT. It's dead still there, isn't
None
it?
at all.
And I see
None at all.
Greg still has his hoodie on, so the temperature's probably
He does.
still pretty ripe for paddling.
A hoodie and a puffy. Is that what you call them? Those
Puffer
Patagonian.
jacket. Yeah.
My favorite jacket of all time. That's such a perfect California jacket. That out like
That's a
thin.
Chris
You can
Parker jacket.
punch it up. Well, yeah.
It fits into his carry-on.
Yep.
There we go. Yes.
There we go. John with that consistent cadence still.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So
Big
his
smile
crew
on
has
his
a pump.
face.
A little air in it.
Oh, yeah. Has that been something you've seen, KT? Have they been checking the pressure on the boards, or is it not really something that's necessary?
So they're coming in at 48 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Got somebody standing in front of the clock.
No, we got the clock going here too. Ours is a little quick.
Yours is.
Pretty much, yeah, I'm gonna surrender.
He feels
Not yet.
terrific.
Not even hot yet.
Attaboy.
Not really even hot yet. That's right. It's a little. It's different than it was 2 hours ago when you're wet and sticky.
He's not even tired yet. Is he just saying that because Paolo was coming up next to him? Little psych out.
On the water. You've got 11 minutes right now, so we'll make that decision. I'm not signing you out yet.
Okay.
You can say that line tonight at 6:30.
Yes, you have said that a couple times.
What is he thinking about quitting? No.
Yes.
33.
Yeah. Sorry if you couldn't hear that.
He's not thinking about quitting.
Yeah. Yes.
John, he looks. He's not thinking. He's just pulling his leg. That's a tactic. Mind games. You call him mind games nippers.
Part of the backstory is I just.
It's actually quite tense when they come in. Stand around like this, and it's just everyone's not really knowing what to say to them, and they're not talking much. And
Yeah, I saw that. I saw.
They're whispering, so I won't get to
yeah. I thought you were going to stick the camera in.
that to hear.
Hey, that actually, it looked like there was a bit of emotion there. Was it emotion? I couldn't.
John's a super emotional guy, and that's not as much as he has been. I mean, he's been almost a few times.
So do you think is he talking about
So it
pulling
sounds
out
like
here, KT?
He came in saying he was done. But Greg said he wouldn't sign it until the top of the hour.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he said,
If he doesn't
wait,
get on, wow.
because we have had both he multiple times and others have said that as they step off that they're done, but then they change their mind when they have that off. Yeah,
he's not going to have anything to eat or drink. He's just standing there. Come on, John. Go and hydrate. Have a sit down. Have a think about it. You got one more lap, mate. Oh, it kind of gets sad when they start pulling out.
Yes.
On there?
He just walked. It's him there, next to the guy in the yellow. So he hopped off and said that he was done.
No.
But Greg said that he won't. He's not officially done until the clock starts again and doesn't get back on his board.
Wow.
So, and KT was saying there's been a few times when other paddlers have multiple times have come in and said, "Hey, I'm done," but then they've got back on their board and kept going. So we'll give him his 8 minutes and see. Wow. So then what happens? Does Paolo has to go and do one more lap?
Yeah, and he has to finish it in time.
Finish it in time.
It's still a
okay.
slow lap next lap.
Yeah.
It's still a slow lap.
Yeah, it's still a slow lap. So come on, John, one more.
We got to get to the 5 mile.
Yeah, come on. KT, get over and start whispering in his ear. Come on, John. You got this, mate. The world's watching. We all got you back.
Well, I mean, I want to analyze out of earshot, but I mean, there's a lot of this is such a community. I can see John's might even be that he is saving Paolo by stopping now instead of the next one. And I don't want to.
Doesn't have to go. Right. So KT thinks.
But who knows if he's that one?
One of her thought is that he's saving Paolo, so he only has to do the short lap to win, not the long lap.
Wow.
Because the long lap
he's not
he
gonna
could
make
do and not get in the time, and essentially nobody wins the race. The race wins.
I mean, it's hard to say. I know you were pointing out that John's on a 17-foot, but Paolo has way more race experience.
Yeah, for sure.
So
there's no doubt
I think
about that.
I'm pretty sure that if he goes to, he does one more hour and then the next, that Paolo will win. But Paolo also seems to be hurting more, I think, than John. Don't you think? By what we saw on the water, what he said, hard to know. Some people verbalize how they're feeling and some don't.
Yeah, you know what? I think they're both hurting. Everyone, there's no they're not hurting. It's just how that affects them mentally. How is that pain affecting their mind to keep pushing through what they're feeling as pain? And so they're just they're both in the same boat. It's just who wants to push a little further.
Right. Kelly, were you around when we were talking about the quit monkey, that voice, that negative voice that gets on your shoulder and talks to you? I mean, I can't imagine what conversations they're having with their little voice that's saying, you're done.
And this is the difference. Like what we're seeing here is the difference between average people and people that know, that can challenge that, what do you call it? The quit monkey. Like that voice or that simulation of the body feeling pain, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't keep going. I learned this a lot of years ago when I used to run with a Garmin. I used to do 10K runs and I'd challenge myself. And anyway, I remember running once I was about the 7K, and I was like, holy shit, that was super slow. I struggled through that. Yes, caffeine and donut. But then,
yes, thank you. This is one of our paddlers who was out earlier and just brought us up. What a man.
What a man. Yeah, but anyway, what I was saying is that my Garmin clicked over and I looked and I was like, oh, I'm still going the same pace. The feeling that I was going slower and in pain was, if I believed it, I was like, that was it. I would have just started easing off naturally because of that little monkey on my shoulder. But when I looked at my Garmin and it was telling me that I was still going a decent pace, well, then I realized, this is a lot of this is mental. I can keep going at this and just adapt to the pain. And that's essentially what these guys have done for hours and hours and hours, where, you know, instead of deciding to quit, they've, you know...
Hey, KT, get the camera closer. Capture the drama, KT. Get the camera right up there. Right next to him. John's got...
Not too close. Give him a bit of space. Let him have
a little
their
bit
moment.
of space, but...
I'm just reading the comments and, yeah, it's like, this is tense.
Right.
Does the last paddler still have to go out and complete a final? Yes, they do have to complete a final lap. Come on, John. You got it in you, mate. Yep.
I will accept it.
You got this, John. Let's go, John. Go, Paolo. Go, John. Come on, Nippers.
They're
Stay
reading
in the
comments.
fight, brother.
You're the
There's
new Nick.
a lot of support out there for you, John.
I need some shades. You're gonna make me emotional here.
No, you just stay strong, champ.
We love that about you.
We're down to 3. Down to 3 minutes. Thank goodness.
Yes, but
Let's go, John. We've come this far, mate.
Yeah.
like always. I didn't think I'd make it this far.
Everyone's got your back.
Yeah. He just said, I didn't think I'd make it this far.
Well,
You have surprised
you
us.
have.
You've impressed us all.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. It's been fun. The night paddling, I loved that part. There's been a lot of ups and downs in this thing. You go to some dark places at times when you're
That was earlier.
almost just hurting so much. You know, like
Yeah, I'll bet.
but all in all, I feel pretty good. It's just I feel like I'm about to, you know, just no need to have any more recovery than I already need already. Probably it's kind of my thought. And yeah. So I hate to disappoint everybody that there may not be another round with me included, but Paolo here, he has been.
Look, I'm the one that take all the critiques.
He's earned this. He's been the fastest paddler in this whole thing. He's actually on an inflatable too. It's a very nice inflatable from Italy, but he's been killing it, winning dang near every lap of this whole thing. And it's been an honor to get to have like the last 4 or 5 miles dedicated just he and I. So I couldn't be more blessed feeling in the whole thing, and not to mention just paddling with all the 19 people, men and women, that had the cojones to do this wild and crazy, never been done before thing at a beautiful facility with awesome coverage. Sup Racer, thanks for covering stuff. This Total Sub for sharing stuff about it. It's been great.
1 minute, John.
I'm grateful to be a part of the community, and proud to be able to represent something that.
Hey, KT, let's let him walk over here.
Walk and talk. You tell him, KT, no one's disappointed in his effort. Everyone's been
No one is
nothing but impressed.
Super.
Super impressed. Just walk over there and hop on the board, John. Just see how it feels under your feet.
I think Greg felt we were slowing him down.
Yeah, right. Greg's like, don't stall him.
Great. Greg said he would.
Is Greg just going to put him on the board? No, he's not going. Do you want to be in here? Chris, do you want to be in here? What is that?
Paolo, 1 glass left.
Yes, Paolo. Well done, John.
1 lap. Okay.
Go hard.
Go hard.
Oh, give him a cuddle.
John. You. Can I hug you too?
Yeah.
And that hug's from the whole live stream, not just you, KT. Don't be a greedy. Hey, that
Okay,
is impressive. Wow.
So impressed.
Kristen Kelly, you too. From Australia.
Do you want to hop on here, Chris, and finish this off? All right, KT, it's been amazing chatting. No, you're good. Oh, you're posting something. All right. Yeah, Chris wants me to stay. Oh, you can be on before Paolo finishes.
How are you?
Wow.
All right.
I'm sure he's inspired a lot of people out there. Just win or lose, it doesn't matter. There's no real loser in this, I don't think. Just the personal challenges, the effort that these guys have put in, it's inspiring. It's been incredible to watch. Let's go give him a lucky door prize.
Yeah. No, there's these little coins. If you want to show it to the camera, it says "no longer standing."
No
So
longer
it's,
standing.
they all say that. Little token. It says 2022 on the other side. Yeah.
I'm still
Yeah, he is standing, which
Here
is
we go.
amazing.
Planning it out.
So this is what makes it official. Is
Oh, wow.
Makes it
Greg's sign number.
I thought he was going to pull the plug on it and deflate it.
Yeah. 47 laps.
How's that way to? You're right under 160 miles. You're about 157 miles.
157 miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool.
It says 261
Kilometers. Okay.
Kilometers.
260 kilometers.
Holy shit.
Thank you. We were saying we need to use metrics so that we can all talk to each other in the same language.
That's incredible.
No, it's all.
Can-
It's all. Go
Can
back.
you tell
like
John
one.
on behalf of KT? Can you tell John on behalf of everyone on the live stream? He's got so much support out here, and everyone's so proud of him.
Just telling you, they're reading all the comments and support and everything.
Sure, appreciate it.
Yeah, hey John, you've become a hero on here. You've got a lot of support. Everyone's so proud of your effort, mate. I don't think there's a loser in this race. You know, everyone's out there for a personal challenge, and what an incredible event to be part of. And you know, hats off to what Greg's put together here, and hats off to you for such an incredible effort. It's amazing. It's inspiring. Half the chat on here probably wants to go out and paddle right now or train for next year to try and be John Nippers.
It's been a privilege. I mean, and an amazing experience to be a part of this. And so, I'm just grateful. Appreciate the coverage. Appreciate the aloha. Love you.
Yeah, mate. Well, the fans love you too. So well done. You've earned a well-earned rest. Maybe you can find one of those beers with some actual beer
What are you
in
doing
it.
for?
I'm gonna have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, boy.
And just enjoy chilling out for a few minutes and not having to raise my feet up to prop them up. Yeah, and get back out there. Yeah. Thank you.
Incredible, mate. Well done.
Okay.
So he, his equipment again was the board that the sponsor sent over from Sweden, or actually Greg went to Sweden to get it. It was cheaper for him to fly to Sweden get it than it was to ship it.
Yeah, wow. It did the job. It's proved it's proof.
But it's, I mean, people talk. So he got on a board and did this event on a board he'd never been on, which is pretty amazing, you know.
Yeah,
So-
that is incredible. There's nothing. That effort is incredible. It's everything about it. The board, the person, the story, the whole lot. Yeah, that's inspiring. It really has. It's been. I didn't know what to really expect from this race. The concept sounded amazing, but it's actually become. I think we're all becoming quite emotionally attached to the race, you know, and the paddlers and the way it all unfolds. And yeah, it's actually sad to see it over.
Well, it isn't. over till it's over, right?
No,
I mean,
it's not over
there
yet.
there be absolutely no reason why Paolo can't
He should just
eke
cruise
out,
this in.
but he's all by himself right now. But
We'll
and
see
he
if he
has
breaks
never
the
done
record.
anything. Yeah.
See if he punches a 30-minute 5K out.
Qualified.
Nice. Qualified for the 650. Yeah. So you have to qualify to do the Alabama 650. Qualified. Greg is telling him. I believe it was he who requested that before, right? He has wanted.
On how he did, we would talk about the 650.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have the authority to choose if somebody does something that's epic enough to be able to do the 650. And
this was
there's
epic.
No doubt that John Nippers deserves to be able to take them.
Hear to that. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, so then now we will have 2 SUP paddlers next year.
3. Brad
Three.
And from Canada is in it as well. So
who was that
we've
one?
got
Sorry?
3.
Brad Friesen from
Okay.
Canada.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if you heard that. Chris knows him, I believe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're buddies from Yukon.
Buddies
Okay.
from Yukon.
All right. So barring any incident here, Paolo is going to be crowned the last man standing. Pretty impressive. It was probably, if you looked at the form, it was probably one of the favourites with his racing background, just that mentality and maybe the efficiency in his stroke. But
Update the graphics. Yeah.
there was so many dark horses in this race to, you know, who was to really know. So, oh yeah, you change it. Oh, you changed the one.
One's watch has ended.
They're working on the graphics.
Yeah, he's working on the graphics. I'm just quickly reading a few of these comments, and yeah, there's a lot of support out there.
One paddler, going to take the S out and everything.
But this is a 48 hours. Paolo's been. I mean, we all think it's going to happen, no problem. But he's out there by himself right now.
Yeah.
What is his mind doing? Is he starting to hallucinate? Is he starting to see? You know, we talked about the ups and downs. He said his body is so fatigued. He's really hurting physically. He seems strong mentally, but again, every hour is a different hour.
That's right.
So,
It's going to be interesting how long this lap takes him. If he's just grits his teeth and get me off the water. I'm done. You know, when you know you don't have another one after it, it's like, or how many more after? Then maybe there's a bit of a.
Chris was telling me how Bart used to sit down and actually have naps on his board. I hope he doesn't decide I have time that he sits down and does a fall asleep, doesn't get up in time.
He ain't sitting down. He's getting to the end.
He's got a full hour, and I don't think he's ever had less than 10 or 12 minutes rest. So there should be absolutely no problem with him doing. This is the final lap. So the rules, for those of you listening that didn't know, after there's only one person left, there still has to be that final lap. And what really changed up with John stopping now is that this lap is still the regular lap.
The short lap.
So Paolo only needs to do a regular lap. This was going to be the last one if there were multiple people going, and then we would have changed to the course that Kelly and Chris were showing you and showed the map of about 45 minutes ago. So we actually won't see that course in play this year.
And there's a couple of comments online thinking that, you know, John did that on purpose he's giving Paolo, or not giving him the win, but he thinks, in his mind, he thinks Paolo deserves to win this, and he wants to give him the opportunity to actually win instead of having to force him to punch a 5 mile out, which
we all know Paolo probably could have done, but that would have been really painful for him.
Painful. So,
and John, good big-hearted guy. So.
Regardless of the reason, incredible effort, hands down, and from all paddlers, from everyone that's participated from the start to the finish, it's been they've all put in amazing efforts, inspiring efforts, and all the names I'm reading down there. We're going to remember these names now, and some of them I'd never known before, and all of a sudden we're like, okay, yes, I remember what that guy did. John Nippers. Puppy Power. I've seen Puppy Power written on here a few times.
Yeah, so we all know him. Usually he races often with his dogs on the board, and usually every paddle that he's out, he loves to paddle at night. You mentioned that, which is so interesting because for other people that's their breaking point that night, not liking the night paddling. He paddles at night. He paddles with dogs on his board, so that's where the Puppy Power comment is coming from.
What type of dogs do he have? Little dogs?
He has some big ones. He has 4, I think. We can ask him about his dogs later and all their names and everything. I've met at least a couple of them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I actually enjoy paddling at night as well. I think I really enjoy it. When I first started paddling, actually, that's where I taught myself technique. I used to paddle at night when there was no other distractions. I used to paddle by sound. I used to make my catch be as quiet as it could, and how the sound come out at the back, and how the board felt through the water, and so I enjoy paddling at night as well. I
think we're going to have a huge increase in night paddling, so everybody be safe out there, get the right equipment. But that is, Kelly, super interesting that you did it to practice technique. I love that.
When I first started paddling, there wasn't any sort of technique. We had to teach ourselves, and just wanting to be efficient. Eyes are closed. It was. That's how I did it. But anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about these guys. Incredible.
Absolutely an amazing crew. Like you said, we got to know the people, which was so special about this longer format. Some that we knew well, and Chris, had his picks and gave some strong bios on a handful of them. But then some total unknowns. Super, just really looking forward to following some of them, because again, we see just their racing ability, but we saw their personalities.
Yeah,
they're human.
Christian, we have a comment on here from Jake, and actually I kind of like what he's written here. He said, was there any talk, we can maybe ask Greg about this, about decreasing the time limit instead of increasing the distance? So making the rest, essentially, whether they did it in 5-minute increments or something after the 48 hours, instead of increasing the distance to put more, I guess what he's asking, you're putting more load on the paddlers. Well, let's just shorten their rest until someone can't make the distance. So they still.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to bring Greg down. I would weigh in to say that's interesting. On one hand, you might think that makes it a harder and more of a race. But on the other hand, people like Brendan just said, they wish they didn't have to get off the water.
Right.
So some people might really like that. So there was a question from some of the people who are in the feed watching right now. Kelly, you want to repeat what it was?
It says, was there any talk about decreasing the time limit rather than increasing the distance? So essentially they keep paddling the same loop. So you're not increasing the load on them after 48 hours, but you shorten their rest, whether you did it each hour and 5-minute increments, and then until they didn't make the time anymore, or I don't know. I'm just thinking, I can see why he's probably asked the question, because putting extra load on them could be a bit more hectic. But the time limit could be a concept.
It is something that I did consider, and what I didn't want to change was the 1 hour.
Right.
I'm more apt to make the course itself harder than I am to change the 1 hour.
Keep it on
aspect.
that hour time limit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably arguments either way, and this is just the way I decided that it made most sense. And there's no precedent in the other sports that do this similar concept. There's no precedent set for doing a decreasing time within the hour, and so I just kind of decided I would stick with that 1 hour and just make it harder. And we're not going to know. We're not going to know if anybody could do the 4.9 this year.
Yeah, that's right.
The record's going to be set at 48 hours if Paolo gets here in time.
Yeah.
maybe next year we see if what that's going to look like for next year's crew if they can get past 48 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe that extra distance maybe triggered some of John's thought process of why he pulled out now, because of the distance, you know. But either way, there's no right or wrong. It's just an interesting conversation to look at when you actually get to this point in the race and how it looks and how it plays out, and like you said, we won't have anyone having a crack at it this year, but 48 hours, it's pretty impressive.
It is, and I'm, so much of this is mental. I don't know that doing a slow decrease on the hour would have quite as much of a mental impact as the recognition that you've got basically a countdown each hour to a big increase in the distance. So
it's definitely a jump.
Yeah, you're right. It probably does play a factor in some decisions, and quite frankly, I like that. I like that people were really thinking about what's going to happen at that 40 or that 49th hour to them, and this is where we are. We're at a point where we won't know this year, but for sure, I think it will be interesting if we get past the 48 hour next year. I think it'll be interesting to see how that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's the 48 hours. 48 hour was the point that everyone had. That was their vision to get to, and then it was like essentially it changed. The whole format changed in a way mentally, but it's it's incredible that we've got to this. And then I wonder if you'd decided, for instance, it was the 60th hour that happened, if we would have two paddlers paddling to the 60th hour. You never know. But no, I think what you've done, Greg, is incredible. This event's been amazing. The live stream and all these people online, like the comments just are going non-stop. You'll be there for days reading all of them. But it's you've created something pretty special here, and I'm interesting to see it grow, or if these events pop up elsewhere. But yeah, I think you're going to have to set a limit next year, because I think you might be bombarded with entries. So I know KT wants to do it.
Yeah.
Ellie's doing it. We're all
the only problem with that is then I lose my entire commentary.
Yeah. Well,
I don't want to lose all of you. So
well, I'm going to come and do it, and we'll just strap. I'll commentate during the race. Why not?
Come on! You can be on the water commentating
from the coast. Yes. There you go.
I'll do that. I can have a chat to people on the way. It'll keep me interested. Actually, it'll give me something to focus on. It might be like cheating for me.
No, we talked about that, and we saw so much of that chatting on the water and side-by-side conversations.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely an aspect of this race that is a little more unique, which is it's so long and there's so many opportunities to hang out and have a good chat while you're also racing at the same time.
I do think there's a shirt at the bottom to say last paddler standing Florida, or paddler standing Australia or USA or whatever. I think you have a series. Are you ready?
Very possibly.
Yeah, well, because I know in Australia, there's lots of these like kayak venues and whatnot. So there are these venues where they race the kayaks, and it's in an area maybe not as set up as this one, but there are some venues that these sort of races could go. Like, we couldn't do it as well in the local river that's tidal, has a lot more effect in a space like this that. It's a bit more controlled. The elements don't change too much. Yeah, you're going to get wind or weather, but it's not rushing water or anything like that. I think the concept, and I think you nailed the distance too, around that 5K mark. Having a 40-20 kind of split in the hour. I think that's a good ratio for this race. Well, you've proven it. They've got to 48 hours, but. Yeah, I think you really nailed a lot of things in this race. So congratulations, and thank you for putting it on. And I'm glad that I got to sit in this seat and do a bit of talking about it. So
you're somebody that it's exciting to have find this race to be a cool experience. And so I'm excited that you were able to be a part of this commentary team, and I look forward to seeing you in Florida a year from now.
I'll be there for sure.
Good deal.
I'm gonna let Chris Parker come back on and finish this off, since this is essentially his baby. This whole setup I'm sitting in, and he should have the honours to chat to you and call Paolo in. And so here he is. With no further ado, Mr. Chris Parker.
Fantastic.
All right, see you, mate.
Thank you.
See everyone else out there. Thanks for listening to me grub along.
Okay, we got a little Aussie trade-off up here. Bye, Kelly.
See you, KT.
It's great to
next
see you.
year.
Next year?
Or the next
Or
race.
sooner.
Chris runs out of breath.
Cheers, mate.
That was fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
good. We're just doing cover. Christopher.
Oh my God! Wow.
Wow.
Big thank you to Mr. Kelly Margette for
That was
doing a
awesome.
stellar
That was so
job.
great. Have fun. Good job.
And
We love you, but are always fun to mix it up, right?
what an extraordinary finish to this race. We talked
Yeah.
about the magic 48-hour number, and right on script, we're going to finish on 48 laps. It was in the stars, and just
Yeah.
a beautiful moment when John had decided that his watch was over, and I think he thought he could probably push for one or two more laps, but he didn't want to, knowing that Paolo was going to be the winner, he didn't want to push Paolo into that 5-mile loop, I think. So very sporting that he wanted to allow Paolo to finish on the even 48 and claim his well-deserved victory. But I feel like it's hard to even say you won or you lost this race. It's there is one champion, and it's going to be Paolo. But I feel everybody, especially the Johns and the Alexes that got so close there, it's just been extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree 100%. All heroes, everyone who even attempted it, regardless of what they did. And again, that's what's so awesome about an event. Isn't as much race as it is a mixture of things. It's so much bigger than just a simple race. And it wasn't about speed. Yeah, just fascinating to be able to think about it and talk about it. Also really excited for you to follow up with people and see what they
Yes.
think over time. It was, Brendan coming back a day later and being able to, feeling better and having had some sleep, already starting to analyze, what it was for him specifically. And he also is very interested. The other paddlers and the future paddlers, those that are going to race next year, I think it'll be super useful information.
That's
to,
you. I hope you were taking notes, KT, because you're racing next year.
Let's work on
I'm not joking. Why are you laughing?
You heard or did you hear? Greg just said the only problem is then I lose my whole commentary team if we're all out for paddling.
gonna
So
say.
we were deciding we will interview while paddling.
We can commentate from the board. I'd only last a few laps anyway. I can come back to the booth. So Saturday
course
afternoon I'd be
commentary.
done. We'll put Mason in there for the first couple of hours, then I'll be finished.
Oh, come on! You've done a Yukon. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
You
but I
could do
think we heard from a lot of paddlers that this is harder. It's strange. It's so much slower, and logistically it's much simpler, but it's harder. Bobby was saying that he's paddled all through the night, several nights in a row, but he just couldn't keep going, and taking breaks was actually getting really tough for him. This whole format is just a total head trip, and that's part of it. And we saw, cheers mate, Kelly Margette is exiting the studio. He's going to go home and watch it in bed, he said. But it's not just about the paddling. We saw like the heartbreak of Alex. He overslept a 6-minute power nap, and that was the end of his race. So it's about not just paddling, it's about sleep management, it's about nutrition management, it's about so many things that aren't part of a normal race, and that's why I love it. I mean, in what race do you have to practice sleeping? It's extraordinary.
Yeah, that was really interesting to talk about needing to practice the different types of the different aspects of it, and things I had never thought that you would need to practice napping. One thing I didn't see that I thought we might see was people actually staying on the water, like just almost breaking the rules, stepping off for 1 second, turning around and getting back on the board. So like you said, no rest at all. Those who felt they want that maybe for one lap. I want to do 3 laps in a row, but then to meet the rule, they do have to come on land, but only for a few seconds.
Yeah,
10 seconds or 20.
It was
I guess
interesting.
By the top of the hour.
A couple of the paddlers said they would have felt easier if there was no breaks at all and they could just paddle for 48 hours.
Right. And they could have done that in a way, almost, except for 20 seconds, just to step off, step right back, or it could be done. But then you're making it longer for yourself.
Yes.
Unless, I don't know, I just don't think you can paddle slow enough to do 20-minute miles.
I think the conclusion is that this race is really hard, no matter how you approach it. There's no shortcuts here.
It's very hard in a very
it's a freaking hard race.
Challenging,
And,
yes.
Can I just say for a moment, Paolo's victory that's coming up, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but he's going to win this race in about 10, 15 minutes time. His victory is going to be even more extraordinary because he was the only one that was essentially solo. He didn't have a dedicated support crew. And I know he was, he was adopted by a lot of the other support crews, but he was essentially there by himself. So it's just, and he's the youngest of the final group by a considerable margin. We've talked about how it helps to be older and wiser in these races. So in many ways, you wouldn't have picked Paolo. So it's even more impressive. We know he's a fantastic elite athlete, but this is an extraordinary accomplishment.
Yeah. And they were loosening the rules a little bit, and people actually did try to help him in the camp. It said he was really sticking by the rules and didn't take help from others, he was right next to Bobby's camp with the foot massage thing. So Bobby and his wife, it's like, have come back over to watch the finish too. So we're starting more people coming over.
I think it's going to be it's going to be an emotional finish. I think for all of us, I'm going to be a little upset that this is over. What am I going to do tomorrow?
Wait, what time is it in Australia?
I'm actually quite relieved because this is going to finish right on midnight in Australia. And I was thinking I couldn't sleep if we went into the 49 plus laps. So this is a merciful. I got to thank John
It's
for
good for your health, Christopher Parker. I'm glad for your health actually that it's over. So
I'm
you need
very
to sleep.
grateful that for Paolo and John that that they didn't get into some 10-lap grudge match and go all night. This is finished perfectly for many of us. But yeah, I think it's going to be an emotional finish, and I know a lot of us have been in the live stream almost this entire time, and it's like we've got this little family that's been rolling along, and like Kelly mentioned, it's a Netflix series where you get this emotional attachment to each of the characters, and there's a little tear when each of them drop off. So
luckily I had the camera away from me with John. Totally.
You were losing it.
He's a very emotional guy himself,
Yes.
so loved.
There was not a dry eye in the house. But I like that analogy. It's one of those series. We got to get season 2. I mean, Greg's already confirmed season 2 will come back in 12 months. That's too long. I feel like I want to do another one of these next week. It absolutely is replicable, repeatable. I can't say that word. There's certain things you can't do with little sleep. Huh? It's an easy format to replicate around the world, I agree, and I think we'll see a few more of these. I suspect there'll be more Last Paddlers before Sarasota in 12 months' time. I think we'll start seeing these local versions and these satellite events pop up, because Greg mentioned, the dream one day is that there is a whole series of Last Paddlers around the world supported by the communities in each country, and then Sarasota's like the big championship version that you qualify towards.
What a great way to train for it, to get together with, your 10 buddies in your area who are thinking about it. Let's do an 8-hour one. Let's start with something small and just all to get that feeling of what it's like to take the breaks, to do practice naps. Maybe longer than that, I don't know, but you could actually have training Last Paddler standings.
Oh my God. Can you imagine going to a Last Paddler training camp?
Training, there you go.
You're basically just going to army boot camp. Someone's going to come in and yell at you when you've had 5 minutes sleep and say, "Get back on the water." This is a whole new dimension for stand-up paddling. I'm very excited about what Greg's created here and what these pioneering paddlers this year have shown us. And I think this is just the beginning of a whole new format in the sport. And I can't wait to see you doing it next year, Kristen.
Stop it.
We did say that if we got to 48 hours on the live stream, that we could nominate someone and they couldn't say
Who said that?
no.
And it better not be me.
I'm not going to say you because you'll just turn around and say me.
Well, I
have a think.
nominated
Seychelles. I feel like she'd almost nominate herself. She'd be made for this event.
Oh, be so good at this.
Well, I'm nominating Kelly Margetts, even though I think
Love it.
he would also probably nominate himself. He was getting really emotionally invested in this.
Love it.
So yeah, I think there's going to be a big crew of us next year in Sarasota. Tell our friends at the hotel down there you interviewed the other day that we're going to have to book out a few rooms.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just have to get them to get a shuttle, or we'll have to arrange that.
You just get a whole
no
fleet
Ubers.
of e-bikes or something. We'll cruise over. But yeah, it's an amazing event, and I'm really excited to hear about from Paolo in 10-15 minutes time. I know the viewers just keep growing on the live stream. I don't think anyone dares to tune out before we get to hear from Paolo. But I want to hear from you.
Can we turn the main computer back on, because my phone is dying, so I need to bring it
jump
close.
back on. You've been doing a stellar job, KT. Third day straight.
Playing with tech.
I know there's been a lot of comments coming through, just saying thank you, KT, and all the crew that have been involved in this live stream. I know everybody's
My
very
pleasure.
grateful.
So fun to work with you again, Chris, as part of Sup Racer, the new wave.
The new wave. What a wave!
To go with it or something.
I didn't know the wave was going to be this large and long. I didn't realize there was a Last Paddler live stream when we restarted Sup Racer. I don't think Betsy realized either. We were joking about this when we were in our Thailand business trip a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's when it hit me what we were agreeing to do with Greg here. So yeah, it's been a fun experiment. I mean, this whole thing was an experiment, and I'd like to think it was pretty successful in some ways. And if Greg's already confirmed Last Paddler's coming back next year, then we can already confirm that the Last Commentator Standing will return in bigger and better, with even more camera angles and sunrises and sunsets.
Well, I like bigger is better.
I'm looking, actually, I can say this out loud. You don't say it if you know where it is. I'm looking for Mason Gravely's password to his computer. Did he put it in our, is it in our WhatsApp group? Well, his computer's not letting you.
Mason, if you're online, can you just DM Kristen your...
He gave it to us somewhere last night, I think. Let me see. I'm scrolling back. He is dropping off his little ones at daycare right now. His wife's at work, so he's on his way over. I think some other people are too. I hear honking. I wonder if that means they see Paolo on the bridge. Actually, maybe I should go over the bridge and start the celebration before he gets here.
How much battery you got on your phone there, KT?
It just said low battery, so I figured I don't want it to die right as we're celebrating.
Greg's phone or anyone else's phone can join this call. We can do any kind of setup.
Okay, so Paolo is at the second bridge.
Oh man!
So he's not
moving.
taking it. He's going pretty fast.
He's taking this victory lap quite literally.
He's booking.
Hey, Steve. Yeah. Came back for you, man. Congratulations, young. I'll have booked that in advance for you. I was going to come off you, but in case
I'm loving seeing the camaraderie as that quite a few paddlers are coming back, and again, they're like hugs all around, really so positive and so supportive of each other.
Yeah.
Wait, hotspot.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh well. Just cross your fingers it doesn't die. It actually has a pretty good battery.
All right, get down to the water's edge, KT. Sounds like he's coming in.
He hasn't made it around the buoy. He's just come around the corner. Exciting.
Can we get everybody kind of lined up right here at the top of the road? That'd be awesome. Right here along the top.
Yeah.
All right, the suspense. Will Kristen's battery hold on? Here we go. Paolo Marconi in what is probably going to be the quickest lap of the entire race. He saved the best for last here.
Or does he just want us up here?
Yeah. I don't know. I think we're going to do a whole here.
Yeah.
This is a very special moment. 48 hours. What a roller coaster this event has been. What an emotional journey for all involved, from the paddlers, the support crew, to the organisers, to the commentary team, and all of you watching. Paolo Marconi, 31 years of age, from Italy. Just
and
seconds
one of the
away.
fastest laps of the whole 2 days.
I think this is the fastest lap. He's going to be 37 minutes flat.